Traversing into a desolate wasteland, the customary scenario casts one as an orphan. What course of action should one take? First and foremost, survival is paramount. However, achieving this is far from simple. Once warmth is secured, one must contemplate one must consider how to grow stronger, an even more arduous endeavor. As Chu Jianlei gradually gains strength, he unexpectedly discovers that this wasteland is not as he had envisioned. Chapter 1. Captured. Alarm. Alarm. An unknown, powerful electromagnetic wave has intervened. The control screen flickered with dozens of flashing red lights, while a sweetly synthesized female voice conveyed a palpable sense of panic. Clad in pajamas, Chu Jianlei stared in stupefaction at the unfolding scene. A Faraday cage with a frequency band missing? Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In the next moment, a chill coursed through him, and he jolted awake, his head throbbing painfully. Am I dreaming of the Middle Kingdom again? Chu Jianlei sighed inwardly, slowly opening his eyes. The surroundings were shrouded in dimness. He struggled to discern his location. Yet, to his dismay, his hands and feet were bound. Were they after his wealth, or perhaps something more sinister? If it were theft, he had traversed 6 years in this world. Remaining utterly destitute, the perpetrators must possess woeful judgment. As for the latter, the original owner of this body was not unattractive, albeit rather frail. Undoubtedly, he still found himself in this barren land, which he had secretly dubbed the Wasteland. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he discerned hanging, pale objects. Upon closer inspection, he recoiled in horror. Those pale objects were human limbs. Dismembered human bodies? A chill ran down his spine. Had he fallen into the clutches of the Fallen? The Fallen were cannibalistic mutants, and this wasteland had been tainted by some unknown pollution. While many survivors had mutated, few resorted to cannibalism. Upon his arrival in this realm, he had learned of the Fallen, but had never encountered one in person. A sharp pain shot through the back of his head. It was not the familiar pressure of a headache, but rather the acute ache of an external injury. He felt slightly dizzy. He had been struck from behind. Que j'en ai deduced. What had he been doing prior to this blow? How had he allowed himself to be so careless? He strained to recollect the fragments of his expiry. I am merely more familiar with you, Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. So now, do you wish for death? I seek to live, not to perish. Rogers quickly retorted. I engage in banter with you simply out of defiance. Gah, I do not wish to die. Surely you possess a way, right? I have no means, Chu Jianlei answered calmly. Just wait for the rescue. The Fallen are the common enemy of all survivors in the Wasteland. Even those who are at odds with one another will not hesitate to unite against the Fallen. The reason is simple. The Fallen not only devour humans, but also absorb the mutated genes within. To put it succinctly, the more they consume, the stronger they become. Such an evil existence is intolerable. Survivors exhibit zero tolerance towards the Fallen. Thus, the rescue he mentioned could indeed be a possibility. Rescue my foot. Rogers scoffed coldly, his emotions currently in turmoil. Then he forced a grim smile and said, Chu, do you know? I have been trapped here for 3 days. Where is this rescue? 3 days, and they haven't even offered me a morsel of flesh, claiming I am too robust. But perhaps you have had a taste of human flesh. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something amusing, a laugh escaping him. Fearing it would attract the attention of the Fallen, his laughter was subdued, yet it carried an unmistakably sinister tone. Self-deprecating. Chu Jianlei could not help but sigh softly. I never anticipated I would impose such psychological pressure upon you. Stop pretending. Rogers growled quietly, yet could not help but plead, Chu, please save me. Saving you is also saving myself. Do you wish to consume human flesh, or would you rather be devoured by the Fallen? His ability to shift roles so seamlessly was no surprise to Chu Jianlei. In the Wasteland, who does not wear multiple masks? Yet, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Could this be a trap set for me? In other words, there may be no Fallen at all, perhaps some are merely interested in his secrets. Thus, they devised this scheme, with Rogers playing the role. This possibility was indeed plausible. The Wasteland is a place where interests reign supreme, and Rogers, to some extent, was aware of his extraordinary nature. Chu Jianlei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He understood that the most prudent choice was to reject the other party or simply pretend he had not heard. having yet to unravel the mysteries of his own existence. It was perhaps prudent to remain low-key and self-reliant at this juncture. However, although he recognized this as the correct choice, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. 4. He was afflicted. Chapter 2. Save me. Chu Jianlei indeed harbors deeper afflictions beyond mere obsessive-compulsive tendencies. His intellect far surpasses that of the average individual. Prior to his transition, he had been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. However, Chu Jianlei perceives himself as possessing high-functioning autism, excelling particularly in cognitive processing. After assuming the identity of the original host, the intellectual disability associated with this body did not diminish his cognitive abilities in the slightest. He readily accepts the label or persona of intellectual disability, as the manifestations of Asperger's syndrome often lead others to perceive him as having cognitive issues, while Chu Jianlei identifies as high-functioning autistic. One must ponder whether the distinction between these two labels holds significant weight in the eyes of outsiders. Numerous similar conditions present various symptoms, yet they invariably stem from the same root. The mind cannot govern the body. It is not merely a matter of the eyes comprehending while the hands rebel. Instead, his intellect acknowledges that certain actions are inappropriate and require careful consideration. Yet, his physical responses often take precedence, leading to the sentiment, "I cannot endure this. If I do, it will lead to an explosive outburst." Moreover, in numerous instances, the body reacts before the mind has the chance to deliberate. Thus, Chu Jianlei candidly asserts, "I refuse to be devoured by anyone, be it the fallen or those lurking behind you." Upon hearing this, Rogers was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over. "Do you truly believe this is my scheme? Huh, you have me in stitches." It must be said, Rogers possesses a commendable intellect. Despite Chu Jianlei's persistent disdain for him, is this truly amusing? If so, revel in your laughter. Chu Jianlei replied with a dismissive droop of his eyelids. The bindings that ensnare his limbs are composed of non-elastic alloy ropes, a rather troublesome material. There exists a myriad of rope types, categorized in various manners, with the distinction between elastic and inelastic being a significant classification. When inelastic ropes are used to bind an individual for an extended period, it can lead to necrosis of the body, rendering amputation a commonplace occurrence. Conversely, elastic ropes afford considerable leeway, allowing for the possibility of negotiation should misunderstandings arise. Given that the captor is a fallen individual, the use of non-elastic alloy ropes is understandable, as ensuring the captive does not escape is paramount. Nevertheless, the absence of elasticity in the ropes has its merits. They are not particularly difficult to untie. In the enveloping darkness, his hands contorted at an exceedingly unnatural angle. He began to search for the ropes binding his wrists. A dead knot, yet it mattered little. While probing the knot, Chu Jianlei cautiously shielded his hands, fearing that Rogers might catch sight of him. Fortunately, the dimness was profound enough that his subtle movements went unnoticed. However, Rogers was not one to be easily disregarded. After a brief respite, he resumed his low-toned prattling. "Brother Chu, if you require my cooperation, do not hesitate to ask." "Brother Chu, you're not merely waiting for rescue, are you? Knowing your disposition, I am certain you will not give up." "Silly Chu, if you truly attempt to flee without me, I shall find it exceedingly difficult to restrain my emotions and will undoubtedly take action." "Brother Chu, esteemed elder, please muster your spirit." Chu Jianlei, however, remained deaf to these entreaties, engrossed in devising a plan to untie the dead knot. After approximately 20 minutes, he formulated a viable solution. If he were to exert his full strength, he could undoubtedly free himself from the ropes binding his hands within a minute. At long last, Rogers' incessant prattle attracted the attention of a fallen. This creature possessed two heads, one large and one small, both adorned with distinct features. Its smaller head moving its mouth in a rhythmic manner. Clad in tattered leather armor and wielding a club, it entered the room and immediately launched a brutal assault. As it struck, it hurled curses, proclaiming that had it not feared for his early demise, it would have severed an arm for its own indulgence. Once the beating was concluded, it retrieved two arms from a hook and turned to leave. Chu Jianlei paid little mind to the fate of this creature. Instead, he noticed a crucial detail. The door was unlocked. In truth, locking the door was unnecessary, as they were securely bound and had long since been divested of any means of defense. Yet, despite the cannibalistic tendencies of the fallen, they remained human, armed with weapons, possibly even firearms. However, Chu Jianlei was undeterred. The unlocked door significantly increased his chances of escape, seizing the opportunity while Roger was dazed from the blows. A peculiar flush crossed his face as he began to calculate. His pride had always rested in his intelligence and computational prowess, abilities that had not waned since his arrival in this world. In fact, with the passage of time, his mental acuity seemed to have only strengthened. He harbored a faint suspicion that the artificial intelligence he had once developed had somehow intertwined with his very brainwaves, accompanying him through this transition. The thought of his creation stirred rare emotions within him. It was a testament to his relentless dedication. Chu Jianlei was no orphan in the Blue Star. Both his parents were alive, and even his grandparents were still living, alongside 3 more relatives. His father is a physician and his mother is an educator. The family's circumstances are quite decent, with his grandfather owning a building on the outskirts of the city, which has since been demolished. It cannot be said that they belong to an affluent family, but they certainly qualify as upper middle class. Chu Jianlei aspired to embark on a career, and securing initial funding was not a challenge. Demonstrating remarkable resolve, he leveraged his formidable computational skills to make waves in the international financial market, reaping substantial rewards. In a mere 3 years, he multiplied his initial capital by hundreds of thousands of times, attracting the attention of global financial titans. Naturally, the nation sought to protect him. He was not a mere scion of privilege, but rather a worthy individual to safeguard. However, continuing in the financial arena proved challenging, prompting inquiries from his homeland about his future ambitions. Without hesitation, he expressed his interest in artificial intelligence. Chu Jianlei recognized his lack of social finesse, finding greater ease in engaging with machines. Thus, although his AI project was initiated privately, it rapidly expanded in scale. The nation provided considerable support in both human and material resources. Unfortunately, an unusual electromagnetic storm disrupted his endeavors, leading to an unexpected transference. Chu Jianlei felt that his current computational prowess far exceeded that of his time on Blue Planet and was poised for further enhancement. Regrettably, the intense mental exertion consumed an immense amount of energy. Over the past 6 years, he had experienced a cycle of feasting and fasting. Merely surviving was a feat, leaving little energy for improvement. Yet now, he resolved to expend energy in his pursuits. Under his concentrated efforts, the hands bound behind him moved with the grace of butterflies dancing among flowers. In just half a minute, he untied the knots, and within another 15 seconds, he fashioned a new binding. At first glance, this knot appears even more intricate and despairing than the previous one. However, in reality, a gentle tug on the central rope will instantaneously liberate his hands. As for the bindings on his feet, he has reached out to assess them, contemplating a means of escape. Yet, he refrains from untying the knots around his ankles, for doing so would expend too much energy. Merely the 40 seconds of prior effort has already left beads of sweat dotting his forehead. It is not just the mental calculations that deplete energy. The freedom of his joints also consumes significant vigor. This technique is not a product of the Wasteland, but rather a continuation of the ancient traditions of his homeland. When Chu Jianlei was on Blue Star, he was not adept at socializing, yet he held a keen interest in the texts of the Taoist school. Although he did not have a systematic education, he had spent time piecing together various fragments of knowledge. Though he had not derived substantial results at that time, in this Wasteland, he has begun to see some progress. Nevertheless, it remains true that this method is exceedingly energy-consuming. Chu Jianlei possesses a multitude of capabilities, and the prospects ahead are bright. The only obstacle is his lack of strength. Being bound, yet still capable of untying knots, reflects a formidable skill. But can it truly help him establish a substantial territory? To survive, one must remain grounded in reality. As for Roger's assertion that aligning oneself with an organization would vastly improve his circumstances, Chu Jianlei can only respond with a single word: foolishness. Thus, he is not in a hurry to untie the restraints on his feet. If he wished, it would merely take half a minute. The heat within him is plummeting, as if he has begun to deplete the scant reserves of fat remaining in his body. He must accumulate sufficient strength, so that when the moment arises, he can escape with vigor. After a while, Rogers seemed to regain some of his composure. "Chu," he called. However, Chu Jianlei paid him no heed, dismissing him as someone not worth conversing with. After a span of several hours, the two-headed man re-entered, taking away half of the human remains. He cast a glance at Chu Jianlei and coldly inquired, "Do you wish to partake in human flesh?" Chu Jianlei lowered his head in silence, clearly embodying the essence of restrained fury. Fool. The two-headed man, having witnessed such scenarios far too often, was too apathetic to elaborate. He turned his gaze to Rogers, asking, "And you?" "I will eat. I will eat." Rogers fervently nodded, desperate to prolong his existence. Not entirely foolish, the two-headed man casually remarked, "Very well. Your next meal will be provided." Upon his departure, Chu Jianlei's gaze fell upon Rogers with a hint of disdain. "Don't look at me like that," Rogers retorted, his brow furrowing in frustration. "I merely wish to survive. Is that a crime? Furthermore, without sustenance, I shall perish." Chu Jianlei once again averted his gaze, lapsing into silence. Approximately 7 or 8 hours later, the two-headed man returned, his eyes fixated intently on Chu Jianlei. "Young man, I initially intended for you to regain some strength." He unsheathed a dagger from his waist. "There is no time to waste." Chu Jianlei tensed his muscles, preparing to leap. Yet, at that moment, a series of muffled thuds resonated from outside. "Is that a Gauss automatic rifle?" The three of them turned in unison to look outside. "Someone is coming." Rogers was astonished. The rescue had indeed arrived. "I was even prepared to offer you some meat." The two-headed creature shouted in fury, hurling a dagger at Rogers. With the dagger cast aside, he plunged forward like an arrow, heedless of the peril. To him, these fleshly beings were hardly worth his consideration. There were far more significant matters unfolding outside that demanded his participation. Rogers struggled desperately, but the dagger grazed his neck and buried itself into the earth. Even so, his carotid artery was pierced, blood gushing forth with a hissing sound. "Help! Help me, Brother Chu." Chapter 3. I Fear Death. Chu Jianlei paid no heed to Rogers' plea for assistance. He had nearly twisted his back in a fit of rage moments before. The presence of Gauss automatic rifles signaled that help had indeed arrived. The Fallen also possessed Gauss automatic rifles, but due to supply challenges, they had to rely on plunder for their sustenance. When the survivors launched an assault on the Fallen, they did so with unwavering unity and relentless resolve. Thus, rescue was highly probable. However, his current concern was to survive until salvation arrived, without falling victim to the Fallen beforehand. Blood continued to spurt and hiss from the wound on Rogers' neck. He endeavored to roll towards Chu Jianlei, yearning for his aid. Regrettably, after merely rolling once, his body grew weak and his vision blurred. "Brother Chu, save me." Chu Jianlei snorted softly, realizing that Rogers had not sought him out earlier, and now he wished to do so. He was acutely aware that deep down, Rogers lacked trust in him, which was why he had maintained his distance. Now, it was too late to request his assistance. Rogers gazed at him in despair, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Chu Jianlei's body began to roll, deliberately circumventing Rogers to approach him from behind. The blood at Rogers' neck no longer gushed forth, yet it continued to flow steadily. His jaw muscles twitched slightly, as if he wished to utter something, but ultimately refrained from opening his mouth. Chu Jianlei, maintaining an air of nonchalance, untied the bindings on his feet, fashioned a slipknot, and then resecured his hands. Subsequently, he laid down in the pool of blood on the ground, squinting his eyes as if feigning death. The battle outside raged fiercely, punctuated by intermittent explosions. To his astonishment, there were heavy weapons involved. Chu Jianlei pondered silently. Were they not merely scavengers? The combat endured for nearly half an hour, the gunfire gradually becoming sparse. After a few sporadic shots, voices began to rise in commotion. Then, the door was kicked open, sending a cloud of dust swirling. "This is the dismemberment warehouse," someone shouted. "There are bodies on the floor. Be cautious, they might be fallen." A woman's voice coldly interjected. "Whether they are fallen or not will be revealed with just 2 shots." In the Wasteland, human lives were deemed worthless, and the survivors who initiated attacks sought to eradicate the Fallen rather than save anyone. Fortunately, someone intervened, questioning the woman's recklessness. "What are you shooting for? Do bullets grow on trees, or are energy blocks for free?" The woman replied indifferently, "Just claim they are fallen, and we can collect an extra bounty." Chu Jianlei sighed inwardly, lamenting the dire state of order in this wasteland. Fortunately, there are still those who are wise enough to discern the truth. Don't be foolish. Do you truly believe that the settlement cannot detect the Fallen? A female voice replied indifferently. Not everyone will be subjected to examination, will they? Enough of this. It's not worth wasting 2 bullets, someone scoffed. If you 2 are still alive, get up quickly. Chu Jianlei cautiously shifted his body, slowly rising to a sitting position, fearful that any abrupt movement might lead to his demise. In this wasteland, one can never be too cautious. Rogers, clearly unable to sit up, nonetheless made an effort to kick his legs, signaling that he could still be salvaged. Though lives are deemed worthless in the wasteland, each one is remarkably resilient. A carotid artery severed for half an hour without resulting in death could only be considered a miracle of life in Blue Star. However, the survivors paid him no mind. Salvaged? What a joke. Can you afford the fee? One survivor aimed his gun at Chu Jianlei, slowly advancing. Have you ever tasted human flesh? No, Chu Jianlei replied, shaking his head slowly. I am willing to undergo testing. What do you think you are? A woman approached, kicking him and sending him tumbling several rolls. By the sound, it was indeed the same one who had previously attempted to kill him. Her face was marred with scars, and her left ear was nearly absent, leaving only a small portion of the upper auricle. Will you pay for the testing? She demanded. If you have no money, then spare us your incessant chatter. Lock him up. A couple of days without food will suffice, spoke a man with a severed left arm. Cannibals may exhibit abnormal reactions, or perhaps they may not react at all, the scarred woman replied coolly. Perhaps we should sell him to the mines. The so-called mine she spoke of was, in truth, a refuse pit. The debris was so abundant and dense that certain areas posed a risk of collapse. Delving into the depths to scavenge for items indeed bore the essence of a mining operation. The muzzle of a firearm was directed towards the survivor of Chu Jianlei. As a voice demanded, Hey, did you hear that? Quickly, tell us what useful things you possess. It was all a ruse. Chu Jianlei understood that these individuals, orchestrating their performance, sought to extract benefits from him. The act of saving lives was never the priority. However, now that a life had been saved, how could they refrain from seeking compensation? Their methods of soliciting rewards were somewhat crude and straightforward. Yet this was emblematic of the Wasteland's character. Spending excessive time on trifling matters was simply not worth it. Chu Jianlei could only glance towards an individual outside the door. Third Master. You know I am devoid of funds. The man referred to as Third Master had lost a leg and sported a mechanical prosthetic. He did not carry heavy weaponry, merely possessing an oddly shaped handgun at his waist. One should not underestimate this handgun. It was a legitimate laser pistol, which, despite its slightly diminished power, surpassed the performance of a Gauss automatic rifle in almost all other aspects. Third Master also eked out a living in the refuse pit. It was entirely normal for one to carry a laser pistol while scavenging. Third Master had never held Chu Jianlei in high regard. Whenever he needed goods transported, he never offered payment, at most providing a single vial of nutrient serum. On occasions when he was displeased, he wouldn't even dispense the serum, expecting the foolish Chu to assist for free. However, Chu Jianlei never offered his help without a price, preferring to endure a beating instead. After repeated encounters, Third Master had come to realize that this fool was of such a disposition, and thus he had grown weary of beating him. After all, inflicting harm required effort. His impression of the fool was rather mediocre. Nonetheless, they were acquaintances. The fool and these individuals were hunters. Hunters did not survive by scavenging, but instead hunted various beasts and mutated creatures, occasionally accepting bounty tasks. Their status was significantly higher than that of scavengers, marking them as the primary combatants of the wasteland. In his youth, Third Master had also been a hunter, but after suffering a leg injury that rendered him incapable of combat, he was reluctantly forced to the junkyard to become a scavenger. He harbored little warmth towards Chu Jianlei, but he had no kind words for the hunters either. The scarred woman sensed his hostility and cast a cold glance in his direction. Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids, asserting, I truly have no money. I merely scrape by in the mines. The notion of selling me to the junkyard is impossible, as I already drift in that vicinity. This did not imply that he held any significant influence in the junkyard. Rather, it was a matter of taboo. If someone dared to purchase the fool today, who would prevent another from buying Third Master tomorrow? The scarred woman's expression darkened at his words. Do you truly believe that in such a vast junkyard, everyone will recognize you? The junkyard was indeed immense, almost boundless. Having lived in the wasteland for 6 years, Chu Jianlei had yet to grasp the true magnitude of the junkyard. Despite the woman's threats, he remained silent, choosing to simply endure. Chu Jianlei possessed ample justification to counter her claims, yet he was not foolish enough to argue with someone wielding a firearm. He trusted that others would enlighten this foolish woman. As expected, the Third Master spoke up, remarking that the foolish Chu had a mouth beneath his nose and was capable of writing. If he claimed to be earning a living in the mines, who would be inclined to purchase him? Do you not grasp the implication? Those who might consider buying him likely do not wish to find themselves sold to another mine one day. The third master was not motivated by a desire to rescue Chu Jianlei, but rather to consider the plight of all scavengers. The order of the junkyard would descend into chaos. Even the most flawed order is preferable to utter disorder. What a waste of time. The woman raised her leg and delivered another kick, sending Chu Jianlei crashing to the ground. Chu Jianlei remained silent, his eyelids drooping. This was a habit he had cultivated to suppress his anger. "All right, this is the KS-16 rope. Let us untie it first," said the man with the severed left arm, suggesting they confine him for observation over the next 2 days. This was the most conventional response, and surprisingly, the words spoken were the most amicable. A man armed only with a long knife approached, crouching down to assist Chu Jianlei in freeing himself from the bindings. Judging by his weapon, one could surmise that he too was a scavenger. However, the long knife at his waist was no ordinary blade. It appeared to be a high-frequency, oscillating knife. In essence, scavenging is not merely a technical endeavor. It tests not only one's perceptiveness, but also one's strength. Moreover, equipment is inherently a component of that strength. As he worked to untie the ropes, 2 guns were aimed at Chu Jianlei, ready to thwart any sudden outburst. However, soon after, the man with the long knife uttered a soft exclamation. "Oh, you've already untied yourself?" Chu Jianlei possessed a remarkable skill in tying knots, but unfortunately, this time he had encountered a true expert. However, he felt no sense of social death. He merely drooped his eyelids and responded, seeking an opportunity to flee. "This is quite beyond salvation," the woman remarked, prodding Rogers's body with her toe. She cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jianlei, watching him succumb without even attempting to staunch the bleeding. Chu Jianlei hesitated to reply, but upon reflection, he realized that silence would only intensify the suspicion surrounding his moral decline. Thus, he murmured softly, "I fear death." "What nonsense!" the woman retorted furiously before striding out of the room. "You truly have no shame." The man with the long knife could not help but interject as he rose to his feet. "Since you have unfastened him, you ought to take action yourself." Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You all are unashamedly killing innocents for glory, yet now you dare to reproach me?" Nevertheless, none among the others found any fault in his words, though none offered him reproach either. After all, one must possess the capability to kill for glory. "Silly Chu, do you truly wish to achieve such a feat? In truth, you had the means to assist your kind, yet chose inaction. It is only natural to be criticized." Of course, no one condemned him for his coldness. Living is paramount above all else. Survivors in the Wasteland are, after all, quite pragmatic. Meanwhile, Third Master cast another glance at Royce, recognizing him as a member of that small gang involved in mineral washing. Treasures unearthed in the junkyard must be entrusted to specialists for processing, a practice commonly referred to as mineral washing. The profits from mineral washing are not substantial. Yet it is not a task one can accomplish alone. Third Master even recalled that this dying individual should have some connection to Silly Chu. Chapter 4. Nutritional Supplements. In the end, Third Master did not mention the feud between Chu Jianlei and Rogers again. Perhaps he had forgotten. Or perhaps he deemed it unworthy of discussion. Was it necessary to specifically address the quarrels between 2 insignificant ants? Chu Jianlei was taken back to the survivors' makeshift camp in the wilderness and unceremoniously thrown into a pit 5 meters deep. He could not prove his innocence, especially with the living cuffs tightly fastened around his wrists and ankles, making his suspicion all too apparent. Observation was inevitable. Accompanying him was the corpse of Rogers, seemingly a means to ascertain whether he would resort to cannibalism. Chu Jianlei would certainly not resort to such an act, but the pangs of hunger were overwhelming. Thus, he cried out, "Third Master, could you spare a tube of nutritional supplement? I promise to assist you with cargo in return. I have a warm urine sample. Would you like that?" Distant curses from Third Master echoed in response. "Then might you provide me with a filter paper?" Chu Jianlei, unashamed, mused that in the Wasteland, one must abandon any pretense of dignity. A warm urine sample at least possessed heat, which was not without value, especially considering the severe scarcity of water resources in the Wasteland, where the frequency of defecation far exceeded that of urination. This assertion carries a certain odor, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Then, a tube of nutritional supplement fell from the heavens, landing in the deep pit. Shortly thereafter, Third Master's voice rang out. 2 cargo trips, or I shall dismantle your tricycle." In the Wasteland, there was little in the way of human compassion, Yet when substantial interests were not at stake, most individuals did not mind performing occasional acts of kindness. Third Master certainly disapproved of the foolish Chu, yet apart from his lack of wit, Chu had never committed any wrongdoing. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this time, within the lair of the fallen, the fool Chu surprisingly managed to untie the knots binding his hands and feet, which surely indicates a degree of skill. Not to mention, he also understood how to retie the knots, masquerading as immobile. Such a feat is typically arduous for ordinary survivors, yet Chu accomplished it, demonstrating that while he may be foolish, he possesses considerable talent. Individuals of such capability are undoubtedly worthy of investment, a fact that Third Master is quite aware of. After all, it is merely a vial of nutrient solution. While it is a hard-won treasure for Chu Jianlei, Third Master truly does not lack in this regard. It was merely a matter of transporting goods, Chu Jianlei muttered softly, indifferent to whether the other party could hear him. Upon ingesting the vial of nutrient solution, he let out a contented hum. How delightful! The nutrient solution, modest in size, comparable to half a slender sausage, offered a rather unremarkable flavor, even possessing a somewhat peculiar taste. Yet, this single vial is capable of sustaining the human body for an entire day, encompassing essential trace elements and vitamins. Thus, it is quite miraculous. Chu Jianlei has been persistently attempting to unravel the manufacturing process of the nutrient solution. Admittedly, to say he is unraveling it is a bit of an exaggeration. With limited sources of information and no funds, how could he even contemplate such a venture? He merely wishes to ascertain how to replicate a lower quality version of the nutrient solution. At present, he is so famished that he feels dizzy, despite having consumed a vial. The momentary relief has only amplified his hunger. After all, he has gone 2 days without food. In the next moment, another vial of nutrient solution fell, accompanied by a voice, "Is that tricycle yours?" Chu Jianlei stared wide-eyed at the vial, yet did not reach out to retrieve it, for it was something somewhat delectable yet difficult to digest. He swallowed hard and replied with difficulty, "The tricycle is mine. Its design is intended for easier maneuverability. However, I was knocked unconscious during transport, and any recent modifications to the tricycle are irrelevant to me. Your statement has encompassed all my inquiries." A voice responded coldly. After a pause, it continued, "The transmission system is quite exquisite. Would you be willing to assist me? If I were inclined to work for someone, I would have done so long ago," Chu Jianlei replied, somewhat at a loss for words. "Working is simply not an option. I have never toiled in my past life, and this lifetime is no different. Moreover, I now possess an additional reason. I cannot endure the condescension of superiors, nor do I wish for my vulnerabilities to be exposed." Chu Jianlei swallowed again and stated, "If I refuse to work for you, then this nutrient solution is no concern of mine, correct?" As expected, the counterpart responded with arrogance. "It's merely a tube of nutrient solution. Should you decline, I shall take it back and feed it to the dogs." The phrasing was precise, dismissing the value of the nutrient solution while refusing to indulge the greed of others. Yet, it was somewhat insulting. Chu Jianlei remained unfazed, retorting, "Then by all means, take it back to feed the dogs. They are of greater worth than I." Though he feigned indifference, the truth was he could not afford to take offense, especially when confronted by such an overpowering force that could pose a significant threat in the future. Therefore, it was unnecessary to react immediately. A show of weakness in words was inconsequential. How intriguing," the individual scoffed. "Since you have declined, do not touch the nutrient solution. When you find yourself starving, I shall retrieve it without fail." The words spoken were exceptionally aloof, suffused with a disdainful quality that was simply intolerable. "Even if I were to starve, I would never part with my nutritional supplements. Those supplements are exclusively reserved for my dog." For an ordinary individual, such remarks would be unbearable. Yet, Chu Jianlei was no ordinary person. His perspective was distinctly different. He murmured softly, 3 days to starve me, that seems highly improbable." Upon hearing this, the other individual could not suppress a gesture of frustration, realizing that he was indeed a simpleton utterly incapable of comprehending the conversation. A day swiftly passed, and Chu Jianlei found himself increasingly famished, his vision beginning to blur. In truth, he had studied numerous Taoist practices and had even attempted to master the turtle breathing technique. However, the current circumstances were evidently not conducive to their application. Just then, a powerful engine roared from afar, reverberating through the heavens. Could it be that Hong Xi's team had emerged? Chu Jianlei could not help but ponder. Hongxi was the only settlement in the vicinity, rumored to be accompanied by others like Hongwu and Hongqi, yet those settlements lay too far away. The teams from these settlements possessed formidable combat strength, essentially functioning as official squads. While hunters were already considered quite formidable, not all of them were deemed worthy to reside within the settlement. The bounty missions issued by the settlement drew eager participation from every hunter. There was no need to elaborate on the vast disparity between the two. For Chu Jianlei, he had merely heard of the settlement, having perhaps caught a distant glimpse of it once. He lacked even the qualifications to approach, let alone enter. Soon after, a series of gunshots erupted, and Chu Jianlei immediately recognized the sound of a Gauss machine gun. The Gauss machine gun is far more formidable than the Gauss automatic rifle, boasting a ferocious firepower and an extensive range. Just from the thunderous sound, one can discern it is mounted on a vehicle. However, it is fortunate that the muzzle is directed skyward. The machine gun fired a single burst before a loudspeaker blared to life. This is the patrol team of the Hongxi No. 4 settlement. All individuals, remain where you are, with your hands raised above your heads. Any violators shall be mercilessly executed. As for the situation outside, Chu Jianlei was uncertain. Nonetheless, he leaned against the pit wall, feebly raising his hands. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted, punctuated by an angry shout, followed by several gunshots. Someone muttered under their breath, "Damn wanted criminal." It was evident that a fugitive had attempted to flee and was subsequently shot down. Chu Jianlei had grown weary of speculating about the ruckus, as he was utterly famished, and thinking required energy. In that moment, he even felt a hint of amusement, pondering how many fugitives lurked among the survivors outside the settlement. It was precisely that one who lost their composure that led to their demise. In the next instant, two uniformed men armed with guns approached the edge of the pit. Their uniforms, rather worn, were caked in dust and various stains. Yet, both wielded automatic rifles, with handguns and grenades at their waists, and short daggers strapped to their legs, exuding an air of intimidation. One of them, bearing a long weapon that appeared to be a saber slung across his back, looked down at Chu Jianlei and inquired, "What is your purpose here?" "I make my living in the mines," Chu Jianlei replied weakly, having previously been captured by the fallen. Lacking strength, he spoke succinctly, conveying the issue in just a few brief sentences. The young man is quite arrogant. The longsword patrol furrowed his brow, expressing dissatisfaction. "Is that all you have to say? Who do you think you are dealing with?" Just from his tone, one could tell he was ready to kill at any moment. "Forgive me, my lord," Chu Jianlei replied with a bitter smile. "I have consumed nothing but a single tube of nutrient supplement in the past 5 days, leaving me utterly famished." Another patrol member snorted coldly. "Please, if you are going to lie, at least put some effort into it. Look to your right. What do you see there?" "They once let me eat, saying they wait until I starve to death, so they can feed me to the dogs." "Ah, do you truly draw such ire?" The patrol member blinked and casually tossed 2 tubes of nutrient supplements to him. After a moment's thought, he added 2 more. "Since you're hungry, you must consume all of this immediately." Compared to the survivors in the wild, the patrol members were not short on resources. At least a few tubes of nutrient supplements were within their means. However, he was no fool. Only after consuming all 4 tubes could Chu Jianlei prove that he was not lying. Those who have eaten compressed biscuits know that consuming excessively high-calorie foods can lead to discomfort. Nevertheless, for Chu Jianlei, this was hardly a concern, as he constantly lived in a state of hunger. The notion that gluttony after starvation would provoke negative reactions in the body did not apply to him. The nutrient supplements were easily digestible and posed no discomfort to the gastrointestinal system, as long as he could withstand the calories they contained. However, Chu Jianlei was the least concerned about caloric intake. His body was in dire need of replenishment. Gratefully, he consumed 3 tubes of nutritional supplements in a ravenous manner before pausing. The one observing him with a semblance of a smile reached for the pistol at his waist. Unable to eat any more, Chu Jianlei replied earnestly, "I require a bit of water. It will aid in the distribution of heat." The issue was not merely about caloric distribution. Rather, it was a matter of his body experiencing an alarming surge in heat, which would soon lead to dehydration. He could force down a 4th tube, but why squander his health? The long-bladed patrolman nodded with interest and tossed him a water pouch. "Here is some water for you." The patrol team carried canteens, but this pouch contained water intended for the engine's radiator, thus not particularly clean. Chapter 5. Cold blood and hot blood. The water within the pouch was somewhat murky, yet in this desolate wilderness, having anything to drink was a privilege. Who among the mere survivors of the wild had the right to touch the patrol members' canteens? Thank you, my lord. Chu Jianlei humbly expressed his gratitude, carefully opening the pouch and taking 6 small sips. 6 sips sufficed. He understood the purpose of the water contained within the pouch and dared not overindulge. Though its impurity was inevitable, as long as it was not toxic, a little would not matter. The key was to maintain moderation. He then opened another tube of nutritional supplement and swallowed it without hesitation. Subsequently, he rose and bowed, expressing his gratitude once more to the 2 gentlemen. The long-bladed patrolman appeared intrigued. Can you still eat? I possess some nutritional supplements here. How many tubes would you like? This inquiry was not born of goodwill. He had even begun to ponder whether to take a gamble. Thank you, my lord. But no, Chu Jianlei replied slowly, shaking his head, recognizing that excess is as detrimental as deficiency. What is this fellow talking about? Someone interjected, and another one-eyed inspector, seemingly a minor leader, approached. Chu Jianlei's manner of speaking had always diverged slightly from that of the local natives, reflecting a nostalgia for the homeland. He could not change it, primarily because he felt no need to, as others already considered him somewhat deranged. The one-eyed minor leader did not comprehend the phrase excess is as detrimental as deficiency, but after a brief exchange, he learned of the other's predicament. Utter nonsense. The minor leader produced a compact circular device and tossed it down, asking if he knew how to use it. This was a disposable syringe. When pressed firmly against the skin, a needle would spring forth for injection. While the syringe contained a modest amount of liquid, it sufficed for some basic tests, making it a convenient tool for assessing the fallen. However, the minor leader's question about whether he could use it was, for Chu Jianlei, a genuine marvel of technology. Fortunately, this individual was indeed a minor leader. Otherwise, he would not have had the means to readily produce such an item. Chu Jianlei examined it for a moment, attempting to press it against the back of his hand, then looked up, his expression one of inquiry, asking, like this? Precisely, the minor leader nodded, unable to suppress a murmur. This fellow's observational skills are quite commendable. Chu Jianlei was unaware of the nature of this device, but it was evident that he lacked the authority to refuse it. As the liquid was injected into the back of his hand, he felt a surge of warmth coursing up his arm, directly towards his heart. Ah, what is this? After approximately half a minute, the little leader spoke. There were no changes. It appeared he had not consumed human flesh and had come up on his own, with the corpse on his back. Chu Jianlei felt a wave of relief wash over him, but couldn't help but silently criticize the simplicity and brutality of such testing methods. The sudden rush of heat was truly a poor user experience. However, considering it was merely a complimentary testing item, one couldn't expect too much. As for escaping the deep pit, it posed little difficulty, even with a corpse on his back. All right, let's gather together. The little leader nodded slightly, turning to leave, for there were pressing matters at hand. Chu Jianlei, carrying the body, approached a group of around 20 scavengers and over 30 hunters, some of whom were injured. These individuals constituted the main force against the fallen, yet at that moment, they were huddled on the ground, clutching their heads. Surrounding them were at least 50 members of the patrol team. Not far off stood 3 open-top light trucks, 2 armored vehicles, and a dozen wide-tired motorcycles. The light trucks were rugged and simple, equipped with heavy Gauss machine guns mounted on the gunnels, their calibers menacing. The armored vehicles were armed with smoothbore cannons at the front and machine guns atop, formidable instruments of destruction. The off-road light trucks and armored vehicles encircled Chu Jianlei and his group, with personnel stationed at the relevant weapon platforms. Anyone daring to stray without permission would undoubtedly face the consequences of those weapons, which were far from mere decorations. After scanning the area, Chu Jianlei discarded the corpse, obediently moved aside, and crouched down, clasping his hands atop his head. He was ostensibly a support worker, fundamentally different from these individuals. Yet in this wasteland, the desire to distinguish oneself often equates to courting disaster. Conforming to the norm is the true path. From a larger armored vehicle, a group disembarked, led by a strikingly handsome young man in his late 20s. His attire was luxurious, and he exuded an imposing presence. Although there was a hint of malevolence in his features, Chu Jianlei observed him from the corner of his eye, realizing that he was even more handsome than himself. This must be the antagonist. The young man ascended to a convertible light truck, brandishing a loudspeaker and declaring, "Do not inquire about my identity. You are not worthy to know. I pose a question, and those who answer correctly may live." Within 10 days, who has found a pair of pink mechas. His aura was overwhelming, rendering the members of the patrol team mere kittens in comparison to a tiger. However, the survivors crouched on the ground were no simpletons. They exchanged furtive glances, none daring to speak. Noticing the lack of response, the one-eyed leader spoke up. Mr. Sai comes from the Hong Bureau. This is a rare opportunity. The Hong Bureau governs all settlements bearing the Hong designation, a scale of power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. A voice broke the silence, belonging to the one-legged San Yi, who said, Mr. Sai, there are many pink mechas. The young man cast a glance at him and scoffed. I require information on all pink mechas. San Yi immediately fell silent, having discerned the peculiar tension of the situation. Prudence was the order of the day. However, the woman with a scarred face, possessing only half an ear, lacked such acute perceptual abilities. She inquired in a gruff voice, Mr. Sai, is there any anomaly regarding this pink mech? We need to investigate. Mr. Sai slightly lifted his chin, and with a resounding gunshot, the woman's head was obliterated in an instant. The scene was immediately engulfed in an oppressive silence, disturbed only by the mournful whispers of the wind. After a moment, Mr. Sai let out a soft scoff. I am the one asking questions here. Who gave you the delusion that you are entitled to interrogate me? Do not attempt to instruct me. You are unworthy. We are the hunters. A man rose, staring coldly at him. You are directing your anger in the wrong direction. Oh, you are quite surprising. Mr. Sai assessed him with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly unfazed. Aren't you afraid of death? Go to hell. The man's feet ignited with flames, propelling him forward like a cannonball. You foul woman. Wait for me. He and the scar-faced woman shared a bond that transcended mere friendship, vowing to face life and death together. In the Wasteland, lives were deemed worthless, yet fervor abounded. None regarded their lives with gravity. The sound of the Gauss machine gun erupted, and the man was transformed into a sieve mid-air, blood raining down. Almost simultaneously, Chu Jianlei closed his eyes and lowered himself to the ground. As anticipated, a tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the very earth. At the moment he was shot, the man ignited the incendiary substances on his body. Mr. Sai might underestimate the ferocity of these lower-class individuals, but Chu Jianlei understood all too well, thus narrowly escaping disaster. A wave of shock surged through, and Chu Jianlei felt a searing pain from his junior, evidently caught in the aftermath. Upon regaining his stance, he beheld the light truck ahead, now in disarray. Mr. Sai, however, appeared relatively unscathed, shielded by two individuals who stood before him, though his attire bore signs of damage. His face was marked by soot, and half of his hair and eyebrows had been singed. In a moment of fury, he cursed the scoundrels, declaring, They all deserve to die. Eliminate them. Mr. Sai, please temper your wrath, the one-eyed leader interjected, recognizing the skill of these survivors. If we could eliminate everyone, that would be one thing, but what if we fail? As he spoke, the smoke began to dissipate. Several survivors who had once crouched on the ground had vanished, their whereabouts uncertain. Mr. Sai paused momentarily, then resolutely decided, I shall only question those from the mine. The hunters are not my concern. It was clear to him that the Hong settlement was indeed formidable, yet it could not subdue the lawless survivors. This was the grim reality of the Wasteland. Strength meant little in the face of indifference. Division was essential. Otherwise, if the patrols of Hong Si were to remain passive, his predicament could worsen significantly. His purpose here was to seek precise information. Arrogance was inevitable, yet if it compromised his outcome, he would face dire consequences. The earlier violence was merely a reaction to perceived affronts, a way to establish dominance, for life in the Wasteland was deemed cheap. Nevertheless, he had witnessed the fierce resolve of the lower strata and was compelled to temper his approach. There is no recourse. When confronted with someone who erupts into violence over mere words, no one can intervene. With his capabilities, erasing the entire Hong Si settlement would pose no challenge. However, can one truly silence the voices of all? Therefore, it is far wiser to admit that his primary targets are indeed the scavengers. The hunters possess a more rebellious nature, making it unnecessary to offend a group that poses no real threat. Yet, San Yi is unyielding. He raises his head and chuckles softly. Are those who toil in the mines truly more malleable? Individuals surviving in the refuse heaps undoubtedly occupy a lower social standing compared to hunters who actively pursue mutated beasts. However, a lower social rank does not equate to diminished power or economic gain. In fact, The upper echelon of the mining sector far surpasses the affluent hunters, and even the overseers cannot compare. One must not underestimate the scavengers. Only those with exceptional capabilities can thrive in this domain, while hunters merely risk their lives. Excelling in mining requires not only courage but also social acumen. Many elite scavengers are backed by powerful factions, rendering them independent of mineral extraction processes. If one were to claim that these individuals are not mere fronts for larger powers, would anyone genuinely believe it? Sanye's departure from the hunting profession indeed signifies a loss of stature, as his abilities no longer permit such endeavors. Nonetheless, he does not perceive hunters as inherently superior to scavengers. It is merely a matter of perception. Engaging in violence is a skill possessed by many, but to be a competent scavenger, one must also employ intellect. Chapter 6. Feudal. This perception held by the third master engendered a stark lack of reverence when confronting the scarred woman. While hunters undeniably possessed prowess, their trade of lives for coin was not, but a perilous existence. Did they not comprehend that within the scavenging profession, lives were often extinguished without the shedding of blood? In the innermost thoughts of the scavengers' upper echelons, hunters were merely a band of desperados. In response to the third master's interrogation, Mr. Sai smiled, posing with piqued interest. Are you dissatisfied? I am merely asking a question, the third master replied softly, confident that after the recent incident involving the survivor's self-immolation, the other party would proceed with caution. Alas, the sinister young man, with an indiscernible signal, elicited yet another gunshot. The third master's head detonated in a violent burst of red and white. His body convulsed, the prosthetic limbs failing to support the now headless frame, which collapsed to the ground. Heh, the sinister young man chuckled softly. A mere handful of scavengers, presuming themselves figures of importance? Hunters dare to risk their lives. What of you? Chu Jianlei discerned the meaning. Scavengers, too, dare to risk their lives, but the nature of their daring was fundamentally different. The third master's demise stemmed from a failure to recognize that, absent the involvement of vested interests, scavengers generally refrained from risking their lives. Predictably, no one reacted. Mr. Sai paused momentarily, clearly anticipating a retaliatory response. Meanwhile, the patrol officers stationed near the weapons platform had assumed a state of heightened alert, their fingers poised over the firing buttons. Then, Mr. Sai chuckled. So, a mere scavenger dares to compare himself to a hunter? Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids, contemplating whether this was a futile attempt at damage control, recognizing the necessity of factional divisions. However, his words incited the ire of a scavenger known as Ironhead. True to his name, the man bore the scars of a grievous head injury, his forehead replaced with an alloy skull. He lifted his head and spoke with indifference. If you eliminate the scavengers, will you obtain the information you seek? I am curious. Are you here to accomplish a task, or to sabotage it? Mr. Sai was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar expression flickering across his sinister visage. Are you not afraid of death? Ironhead replied coolly, who is unafraid of death? But once we have posed the question, can we continue to live? What nonsensical truth? Chu Jianlei bowed his head, his body involuntarily trembling. The possibility of silencing them indeed existed after the inquiry, yet it was not a certainty. However, by uttering such words, they would be compelled to find a way to silence him for the sake of their pride. Otherwise, how disgraceful it would be. Yet, the response from the other side truly caught him off guard. In the next moment, another gunshot rang out, and Ironhead slowly collapsed to the ground. Mr. Sai laughed mockingly. Silence. You overestimate the significance of this. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth my effort to silence anyone. Although another life had been extinguished, the remaining survivors felt no fear. Rather, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since their adversary was indifferent to the completion of the task, did this not imply that they themselves would not face extermination? However, Chu Jianlei was not so optimistic. He understood the gravity of the situation all too well. Unless these individuals refrain from pursuing the fleeing survivors, he remains unconvinced that they will not resort to silencing them. He lives in a pragmatic manner, indifferent to lofty promises, preferring to trust his own judgment. In the next moment, Mr. Sai's words plunged his heart into despair. With an expression devoid of emotion, he declared that those who were hiding should come forth obediently, or he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The authority of the Hong settlement is not something that a few insignificant ants can provoke. However, how many among those who could seize the opportunity to escape would be foolish enough to do so? After approximately a minute of silence, Mr. Sai, noticing the lack of response, displayed a hint of cold severity on his otherwise sinister face. Find these fleeing individuals and eliminate them. The reward shall be equivalent to that for slaying a Class C mutated beast. The 20 or so patrollers responded in unison, swiftly mounting their motorcycles and setting off in 4 small teams. Only 4 individuals had managed to escape, and they had already confirmed their identities. This situation was indeed perilous. Chu Jianlei could not help but squint his eyes. There remained 22 scavengers on site, and Mr. Sai began to interrogate them one by one. Soon, it was Chu Jianlei's turn. He stated that he was merely responsible for transporting waste and was among those being rescued. His involvement in this matter was truly accidental. Mr. Sai pondered for a moment before expressionlessly asking, "So, you are of no use now?" The underlying threat was palpable, yet Chu Jianlei replied with utmost seriousness, "I have always been of little use. I can barely satisfy my hunger." Mr. Sai, slightly puzzled, glanced at him before shifting his attention to the next target. The duration of the inquiry was brief, lasting less than an hour with just over 20 individuals involved. In truth, it is nearly impossible to encounter mechs in this mining area. All that can be found are mere fragments, with even the better parts being conspicuously absent. The absurdity of someone inquiring about the existence of a pink mech is almost comical. Nevertheless, for survivors have perished, and the others dutifully provided answers. As expected, the questioning yielded no fruitful results. Mr. Sai cast a sweeping glance around the room and cleared his throat, expressing his disappointment. "You truly have let me down." At his words, the crowd's expressions shifted slightly. Did he intend to change his stance? Of the 4 who fled, 3 had already been recaptured, now reduced to lifeless bodies. In that moment, all present fervently hoped that the 4th individual would remain elusive. Only his survival could grant them a glimmer of hope for their own existence. "Are you afraid I might silence you?" Mr. Sai's laughter erupted, filling the silence with an unsettling mirth that elicited tears from his eyes. Curiously, despite his apparent joy, the ominous aura surrounding him showed no sign of abating. After a fit of laughter, he produced a handkerchief to dab at the corners of his eyes. "Now, I shall cease the jesting. My promises are binding. However, your complete lack of information has left me rather displeased. Therefore, upon your return, I would appreciate your vigilance regarding any pertinent news." "Is that a problem?" "None at all," the crowd responded in unison, finding this request perfectly reasonable. It was a demand so normal that it felt like a gentle lift and a delicate set down compared to the brutality that had just transpired. However, it is with great misfortune that Mr. Sai uttered a word of contradiction. While the matter may not be significant, it is unwise to speak of it indiscriminately. And I remain uncertain whether you will approach this with sincerity. Should you still harbor resentment towards me for the act of taking a life, it would be unfortunate indeed. It is quite possible that any news would not reach me. Thus, what is the likelihood of such a scenario? Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Mr. Sai, whose expression was steeped in derision, and their faces changed in unison. After a moment of silence, a young scavenger broke the stillness, his countenance remaining relatively composed. "Even if we assert that the possibility is slim, I fear Mr. Sai would not be convinced. It is best you tell us what to do." "I possess a serum," Mr. Sai stated bluntly. "After injection, one must regularly obtain an antidote." The crowd fell silent once more. "Ultimately, you wish to exert control over us." After a prolonged pause, Mr. Sai's expression turned icy, declaring, "Inject the serum or face death." The young scavenger sighed softly, pondering whether the information might be leaked by the hunters. Would they still proceed with the injection? At this, a sinister young man instantly flushed with anger, kicking the scavenger to the ground. "You insignificant insect! How dare you instigate discord? The hunters, they are indeed trustworthy." He then cast a sidelong glance at the hunters nearby, muttering softly, "However, it wouldn't hurt to record some information, would it?" What more could the hunters say? If you wish to register, then let it be so. In truth, while many hunters may have their hands stained, their foundations are generally clean. Otherwise, how would they accept bounty tasks? As for whether they behaved like this in private, no one seemed to care. As long as it went unseen, taking a few lives was hardly a matter of consequence. In the Wasteland, human life was intrinsically worthless. However, they were aware that the intent behind the registration was to warn against any leakage of information. They too would find no escape. Nevertheless, this treatment was still preferable to that of the scavengers. The hunters registered at one location while the scavengers prepared to receive injections at another. Chu Jianlei remained squatting on the ground, dutifully cradling his head. The long knife patrol took notice of him once more, approaching to kick him sharply on the backside. Aren't you going to line up for your injection? My lord, I am not a scavenger, Chu Jianlei replied sullenly, having no desire to receive the inexplicable injection. Yet he understood the need for tact in his speech. I have always wanted to enter the mine, but have been unable to. I couldn't care less whether you can enter or not. The long knife patrol glared at him. You still mingle in the mine. I only handle transport outside the mine. Chu Jianlei responded earnestly, raising his head. This injection must be quite expensive, am I right? You damn fool. The long knife patrol was left speechless. Indeed. He was a simpleton. Why do you care about its cost? With utmost seriousness, Chu Jianlei replied, if it's costly and I can't achieve results, I cannot afford the loss. And who said you would be responsible for that? The long knife patrol grew somewhat impatient. Had it been anyone else, he would have already struck them down. However, this fellow was a simpleton, and picking on a fool, he found himself reluctant to do so. Yet, Chu Jianlei felt compelled to stand his ground against the insistence of the other, unwilling to receive the injection. Thus he had no choice but to persist. That needle belongs to Mr. Sai. Sir, should I inquire about it with him? He has already grasped some of Mr. Sai's temperament, arrogance, vanity, and a keen intellect, capable of adapting to circumstances. The crux is that he likely detests unilateral actions. During their communication, Mr. Sai observed this scene, while a one-eyed little leader whispered explanations. Upon hearing that this individual was a fool, Mr. Sai lost much of his interest. However, the foolish one's words remained straightforward, devoid of any insinuations, so he listened quietly. Then, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Perhaps the miner could serve as a pawn. This is akin to taxi drivers on Blue Star, whose information tends to be rather eclectic. Chu Jianlei did not anticipate that his defense would instead inspire the other party's desire to exploit him. During the new book period, I seek various forms of support. Chapter 7. Injection. When Chu Jianlei was summoned by Mr. Sai, he felt somewhat dazed. Employ me? Remember, do not pose any questions to me. Mr. Sai raised his hand and pointed at him, indicating that this was a singular occasion. Should there be a next time, he would resort to violence. Chu Jianlei swiftly organized his thoughts. He would not inquire further. However, my transportation business is rather sparse. Not sparse, Mr. Sai was also somewhat unaccustomed to this Blue Star style of expression. Could you not simply state that your transportation business is minimal? There indeed seems to be a slight issue with your mentality. Mr. Sai momentarily lost focus before asking again. Are you suggesting that your ability to gather information is lacking? Indeed, Chu Jianlei assented with a nod. Among scavengers, few possess the affluence to charter vehicles, and they generally refrain from flaunting their wealth. The reality is that scavengers are tight-lipped and maintain an insular community, while he merely serves as an ancillary worker on the periphery. This is of little consequence, as Mr. Sai is disinclined to concede his misjudgment. Moreover, stationing a pawn there remains a necessity, regardless of whether the covert operative has become exposed. Simply apprise me of your acceptance of the commission. What ramifications would arise from declining the commission? Chu Jianlei narrowly averted uttering this query, mindful that others perceive him as mentally unsound. However, considering the singularity of the occasion, he conveyed, I am intellectually limited and fear inadequacy in the role. The remuneration should not be excessive. Should the compensation be exorbitant, the other party, in an attempt to mitigate risk, might administer injections. You are far from unintelligent, Mr. Sai remarked with a knowing smile. Despite the brevity of their interaction, he discerned that the other party did not exhibit any manifest intellectual deficiencies. Albeit some mental perturbation appeared to be present, his candor was indicative of sagacity. Mr. Sai eschewed superfluous explanations, as it was merely a superfluous move he had made. 2 vials of nutrient solution daily. How does that sound? Chu Jianlei's eyes gleamed. He had been famished for 6 years. He would be rewarded for obtaining crucial information. Or so it seemed. As long as you dangle the reward before me, I will undoubtedly dedicate myself to the task. Predictably, no queries were posed. Mr. Sai chuckled upon hearing this, a swift response, hardly the mark of a simpleton. Rewards abound. It all depends on what information you can glean. Go and receive the injection. Must there be another injection? A wave of despair washed over Chu Jianlei. Is this truly the extent of your vision? Do you not understand the principle of division and differentiation? Only through disparate treatment can competition arise, allowing you to acquire more intelligence. Internally, he scoffed, yet outwardly maintained his composure, remarking, The injections are quite costly. This was the second occasion Mr. Sai had heard him mention the expense of the injections. He mused that the other had indeed led a sheltered life. However, upon reflection, it was evident that this individual, capable of consuming 4 vials of nutrient solution in one sitting, must endure considerable hardships in daily life. Consequently, he glanced at those around him and raised 2 fingers, indicating the second type of injection. The second injection is an improved version of the first, with slightly reduced toxicity. Ultimately, this fellow is rather foolish and possesses a frail constitution. It would be a pity if he were unable to take the antidote in time and succumb to fate. Chu Jianlei, however, failed to notice this detail, his mind consumed by frustration. Must I endure another injection? The most intolerable aspect for him was being subjected to the whims of others, especially when such circumstances concealed a significant threat to his very life. The wasteland environment was exceptionally harsh, yet a mere glance at the weaponry revealed the advanced technology that existed prior to the apocalypse. Toxic injections administered in batches with antidotes. Is this not entirely reasonable? Instinctively, he yearned to escape. Truly, his mind struggled to control his body. Yet upon seeing 2 headless corpses nearby, he forcibly suppressed his impulse. His restraint was so intense that his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Those around him cast curious glances, yet found nothing unusual. Is it not natural to feel fear when faced with the prospect of receiving a poison injection? It is well known that the timid Chu Jianlei would rather toil laboriously than venture into scavenging. As he struggled to suppress his impulses, he rapidly assessed everything around him. The pale blue syringe, he endeavored to discern its name from the vial, yet it was evident that the other party would not make such a fundamental blunder. An injection into the deltoid muscle of the left arm. This indicated that the toxin could swiftly reach the heart. But wait, could someone also inject into the right arm? This appeared to be a potential opportunity. If the toxin took a bit longer to reach the heart, it could still be considered a chance. Chu Jianlei subtly twisted the deltoid of his right arm, employing the same technique he had devised during his escape, an approach he had honed through self-study. If it served any purpose, it was the ability to temporarily occlude the blood vessels locally. Though this method was rather peculiar, it was ineffective in combat, which was why he had remained a weakling for the past 6 years. Similarly, it consumed a considerable amount of energy, rendering its use impractical in ordinary circumstances. However, desperate times called for desperate measures. Fortunately, he had just ingested 4 vials of nutrient supplements, and aside from his long-term deficiencies, his body was temporarily replenished with energy. Chu Jianlei exposed his right arm and stepped forward, catching the attention of the individual responsible for the injection. Logically, the injection should have been administered to the left arm, for the reasons he had surmised. Nevertheless, this demand was not particularly stringent. Since the other party had presented their right arm, covered in scabs, it would suffice. Without even changing the needle, nearly 3 milliliters of liquid were forcefully injected within 5 seconds, a testament to the brutality of the situation. Yet, this was the wasteland, where few cared for the plight of the weak. Chu Jianlei speculated that if the other party were not reluctant to change the syringe, perhaps due to concerns about its potential rupture, the process might have been expedited. As the needle plunged to its full depth, Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that something was amiss. Although the blood vessel had been temporarily sealed, he could still sense the tumultuous energy contained within the injection. Puzzled, he maintained an impassive expression, allowing his eyelids to droop as he silently stepped aside. He had initially assumed the substance to be a controllable neurotoxin, but it appeared to be an onslaught of chaotic energy instead. Yet, could this energy surge truly be lethal? Moreover, was there an antidote? Unable to fathom the answers, he resolved to let his thoughts be. Soon, a fiery sensation spread from his right deltoid to the tips of his fingers. Following the injection, the scavengers each received a cup of pristine water, which they eagerly consumed. The water was remarkably clear, more refreshing than bottled mineral water, a rarity in the wasteland. Nevertheless, no one expressed gratitude. Every survivor in this desolate land was a seasoned expert in survival. They understood that this was essential to facilitate the movement of the medicinal properties within their bodies. Someone murmured that they felt a bit warm. Was this an early onset? The individual responsible for the injection cast a glance at him, clarifying that such an onset occurred every 5 days, and that his current reaction was normal. Upon hearing the term onset, Chu Jianlei grew increasingly reluctant to allow this enigmatic substance to infiltrate his shoulder or armpit. Yet, resisting was truly arduous. and it consumed significant energy. After approximately 10 minutes, someone approached him, offering a stained cloth bag. Inside were 10 vials of nutrient solution, accompanied by a rudimentary alloy ring. Nutritional supplements amount to 5 days' wages. On the alloy ring, there exists a protruding button, which harbors significant information that can be activated by pressing it. As for the trivial messages, one must still report to the Hongxi settlement and collect the next 5 days' remuneration. Thank you. Chu Jianlei expressed his gratitude with utmost courtesy while opening a tube of nutritional supplement, directly squeezing it into his mouth. In the end, he inverted the outer membrane, licking the remnants of the supplement clean. In the Wasteland, this is how all the impoverished souls consume their nutritional supplements. Chu Jianlei's grievances diminished ever so slightly. An advance on wages is indeed quite welcome. The timing of this distribution was impeccable. He was nearing his limit. After another 5 minutes, the last of the fleeing individuals was apprehended, lifeless and beyond revival. Then, Mr. Sai and his convoy roared away, just as they had arrived. The survivors' weapons were returned to them, yet the affluent of the Hong settlement looked down upon such meager possessions. A burly man with a face full of flesh stepped before Chu Jianlei, shoving him slightly. "What have you obtained, lad?" The man was a hunter, armed with a Gauss automatic rifle, yet he saw no need to lower his weapon. A group of scavengers observed the scene with indifference, some harboring quiet regrets for not acting sooner. The burly man was not the most elite among the hunters. A lean figure with a laser sniper rifle was also present. However, the high-ranking hunters deemed it beneath them to trouble themselves with such insignificant insects, regarding the situation with cold detachment. "The commission for Mr. Sai," Chu Jianlei replied with a stoic expression, "and the communicator, do you wish to take it?" "Commission?" The eyes of the robust man gleamed with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure, a flicker of apprehension surfacing within his gaze. "Mr. Sai has employed you. But for what purpose?" he inquired. "To report on the happenings at the mine," Chu Jianlei replied candidly. "But I find it a daunting task. Perhaps you would consider taking my place?" The burly figure turned to depart. "What nonsense is this? Mr. Sai may underestimate the scavengers, but I dare not. In a life-or-death scenario, hunters would undoubtedly surpass scavengers, yet he was willing to accept this assignment, oblivious to the potential dangers lurking ahead. A man, armed with a laser sniper rifle, posed a question: "Why did Mr. Sai choose you?" "Because I am not a scavenger, perhaps." Chu Jianlei struggled to articulate his reasoning. "I hope your intellect is sufficient to comprehend my words." As it turned out, more than one person grasped his meaning. The survivors were adept at survival, with at least a few possessing adequate intelligence. A grimy female scavenger spoke up. "Are you suggesting this is a threat, silly Chu?" The expressions of the other scavengers shifted slightly in response. Countless individuals had contemplated uniting the scavengers of the junkyard, yet none had succeeded, resulting in the majority fading into obscurity. Mr. Sai might indeed be formidable, but how formidable could he truly be? "I do not engage in wrongdoing," Chu Jianlei responded, somewhat perplexed. However, in the next instant, he cast a cold glance at a hunter and commanded, "Lower your laser pistol." Chapter 8. Silly Chu's Overreach. Although Chu Jianlei finds himself in a state of disarray, he possesses an unwavering moral compass. He scorns the idea of leveraging the name of Mr. Sai to instigate trouble, harboring no favorable sentiments towards that individual. In his pursuit to consolidate the scavengers, he never contemplated that, even if he were to unite them, he would solely depend on his own capabilities. Yet, the laser pistol is a prize he cannot allow to slip away, for it is a relic of the late Third Master. Despite their mediocre relationship, during which Third Master had even struck him on several occasions, Chu has not forgotten the life-saving vial of nutrients he received. He is acutely aware of the debt he owes Third Master for a shipment, a debt that cannot be repaid. Yet Chu Jianlei is determined not to remain in debt. Thus, the act of bullying the deceased Third Master and seizing his weapon without consent is fundamentally unjust. Coincidentally, Chu Jianlei finds himself in dire need of a weapon, prompting him to speak out. The assailant who absconded with the laser pistol is a bald man, his physique extraordinarily muscular, adorned with tattoos. He wields a Gauss automatic rifle, carries 2 long knives on his back, and has a dagger suspended from his waist, presenting an imposing figure that is unmistakably formidable. The only thing lacking is a laser pistol at his side. This very deficiency allowed him to seize the pistol without contest from the other hunters. The bald man casts an indifferent glance at Chu Jianlei, casually securing the pistol in its holster. Do you wish to perish? Do you intend to kill me? Chu Jinlei brandishes an alloy ring, exclaiming, Mr. Sai. Someone seeks to take my life. The bald man's face turns ashen in an instant. Are you implying you desire this pistol? Chu Jinlei, realizing he forgot to press a crucial button, glances at the circular device, eager to rectify his oversight. Take it. The bald man cast the laser pistol to the ground and warned, do not press the button. Chu Jinlei rolled his eyes, momentarily taken aback, before admitting, I seem to lack the skill to use a gun. This statement was wholly believable. How could a man, who barely managed to fill his belly, possibly wield a firearm? Mastery of weaponry in the Wasteland may not be overly complex, yet the distinction between merely firing a weapon and proficiently utilizing it is indeed vast. It is akin to the difference between handling a gun and repairing one. These are two entirely separate realms of expertise. The bald man was genuinely taken aback. Did this fellow truly think that summoning someone of Mr. Sai's caliber was a trivial matter? He could not help but retort, if you cannot wield a firearm, what are you trying to seize? Chu Jinlei replied with conviction, Third Master has saved my life. If one were to reckon, one could argue that he had rescued the scarred woman not once, but twice, nearly eliminating him to claim the reward. As for the connection between the gratitude owed and the ownership of the laser pistol, he had yet to formulate a coherent argument. The one-armed scavenger interjected. This is the relic of our kind. Greedy wolf, do not overstep your bounds. Survival in the Wasteland also hinges on social circles. Greedy wolf's previous actions had indeed crossed a line. As a predator, seizing the possessions of scavengers was tantamount to assuming all scavengers were lifeless. Until now, no one had contested this, as Greedy Wolf was formidable and his fellow hunters were numerous, prompting the others to endure. However, with someone now willing to confront the issue, it was imperative to address the matter to preserve the dignity of the scavengers. I have not overstepped, Greedy Wolf replied, spreading his hands. I have discarded the gun. Oh, now I shall unholster it. He unfastened the holster and cast it to the ground, yet a flicker of indignation stirred within him. Thus, he remarked, if one cannot wield a firearm, one must practice diligently. However, the energy cells are running low. A laser gun devoid of energy cells is scarcely more effective than a mere iron rod, and the cost of energy cells is exorbitant. For someone like San Yi, a seasoned scavenger, purchasing energy cells requires a grimace, let alone for a pauper like Chu Jinlei. Tan Lang believed that although foolish Chu was indeed simple-minded, he was not utterly dim-witted. Consider the nuances of the situation. Chu Jinlei pondered for a moment before glancing at the twin blades on his back. In truth, I prefer using a knife. You fool, you are pushing your luck. Tan Lang erupted in anger. Do you covet my hyper-frequency oscillating knife? Chu Jinlei blinked. If you can wield San Ye's gun, why can't I take your knife? In this world, matters are generally fair, are they not? There is nothing more to discuss between us, you imbecile. Tan Lang snorted coldly. Then feel free to seize it. It is clearly something one could purchase, yet you insist on stealing it. Should I kill you, Mr. Sai cannot fault me. Chu Jinlei produced an alloy ring. Then I shall enlist Mr. Sai's assistance in the theft. That should suffice, no? Don't. Tan Lang felt his temper flare anew. Foolish Chu. Why must you persist in robbing me? Call me Brother Chu. Chu Jinlei casually retorted, then countered. And why do you seek to seize San Yi's gun? Because I am formidable enough. Tan Lang yearned to respond. Mr. Sai likely dismissed San Ye's weapon or wished to avoid inciting further ire, hence refraining from taking the gun. However, once Mr. Sai departed, he felt entitled to covet it, so he took it. Was this truly a transgression? The absence of reaction from over 30 hunters served as testament to his qualification. Yet, it was evident that there was no need to elucidate this to the fool. So the greedy wolf turned and strode away. He could not afford to leave behind the hyper-frequency oscillating knife, even if he possessed two. The greedy wolf was also wagering, betting that this simpleton was not exceedingly foolish. By his departure, the other party would likely refrain from contacting Mr. Sai further. In this realm, genuine fools could not survive. Indeed, as Chu Jinlei watched him leave, he found himself momentarily stunned. In truth, his desire to seize the adversary's long knife had been a spur-of-the-moment impulse. It was said that the hyper-frequency oscillating knife was not particularly expensive. The other party had not only denied him the knife, but had also departed without hesitation, resulting in a satisfactory outcome. Thus, he was certain not to reach out to Mr. Sai again, and instead pondered, what exactly was this syringe? His thoughts were indeed erratic. and resolving the issue pertaining to the syringe was undeniably urgent. Others remained silent until the sound of the greedy wolf's motorcycle echoed, at which point a filthy female scavenger spoke up. "Hey, Xiao Chu, why not take Ironhead's oscillating knife? After all, he has no family." Chu Jianlei snapped back to reality and glanced at her. "Do you not want it?" Ironhead's gear was not shabby. It included a Gauss automatic rifle and a short knife. Compared to the hunters, this equipment was quite ordinary, but sufficient for self-defense among scavengers. The woman waved her hand dismissively. "If you want it, take it. Just remember what you said. Don't do anything bad." Observing the silence of the others, Chu Jianlei approached the lifeless form of Taitu. He relieved the corpse of its concussive short blade, as well as the Gauss automatic rifle and ammunition belt. After a moment's pause, he commenced a thorough search of the body. Having already adopted a position of borrowed authority, he reasoned that extending his actions slightly further would make little difference. The assembled scavengers exchanged furtive glances, silently questioning whether he intended to monopolize the spoils. However, recalling the ignominious departure of the greedy wolf, they found the situation more palatable. The thought of provoking the simpleton and potentially incurring further trouble from Mr. Sai was a risk they preferred to avoid. When Chu Jianlei proceeded to search the remains of Third Master, a stocky man could no longer contain his indignation. "Idiot Chu!" he exclaimed. "Do you intend to seize the territories of Taitu and Third Master as well?" Within the junkyard, the scavenging grounds were naturally divided into territories. Despite the chaotic nature of the wasteland, a semblance of order prevailed. While the demarcation of these areas might be fluid, subject to the arrival of new scavengers and the demise of old ones, a division nonetheless existed. "Is it not permissible?" Chu Jianlei inquired without looking up. The stocky man was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what grounds did he have to prevent the simpleton from taking over? He cast a pleading gaze towards his fellow scavengers, seeking their support. "Are you all simply going to allow him to take control?" The other scavengers remained unresponsive, their gazes largely indifferent. The scavenging community was generally unwelcoming to outsiders, but with someone already drawing animosity, why should they expose themselves, now that their territory is vacant? It's not as if any single individual can simply take possession. The real concern is provoking that fool Chu into changing his mind and engaging in malevolence. That would be most unfortunate. Chu Jianlei completed his search of the corpses, stood up, and muttered softly, "Paupers." These two were truly destitute, possessing nothing of value save for some ammunition, sustenance, and water. However, upon reflection, it was perhaps to be expected, as they had come forth to besiege the fallen, prepared for a demise in some forsaken ditch. The assembled multitude regarded him with peculiar expressions. The words savior were still ringing in the air, yet now they were being dismissed as paupers? Surely, this was evidence of a deranged mind. Chu Jianlei paid them no heed, turning his gaze instead to the stocky man who had spoken earlier. "I have no immediate intention of scavenging," he stated, "but I must declare that I am entitled to assume control of their territory." "No intention? That's excellent," the stocky man thought to himself, secretly relieved. "Had I known this, why would I have rushed forth to play the villain?" Seeking to ameliorate the situation, he offered with a smile, "So, what do you intend to do next?" "Continue pulling my tricycle," Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation. "I must assist Mr. Sai in completing his task." Then, casting a glance at the scavengers, he added, "I need to gather information from you all. If I were to go scavenging, there would be no time." The stocky man's countenance shifted slightly once more. "Little Chu, are you planning to keep a close watch on us?" "Indeed," Chu Jianlei affirmed bluntly, then spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "I do not wish to, but I must." The stocky man's eyes darted about. "Little Chu, you wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for us, would you?" "No," Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation. Just as everyone had just let out a sigh of relief, he uttered another remark. "As long as you cooperate well." What exactly does cooperate well mean? This notion seems rather subjective. Many scavengers silently cursed. However, they had no choice but to engage with a fool, did they? Yet the filthy woman could no longer contain herself. "Silly Chu, you aren't planning to inspect the refuse we've collected, are you?" "Of course I must inspect," Chu Jianlei replied earnestly. "Rest assured, I shall keep your other acquisitions confidential." The woman's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. "You are violating the rules of scavengers." "What am I to do?" Chu Jianlei shrugged. Feigning innocence, should I fabricate something? Chapter 9. Gene Modification Serum. Chu Jianlei's plight did not sway the woman. She pointedly declared, "This is betrayal. You should understand the rules of scavengers. Up until now, I am not yet a scavenger, am I? Chu Jianlei felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. He had to assert, this is a command from Mr. Sai. It is not a request of my own volition. Since you all disagree, shall I report this to him? Just moments ago, when Mr. Sai was present, these individuals had said nothing. Now, they were dragging their feet. Bullying whom? At that moment, someone could no longer tolerate it. A lean hunter bearing a laser sniper rifle. He cleared his throat. Do not casually invoke Mr. Sai's name. Once this matter is resolved, you still need to make a living here. He had encountered many who wielded a feather as if it were a command. Yet few were as oblivious as this one. The lower strata possess their own set of rules. Do not presume that ascending to higher branches grants immunity from these regulations. In the eyes of the emaciated man, it was uncertain whether this fool would survive until the conclusion of the matter. Among scavengers, one can certainly find their share of cunning individuals. Chu Jianlei cast a perplexed glance at him, pondering why he was meddling. He then asserted that possessing these 3 weapons sufficed, urging the others to examine the corpses of others. The emaciated man coldly interjected, stating that they would not disturb the bodies of the scavengers, nor should the others touch the hunters. The stout scavenger, upon hearing this, protested, claiming that he had not stopped the greedy wolf earlier. The emaciated man unfalteringly replied, that was your cowardice, not my concern. Hunters do not engage in infighting. He grasped the rules, yet each individual harbored their own allegiance, naturally leading to biases. Chu Jianlei observed the fray with a detached gaze, refraining from voicing any opinion on their conflict. As he had surmised, the other corpses yielded little in terms of valuables, primarily consisting of water and ammunition. While the others rummaged through the bodies, Chu Jianlei found himself lost in thought, eventually extracting a vial of nutrient solution to consume. A middle-aged scavenger could not suppress his curiosity, exclaiming, what kind of hunger drives you to this? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianlei responded, who knows the origin of this solution? I offer considerable rewards. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Moments ago, they had been hailing him as a master, and now they were inquiring about the solution? However, this is not entirely a misfortune. It merely demonstrates that the loyalty of this fool is somewhat limited, as he is at least somewhat self-aware. I can, perhaps, surmise a hint of what is to come. The gaunt hunter spoke. What can you offer? The middle-aged scavenger, who had initially been observing the scene with a smile, was taken aback by this inquiry and coughed lightly. Young man, in terms of discerning the value of things, do you believe the hunter can rival us scavengers? This is no exaggeration. Scavenging is indeed not a task for just anyone. He had initially intended to leverage his knowledge to negotiate better terms, hence his temporary silence. However, with someone encroaching upon his territory, he could no longer afford to remain quiet. Yet, Chu Jianlei held steadfast to his principles. The order of arrival must be acknowledged. Brother Hunter, you may speak first. The emaciated hunter glanced at the middle-aged scavenger, shook his head, and departed without uttering a single word. Nevertheless, his stance was unmistakably clear. If someone else is aware, then I shall remain silent. Your secrets do not pique my interest. This is the essence of a true wasteland dweller. Despite possessing formidable strength, there are matters one ought not to inquire about. The middle-aged man turned to Chu Jianlei. What compensation can you provide? Chu Jianlei tilted his head in contemplation before responding. You are aware that I am rather impoverished. My compensation is this. I shall report your information faithfully, with no embellishments. If, enough. The middle-aged man interrupted him promptly. I hope you do not publicize this. He interpreted the other's words as a veiled threat. If you choose not to inform me. Well, something along those lines, I suppose. However, Chu Jianlei was quite taken aback. He had intended to say that if anyone were to falsely accuse him, he would certainly intervene. But since the other party was willing to speak, he naturally wouldn't interfere, and simply nodded, assuring him, I guarantee I won't breathe a word to anyone. It must be acknowledged that despite his years of hardship, he had established a reputation for integrity. He might be a bit simple-minded, but he never harmed anyone. He always honored his commitments, and he would rather endure a beating than do something against his principles. Most people wouldn't trust the word of a simpleton, but for most scavengers, this simpleton was an exception. So the middle-aged man drew him aside and spoke in hushed tones. Strictly speaking, this injection is not a poison, but rather a genetic modification agent for the human body, albeit one that failed before the apocalypse. Chu Jianlei glanced at him thoughtfully. Failed? Indeed. Because the side effects were too severe, the middle-aged man nodded decisively. It's a very violent form of energy. Chu Jianlei nodded silently. This aligned with his understanding, as it was indeed a highly volatile energy. The middle-aged man continued. This energy is very persistent and will cause irreversible damage to muscles, blood vessels, and nerves. Therefore, artificial restorative fluids are essential to repair the damaged tissues. And as it happens, I know that the upper limit for artificial restoration is 5 days. Beyond that, it becomes exceedingly difficult to repair. Chu Jianlei blinked, retrieved a nutrient solution, consumed it, and licked it clean, before asking, I can understand most of what you're saying. But why would there be a second 5-day period? The longevity of this energy is quite remarkable. The middle-aged man gazed at him with an air of perplexity. Am I not being sufficiently clear? Longevity. I find it appealing, Chu Jianlei remarked with a slight smile. What man could possibly resist such endurance? Nevertheless, he still harbored a question. How long does this endurance last? Approximately 1.5 to 2 months, the middle-aged man pondered before responding. He then added, in fact, this serves as a highly effective agent for bodily transformation, which can be deemed advantageous. Chu Jianlei nodded, urging him to dispense with further elaboration and simply reveal the subsequent but. There must be a but. Otherwise, how could this potion possibly fail? However, the middle-aged man sighed. After the designated period, a small fraction of individuals may succumb to the transformation. Of course, a mere handful of fatalities does not equate to absolute failure. The crux lies in the fact that many will end up with lifelong disabilities. Only an exceedingly small fraction, presumably less than 5%, may attain a certain enhancement in their physical constitution. Yet this enhancement varies in strength and weakness, lacking any discernible pattern, rendering it a failure. 5%, Chu Jianlei mused. He considered this ratio to be rather significant. In cultivating exceptional talents, such odds could very well justify a gamble. The issue at hand, however, is that the apocalypse looms near. Should we not concentrate our efforts and seize the moment? The middle-aged man, upon hearing the words, exhibited a fleeting moment of daze. The nature of the apocalypse remained an enigma, shrouded in uncertainty. I hailed from a lineage of physicians, yet due to ancestral transgressions, we were exiled to the wilderness. Although some knowledge was bequeathed to me, it was regrettably limited, leaving me in the dark about the events that transpired during those times. Chu Jianlei stood there, momentarily taken aback, before finally inquiring, is there any additional evidence? His question seemed disjointed, a hallmark of high-functioning autism, yet the middle-aged man opposite him grasped the implication. He gestured towards his chest, stating, here, it feels heated. I can sense it. It was no wonder he exuded more confidence than the gaunt hunter. Aside from his esteemed heritage, he had been administered a potent serum. The lean hunter, despite his extensive knowledge, remained merely an observer, oblivious to the authentic reactions following the injection. Thus, he had no choice but to depart, for the other was a first-hand experiencer. Was it the xiphoid process? Chu Jianlei pondered for a brief moment. His primary reference framework stemmed from the Taoist canon, which consistently emphasized concepts such as the Dantian and Qi-Si. The xiphoid process, however, was seldom mentioned within Taoist teachings. The common adage regarding a punch to the sternum resulting in death predominantly pertains to this region. A fracture of the xiphoid piercing the heart, if not treated promptly, would assuredly lead to demise. Moreover, the xiphoid process is particularly vulnerable, without intentional training. The muscles in that area cannot be naturally developed. It lies between the upper two segments of the well-known 6-pack or 8-pack abs, necessitating targeted exercise to achieve definition. Thus, Chu Jianlei felt that prioritizing the genetic modification of the Jian-2 position indeed held a certain degree of validity. However, wait a moment. Isn't the Jian-2 situated adjacent to the Danzhong point? The Danzhong is renowned as the middle Dantian, although cultivation typically begins at the lower Dantian. This pertains to genetic modification agents, not the practices of Taoism. They are fundamentally two distinct systems. Therefore, initiating modifications at the middle Dantian is not entirely out of the question. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei remained uncertain about the sensations expressed by the other party. He had concentrated the majority of the agents within his right arm, even though some effects had permeated throughout his body. He primarily felt a fiery warmth confined to his right arm. He had no distinct sensations regarding any abnormalities at the Jian Tuesday. However, Asperger's syndrome, aside from its behavioral manifestations, also has a characteristic of impulsiveness. Whether the other party's claims were true or not mattered little to him. As long as the logic was sound, he was willing to believe. He could have sought verification from other scavengers, but he chose to act impulsively. He did not wish for others to discover that he had not sensed any anomalies at his Jian-2, as that would expose his secret. Chu Jinlei promptly released the sealed energy within him, allowing the surging force to engulf his entire being in an instant. After approximately 30 to 40 seconds, he exhaled gently. The sensation was truly exhilarating. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. The area around his Jian-2 was distinctly ablaze with heat, intensifying by the second. Meanwhile, his mind became remarkably clear. Chapter 10. Is this serious? The middle-aged scavenger gazed curiously at Chu Jinlei after revealing the secret. However, the other party was momentarily taken aback, slowly exhaling a breath, yet exhibited no further reaction. After approximately half a minute, this fool gradually opened his eyes and turned to leave. Hey, Xiaoqi, he couldn't help but call out. Where are you going? Where to? Chu Jinlei turned his head back, casting a suspicious glance at him. Of course, I'm going back to rest, and then to work. Well? The middle-aged man glanced at the scavengers and hunters present. Aren't you going to participate in wrapping things up? Not participating, Chu Jinlei replied decisively, shaking his head without looking back as he departed. He had already acquired 3 weapons and rummaged through 2 corpses. Anything beyond that would be excessive. More critically, the failed gene serum still posed a latent threat to him. He was uncertain how the gene warriors were trained before the apocalypse, but it certainly differed from the methods he was familiar with from Taoist scriptures. He intended to ponder this distinction thoroughly. If possible, he would start from the physical conditioning techniques of the Blue Planet. After all, he couldn't allow the mutation to commence with a mere 5% chance from the sword tip. As he watched his figure diminish into the distance, the scavengers and hunters exchanged glances. Eventually, one of them let out a soft snort. Indeed, foolish. Under such circumstances today, it should have been the turning point in the fate of the foolish Chu. In the past, he was easily bullied, with no one harboring any concerns. Now, having acquired a semblance of authority, he ought to establish some rules to secure himself some benefits. Yet he simply walked away. Some individuals remained indifferent to Chu Jinlei's thoughts, eagerly expressing the need to discuss other matters. A hushed voice murmured, "What a bunch of avaricious fools." Chu Jinlei walked briskly, soon vanishing from the crowd's sight. He then bent down and sprinted away, his body light from years of malnutrition, enabling him to run swiftly. However, as he continued, his body grew increasingly warm, and his skin flushed. Just when he felt he could no longer endure, a few uneven mounds appeared ahead. He had finally arrived. Chu Jinlei reached the side of one mound, scraped the ground a couple of times with his hands, and then pushed forcefully. A fissure emerged, over 20 centimeters wide and approximately a meter long. Glancing at the few strands of hair concealed within the crevice, he noticed nothing amiss and resolutely squeezed through. This was not his dwelling. Rather, it was a makeshift refuge he had excavated in the wilderness. Chu Jinlei was exceedingly frail, and for him, this was a considerable undertaking. Yet he was plagued by a profound sense of insecurity. Even with irregular meals, he had managed to dig 3 temporary shelters in the wild. Each refuge was pitifully small. But to Chu Jinlei, having something was better than nothing. This particular shelter was the largest he had constructed, yet even with a Gauss automatic weapon in hand, he still encountered some difficulty entering. He burrowed nearly 3 meters downward at an angle, arriving at a confined space. This area was approximately a meter below the surface, 2 meters long, 60 centimeters wide, and about 1.5 meters high, roughly the size of 2 stacked coffins. In this confined space, he concealed a small jar of water, half a tube of nutritional fluid, and a fragment of a candle. It is no wonder that he possesses a fragile sense of security. Having traversed dimensions inexplicably once, he is reluctant to experience such a phenomenon again. Setting aside the question of survival rates, can he truly guarantee that his next crossing will land him in a human form? However, at present, he has no time to ponder these uncertainties. He pushed the door shut behind him, retrieved the newly acquired flashlight, and ensured its functionality before descending into the subterranean chamber. Once inside, he swiftly assumed a cross-legged position, embarking on a thorough examination of his vital energy and blood circulation. The exertion from earlier had left him breathless, and he struggled to attain a state of calm. Yet, he could distinctly feel the soreness permeating his muscles, a discomfort not merely caused by an excess of lactic acid. Although he wished to meditate, he regrettably found himself devoid of any techniques for harnessing his internal energy. Prior to his dimensional shift, he had studied the 5 animal frolics and 8 pieces of brocade, Though he lacked mastery in Tai Chi, unfortunately, the constrained environment rendered these body cultivation methods impractical. Could he perhaps manage to stand in a posture of stillness? His stance was indeed quite standard, having once sought guidance from a specialist in the Middle Kingdom. Alas, since arriving in the Wasteland, he has been impoverished, and such physically demanding exercises had become a rarity for him. Nevertheless, the current moment offered a rare opportunity for a brief indulgence, and with a fiery heat surging within him, it was the perfect time to experiment. As he stood, he focused his energy on the lower dantian, not the middle. Yet, the foundation of this body was somewhat lacking. Within mere minutes of standing, he began to experience discomfort in his lower back and waist. However, immediately thereafter, a miracle occurred. The scorching heat at the acupoint began to wane, and the oppressive warmth enveloping his entire body gradually diminished. Correspondingly, the lower dantian began to radiate warmth. The heat within him surged forth, akin to rivers converging into the sea, continuously flowing towards the lower dantian. In an instant, Chu Jianlei felt invigorated, his waist no longer ached, and his back was liberated from fatigue. Yet, what precisely had he cultivated? Had the failed gene serum unexpectedly commenced aiding him in refining his internal prowess? This heat transforming into internal energy, was it genuine? At that moment, a phrase suddenly surged in his mind. Where in the human body is there not a dantian? Thus, this wave of warmth could potentially be authentic. Could it not? However, as he recalled this phrase, a jolt surged through his mind, conjuring an outline of an image. It resembled a cartoonish butterfly, with a disproportionately large head and a diminutive body, its wings akin to the tiny, muscular legs of a stick figure. Although the details were hazy and indistinct, Chu Jianlei experienced a sudden shiver coursing through him. He murmured softly, as if in a dream, "Little Lake, is that you?" Little Lake was the artificial intelligence he had created in Shenzhou. At that time, feeling somewhat disillusioned with life, he chose the butterfly as its embodiment, believing that even if it lived only for a summer, it would still radiate beauty. However, in the naming process, he found Little Butterfly to be rather commonplace and too reminiscent of his father's name. No one could take advantage of him so easily, not even artificial intelligence. Hence, a butterfly was named Little Lake. Wasn't that quite reasonable? Little Lake possessed a high degree of intelligence, and Chu Jianlei, as its creator, was not lacking in financial resources. He spared no expense on hardware, resulting in rapid computational speed. Due to the support from the official authorities of Shenzhou, a plethora of data has been made accessible, and its learning capacity is remarkably robust, with a high degree of training completion. Except for the absence of self-awareness, Chu Jianlei believes it is not far removed from intelligent life. As for the idea of endowing it with consciousness, Chu Jianlei refrained from delving into that notion, despite the undeniable impulse he felt. Firstly, he estimated that achieving such a feat would be exceedingly difficult. Although his intellect is exceptionally high, he is not so presumptuous as to entertain madness. Secondly, the very concept of granting artificial intelligence sentience is inherently antisocial. Who can guarantee that it would not turn against humanity? Nevertheless, the prospect of finally meeting Xiao Hu filled him with joy. Unfortunately, the cartoon butterfly quivered slightly before bursting apart into a multitude of starlight, which faded away within mere seconds. Almost immediately, a familiar, excruciating pain surged within his mind, a throbbing agony. Let it hurt, Chu Jianlei thought, as he remained rooted in place, his hands instinctively reaching for his waist to retrieve a vial of nutrient solution. Upon consuming one vial, the throbbing intensified. Without a second thought, he reached for another. Previously, he had received 10 vials of nutrient solution as payment from Mr. Sai, and had scavenged an additional 12 from Tai Tu and San Yi. Now, he felt justified in indulging a little, confident that this throbbing pain would likely enhance his cerebral processing capabilities. After approximately 10 minutes, having consumed 3 vials, the pain in his head ceased to escalate. However, maintaining his stance was no longer feasible. After all, this body had never been accustomed to standing for long durations. He plopped down onto the ground, seizing a water pouch and gulping down the refreshing liquid with fervor. Standing in place had expended considerable energy, and the strain on his mind was even greater. After consuming 3 tubes of nutrients, hydration became imperative. This water pouch, presumably carried by Iron Head, contained remarkably pure water. Yet, despite his overwhelming thirst, Chu Jianlei managed to restrain his desire for indulgence. Reason dictated that the peculiar state of his body might persist for an indeterminate duration. making it essential to judiciously plan his sustenance. While there were moments when his mind could not govern his body, ordinarily, his self-discipline was formidable. This was not merely an issue of obsession. In this perilous environment, he had little room for error. After taking 6 substantial sips, equating to 12 smaller ones, he decisively set the water pouch aside. Subsequently, he naturally assumed a posture of 5 hearts facing the heavens. He was uncertain whether this would yield any benefits. But was not the path of cultivation often fraught with such uncertainties? His breathing calmed slightly, yet the throbbing pain in his head persisted vigorously. Approximately 10 minutes later, he retrieved another tube of nutrients. However, this time, he refrained from further drinking. The precious resource of water was simply too valuable. Over the next hour, he consumed 2 more tubes of nutrients and took 3 more large sips of water. Just as he began to worry about when this elevation would conclude, the throbbing in his head gradually subsided. 5 minutes later, the discomfort had diminished to a negligible level, leaving Chu Jianlei uncertain if any residual pain remained. Suddenly, a mantra materialized in his mind, the nameless qi refining technique. Is this a technique for cultivation? Chu Jianlei was instantly taken aback. After traversing into this world, he found that many pieces of knowledge from Blue Star were not very clear in his memory, mostly knowing them in principle, but not in detail. After all, his expertise lay in supercomputing, not in supermemory. However, he was quite certain that he had never encountered such a technique in Blue Star. Even if there truly existed a cultivation method, it couldn't possibly be named the nameless qi refining technique, could it? Thus, it appears that my golden finger upon crossing over has finally arrived. Has this activated the system? Chapter 11. A changed era after the initial shock. Chu Jianlei steadied himself and began to think calmly. In truth, he had never been particularly interested in systems. From a rational perspective, carrying a remnant spirit of an old man would be more plausible than a system. If a system does exist, especially one capable of issuing tasks, what terrifying existence must lie behind it? Chu Jianlei believed that one should not casually relinquish their intellect, so he began to contemplate meticulously. He then silently recited the nameless qi refining technique, savoring its intricacies multiple times, and finally untangled his thoughts. This qi refining technique truly lived up to its name. In its brief 4,000 words, many aspects of the cultivation process were vague. It was not that the descriptions were unclear, but rather that there was a significant lack of detail. Moreover, the areas lacking detail did not imply a lack of cultivation concepts. Instead, they suggested numerous possibilities. Chu Jianlei slapped his thigh in realization. At last, he understood that this nameless qi refining technique was essentially a product of his own deductions. It is highly probable that Xiao, who traversed alongside him, for artificial intelligence can also be perceived as a form of electromagnetic coding. Previously, due to the frailty of this corporeal vessel, awakening Xiao, who was utterly unattainable. However, with an unexpected opportunity and the consumption of a substantial amount of nutritional supplements, Xiao, who was consequently activated. Their connection allowed for communication through brainwaves, leading Xiao, who to sense his recent needs. Thus, the artificial intelligence commenced its operations, hastily devising a cultivation technique. Is this fantastical? Certainly, it is profoundly fantastical. Yet, Chu Jianlei believes that this rationale surpasses the concept of system possession. As corroboration, many of the Taoist texts that he had not memorized in depth now come to mind word by word. Initially possessing merely superior computational abilities, he now also acquired extraordinary mnemonic faculties. However, those afflicted with hyperthymesia often find their circumstances more burdensome than those with enhanced computation, as they are unable to forget what they see, which is quite lamentable. Nevertheless, these matters are trifling. What truly matters is that this elucidates the ambiguities present in the nameless qi refining technique. How potent can a technique derived in merely an hour be? Moreover, the computational support for Xiao, who does not stem from the grand supercomputing assemblage of the divine land, but rather from a malnourished human brain. The driving force is no longer an inexhaustible supply of immense electricity, but rather a meager quantity of nutritional supplements. Although the human body is indeed an inexhaustible treasure, the results achieved thus far are already satisfactory. Chu Jianlei steadied his mind and rewarded himself with a generous sip of water. After contemplating for nearly 2 minutes, he resolved, charge forth. Is the qi refining technique incomplete? This is of no concern. It suffices to prove that a sensation of energy has emerged in my lower dantian. He conducted 18 experiments over the span of 10 minutes. The final trial was spaced 5 minutes apart to prevent any habitual illusions from arising. After another half hour, he attempted once more, and the results remained consistent. This was indeed accomplished. The incompleteness of the qi refining technique was truly inconsequential. As long as the concepts were clarified, he could gradually deduce the process step by step. Although Chu Jianlei possessed an exceptionally high intelligence and exhibited a remarkable capacity for lateral thinking, he lacked the restlessness often associated with high intellect. It was entirely normal for a project to span 3 to 5 months, and he derived immense satisfaction from the pursuit of challenging problems. Most importantly, he had now discovered a direction for his efforts. The most terrifying aspects of life are confusion and despair. Once hope emerges, one's spirit and vitality undergo a transformation. Subsequently, he stood in meditation for 10 minutes, and after exhausting himself, he lay down and fell asleep. Although this slumber was not particularly lengthy, the quality of his sleep was exceptional, and upon awakening, Chu Jianlei felt rejuvenated. He then consumed half a tube of nutritional supplement, and with the spoils from the previous day, he returned to his abode. His residence was approximately 40 kilometers from the refuge, which constituted the radius of Chu Jianlei's daily activities. The furthest he would venture was just over 60 kilometers, never exceeding 70 kilometers, as that would be far too perilous. His dwelling was a semi-subterranean structure, roughly 9 square meters in size, a result of his recent expansion. When Chu Jianlei first traversed into this realm, this modest building was not significantly larger than the refuge itself. Surrounding his residence were about 100 similar structures, forming a settlement of sorts amidst the desolate wilderness. However, this settlement has formed spontaneously, devoid of any overseers. No one governs anyone else. The owners of certain structures may suddenly vanish, never to return, while newcomers take possession of those buildings. In the event of an attack by mutated beasts, the residents of these structures can choose to flee or resist, bearing no responsibilities or obligations. In contrast, a formally established settlement delineates clear responsibilities and obligations, alongside a corresponding system of rewards and punishments. Consequently, in such wild encampments, petty theft is commonplace. Strangely, however, severe acts of violence are rather rare. Ultimately, it is merely a group of survivors seeking warmth and unity. If the security conditions were excessively poor, who would choose to reside there? When confronted with mutated beasts, individuals can still opt to escape, yet against the fallen, fleeing proves futile. One can only fight to the death. Chu Jianlei has not returned home for a week. Upon finally visiting, he finds solace in the fact that no one has occupied his small abode. However, the spare tricycle within his room has vanished, along with several metal rods and most of his charcoal. Charcoal is an invaluable resource in the Wasteland, essential not only for warmth, but also for countering toxic gases and filtering contaminated water. Chu Jianlei's stock of charcoal is meager, perhaps around 10 pounds. It is not that he does not wish to store more. Rather, the more one accumulates, the quicker it tends to disappear, and as a quintessential pauper, he refrains from taking such risks. Under normal circumstances, the loss of this small quantity of charcoal would elicit only a few mild curses. After all, it is irretrievable. Yet, the disappearance of the spare tricycle is a step too far. He approached another semi-subterranean structure and spoke in a low voice. "Sister Fat, I need to inquire about something." A plump woman emerged from the underground, standing approximately 1 meter 60 tall and weighing around 160 pounds. Initially displaying impatience at the sound of Chu Jianlei's voice, her demeanor transformed upon noticing the Gauss submachine gun slung over his shoulder and the laser pistol at his waist, her face breaking into a smile. "Ah, it's you, little Chu. What brings you to seek Sister Fat?" Chu Jianlei, maintaining an impassive expression, inquired. "I am trying to find out who took my spare tricycle." "And the charcoal? How would I know?" Sister Fat's expression soured instantly, her mood shifting with remarkable swiftness. "I run a grocery store selling odds and ends. I'm not your family's guard. Why would you ask me about this? Have you lost your senses?" In this wild settlement, there indeed existed grocery stores, and Sister Fat even dabbled in meat sales. Chu Jianlei's face darkened. "You've bought my tricycle from outsiders on 2 occasions." Although Sister Fat engaged in minor commerce, her operations were extensive, and it was not uncommon for her to deal in stolen goods. Regardless, she was certainly not the thief. She could even recount who had sold the items to her. For her, conducting business in such a manner was already a form of sophistication. "I could steal from you directly." and you would be powerless against me. However, upon hearing this, Sister Fat was immediately incensed. Just because you wield 2 guns, do you think you're exceptional? She was not without support in her business endeavors. Is having a gun what makes you formidable? This was precisely the predicament Chu Jianlei had encountered previously. Although Chu Jianlei is weak, acquiring a firearm or a vibrating knife is, in fact, not particularly challenging. He possesses a natural talent for setting traps. And in this desolate wasteland, violence is all too common. For instance, whenever 2 factions clash, he can quietly observe and perhaps seize an opportunity. However, Chu Jianlei refrains from such actions, fully aware that even if he obtains a gun, he would still be a solitary figure, surrounded by a dozen firearms. He would have no choice but to kneel, for resistance would be futile, unless he could leverage his abilities to cultivate a team and establish a formidable force, which is a rather unrealistic aspiration given his poor social skills. Chu Jianlei has only ever sincerely befriended one individual, and he once entertained such thoughts. But that person tragically passed away a few days ago. Hence, even if he managed to acquire several weapons, he would ultimately face humiliation, if not a threat to his very life. With a heart steeled for violence, it is perhaps wiser not to entertain such notions. Sister Fat is acutely aware of this, which is why she remains unfazed in the presence of the fully armed Chu Jianlei. He quietly removed the Gauss automatic rifle from his back and disengaged the safety. Say that again. Are you mad? Sister Fat's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of concern for this fool's reckless behavior. My brother is a hunter. From the Red Bull team. My other brother is with the Flying Car Gang. This connection serves as her leverage in business. Her brother is indeed her blood relative, and her other brother holds a significant position. The depth of their bond is difficult to quantify, yet it undeniably exists. Chu Jianlei smiled faintly and pulled the trigger. The Gauss automatic gun struck the ground, sending dust flying and creating a hole the size of a wine glass. However, since I possess 2 firearms, I suppose I must take a chance. What chance are you talking about? Sister Fat silently cursed, deeming him a complete fool. Yet, faced with such a single-minded individual, she found herself at a loss. She couldn't simply wait for him to lose his temper, could she? Thus, she replied with remarkable candor. I heard that Morrison has recently been transporting goods with a tricycle at the mine. I wonder if it belongs to you. Morrison. Chu Jianlei indeed recognized this name, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Could he endure such hardship? Perhaps he merely sought to sell the tricycle. Sister Fat answered with a hint of vexation. She knew Morrison better. That fellow might engage in petty theft, but he was certainly incapable of enduring any real toil. Chu Jianlei scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Have you taken my charcoal again? Sister Fat's grocery store primarily dealt in charcoal, a commodity not produced locally. There were no trees in the vicinity. Chu Jianlei had experienced the theft of his charcoal numerous times, often finding it returned directly to Sister Fat. After all, charcoal appears quite similar in appearance, making it impossible to mark. Even if one were to covertly mark it, a swift kick would shatter it into pieces, rendering any trace untraceable. Chapter 12, Settling Scores. In response to Chu Jianlei's question, Sister Fat shook her head decisively. No. A few kilograms of charcoal. Would I really be so foolish as to collect that? A few kilograms? Chu Jianlei scrutinized her thoughtfully. Sister Fat realized she had inadvertently revealed too much, so she candidly admitted, It was also taken by Morrison, but I did not collect it. The fellow truly courts disaster. Chu Jianlei muttered softly as he turned to leave. Watching him retreat, Fat Sister spat in frustration. Humph. Just because he got his hands on 2 guns, he thinks he's formidable. If not him, then who will perish? Chu Jianlei's ears perked up. He could actually hear Fat Sister's hushed grumblings. However, he found no merit in engaging with someone who only dared to speak ill behind his back. If she had the courage, she should confront him directly. He was in no rush to reclaim his tricycle, for it was evident that it would eventually return to him. Over the past 6 years, he had assembled only 3 tricycles. One of them had likely been completely dismantled and repurposed, never to return. The remaining 2, regardless of where they might be discarded, would ultimately find their way back to him, the only variable being the cost he would incur to retrieve them, including the tricycle lost among the fallen. If it were not dismantled, it too would inevitably return to him. This was a trade that others could not undertake. Wealthy scavengers possessed motorcycles, even cars, rendering the employment of tricycles unnecessary. Conversely, impoverished scavengers could not afford to hire them. They were left with no choice but to rent public cargo vehicles or rely on their own two legs to carry refuse away. Chu Jianlei's humble tricycle was entirely human-powered. Not only slower but also costlier than public cargo vehicles, its only advantage being its discretion. With such a modest transport capacity, public cargo vehicles hardly considered him a competitor. Yet, it was inevitable that his business would remain underwhelming, with a maximum of 3 transactions a day, often experiencing long stretches of inactivity. The challenge lay in the fact that he must remain vigilant throughout, unable to stray away, toiling under duress, enduring hardships, and earning meager wages. He could hardly believe that there would be another soul willing to engage in such labor. Regardless, he returned home for a brief respite, and the following morning, he set off for the mine, fully equipped and armored. His sense of security was tenuous. He had no desire to attract attention. However, as days passed, the matter concerning Mr. Sai had become common knowledge. Concealing it served no purpose. Rather, it might lead others to suspect ulterior motives. Thus, he decided to go to the mine with 2 guns and a knife in tow. His modest abode was less than 15 kilometers from the mine. Any closer was implausible, and any farther would be inconvenient. Upon arriving at the dump, he immediately observed the bustling activity within. For scavengers, the concept of a traditional work schedule was non-existent. The notion of a 996 work culture was utterly preposterous. Should the dump adhere to such a regimen, scavengers would undoubtedly protest vehemently, declaring they could not afford to miss a single opportunity. Ultimately, working for an employer and laboring for oneself are fundamentally different endeavors. Chu Jianlei was unhurried, watching as individuals exited without any sign of leaving and began to adopt a stance. The advantages of standing practice were numerous. It not only strengthened the body, but also cultivated inner energy. Nonetheless, he had not practiced for long, and after approximately 10 minutes, he relinquished his stance. Mastery was not attained in a single moment. Excess was counterproductive. Just as Chu Jianlei concluded his practice, a dilapidated truck approached from a distance, the common freight vehicle. In the truck's cargo area sat 5 or 6 scavengers amidst a heap of tattered refuse. The driver spotted Chu Jianlei from afar and noticeably reduced speed as he drew near. He had heard that Chu Jianlei had allied himself with an influential figure within the Hongzi collective, given that several individuals had perished, including the formidable San Yi and Tai Shou. This news had swiftly spread among the scavengers. He recalled a rumor. The simple-minded Chu might be tasked with inspecting the goods. The driver, not being a scavenger himself, but rather in a supporting role, had no desire to provoke a faction known for its ruthless willingness to kill. However, upon noticing that Chu Jianlei did not attempt to signal the truck to stop, he maintained a slow speed as he passed by. Chu Jianlei indeed had no intention of halting the vehicle. He had no desire to inspect every scavenger. Along the 100+ kilometers of the mining area he was familiar with, there were 300 to 400 scavengers, but that was far from the entirety. The landfill was simply too vast, so immense that Chu Jianlei had yet to grasp its true scale. If Mr. Sai expected him to seek out all the scavengers for information, he would be overwhelmed. Even if he were to examine the 300 to 400 individuals in this particular region, it would be an insurmountable task. The crux of the matter was, why would anyone submit to his inspection? Mr. Sai merely sought information, had granted him no authority, and had not dispatched any aides to accompany him. Was it worth his while to confront 300 to 400 scavengers over a mere 2 canisters of nutrient solution? He only needed to remember those 20 scavengers and inspect them, as they certainly left a strong impression on Mr. Sai. Just as the truck rolled past Chu Jianlei, a voice suddenly called out, "Halt!" The truck came to a stop, and a figure leaped down from the cargo area, wielding a long knife upon his back. This individual, known as Huaya, though lean in appearance, possessed considerable strength and had a penchant for bullying the weak while avoiding confrontation with the strong. He had previously taken great pleasure in tormenting Chu Jianlei. He staggered over, a grin plastered across his face, and spoke with a teasing tone. "You've really managed to get a gun, haven't you? Come, let me have a look at it." He relished in the thrill of intimidation, completely disregarding the possibility that his adversary might be bold enough to fire back. Among the survivors, there were many desperate souls, yet also those timid as mice. In the past, Chu Jianlei's reputation had been that of a coward, easily frightened. Huaya had once possessed a Gauss automatic rifle, which had long since malfunctioned, and he had been yearning to acquire a new one. As he observed his opponent swaggering toward him, Chu Jianlei's brow furrowed slightly. "Why should I show it to you?" Huaya continued his approach, striding with an air of indifference, then chuckled. "Well, Well, with a gun in your hand. You dare to retort? He then turned to glance at his companions in the truck, laughing as he remarked, "Look at silly Chu. He has grown quite bold. Has a teehee? Isn't that amusing?" As the man drew within 20 meters, Chu Jianlei's hand instinctively moved toward his waist. However, Huya's laughter abruptly ceased. "What with those expressions on your faces?" From the truck's trough, a scruffy scavenger, wearing his hat askew and a cigarette dangling from his lips, chimed in. "Huya, your audacity is commendable. That automatic weapon belongs to Ironhead." Another scavenger, leaning against the refuse, added. "And he has got San Yi's laser pistol tucked away at his side, so you'd best be cautious, Huya." Huya froze, struck dumb. He had heard that both San Yi and Ironhead were dead, but the specifics had eluded him as he had been preoccupied with his own affairs. Once he grasped the situation, he swiftly turned to leave, muttering to himself, "Just a joke, after all." Chu Jianlei had already unfastened his holster and drawn out the laser pistol. "Huya, halt. Show me the knife on your back." Huya immediately came to a stop, turning his head with great effort to force a smile. "It's just a broken blade, Xiao Chu." Chu Jianlei disengaged the safety on the laser gun and inquired calmly, "Are you not inclined to show me some respect?" Huya hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he uttered a single word, "Fine." As he spoke, he drew the long knife and tossed it onto the ground. Robbery was, after all, a gamble. One must accept the consequences of their wager. He couldn't help but reassure himself that there was still a superior blade at home. It was no wonder Mr. Sai looked down on scavengers. Some of their metal truly left much to be desired. He refrained from removing the scabbard, which was his last act of defiance. Chu Jianlei chose not to escalate the situation, as he recalled that although Huya had bullied him before, he had never actually robbed him. A hyper-frequency oscillating knife would settle their scores once and for all. The truck driver, witnessing this exchange, became intrigued and leaned out to ask, "Xiao Chu, weren't you going to inspect the cargo?" Chu Jianlei shot him a surprised glance. "I only intend to check those who were present at the time." "Do you really need to meddle?" "I was merely asking," the truck driver replied with a forced smile before starting the vehicle and driving away. After the truck had traveled a considerable distance, Huya curiously inquired, "How on earth did this foolish Chu acquire these two guns?" The man with the crooked hat scoffed. "Sanya's laser pistol was forcibly taken by foolish Chu from the hands of the greedy wolf." "The greedy wolf, that solitary hunter?" "Indeed, it is he." The moment Huya fell silent, a long pause ensued before he let out a grunt, indicating that I had not provided him with a sheath. This fellow indeed seemed rather foolish. The truck driver sighed, noting that he was oblivious to the advantages of leverage, stubbornly choosing to gnaw on hard bones. Well, he could await the consequences of his reckless endeavor, Huya remarked with a sense of schadenfreude, though a faint ache lingered in his heart. After all, it was a hyperfrequency oscillating knife. Chu Jianlei dismissed the matter from his mind. After all, both parties had settled their scores, and he harbored no fears of retaliation from Huya. The Wasteland is a realm governed by strength, where scavengers are the most adept at seeking profit and avoiding harm. Those lacking insight often meet untimely ends. He had no intention of pursuing the issue further, as there was no rationale for the other party to seek out their own demise. Subsequently, 2 motorcycles passed by, slowing down to observe Chu Jianlei. Upon realizing he was unresponsive, they accelerated away. Clearly, individuals like Huya, who were so lacking in discernment, were indeed rare. How expansive could the scavenger's circle be? A few ruthless individuals had perished, and news spread faster than the flight of birds. However, shortly thereafter, someone approached with intent to provoke. It was a slightly plump young man. "Hey you, did you acquire my boss's laser pistol?" This individual was a subordinate of San Yi, and could be considered a semi-apprentice. San Yi, having lost a leg, found traversing the garbage mountains cumbersome, and at his advanced age, had taken on 2 individuals to assist him. Scavenging requires keen insight, and while San Yi possessed such acuity, his mobility was lacking, thus imparting considerable knowledge to his 2 protégés. In contrast, Tai Tu was different. Although he had replaced his skull with an alloy one, it did not impede his movement, and he continued to operate independently. Being young and formidable in combat, he felt no need to share his spoils with others. San Yi treats his 2 subordinates fairly well, even equipping them with weapons. The individual before us wields a high-frequency, oscillating short knife. One can easily discern from his physique that he enjoys a comfortable life. It is no small feat to gain weight in the Wasteland. Chu Jianlei furrows his brow, pondering. "I found it. What do you wish to convey?" Chapter 13. Without shame or face, what could the slightly overweight young man possibly say? It is unnecessary to ask. He has long considered himself Sanye's heir. Naturally, Sanye's weapons are meant for me. If you possess any sense, return them immediately. He is not oblivious to Mr. Sai, and is aware that Chu Jianlei has accepted Mr. Sai's commission. However, is it not reasonable for me to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me? He is 7 or 8 years older than Chu Jianlei, and having grown accustomed to underestimating the foolishness of Chu, he feels justified, adopting a somewhat aggressive tone. Chu Jianlei blinks, realizing that this laser pistol was seized from the greedy wolf, who had previously threatened to kill. Were it not for his intervention, the pistol would have undoubtedly returned to the greedy wolf, as the other scavengers remained silent. He queries in confusion, "On what basis do you deserve it?" "Sanyi is my boss." The slightly overweight young man replies without hesitation. "If he is no longer around, then his possessions should rightfully belong to me." Chu Jianlei, disinterested in further discourse with this simpleton, casually disengages the safety and gazes coldly at him. "Very well, you are quite bold," the young man acknowledges, before turning to leave, declaring, "This matter is far from over." To speak frankly, Shanxiu's presence is exceedingly negligible. Even with a firearm in hand, the vast majority regard him with disdain. Whether it is the slightly overweight youth or the gap-toothed individual encountered earlier, they cannot help but habitually bully him. This indeed reflects the harsh realities of Chu Jianlei's existence at the lower echelons of society, where he has often been subjected to maltreatment. His demeanor is sufficiently discreet. Thus he has managed to evade significant troubles. However, under the weight of preconceived notions, even his possession of a gun fails to instill fear in others. After returning, the slightly overweight youth immediately sought out Red Hair, another subordinate of Sanyi. Red Hair possesses a softer temperament and does not exhibit the same impulsiveness as the former. It seems that the boss's firearm was nearly seized by a hunter. Yet, it did not fall into their hands, did it? The youth sulked, asserting that he merely wished to retrieve his handgun. He refrained from mentioning that the value of other items combined would not equal the worth of this pistol multiplied by 10. Red Hair pondered. But isn't he already entangled with the people from the Han character settlement? Why are you being so tiresome? The youth grew agitated, insisting that the individual in question is but a solitary figure, a loner. Killing him would pose no challenge. This, indeed, is Chu Jianlei's greatest vulnerability. Red Hair hesitated, yet. Those are individuals from the Han character settlement. What could the Han settlement possibly see in Shanxiu? The youth scoffed coldly, revealing a smile that suggested he had everything under control. He is merely a fortunate soul who stumbled into luck. There is no need for excessive contemplation. One must be ruthless to stand firm. If we cannot even retrieve the boss's gun, how can we safeguard the meager resources of the mine? Red-haired felt an instinctive sense of unease. In the past, Silly Chu merely toiled as a laborer, yet he managed to survive. However, his inherently gentle nature prevented him from voicing his concerns. Silly Chu had endured a life fraught with hardship, and no one yearned for such an existence. So what shall we do? Shall we gather a few hands and ambush him? With the recent demise of Third Master, some favors still linger. And enlisting a few allies should not pose a challenge. After all, it is merely a matter of taking a life. The survivors of the Wasteland lead a pragmatic existence. Yet they are not devoid of those daring enough to risk everything. Ultimately, human life is indeed exceedingly cheap. There's no need for that. The slightly plump young man shook his head. We can simply venture out to speak with him and take the opportunity to eliminate him. Deep down, he still held disdain for Silly Chu, viewing him as not only weak, but also as someone who had never engaged in anything beyond the ordinary. Red-haired understood his thoughts and felt a twinge of disapproval. After all, Silly Chu was still associated with the prominent Han community. Yet, upon reflection, he realized they had a legitimate cause. Demanding the belongings of their deceased leader could hardly be deemed inappropriate, could it? Some missteps were not born of foolishness, but rather resulted from a lack of access to higher echelons of information, leading to misguided decisions. Nevertheless, he eventually proposed. Why not call upon Wolf's Destruction? Wolf's Destruction, another scavenger, might not possess the sharpest intellect, yet his combat prowess was formidable. Crucially, he owned half a suit of pre-apocalyptic mech armor, a family heirloom. This armor was accompanied by a matching oscillating blade, boasting extraordinary offensive capabilities and terrifying defensive strength. While it may not withstand a Gauss automatic rifle, it could certainly fend off ordinary laser pistols with ease. There was no need for hesitation. The slightly plump individual shook his head and replied indifferently, acknowledging that he could not restrain his own tongue. His large mouth was indeed a source of trouble. He was not as naive as Chu Jianlei presumed. While he might underestimate the foolish Chu, he would never belittle the significance of the Hongzi settlement. To eliminate someone and render them a mere fact of existence was the crux of the matter. In the Wasteland, the dead hold no value, and only through such means could he sever the external support for the foolish Chu. After a lengthy discussion, the two finally solidified their plan of action. However, before proceeding, they needed to acquire a Gauss automatic rifle. With only 2 supercharged oscillation knives at their disposal, they could defend themselves in the mine, but were ill-equipped to confront someone wielding 2 firearms. Fortunately, they had the favor of San Yi, who had not long passed. The ties of human connection remained, particularly since they had used territory as collateral. After deliberating further on their action plan, and with the daylight waning, the two exchanged a knowing glance and decided to depart. If they delayed any longer, Chu Jianlei might return home to rest. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Chu Jianlei was encountering a bit of trouble with a thief named Morrison. Morrison possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, the kind that could audaciously proclaim, "Andy, I don't wish to strive." Subsequently, he had swindled several such Andys, not merely for financial gain but also due to his unscrupulous nature. This led to his face being marred, leaving it in a ghastly state. Yet, such a countenance surprisingly fared well in the harsh wilderness of the Wasteland. After all, one could hardly achieve such notoriety without possessing some measure of skill. Morrison, a vagabond of sorts, adorned with tattoos that render him more palatable to others, displayed a particularly unruly demeanor upon his arrival near the mining fields. He engaged in deceitful practices without hesitation. The scavengers, having dealt with him on multiple occasions, endeavored to instill in him the local customs. While Morrison was indolent, it was not due to a lack of intellect. He swiftly assimilated the rules. However, these regulations evidently did not extend to individuals like the simple-minded Chu. Noticing Chu's prolonged absence, Morrison casually ventured to Chu's home to procure a few belongings. He did not perceive his actions as thievery. Rather, he assumed that Chu must have perished. In his mind, having met such a fate, it was only prudent to act swiftly, for the quick would reap rewards while the slow would find themselves empty-handed. Regrettably, Chu's dwelling was indeed impoverished. Aside from a tricycle and a few metal rods, there was little else but some charcoal. Morrison, having taken what he could, left some charcoal behind, pondering the possibility that Chu might still be alive. In Blue Star, such restraint is termed leaving a thread of hope for future encounters in the Wasteland. It is a lesson carved from the blood of experience. After this, he ceased to concern himself with Chu's fate and instead sought sustenance beyond the mining area. He had little interest in the tricycle transportation business, merely wishing to sell the vehicle. However, the rickety contraption, reliant on human effort, held little value. Yet, he would engage in cargo transport should the opportunity arise, for earning money was not beneath him. When business proved elusive, he wandered about, casually inquiring after potential buyers. Being neither a scavenger nor part of that particular circle, he remained unaware that Chu Jianlei had returned. Naturally, he saw no reason to be concerned about the triviality of Chu. Bullying him was of no consequence. He abandoned the tricycle at a distance and is currently soliciting business. In terms of transportation, he has completed merely one transaction, yet he has disseminated the news of selling tricycles. However, upon catching sight of Chu Jianlei, he was momentarily taken aback. Silly Chu? Immediately, he noticed the automatic weapon slung over the other's shoulder. Where are you headed with that? Morrison was a genuine coward. Witnessing Silly Chu armed made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He was aware of Silly Chu's timid nature, yet he dared not gamble on whether the other had the courage to kill. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Where's my tricycle? Your tricycle? I don't know, Morrison hastily denied. Such a lie was easily debunked, but he was not foolish. He simply aimed to bide his time and make a swift exit. Without further ado, Chu Jianlei drew the laser pistol from his waist and pointed it at Morrison. With an impassive expression, he stated, I grant you permission to rephrase your words. Why you come with me? Morrison swiftly changed his tune and turned to leave. I will temporarily safeguard it for you, fearing it might be stolen by others. This is the Wasteland. Some are brimming with youthful vigor, others cunning as foxes, and some utterly shameless. The tricycle lay concealed 2 kilometers away, obscured by a heap of inconspicuous refuse. Remarkably, Morrison had even polished the tricycle, making it appear considerably more appealing. This was an obvious ploy to fetch a higher price. Chu Jianlei discerned the intention at a glance. He drew the long knife he had acquired from Yoya and, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, "Now we can discuss the matter of compensation." Compensation. Morrison's scarred face contorted in distress. "Brother Chu, I truly harbor no ill intentions." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jianlei raised his hand and struck with his knife. Morrison reacted swiftly, leaping aside just in time to evade the blow. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Jianlei launched another horizontal slash. "Are you daring to evade? If I do not evade, I shall surely perish." Morrison dodged again. "Brother Chu, let us discuss this amicably." He contemplated fleeing. But witnessing Chu's readiness to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, he feared that running would certainly provoke a gunshot. While Chu Jianlei possessed commendable agility, he refrained from exerting his full strength, allowing some leeway. However, Morrison's nimbleness made it challenging to land a hit. Thus, Chu extended his hand and retrieved a laser gun. Brandishing a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he coldly commanded, "Compensation." Realizing the gravity of the situation and Chu's ruthless demeanor, Morrison dared not argue further. After stepping back 2 paces, he replied with a furrowed brow, "I am even poorer than you. How can I possibly compensate?" Chapter 14. A life saved, a debt repaid with a gun. What irked one about Morrison was precisely this: his laziness and wretchedness, coupled with his abject poverty. The thought of shooting him felt like a waste of a bullet, as he appeared utterly worthless. Hence, Chu Jianlei resorted to using a knife. Upon hearing this, he was not taken aback. "What of my metal rod and charcoal?" Having already acknowledged the theft of the tricycle, Morrison resigned himself to the loss of those trivial possessions. Chu Jianlei gazed at him for a moment, then declared, "From now on, you shall pull my cart." Without compensation, one can only resort to exploiting the labor of others. Morrison's eyes flickered as he inquired, "How shall we determine the remuneration?" Chu Jianlei pointed his long knife at him, his expression indifferent, and replied, "Remuneration. What more do you desire?" "Well, you must at least provide for my sustenance," Morrison retorted, displaying a remarkable lack of shame. Chu Jianlei was not inclined to indulge his whims, stating firmly, "Repay your debts, and I shall release you." Morrison, feeling helpless, clicked his tongue in frustration, yet dared not press the matter further. Accustomed to underhanded dealings, he did not shy away from labor in desperate times. Yet the thought of working without pay was utterly intolerable to him. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to escape. With a sudden glint in his eye, he turned to Chu Jianlei's short dagger at his waist and said with a cheeky grin, "Little Chu, I'm willing to work for you, but could you lend me a short dagger for protection? Many people have ill thoughts towards me." Chu Jianlei, his face devoid of expression, unsheathed the dagger and, with a heavy-lidded gaze, asked, "This one?" "Yes, yes." Morrison nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, it is merely a loan." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Jianlei made his move, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. In the next instant, blood splattered as a gaping wound appeared in Morrison's thigh. He had no time to react, merely feeling a jolt in his leg. After several agonizing seconds, he clutched his thigh in disbelief, looking at Chu Jianlei with astonishment. A cry of shock escaped his lips. You actually attacked me?" Chu Jianlei displayed not the slightest interest in raising his gaze, and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Dare to shout again?" Morrison, clutching his thigh, cautiously settled onto the ground, gasping intermittently. He refrained from shouting but muttered through clenched teeth, "My leg is injured. I can't ride." "Then you shall be dragged along." Chu Jianlei's voice remained impassive. "Work or perish." Morrison fell silent, mulling over the fact that he was indeed the one laboring for Chu. And yet he had been injured. What a lunatic. After a prolonged moment, he sighed, "Under such circumstances, my efficiency will inevitably decline. You cannot hold me accountable." Without hesitation, Chu Jianlei retorted, "You may attempt to test the consequences of idleness." Morrison could not suppress his grievance. "Little Chu, brother Chu, could you not act so irrationally?" At last, Chu Jianlei lifted his eyelids, regarding him with indifference. "I permit you to rephrase your words." "Very well," Morrison sighed once more. "My intention was to assist you in safeguarding the goods. Must you resort to violence?" "Nonsense about safeguarding goods." Chu Jianlei was fully aware of the ulterior motives of this individual. Yet, he was disinclined to elaborate further, merely stating, "You may also attempt to flee." Morrison offered an awkward smile. "I wouldn't he dream of running away. How could I?" In truth, he harbored thoughts of escape, planning to swipe a short dagger before making his exit, only to find that his adversary had swiftly struck his leg. Survivors in the Wasteland possessed remarkable vitality and a formidable capacity for self-healing. The blade pierced the outer side of his thigh, and after a mere half-day of rest, he could manage to walk, albeit with a noticeable limp. However, the prospect of escaping with any semblance of speed within 3 to 5 days was utterly implausible. Furthermore, injured survivors were more susceptible to unforeseen dangers in the wilderness, as both the fallen and mutated beasts possessed keen senses. The place where the two found themselves was over a kilometer away from the junkyard, obscured by refuse, making it unlikely for an average passerby to notice the scene. Yet, curiously enough, a filthy woman stood atop the mound of garbage, wielding a pair of binoculars. She observed the unfolding events intently, eventually letting out a soft sigh, contemplating how swiftly one's temperament could change. Beside her stood a robust young man, who remarked, "Sister, this person seems rather dangerous. Should we inform others?" To which she retorted, casting him a glance, "Why would we need to inform anyone? It suffices for us to know he is not to be trifled with." Indeed, she was somewhat surprised that the timid Chu had managed to shed his usual cowardice, yet she understood the necessity of discretion. She was confident that among the scavengers, there were undoubtedly others who shared her sentiments. Chu Jianlei paid no heed to the softly murmured words of Morrison, but instead ventured once more toward the junkyard. Upon nearing the junkyard, approximately half a kilometer away, he halted and continued to observe the passing individuals. Soon enough, a slightly portly young man and a red-haired individual emerged, making a beeline for him. Chu Jianlei did not need to ponder their intentions. The firearm they brandished, a Gauss automatic rifle, rendered any inquiry unnecessary. Thus, he faced them and began to retreat slowly. The wasteland was indeed chaotic, where lives were deemed cheap. However, in plain sight of many, it was ultimately unwise to strike first. Coincidentally, the two individuals opposite shared the same sentiment. Upon observing Chu Jianlei retreating, they leisurely advanced towards him. Realizing the situation, Chu Jianlei hastened his backward movement. Fortunately, his nimble physique allowed him to maintain a safe distance. It wasn't long before he had retreated nearly a kilometer, arriving close to Morrison. There, he halted his retreat and unslung his Gauss automatic rifle. The two adversaries, noticing this, also slowed their pace. The slightly plump one called out, "Silly Chu, we don't wish to trouble you. We intend to retrieve the third master's laser gun. Name your price." The laser gun was taken from the hands of the greedy wolf. Chu Jianlei retorted loudly, "The third master has shown me kindness, and I must reclaim it." "Kindness towards you?" The plump man's heart swelled with delight. He had no desire to engage in a gunfight unless absolutely necessary. "In that case, I extend the third master's gratitude for your assistance in recovering his belongings." "There is no need for that," Chu Jianlei replied, unwilling to initiate an attack, and thus attempted one last persuasion. "The third master promised to look after me. This gun rightfully belongs to me." "Your master intends to look after you?" The plump man's brow arched in surprise, yet he countered, "But we are his men. It is only natural for us to accept his legacy, is it not?" He had no intention of engaging in a rational discourse, aiming to lower Chu Jianlei's guard, allowing him to approach closer and seize the opportunity for a sudden strike. However, before he could finish his thought, Chu Jianlei raised his Gauss automatic rifle and decisively opened fire. A rapid succession of bullets erupted, not only sealing off the adversary's avenues of retreat, but also preemptively thwarting any chance of them lying low. Chu Jianlei's marksmanship is rather unremarkable. However, his computational abilities are extraordinarily formidable. Despite his lack of precision, at this range, the difference is negligible. The key factor is that the automatic weapon can fire in rapid succession, and while the recoil is somewhat pronounced, there is no doubt regarding Chu Jianlei's calculating prowess. In an instant, 3 holes appeared on the slightly plump young man's body. Although none were vital, the destructive power of the Gauss automatic rifle was overwhelming. In a fleeting moment, his right arm was severed, his left ankle shattered, and a bullet took off his left ear. The young man, filled with rage, widened his eyes in disbelief, but by the time he contemplated a response, it was far too late. His entire body was propelled by the immense kinetic force, spinning violently to the right and then thrown aside. He had never anticipated that his opponent, like himself, would harbor the intent to strike first. At this moment, his mind was consumed with fury. How dare you act so ruthlessly? Ultimately, Chu Jianlei had previously presented himself as harmless, which led others to underestimate him. The young man had dared to confront Chu Jianlei for a weapon based on this misjudgment, and Chu Jianlei's reaction only emboldened his arrogance. Thus, he believed that he and Hong Mao could easily subdue the solitary specter before them. In this moment of intense anger, he thought, how could you dare? Chu Jianlei's expression remained impassive, yet internally he scoffed. If I didn't dare, wouldn't I be the one to perish? Meanwhile, Hong Mao was rendered speechless, and in a moment of desperation, he knelt, raising his hands in surrender. Brother Chu, it has nothing to do with me. Chu Jianlei cast a disinterested glance at him and raised his hand to fire 3 more shots. The slightly plump young man, however, was wielding a Gauss automatic rifle. The slightly plump young man, until his last breath, was filled with disbelief. After taking the man's life, Chu Jianlei turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and regarded the red-haired man. The red-haired man raised his hands high, trembling as he spoke. Qiu Go. San Yi is my boss. He has saved your life. Indeed, San Yi is my savior. Chu Jianlei nodded, then redirected the gun and pulled the trigger, witnessing the red-haired man collapse into a pool of blood. He sighed softly and murmured, but it was San Yi who saved me. What does that have to do with you? He then raised his gaze, indifferently looking in a certain direction. Have you seen enough? Yes, yes, Morrison hurriedly replied. I am recovering from an injury and cannot venture far. Chu Jianlei cast a cold glance at him. I hope you can keep your mouth shut. Do you need my assistance? No, absolutely not, Morrison quickly answered, a heightened sense of trepidation swelling within him. He had always believed that foolish Chu, upon acquiring a weapon, had become somewhat arrogant, thus acting without restraint. However, it now appeared that this individual was remarkably composed. He had merely inflicted a wound upon himself, yet without hesitation, he had executed 2 of San Yi's assistants. In the Wasteland, one could find many who kill without a second thought, yet to strike while issuing a warning, this delicate balance was exceptionally difficult to master. Morrison vaguely surmised why these 2 had met their demise while he remained alive. Nonetheless, to kill without warning was not something an ordinary person could achieve. To remain unperturbed in a 1-against-2 scenario was beyond the capabilities of the timid. The key was that he had succeeded. At this moment, he was utterly convinced by the rumors circulating outside. Indeed, the mind of the foolish Chu was quite deranged. Therefore, he proactively inquired, shall I bury the 2 of them for you? With the arrival of a new month and the launch of a new book, I seek various forms of support. Chapter 15. Endurance misinterpreted as weakness. This was the first instance in over 6 years since Chu Jianlei had arrived in this desolate land that he encountered someone willing to lend a helping hand. Reflecting on how effortlessly other transmigrators thrived from the outset, he realized his own existence had been undeniably challenging. He felt compelled to emphasize one crucial point. The spoils of victory are mine alone. With others, he might not have needed to articulate this, but with Morrison, it was an entirely different matter. He was far too shameless. As expected, Morrison appeared taken aback. For weapons, and you won't spare me even one? The plump man and the red-haired fellow possessed 2 long swords, had borrowed a Gauss automatic rifle, and the redhead also sported a short dagger at his waist. Morrison was perplexed, unable to contain himself any longer. I am, after all, one of your own. Surely a short dagger would bolster our group's combat strength? Chu Jianlei could hardly be bothered to respond. Even if I were to give you a weapon, do you have the courage to take a life? Frankly, I must remain vigilant against any tricks you might pull. He cast a sidelong glance at Morrison. My people, are you worthy? This was a matter of repaying debts. Morrison was instantly rendered speechless, reflecting that Chu Jianlei clearly lacked an understanding of how to expand a team. And it was no wonder he remained a solitary ghost. Could I at least have a pair of pants? His trousers had been torn by the foolish Qiao, and should he encounter frigid weather, it would indeed spell disaster. Chu Jianlei remained silent, tacitly granting permission. Morrison skillfully searched the body, uncovering not only ammunition and a few trivial items, but also a vial of nutrient solution from the red-haired man. With Chu Jianlei slung over his back, he intended to discreetly open the vial. Suddenly, a cold, hard object pressed against the back of his head, accompanied by a detached voice. Do you wish to die? Morrison's hunger had turned his vision a deep shade of blue, yet he had no desire to perish. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, he longed to weep. But the 2 lifeless corpses before him served as a stark reminder of the identity of the person standing behind him. Reluctantly, he set down the nutrient vial. The subsequent dilemma was that burying the bodies also required physical strength. However, Morrison dared not utter another word, not even to indulge in idleness. Whenever he felt the urge to slack off, he reminded himself, that fool is truly capable of murder. As for why the timid fool had transformed into this, he could not fathom. After more than 2 hours of toil, He finally interred the two corpses among the refuse and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the ground. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling as if his entire body might disintegrate. At that moment, Chu Jianlei spoke up. "Are you hungry? I could lend you my gun." "Is that so?" Morrison replied, casting a dubious glance at him, sensing something was amiss. "What would I need a gun for?" "You could hunt down other scavengers," Chu Jianlei replied, his eyelids drooping, "and we can split the spoils." Morrison blinked in bewilderment before finally asking, "Who are we to kill?" "Whoever you choose." Chu Jianlei's expression remained unchanged. "It would conveniently address your needs for sustenance." Morrison stared at him for a considerable time before slowly shaking his head, declaring, "I cannot." His timidity was apparent. However, the gnawing hunger made the prospect of murder a possibility worth contemplating. Yet, a pressing concern lingered. His injured leg rendered him incapable of fleeing should he encounter a vengeful scavenger. The discomfort of hunger was indeed distressing, but he was not yet ready to embrace death. A faint smirk tugged at Chu Jianlei's lips, a disingenuous expression that conveyed both amusement and disdain. "Is that all you aspire to?" Accepting such a meager ambition, Morrison refrained from expending energy on unnecessary explanations. The disheveled woman once again took note of Chu Jianlei's murderous intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed the young man beside her to take the goods outside soon, suggesting he allow young Chu to conduct an inspection. Allow him to inspect? The young man clearly harbored reservations, fearing it would invite ridicule. "What do you know?" The disheveled woman scoffed. "If I command it, you shall comply." Ultimately, the young man could not resist the authority of the matron, and before long, he took the goods outside, seeking out Chu Jianlei. Initially puzzled by the identity of this individual, Chu Jianlei soon recognized him. The first volunteer for inspection had appeared, and it was not long before a second followed suit. The third to approach was the stocky man who had previously attempted to sow discord between him and the scavengers. This man was far more straightforward. After the inspection, he boldly requested, "By the way, could you assist me in transporting some goods?" Chu Jianlei regarded him with curiosity. "By the way, I will pay," the stocky man replied, momentarily taken aback, then feigning a smile, added, "Isn't it true that without payment, you cannot utilize your vehicle?" Chu Jianlei nodded slightly, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. "Please wait a moment." This meager cargo hardly warranted a dedicated trip by a tricycle, especially since he was not the one doing the hauling. Subsequently, individuals arrived in succession for inspections. As for how many had noticed his act of murder, Chu Jianlei himself remained uncertain. However, he was now in possession of a Gauss submachine gun and 3 long knives, which were conspicuously visible to all. Among the scavengers, there were many astute individuals who understood the importance of self-preservation. Even those who had not participated in the incident approached Chu Jianlei to have their goods inspected. While the rationale behind their actions was unclear, there was no harm in emulating others. After all, foolish Chu had not taken anyone else's refuse. What was the big deal in a mere glance? Yet, Chu Jianlei refrained from intervening, while Morrison discreetly concealed some relatively inexpensive trash. Chu Jianlei chose to overlook this, reasoning that it was preferable to have a cowardly accomplice rather than watch him starve. Upholding justice was not his concern. Such notions were foreign to the Wasteland. He had nearly starved on numerous occasions without anyone advocating for fairness. If one did not fight for their own rights, how could they expect assistance from others? Unbeknownst to them, evening approached, and the tricycle was filled to capacity. This time, the destination was not the camp where Chu Jianlei resided, but another location nearly 20 kilometers away. After 4 arduous hours, Morrison finally maneuvered the tricycle to its intended place. The scavengers sought familiar faces to sell their refuse, and Morrison, too, ventured to sell his own findings. Chu Jianlei arrived at a humble grocery store, armed with 3 long knives, contemplating the sale of one. The blade with a chipped edge was significantly damaged. The proprietor of the store, a man with a limp, recognized the simple-minded Chu and promptly made an offer: the broken, oscillating knife for 3 vials of nutrient solution. This seemed rather excessive. A brand new oscillating knife would typically fetch around 50 vials of nutrient solution. Chu Jianlei, not adept at haggling, expressionless, suggested a higher price. "Don't even think about it," the limping man scoffed. "You could easily find something like that in a junkyard. Do you think it holds any real value?" Chu Jianlei, taken aback, retorted, "Then I shall not sell it." The notion of discovering a usable oscillating knife in a junkyard wasn't entirely implausible, yet the odds were exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery. "Not selling." The limping man shot him a glance. Despite noticing Chu's array of weapons, he was fully aware of Chu Jianlei's character. He doubted this fool would dare to resort to violence. Reluctantly, he grunted his dissatisfaction. If you're not selling, don't waste my time. It's truly vexing. As expected, Chu Jianlei remained unperturbed, picking up the long knife and turning to leave. Though he was armed, he understood that in such a setting, it was unnecessary to escalate matters into violence. Moreover, he recognized his poor social skills. The man's coarse language might simply be a manner of speaking, and chose to disregard it. However, this reaction was noted by a rooster-headed individual standing at the entrance of the grocery store. In any society, circumstances are seldom strictly black or white. It is quite ordinary for individuals to wait at the entrance of a grocery store, anticipating an unsuspecting target. Is it not pathetic that one possesses a firearm yet remains so spineless? The man with the rooster comb hairstyle's eyes gleamed. This individual appeared to be worth pursuing. He felt the short dagger tucked at his waist, contemplated briefly, and then turned to leave. Before long, he returned accompanied by two burly men, one wielding a Gauss submachine gun, the other brandishing a long blade. The rooster-combed man now sported a short-barreled shotgun in his hands. "Where's the cripple?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, well aware of the ways of these men, casually responded that he should inquire for himself at the Raucous Stone camp. Raucous Stone? The rooster-combed man grinned, bemused by the notion that such a trivial place could be deemed a camp. This fellow seems rather timid, a fool indeed. With an impatient wave of his hand, the cripple dismissed him. "Get lost. I'm busy." "Busy with what?" The rooster-combed man's expression darkened. "Do you seek a beating? Are you going to teach me a lesson?" The cripple raised his hand, revealing a laser pistol, his face hardening. "That fool is named Silly Chu." He commanded, "Scram." "Much obliged, cripple." The rooster-combed man chuckled dismissively and turned to leave with his companions. The cripple observed their retreating figures, shaking his head nonchalantly, and then lowered his gaze to polish his laser pistol. Chu Jianlei had not anticipated that his forbearance would be misinterpreted as weakness. He sought out Morrison, who had just finished licking clean a package of nutrient paste, a faint look of satisfaction on his face. "All right, time to work. I need to get back to the camp." "Wait a moment," Morrison said, producing a plastic capsule the size of a pinky finger, filled with a blue liquid. Chu Jianlei observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. He was acutely aware that the capsule contained a substandard hallucinogen, one that bore the risk of addiction. In the Wasteland, cigarettes were available for purchase, albeit at a steep price. In comparison to cigarettes, the Blue Beauty was not only pungent but also posed a greater threat to one's health. Yet, some individuals gravitated towards such vices, and it seemed that Morrison was one of them. Chu Jianlei detected that this man had not procured any bandages or similar supplies. His wealth was evidently spent solely on nutrient boosters or Blue Beauties. However, that was a matter of personal choice and lifestyle. What concern was it of his? Morrison first punctured the capsule, taking a deep drag, and ultimately, he stuffed the capsule into his mouth, chewing with abandon. His eyes narrowed in blissful intoxication. At that moment, the trio with the mohawk also took note of the two men, and the burly figure clad with a long knife uttered a soft exclamation. "Isn't that the worthless Morrison?" In truth, Morrison's notoriety eclipsed that of the foolish Chu Jianlei, for while Chu posed no threat to others, Morrison was widely recognized as a menace. Two insignificant insects, indeed, formed an unlikely pair. The man bearing the Gauss automatic rifle spoke up, suggesting they wait outside the camp. Chapter 16. The ambushed Chu Jianlei remained oblivious to the fact that someone awaited him outside the camp. However, he had always possessed a profound sense of insecurity. And having been discovered with firearms earlier that day, he was naturally on high alert. As night descended, the seized binoculars were rendered useless. He propped up his clothing with several metal rods to create a decoy, placing it on the tricycle. Meanwhile, he lay flat on the tricycle, concealing himself behind a pile of refuse. Morrison, too, did not bemoan his fate. Having acquired a Blue Beauty that day, he felt invigorated and alive. The three individuals lurking in the shadows began to murmur softly, wondering how it came to be that Morrison was driving the carriage. The man with the long knife speculated aloud, remarking that he had heard tales of Morrison's timid nature, perhaps frightened by the weapon of the foolish Chu. This seemed plausible, and the man wielding the Gauss gun nodded in agreement, noting that it appeared there was no one pursuing them from behind. "I believe we can make our move," he declared. "Wait a moment, second brother," interjected the man with the rooster comb hairstyle. "Are you not curious about where the foolish Chu acquired that gun? What need is there for such knowledge?" retorted the Gauss gun man dismissively. He had witnessed enough violence to know that one could simply scavenge from the aftermath of a conflict. "I have heard of the foolish Chu," replied the rooster-comb man earnestly. "He lacks the courage to engage in a shootout." "Then that means—" The Gauss gunman's eyes brightened at the implication. "He may have discovered remnants from the time before the collapse?" "Not necessarily remnants." The rooster-comb man quickly shook his head, aware of second brother's volatile temper. He dared not speak recklessly. "It is more likely that it was a desperate confrontation resulting in mutual destruction." "Isn't that essentially the same?" The Gauss gunman replied with irritation. However, after a brief pause, he grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that there could be a considerable cache of weapons at the scene?" "I believe there is a possibility," the rooster-comb man urged, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Second brother, what if we were to leave a survivor? It's too dark. We can't draw closer without risking inaccurate shots." The long knife man retorted, somewhat exasperated. "You still wish to leave a survivor? Let us just block their path," the rooster-comb man proposed confidently. "I am certain that the foolish Chu would not dare to fire. There is nothing definitive." The second brother, armed with a Gauss gun, declared, "Watch me." He was quite adept at handling such situations. "Quickly, Blade, go ahead and block their path, but remember to maintain a safe distance." The swordsman jogged ahead, positioning himself 300 to 400 meters from the tricycle, and shouted loudly, "Stop." Immediately, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the tricycle, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. After 2 rounds of fire, the second brother bellowed, "Halt. Raise your hands. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." He was less than 400 meters from the tricycle. But with darkness enveloping the scene, visibility was poor, and he was uncertain if he could hit his target. Nevertheless, his intention was to establish dominance through gunfire and, coupled with a pincer movement, he doubted the adversaries would dare to make a move. As for the possibility of causing fatal harm, if someone dies, so be it. At worst, they would only seize the opponent's weapon. The source of these weapons was of little concern to him. Possessing them was advantageous. But their absence was equally inconsequential. Ultimately, ensuring one's own safety was paramount, a truth well understood by every survivor in this desolate world. As soon as the gunfire erupted, Morrison relinquished his hold on the tricycle, quickly dropping to the ground, exclaiming, "Spare me. I surrender." The lingering effects of the blue beauty had not yet faded. Yet he could decisively capitulate, indicating that the instinct for survival was deeply ingrained within him. "You are Morrison, I know," a shrill voice pierced through, belonging to the rooster-headed man. "What do you say, silly Chu?" A pained voice emanated from the tricycle. "You can state your demands directly. Why resort to violence?" With a light chuckle, the chicken crest remarked directly, "What if you refuse? Perhaps you might even dare to resist." Chu Jianlei emitted a pained sound, then responded with indignation. "Are you worried I might retaliate when you draw your guns? What if I were to be shot dead? If death is to be my fate, so be it." From the darkness, the voice of the second brother resonated. "In the wilderness, death is commonplace." Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "If I leave behind a gun and a knife, can I go?" The adversaries showed no concern for her life, launching an attack with clear intent. They coveted his possessions. "Want to leave?" A shrill voice laughed. "Ha! You must first cooperate and answer a few questions." Chu Jianlei hesitated before asking, "If I answer the questions, can I then depart?" The thin voice chuckled again, growing ever closer. "That depends on whether you can satisfy us." Ignoring the voice, Chu Jianlei lowered his tone and whispered to Morrison, "Strike your wound." "Strike my wound." Morrison was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grasped the implication, joyfully whispering, "You're uninjured?" However, he quickly reconsidered, "But it has just scabbed over. Why would I strike it?" Chu Jianlei quietly questioned, "Are you willing to gamble that they might not silence us?" "Silence us." Morrison fell silent, fully understanding the gravity of the statement. Yet, he remained somewhat reluctant. Seizing the moment to demand, "I want a Gauss automatic rifle. Then you shall embark on your journey." A glint of ferocity flashed in Chu Jianlei's eyes as he drew a laser gun from his bosom. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet the wasteland was rife with those deserving of demise. With a soft muffled sound, Morris's voice echoed, "Strike." At that moment, a figure with a rooster-comb hairstyle approached swaggeringly, brandishing a shotgun. "Foolish Chu, get down from the vehicle." The night in the wasteland was not an absolute abyss of darkness. There were faint glimmers of light from unknown sources. At a distance of 50 to 60 meters, one could still discern silhouettes. Chu Jianlei sighed softly. "I am injured and can only remain seated on the tricycle. Do you wish for death?" The rooster-haired man fumed. "Do you even know what type of gun I possess?" "A shotgun." "In the wasteland, shotguns were not the mainstream weapon. They held a status akin to that of crossbows in the Blue Star. Crossbows excelled in silence, while shotguns were formidable for their wide impact, albeit lacking in range. Chu Jianlei replied with an impassive demeanor, "I require medical attention." Since the other party was still inclined to inquire, it seemed they would not fire easily. Morrison, lying on the ground, couldn't help but bare his teeth. "I am the one in need of treatment." "Treatment? What else do you desire?" The rooster-haired man swaggered closer, his shotgun still aimed at Chu Jianlei. "Foolish Chu, I am aware of your recent bountiful gains." Indeed, Chu Jianlei was not taken aback by this revelation. However, when he discerned the outline of the newcomer, he could not suppress his astonishment. "It's you?" He was indeed uninjured, yet he refrained from retaliating, primarily because he was uncertain of how many individuals were with the other party. Despite being caught in a pincer movement, Chu Jianlei harbored a distinct premonition. The adversaries were likely few in number, with merely 2 firearms and 3 knives at their disposal. What formidable team could be represented by such trivial weapons? Yet he was unwilling to take a gamble. Should he err, misfortune would befall him, and even if he succeeded, it was uncertain whether he could fully subdue the enemy. It was only upon recognizing the unmistakable rooster crown hairstyle that he grasped the identity of his opponents. He had encountered them outside the grocery store once before, and now 2 armed henchmen accompanied the rooster crown. The trio had concealed themselves quite effectively at that time. But Chu Jianlei was in a heightened state of vigilance, though he appeared outwardly relaxed. Internally, he was on high alert. An astute individual's observational prowess in such a state is beyond what most could fathom. Chu Jianlei had etched the images of these 3 men into the recesses of his memory, and now they resurfaced in an instant. It was indeed outside the grocery store that they had taken note of him and summoned 2 accomplices. Hence, there were only 3 men with 2 guns, one of which was currently aimed at him. This confrontation was feasible. Suddenly, he shouted, No, don't ask me. I will never tell Ah." The rooster crown was taken aback, exclaiming, "What have I done for you to scream like that?" Just as he realized that the situation might have taken an unexpected turn and was about to pull the trigger, a flash of blue light flickered before his eyes. A gaping hole appeared in his forehead, and his body crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. The rooster crown could not comprehend until his last breath how his opponent had wielded a laser gun. He could never have anticipated that Chu Jianlei not only concealed a laser pistol but also possessed the ability to mimic others' voices. In the next moment, a shrill voice pierced the air once more. "If you do not know your place, then perish." Almost immediately, a flicker of flames was followed by the deafening report of a shotgun. Boom. Then, the sharp voice echoed again. "Ha, I have struck gold. There are energy blocks." Energy blocks? Both Second Brother and Quick Blade were elated at this revelation. "How many?" 5, 5.5. The sharp voice hesitated briefly. "What kind of metal is this?" "Do not move," Quick Blade commanded from the front. "Let Second Brother take a look." "Where's Morrison?" came the desperate plea. The voice of Morris was slick, unmistakably not from the foolish Chu. "I am willing to cooperate." In the next instant, the sound of hurried footsteps erupted from behind the tricycle, indicating that Second Brother was also somewhat exhilarated. He sprinted to a distance of 50 or 60 meters from the tricycle before finally slowing his pace. "Why not leave any alive?" The voice of the rooster-headed figure rang out sharply. "Second Brother, he intends to ambush me." That loud shout was meant to stifle my screams. Second Brother, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, discerned the foolish Chu's strategy merely from these words. He nodded slightly, realizing that this fool had a few tricks up his sleeve, yet was not entirely witless. However, at that moment, his nod faltered slightly. Yet it was too late. Almost simultaneously, a series of gunshots erupted. The sound unmistakably from a Gauss submachine gun. Second Brother's reaction could not be deemed slow, but the distance was indeed too close, a mere 50 meters of space. He crashed to the ground, muttering, You are not a mixed breed." Chu Jianlei remained silent, firing another round before turning to aim his gun at the swift blade. The assailant had already sensed the impending danger, yet he was perilously close to the tricycle, rendering escape nearly impossible. Upon witnessing his fall, Chu Jianlei fired 2 more rounds, then sighed softly, admitting that his mimicry was, in truth, rather mediocre. Chapter 17. You are unethical. Chu Jianlei's statement was not a display of humility. His mimetic abilities surpassed those of most, yet they had not reached a professional caliber. The only reason he managed to deceive the 2 adversaries was due to the peculiar nature of the mixed breed, specifically, the distinctive sound of that rooster comb head. Even so, the Second Brother, armed with a Gauss submachine gun, detected the anomaly, albeit a moment too late to evade it. Chu Jianlei had dispatched 3 men yet felt no sense of triumph. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings and, upon confirming that only these 3 had followed, he exhaled in relief. Upon inspecting his spoils, he was taken aback to find that the second brother's Gauss submachine gun had been rendered inoperative. This revelation only deepened his sense of disillusionment. What had he accomplished this night? At that moment, Morrison approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, I think I contributed quite well. Didn't I?" Not only had he opened his own wound to release the scent of blood, but he also refrained from exposing Chu Jianlei's actions. Instead, he played along, deceiving their opponents. Of course, had he chosen to reveal the truth, he would have faced a high probability of being shot dead by Chu Jianlei on the spot. However, without raising an alarm, it was akin to binding oneself to Chu Jianlei's chariot of war. Should the adversary emerge victorious, he would still be unable to escape death. Given that Morrison was unaware of the number of ambushes, he had essentially placed a significant wager on this encounter. Chu Jianlei recognized that this individual was rather troublesome. Yet stealing a tricycle was not a crime deserving of death. Rewards should be given for merit and punishment meted out for transgressions. That was the rightful course of action. Thus, he nodded affirmatively, acknowledging Morrison's performance as commendable, stating, "Our accounts are settled. You may depart." "You are not." "I." Morrison was taken aback by these words. Had they been uttered half a day prior, he would have eagerly accepted them. Yet now, witnessing Chu Jianlei brandishing 5 firearms, he hesitated to leave. This afternoon, he could have taken advantage of the situation to intercept some goods, and by evening, he could afford the Blue Beauty, all thanks to Chu Jianlei's influence. "Since we are even, may I accompany you henceforth?" "Accompany me for what purpose?" Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow in response. "You are inept at everything. I specifically seek out individuals to create chaos for myself. Is that not a liability?" Morrison hastily asserted his worth, exclaiming, "I possess a unique skill. I excel in communication, as everyone knows." "You excel at begging for mercy," Chu Jianlei retorted bluntly. "Is your so-called communication merely a mockery of me?" "Begging for mercy is a form of communication as well," Morrison replied nonchalantly. "If I were not skilled in communication, I would have perished a dozen times over." Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You, without any shame, actually take pride in that?" While he voiced his discontent, he found himself somewhat in agreement internally. Morrison, notorious for his aversion to labor, possesses social skills that far surpass his own. The essence of existence lies in survival, and Morrison remains unfazed by the derision of others. He even proclaims that if one were to shelter him, he would willingly undertake any humiliating tasks in the future. In that fleeting moment, Chu Jianlei felt a stirring. Having such a subordinate could greatly benefit his endeavors. However, that thought was ephemeral, as it was swiftly overshadowed by memories of Rogers. Rogers was a life he had saved, yet he had ultimately betrayed him, his justification being a desire for a better life. Thus, Chu Jianlei shook his head, declaring, "You have offended too many. I have no interest in making enemies with everyone." "Those are trivial matters," Morrison replied without hesitation. "If it were a deep-seated grudge, would I have survived this long?" Chu Jianlei resolutely shook his head. "I do not wish to be distracted by uncontrollable factors. Once I have clarified the current situation and resolved the risks associated with the reformulation of the potion, my focus will be entirely on becoming stronger." Morrison paused, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. "Now that the debts are settled, are we considered equals?" "If you say we are equal, then so be it," Chu Jianlei replied, disinterested in further discussion. Hailing from Blue Star, he believed in the fundamental equality of all beings. Yet, old Morrison, you have strayed from the path. To speak of equality at this juncture feels somewhat disrespectful. Morrison's eyes darted, and he proposed, "I have a suggestion. Let us collaborate. Are you interested?" Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment, lifting his chin slightly. Before inviting a response, "The one who leaked your information must certainly be the cripple," Morrison asked bluntly. "You do not deny this, do you?" After some contemplation, Chu Jianlei replied, "I can only say he is not entirely innocent. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies were not particularly severe, yet when confronted with issues requiring definition, he would certainly strive for precision in his wording." "Well, not entirely innocent," Morrison conceded, deciding it unnecessary to dwell on the matter further. "Since you have established this, it would be reasonable to seek some form of compensation from him, wouldn't it?" Chu Jianlei shook his head. "I find it unnecessary. Why must there be compensation?" As long as life can return to its normal course, I am not concerned about earning a living. How much could a grocery store possibly owe? I have never considered myself petty. At worst, I shall simply refrain from engaging with that grocery store in the future. Being kind to others is the essence of life. Being overly calculative is not wise. Is this truly foolishness? Morrison found himself somewhat perplexed. However, this was still of little consequence. Brother Chu, if you deem it unnecessary, may I advocate on your behalf? Thinking of becoming an agent? Chu Jianlei squinted his eyes. Your advocacy is your affair. I cannot concern myself with it. He was resolute in his detachment, particularly given the poor reputation of that individual. To not concern oneself is to not oppose. Morrison chuckled. Your emotional intelligence is truly peculiar. Yet when they are targeting me, you wouldn't remain indifferent, would you? Otherwise, you might be looked down upon by others. Ultimately, I am advocating for you. You may disassociate yourself, but can you permit others to strike back? Chu Jianlei felt a bit of a headache. He was genuinely inept at handling interpersonal relationships. He wished not to be exploited, yet he also desired not to be underestimated. After much contemplation, he finally remarked, Do not use my name in vain. I shall claim half of the harvest. He indeed had confidence in his ability to generate profit, but the earnings had yet to materialize, hadn't they? One may profess to regard wealth as mere refuse, yet one must acknowledge that sustenance requires nurturing from the earth. No issue. Morrison promptly nodded. As long as you are willing to share the spoils, this matter can be resolved. Whether or not to invoke names is truly inconsequential. Do you genuinely believe others will not speculate? Observing Morrison's swift agreement, Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment and suggested, if others press you too hard, you may seek my temporary refuge, provided that you have not committed any egregious acts. Of course, Morrison responded without hesitation, if I were to act improperly. How could I have the audacity to seek your protection? Then it is settled, Chu Jianlei stated decisively. Farewell, no need for further formalities. Is it truly to end like this? Morrison was taken aback. It was the dead of night, in a remote wilderness, with 3 corpses nearby, and his own wound had reopened. Chu Jianlei also looked at him curiously. Do you wish to have a midnight snack or something? Morrison was unfamiliar with the concept of a midnight snack, but he understood well enough that this fool was not speaking seriously. Thus, he directly requested, Could you lend me a firearm? I shall deduct it from the future earnings. Curious, Chu Jianlei inquired. It's not that I cannot lend it to you. But do you dare to pull the trigger? Morrison, with an unvarnished honesty, replied, At the very least, I possess a firearm, do I not? Then I shall lend you one, Chu Jianlei said, handing over a Gauss automatic rifle along with some ammunition. After passing it over, he turned and pedaled away on his tricycle. By the time he returned to his humble abode, it was already the early hours of the morning, and Chu Jianlei, unconcerned, fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he made his way to Sister Pang's grocery store. Sister Pang, I wish to sell a knife. The price she offered was significantly higher than that of a cripple, demanding 5 vials of nutrient solution. However, Chu Jianlei still deemed it insufficient and requested an increase. The toothless knife was indeed somewhat battered, yet it could endure for a considerable duration. Let us exchange for charcoal then, he suggested. Sister Pang did not dwell on their previous day's altercation, agreeing that she could provide more charcoal. Winter is fast approaching. With such an exchange, are you waiting for someone to steal it? Who would dare to thieve from you? Sister Pang retorted nonchalantly, You are now a man with a gun. Those who wield firearms meet their demise sooner. Chu Jianlei responded casually. Do you have any meat? I would be willing to trade for meat as well. This was no euphemism. He genuinely sought real flesh. In the Wasteland, there was indeed meat to be had, albeit at a considerably higher price than nutrient solution. The flavor would undoubtedly surpass that of the nutrient solution, yet it remained beyond the reach of the average individual. Typically, livestock and poultry were raised. But given the dire conditions of the Wasteland, survival was a challenge, let alone the rearing of animals. There was also the option of wild game, though the majority of beasts here had mutated, leaving few edible species available. However, even so, what everyone can typically consume is predominantly the flesh of mutated beasts. As the cost of farmed meat is exorbitant, having not tasted meat for over 6 years, Chu Jianlei resolved to indulge himself. If he were indeed a native of the Wasteland, he might never have the opportunity to savor natural meat in his lifetime. Sister Fat cast him a peculiar glance, remarking that with his knife, he could only exchange for a small piece of mutated meat. Chu Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, swallowed hard, and then scoffed, declaring, One day, I will acquire a substantial chunk. His words might have sounded timid, yet he spoke with a sense of conviction. if he were willing to squander all his wealth. He could afford it now. However, the timing was not right. Ultimately, he traded his long knife for charcoal, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. His spoils were increasing, yet their inability to be converted into tangible wealth was quite vexing. In the foreseeable future, he would require a significant amount of money, or rather, energy. Previously, his existence was merely focused on subsistence. He had ideas for making money but lacked the courage to pursue them. Now, with a shift in circumstances, he aimed to capitalize on this momentum to fortify his position against most who would covet his gains. Thus, aside from addressing potential threats, he now needed to contemplate wealth accumulation. However, it appeared increasingly challenging to amass riches through thievery alone, didn't he? 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of the junkyard on his tricycle. Just as he came to a halt, a figure sprang forth beside him, exclaiming, "Bro Chu, your actions seem rather unscrupulous." Chapter 18. The day has come. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei was filled with fury, questioning who would dare to accuse him of dishonorable conduct. Turning his head, he found that his anger dissipated, replaced instead by a cold smile. "Morrison, my tolerance does not grant you the privilege to act with impunity. What have I done that is dishonorable? The very person who parted ways with me last night has arrived, Morrison." He brandished the faulty Gauss rifle in his hand, a visage of indignation upon his face. "The weapon you lent me is defective." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Jianlei replied, his calm demeanor unwavering as he nodded slightly. "I was aware of that." "You knew?" Morrison was taken aback, unable to fathom such a response. "Why?" Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why what?" Morrison gathered his thoughts, speaking slowly. "This is the gun you lent me, correct?" "Indeed," Chu Jianlei replied straightforwardly, "I did lend it to you. But did I ever claim it was a reliable weapon?" Morrison's mind was in turmoil, realizing that his thoughts did not align with those of an ordinary person. But you expect me to confront a cripple with a faulty gun?" Chu Jianlei answered matter-of-factly, "Is there a distinction? After all, you wouldn't dare to pull the trigger." Morrison felt the urge to curse. Was there truly no difference between wielding a broken weapon and being too fearful to fire? He was at a loss for words. "I nearly lost my life at the hands of that cripple." Chu Jianlei glanced at his thigh, nodding slightly. "It has been bandaged. That indicates a favorable outcome." How did the conversation shift to this topic? Morrison felt bewildered. In the next moment, he realized, "Are you implying?" Chu Jianlei looked at him with a gaze of incredulity, entirely disinterested in further dialogue. Morrison finally grasped the intricacies of the situation, yet he remained somewhat incredulous. "Are you so certain that the cripple would not dare to act against me, that he would undoubtedly acquiesce to my extortion?" Chu Jianlei contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. He was not entirely assured, as there still lingered the possibility of failure. When he lent out that defective firearm, he had already contemplated how Morrison and the cripple would interact. The old cripple was certainly no fool, yet he was also not a simpleton. It was highly improbable that he would willingly accept extortion. However, the crux of the matter was that Morrison had returned to the camp alive. With Morrison alive, it was likely that the owner of the firearm, Chu Jianlei, had also survived. As for the fate of the 3 individuals trailing them, it was hardly worth speculating. The pivotal point was that the Gauss automatic rifle had indeed been damaged by a bullet. Provided the old cripple was not exceedingly foolish or obstinate, he ought to dutifully compensate for the damages, especially given his substantial suspicion in this affair. Of course, Chu Jianlei could not guarantee that his deductions were infallibly accurate. For instance, what if the old cripple had no connection to this incident whatsoever? Nonetheless, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on these thoughts to Morrison. Upon hearing this, Morrison's expression darkened. The possibility of failure. Would I die? How could I possibly know? Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids. "Perhaps. Half dead? That seems rather excessive." Morrison's countenance grew increasingly grim. "And you didn't even think to warn me. Was it truly necessary?" Chu Jianlei regarded him with curiosity. The old cripple would have to ponder. I might still be alive. Morrison had to concede that the opponent's logic was sound. However, recalling the near brush with death, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment. "Couldn't he lend me a decent firearm? Do we not share a bond?" Chu Jianlei observed him curiously, remarking on the incredulity displayed on his face. After a moment's reflection, he added, "If you were to be killed, wouldn't he that merely arm the enemy?" At these words, Morrison could not suppress a scowl. He had never encountered such bluntness in conversation. "Are you suggesting I lack eloquence?" Chu Jianlei shot back, his expression darkening. "What is wrong with being forthright? It is merely the truth. Your thought process is astonishingly naive." Morrison was left speechless. Eventually, he inquired, "If I were to be slain by a cripple, Would you seek vengeance for me? This question momentarily stumped Chu Jianlei. After contemplating, he replied, "It depends on my mood." Morrison nodded, reflecting that he finally understood why Chu was a solitary spirit. His impulsiveness was rather pronounced. Yet, Chu Jianlei then raised his hand, snatching away the defective gun. "Time to return what's mine. What about my bounty? 10 vials of nutrients and a bag of clean water. Is that all?" Morrison's gaze was unguarded. Chu Jianlei shot him a resigned look. "Doesn't the bandaging of my wound count?" He had expected his counterpart to be particularly honest, but to be so blatantly evasive about the obvious. Could he not extend a modicum of respect for my intelligence? "I assumed you would understand," Morrison replied with equanimity. "I can part with 6 vials of nutrients." "Will that suffice?" Chu Jianlei was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly your interpretation of a 50-50 split? However, considering that this fellow indeed took a risk, he was too indifferent to dwell on it. "Very well, provide me with the nutritional supplements." Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Morrison hesitated for a moment. "Can I still borrow that gun?" Chu Jianlei looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you say it was useless?" Morrison chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's somewhat useful. Being able to converse with that old cripple yesterday was a factor." Chu Jianlei recalled his conversation with Sister Fat. Having a gun might lead to a quicker demise. "Even if it's a faulty one, do you understand?" "I comprehend," Morrison nodded, "but I still prefer the feeling of having a gun." "Then you should buy it." Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation, "Just 2 tubes of nutritional supplements will suffice. This Gauss rifle is damaged beyond repair, yet the disassembled parts can be utilized in other firearms." "I'm only borrowing it," Morrison stated firmly. "With 2 tubes of nutritional supplements, I can survive for an additional 2 days. Why should I purchase it?" "Fine. I see you're wise enough to leverage what you have." Chu Jianlei shot him a glance and handed over the gun. Essentially, he was not a miser. It was merely the harshness of life in the wasteland over the years that compelled him to be so meticulous. For the next 2 days, Morrison stayed with Chu Jianlei, even continuing to assist in pushing the tricycle. However, it transformed into a paid endeavor, earning a third of the fare. The money earned was somewhat arduous, but Morrison's primary income did not stem from this. He regarded his petty thievery as his main occupation. It must be acknowledged that this fellow had quite the knack for stealing, as he only took items of little value, exercising great discretion. Thus, others were too indifferent to hold him accountable, at most uttering a warning not to move. Ultimately, it was the immense pressure exerted by Mr. Sai that loomed over everyone. Many individuals preferred to forego the convenience of public freight vehicles, opting instead to rent tricycles for 1 or 2 trips, all in an effort to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chu Jianlei. In comparison, being taken advantage of by Morrison seemed a trivial matter. On the 3rd day, someone approached Chu Jianlei to discuss the need to seek the antidote at the Hongxi settlement. The first to approach was a disheveled woman, followed by a stocky man. Chu Jianlei had been preoccupied with this matter as well, so they agreed to set off that very night towards Hongxi. At that time, there were precisely 20 scavengers involved in the first incident, but this time, over 40 people were making the journey to Hongxi. The valuable items from the landfill could only fetch a decent price at the settlement. They hired 3 trucks, barely accommodating the number of people and goods intended for the trip. Chu Jianlei brought along 2 firearms, 1 long and 1 short, and a knife of each length. The tricycle was left for Morrison, and the rest of the weapons were entrusted to Fat Sister for sale. They could not carry everything with them. The settlement was situated more than 200 kilometers from the landfill. The dilapidated trucks traversed the wasteland throughout the night, arriving only at dawn. The settlement itself was quite expansive, enclosed by walls spanning approximately 10 square kilometers, with a population reportedly exceeding 50,000. Chu Jianlei had once calculated that with 5,000 people per square kilometer, there might even be some land available for cultivation. Unfortunately, survivors from the wilderness were not granted the privilege of residency, and even temporary entry into the city required a substantial deposit. Numerous makeshift houses dotted the outskirts, exceeding 1,000 in number, appearing densely packed. Chu Jianlei and his companions arrived at the southern small city gate, in search of the one-eyed leader they encountered previously. This leader, known as Tuzwafu, turned out to be a squad leader of the Imperial Guards. Tuzwafu was not on duty at the time. Upon hearing that there were survivors from the wilderness seeking him, he took over 2 hours to arrive. Accompanying him were 8 or 9 individuals, forming a standard combat squad. Upon seeing the group, his first inquiry was, "Is there any news regarding the mechs?" This was quite disheartening, as everyone else was preoccupied with the antidote, while he was solely concerned with information. No one responded to his question. The previous incident was still fresh in memory, with some individuals truly capable of killing without a second thought. The crowd's attention turned towards Chu Jianlei. He could not evade the situation. His status had visibly risen over the past few days, and one must pay the price for any gains. He stepped forward and replied earnestly, "Sir, we have been diligently searching, but unfortunately, we have no news as of now." Tu Zhuofu squinted his solitary eye and coldly remarked, "No news? Then what brings you here?" Chu Jianlei, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "Sir, we can only gather information while we are alive. The dead can accomplish nothing." While Tu Zhuofu had been relatively courteous during their last encounter, his temper seemed to have soured this time. He icily questioned, "Are you complaining?" Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids and truthfully replied, "I would not dare." It was not that there were no complaints, but rather that he did not dare to voice them. After all, his social skills were quite lacking. Tu Zhuofu's hand had already moved to the laser gun at his waist, but in the next moment, he seemed to ponder something. He turned his gaze towards the others, perceiving that this fool harbored resentment. Apart from him, did any of you possess grievances? No. The crowd shook their heads in unison. The fool was spared due to his folly. They had no desire to face the bullets. "You scoundrels. None of you speak the truth." Tu Zhuofu began to berate them. Is it only the fool who dares to utter honest words? The crowd remained silent, thinking to themselves, "Let him curse. We shall feign ignorance, as long as you provide the antidote." Observing the silence, Tu Zhuofu grew increasingly irate. Did he expect the antidote to be free of cost? Chapter 19. The antidote. Tu Zhuofu's outburst was inexplicable, leaving everyone bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Tu Zhuofu's agitation escalated. "Since you refuse to speak, then be gone." Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, attempted to gather around, only to be dispersed by the guards. The scavenger's attention once again focused on Chu Jianlei. With a resigned sigh, he shrugged and raised his hands. "Surely, I cannot be the sole voice here. If it were not for necessity, he would prefer to remain in seclusion, entertaining himself in peace." However, the stout man grew anxious. "Little Chu, we have supported your business. Will you not lend your voice?" Seeing this, Tu Zhuofu brandished his laser gun and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. A gaping hole, the size of a wine glass, appeared on the stout man's forehead. With an expression of disbelief, he slowly collapsed to the ground. He simply could not fathom why. After being injected with the poison and having his fate seemingly sealed, he would still be shot. If they truly wished for his demise, wouldn't withholding the antidote suffice? Tu Zhuofu let out a cold snort, questioning who had granted them the audacity to disregard him. He was not intentionally coming to Chu Jianlei's aid. Rather, he sought to set an example. Just because he had promised them the antidote did not mean he was bound to fulfill that obligation. The filthy woman, seeing the situation, decisively spoke up. "Lord Tu, we will intensify our efforts to investigate. Please grant us an opportunity." Tu Zhuofu cast her a sidelong glance, snorting disdainfully. "Are you not fools? Or merely women? Have all the men among the scavengers perished?" Another man spoke up. "My lord, we are making every effort, but the mine is simply too vast." Tu Zhuofu's solitary eye narrowed, ominously inquiring, "Are you suggesting that you are incapable?" "No," the man quickly shook his head. "This requires time. We implore your understanding, my lord." A hint of amusement flickered across Tu Zhuofu's face. How much time would suffice? The man hesitated. "I dare not say. My lord, the items may not necessarily be within our mine." Tu Zhuofu waved his hand dismissively. "There must be a reason for selecting you. This time, I shall provide you with the antidote, but let me make this clear. If there is no news next time, there will be more casualties." The crowd fell silent, finally realizing that the others' acts of violence were merely to establish authority. Understanding this point, everyone harbors a faint sense of helplessness and desolation in the wasteland. Human life is truly undervalued. With a wave of his hand, Tu Zhuofu summoned a member of the guard, who stepped forward to retrieve a box from his waist and opened it. Inside were neatly arranged rows of small paper packets. "Each of you may take one," he instructed, "and I hope to hear good news from you in 5 days." Having just asserted his dominance through violence, the scavengers stood as docile as sheep. Daring not to entertain other thoughts, the filthy woman glanced around, noticing the stillness, and boldly approached to take a packet of medicine. "Thank you," Lord Tuesday observing her actions. The others followed suit, stepping forward to collect their own remedies and expressing their gratitude. Chu Jianlei was the last to retrieve his medicine. Meanwhile, the filthy woman had already opened her packet and poured the brown powder directly into her mouth. She did not discard the empty packet, but instead carefully folded it and solemnly placed it in her bosom. Seeing this, the others instantly understood and mimicked her actions. Swallowing their medicine in unison, Chu Jianlei watched in astonishment. He understood their rationale, yet 5 days had not yet elapsed. What if taking it early resulted in complications, particularly if the next opportunity to receive the remedy were delayed? Tu Zhuofu, having calmed his inner turmoil after executing a man, noticed Chu Jianlei's perplexity. With a smile, he inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not comprehend their logic?" "I do understand," Chu Jianlei replied honestly, albeit still somewhat puzzled. "If you truly claim to be bewildered, it would be sheer pretense." Tu Zhuofu nodded slightly, remarking, "Even animals know to protect their food." He remarked, "The malevolence of humanity is beyond your imagination. For now, this will sustain you for at least 5 days." Chu Jianlei nodded vacantly, yet his mind was racing. Does this 5-day time frame merely serve as a general indication? Surely, within the survivors, individual variances must exist, thus, the precision of time is not so exact? Upon noticing Chu Jianlei lost in thought once more, Tu Zhuofu casually handed him a small cloth pouch, stating, "This is for the upcoming 5 days." Chu Jianlei snapped back to reality, opened the pouch, and indeed found 10 vials of nutritional supplements. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, feeling unworthy of such generosity. After all, it was merely a casual gambit. Tu Zhuofu glanced at him and inquired, "Aren't you concerned about your antidote being stolen?" At that moment, Chu Jianlei realized and quickly unwrapped the paper package to swallow the antidote, promptly stowing away the wrapper. Tu Zhuofu patted his shoulder, acknowledging, "Equipped with weapons, you appear to possess a modicum of capability." With that, he turned and departed, followed by the other members of the royal guard, leaving no further words behind. Chu Jianlei's gaze wandered as he sensed the antidote's effects on his body, while remaining alert for any potential ambush. The antidote was undeniably effective. Within 5 minutes of consumption, a gentle warmth enveloped him. The various sharp pains within his body diminished significantly. Moreover, the effects proved to be remarkably enduring. Even after half an hour, he still felt its efficacy. With the pain subsiding, Chu Jianlei reveled in the sensation of being able to soar with the wind. No wonder Tu Zhuofu was capable of taking lives. He murmured, thoughtfully, "If his assumptions are correct, this so-called antidote is indeed a rare and beneficial elixir for the body. Taking a life would at least conserve a dose of this precious remedy. The act of killing serves merely as a means to establish authority, with motives far from simplistic." He stood there in a daze, and others were similarly lost in the joy of restoring their bodies. However, some individuals remained more vigilant. A sturdy, fully armed man approached. The muscles of his face twitched involuntarily, though he forcefully suppressed it. "Xiao Chu, this time it has passed, but what shall we do next?" Chu Jianlei finally snapped back to reality, distressed as he rubbed his forehead. "I am at a loss as well. We shall take it step by step." The burly man slightly furrowed his brow. "They hold you in high regard. Why not take the lead and negotiate some terms?" Hearing this, someone nearby quickly chimed in, "Indeed. We cannot afford to have deaths occur so readily. You want me to take the lead?" Chu Jianlei raised an eyebrow and slowly shook his head. "I lack the capability. Others are even less capable." The burly man spoke firmly. "I, Collins, will fully support you. Anyone who disagrees may come to confront me." Collins is a formidable force among scavengers, known for his solitary and ruthless nature, and he has never bullied Chu Jianlei in the past, not out of integrity, but rather because Chu Jianlei was too weak to warrant such treatment. Chu Jianlei, with a silent grimace, thought, "Are you not afraid of death? Why should I be?" Nevertheless, he had no intention of explaining himself and turned to browse other shops. Collins watched him depart, his brows slightly furrowing before he glanced at his fellow companions nearby. "Do you not support this?" A soft sigh escaped from someone, who then turned back to have a serious conversation with the foolish Chu. Could this fellow possibly be the illegitimate child of some affluent family? They were utterly perplexed as to why this simpleton received such preferential treatment. A glint of malice flickered in Colin's eyes. "We have encountered a predicament, yet it is ultimately for his salvation." Chu Jianlei, unaware of the unfolding drama behind him, was visiting the settlement for the first time, eager to broaden his horizons. Here, he finally encountered the fabled currency, the Hongxi coin. This currency was issued by the Hongxi settlement, but to his astonishment, it was made of stamped silver. In the Wasteland, silver was a relatively rare metal, not without value. While silver boasts commendable conductivity, its applications were limited, as industry was scarce in this region. Chu Jianlei possessed a small silver plaque, a token he had acquired from Third Master, its purpose unknown to him. He took it out and inquired of the shopkeeper, "What is this worth in silver dollars?" The shopkeeper, A slightly portly middle-aged man glanced at the plaque and replied nonchalantly, "It can only be exchanged for 5 silver coins." "Very well," Chu Jianlei said, putting the plaque away and preparing to leave, oblivious to the glimmer of greed in the shopkeeper's eyes. As he exited, the shopkeeper's brow furrowed slightly, contemplating the rare silver plaque. How could this fellow possess such an item? At that moment, another figure strode through the door, a robust man. "Second brother. Who are you scheming against this time?" The shopkeeper glanced at him, lowering his voice. "Fifth brother. That fellow just now had a rare silver plaque." "A silver plaque?" Fifth brother's interest was piqued. "Is there a way to trace its origin?" The shopkeeper shook his head in disbelief. "When I offered 5 silver horns, he surprisingly refused to sell. Surely, it is worth at least 5 silver dollars. You are quite unscrupulous," Old Five chuckled. "Shall we play a trick on him?" The shopkeeper nodded slightly, indicating that the stranger, likely a rare sighting of a wild man, was reasonably well equipped. "But what does that matter?" Old Five replied nonchalantly. "If 7 or 8 people surround him, would he dare to make a move?" "Better to exercise caution," the shopkeeper said seriously. "First, assess that fellow's capabilities. Let us ensure it's not a trap. In the desolate wilderness, schemes and deceptions are commonplace. It is difficult to ascertain if the other party is laying bait." Before long, Old Five returned. "Second brother, they are a group of scavengers from elsewhere, and one of them was killed by the one-eyed wolf." "Scavengers? So they came upon something by chance?" The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, inquiring about how many companions he had. Near the dump, scavengers can indeed be formidable. Yet the elite of Hongxi settlement are not overly intimidated. After all, it's merely a case of black eating black. Who fears whom when cunning meets cunning? Old Five's expression darkened at the response. "It seems there are over 40 of them, with 3 vehicles." "Over 40? The shopkeeper was taken aback. "When did scavengers become so united?" Old Five shrugged helplessly. "I heard they have some connection to the one-eyed wolf, but the specifics remain unclear." "This is somewhat troubling." The shopkeeper furrowed his brow. Chapter 20, Prevention of Addiction. The shopkeeper did not regard the scavengers lightly. Yet a larger number still poses quite a challenge. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Would those individuals leave together?" Old Five nodded slightly, responding with resignation that the probability of returning together was quite high, and if they intended to take action, the cost would be significant. It would be prudent to gather information first. The shopkeeper had made a decision, and it was essential to ascertain that fellow's identity. They were local tyrants on the outskirts of Hongxi's stronghold, yet uncovering the origins of the scavenger was no simple task. The scavenger community was exceptionally insular and did not welcome inquiries from outsiders. It was not until the evening that Old Five, through a familiar scavenger, managed to glean some intelligence. "Second brother, it turns out he is a fool. However, it is said that the one-eyed wolf holds him in high regard. As for why Tu's Wofu valued Chu Jianlei, such information was strictly guarded within the scavenger circle." Second brother contemplated for a moment and nodded. They would send someone to the dump to keep an eye on him and uncover what lay behind this individual. Before long, the scavengers sold their goods and procured some necessary items, forming a convoy of 3 vehicles to return. On the journey back, they revisited old discussions, hoping to persuade Chu Jianlei to take the lead in organizing this matter. Chu Jianlei, however, remained silent, and only when pressed did he exclaim, "I fear death as well." "No one is immune to the fear of death," someone retorted loudly, "but you are not like us." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei could not help but roll his eyes, asserting, "I refuse to believe that no one realizes the antidote is, in fact, a rare medication." The crowd fell silent, and then someone gasped, "So, are murders committed to conserve medicine?" It is not surprising that they are somewhat slow to react. If Chu Jianlei had not been privy to the details of the injection in advance, he would not have dared to be so certain. Yet, there were a few individuals whose faces remained impassive, clearly having anticipated the crux of the matter long before. That filthy woman even let out a wry smile. "Only you, little Chu, would dare to openly disclose this." The revelation was indeed astonishing. Anyone with a modicum of discretion would not have had the audacity to make it public. Only a fool like Chu Jianlei would speak so bluntly. However, the words of the filthy woman became the most fitting commentary on Chu Jianlei's remarks, and for a moment, silence enveloped the vehicle. After a while, Collins broke the stillness, asking, "Little Chu, do you have any further suggestions? Please share them with us." "No, I do not," Chu Jianlei replied decisively, shaking his head. He was focused on matters that differed vastly from theirs. Not long after, whispers began to fill the air, revealing that the group was engaged in strategizing. When the truck approached within 10 kilometers of the rocky encampment, Chu Jianlei requested to disembark. This was the closest point to his home, and he intended to walk back to rest. Once he departed, Collins ominously remarked, "We do not have much time left." The filthy woman sighed, stating, "We can no longer continue mining. Our immediate priority is to disperse and gather intelligence. Abandoning scavenging would undoubtedly affect their income in the short term, but when it concerns one's life, which is of greater importance?" Ultimately, the scavengers had initially underestimated the gravity of the situation. They believed they had escaped the initial massacre, thinking that from then on, they could merely go through the motions. It was not until another vibrant life was extinguished that they realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded their imagination. Yet, one individual scoffed. Lamenting merely a few days without profit, it was easy enough to say, but who could guarantee they would acquire any news? A cold chuckle escaped Collins at this remark. Even if news could be obtained, who could assure that we would not be silenced? The moment this question was posed, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grim. Chu Jianlei returned to his modest abode, cautiously inspecting his surroundings and finding no signs of intrusion, nor any missing belongings. What a relief! He decided against sleep, instead retrieving the paper-wrapped parcel that still contained a trace of the antidote. This was a small amount he had skillfully hidden away, utilizing his nimble wrists. It was likely that others treated their parcels similarly, and surely, some would be pondering the composition of this antidote. However, after scrutinizing the contents with a flashlight for quite some time, he was utterly unable to discern the ingredients. The crux of the problem lay in the lack of testing equipment. He could only brood in silence. When it came to research, Chu Jianlei possessed a modicum of confidence, but at present, he was left with nothing but helplessness. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly felt a renewed throbbing pain in his head. This marked the second occurrence of such swelling since his last injection. Instantly, his spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he retrieved a nutrient supplement and laid it out on the ground. Perhaps, this swelling was a consequential reaction after consuming the antidote. This time, the discomfort was not as intense as before, but its persistence was notably strong. The sensation of swelling pain began to manifest after 2 minutes, prompting Chu Jianlei to adopt a horse stance, which he maintained for nearly 20 minutes. Subsequently, he seated himself cross-legged on the ground, focusing his 5 senses towards the heavens and concentrating on his lower dantian. Remarkably, the results this time were extraordinary. The flow of energy was notably abundant, and it also expended significant calories. The image of a cartoonish little lake, characterized by a large head and a small body, resurfaced in his mind. Though it lingered for only a brief moment, perhaps 4 or 5 seconds, he pressed on with his mental exercises. Chu Jianlei's mind whirled into a frenzy, as he continuously consumed one nutrient supplement after another, occasionally sipping on water. Fortunately, his material conditions had greatly improved. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure such exertion. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when he reached out for another nutrient supplement, his hand grasped at emptiness. Had he truly consumed all 8? A sense of urgency washed over him. He felt that if he could just persevere a little longer, the unnamed energy refining technique would ascend to a new level. However, he had initially set aside those 8 supplements as a self-imposed safeguard against overindulgence. Regardless of the progress made, it was imperative to cease when necessary. Moderation is key. He had deliberately trained himself in self-discipline, as many individuals with Asperger's syndrome struggle in this regard. Yet, for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, achieving their desires is paramount. 8 nutrient supplements represented a substantial 8-day supply, indeed. Quite considerable. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his eyes and organized his thoughts regarding the unnamed energy refining technique. As expected, this iteration of the technique had improved upon the last. Nevertheless, he refrained from attempting the circulation of qi through his meridians, choosing instead to diligently maintain his focus on his lower dantian. After a brief respite, he rose to his feet, feeling an unusual lightness in his body. As for whether his skin had accumulated any dirt, Chu Jianlei felt no such sensation. In the wasteland, the notion of taking a bath was nothing short of a luxury. It wasn't that water was entirely absent. Some sources appeared quite clear. However, indulging in a bath could lead to unpredictable mutations, even the possibility of sudden demise. During his time on Blue Star, he had been attentive to personal hygiene, though not obsessively so. Otherwise, he would not have survived these 6 years. In the wasteland, survival took precedence, and concerns about cleanliness or body odor were simply impractical. He then exited the underground chamber, gazing upwards at the sky, realizing it had unknowingly turned to afternoon. He made his way to Sister Fat's general store, inquiring if anyone was interested in purchasing the weapons he was selling on consignment. In the Wasteland, weapons were never in short supply. However, Sister Fat remarked that most inquiries were from those hoping to acquire them at a bargain. Chu Jianlei firmly maintained that he would prefer to keep them for personal use rather than sell them at a low price. Thus, he posed another question. Do you have any information regarding the black-skinned, bristly rat? I am willing to buy. The black-skinned bristly rat was a mutated creature, though its mutations were notably stable, making it a recognized and practical species. Its taste was said to be average, but crucially, it provided a high caloric yield, and it was not particularly difficult to hunt. Sister Fat looked at him in surprise. Are you planning to become a hunter? Chu Jianlei, somewhat evasively, replied, out of curiosity. I would like to witness it if the opportunity arises. Sister Fat cast a glance at him, revealing that there was some information available, albeit with no guarantee of its timeliness or accuracy. In pursuit of more recent intelligence, Chu Jianlei was reluctant to invest in outdated news. As for the possibility of danger, no one could offer assurances. Where there were prey, hunters were likely to lurk. Regardless, he deemed it unwise to delve deeply into the refuse pit. To satiate his craving for excitement, he would need to hunt mutated beasts instead. The crux of the matter was that he had not tasted meat in over 6 years. And once that thought took root, it would be nearly impossible to extinguish. Sister Fat pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating that there was no recent information available, but she would inform him in a couple of days. If this were the same foolish Chu from before, she would have no qualms about taking advantage of him by selling slightly outdated information. However, considering the weaponry he was currently consigning, she felt it unnecessary to take such a risk. One could look down upon him. Yet the fact that he had amassed such an arsenal from nothing in a short time was clearly no stroke of luck. Chu Jianlei nodded. This was not an urgent matter. He contemplated obtaining information from the Red Bull team, knowing that Sister Fat's brother was involved with the hunters. Sister Fat shot him a glance and snorted lightly, remarking on how hunters would never disclose information about their prey. I have other channels, she added. Chu Jianlei did not doubt her words. While Sister Fat was not a professional information broker, her connections were undoubtedly formidable. Nevertheless, he contemplated whether the old cripple's information might not be of inferior quality. With this thought in mind, he turned to leave the camp, hoping that with a bit of swiftness, he could arrive before nightfall. As for the business at the refuse pit, it had ceased to occupy his thoughts. The scavengers insisted that he take the lead, and he truly loathed such coercion. The distance between the two camps was approximately 17 or 18 kilometers. Armed to the teeth, he advanced briskly. If all proceeded smoothly, the journey should not exceed 2 hours. However, encountering unforeseen events in the wasteland was not uncommon. After traversing about 10 kilometers, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a side dive, followed by a series of rolls. Almost immediately, a barrage of bullets struck the very spot where he had just been, sending plumes of dust into the air. The sound of gunfire soon followed, unmistakably the report of a Gauss automatic weapon. It was a tranquilizer gun. Chu Jianlei's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 21. Swift escape. The wilderness of the wasteland was perpetually perilous. The mutated beasts were terrifying, but even more fearsome were the humans. By analyzing the bullet impacts in the stirred-up soil, Chu Jianlei could roughly ascertain the assailant's position. They were likely concealed on an inconspicuous little mound ahead, which, despite being modest in height, was flanked by 2 slightly taller mounds. However, height did not guarantee superiority, and Chu Jianlei understood this well. Suitability was paramount. In his haste, he could not discern why the adversary had chosen this location to ambush him. Nonetheless, he could ascertain one fact. There were not many of them, only 1 or 2 individuals. If there had been a larger group, they certainly would have closed in to kill him rather than fire from a distance. It was precisely for this reason that he surmised the shooter wielded a tranquilizer gun rather than a firearm typical of the Fallen. The Fallen could indeed use guns, but they lacked ammunition. Relying solely on what they could seize, they would not waste bullets in such a manner. Moreover, the Fallen are adept at seeking solace in numbers. They typically venture forth in groups of 3 or 5, with solitary figures being a rare sight. Yet, even when discerning that their adversaries are few in number, Chu Jianlei harbored no intentions of retaliation. The ambiguity of the enemy's intentions and the uncertainty of the terrain rendered any impulsive counterattack an act of recklessness. In this desolate wasteland, the number of those who resort to ambush is truly incalculable. Any seemingly inconspicuous individual, once placed in the wilderness with a firearm in hand, may easily entertain unwholesome thoughts. Even a businessperson like Sister Fat or a coward like Morrison could suddenly decide to play the role of a bandit. Chu Jianlei, being a lone wanderer himself and armed with various weapons, was naturally regarded as prey. As Sister Fat aptly noted, possessing a gun may hasten one's demise, for an assailant would strike with lethal intent at the earliest opportunity. Logically, given Chu Jianlei's disposition, he should harbor a profound disdain for ambushers. I have not wronged you. Yet you seek to take my life? However, he understood more clearly that as long as the order of the Wasteland remained unchanged, such circumstances would perpetually endure. Each survivor, under suitable conditions, could metamorphose into a marauder. This phenomenon is rampant and beyond the capacity of any single individual to alter. Nor does he bear the responsibility to effect such change. Rather than stew in frustration, it would be wiser to retreat quietly. As for the identity of his adversaries, he had little interest in uncovering it. The list of potential suspects was far too extensive, and overthinking would merely invite unnecessary troubles. However, if one were to flee, there must be a method to the madness. It is certain that the ambushers had chosen this location for a reason, indicating their familiarity with the surrounding environment. Chu Jianlei had traversed this area on several occasions in the past. While his memories were not vividly etched, upon reflection, he was able to recall some details. Then he suddenly realized. No wonder they chose to lie in ambush on that small hillock. While the hillock was not the optimal spot for concealment, it was not significantly inferior to a higher vantage point. The key advantage of that location lay in its facilitation of retreat. For an assailant to attempt to counterattack, they would have to consider the risk of a second ambush. On the other hand, Chu Jianlei's position was not particularly advantageous for an offensive, nor did it allow for a swift escape. Of course, the notions of convenience and inconvenience are relative, not absolute. Nevertheless, it was commendable that the adversary managed to find such a position to lay in wait on the desolate plain. Chu Jianlei instantly contemplated 3 possible avenues of escape. However, upon further reflection, he decided against pursuing any of them. The reasoning was straightforward. What if the enemy had set traps or landmines? One should never underestimate the depths to which these ambushes might sink. To them, the cost of using a vibrating knife to eliminate a target was well worth it. Even if the price difference amounted to merely a nutritional supplement. As long as the output exceeded the input, they would proceed, especially considering they were armed. Given sufficient time and space, Chu Jianlei would not have been overly concerned about traps. However, time was of the essence. He rolled forward a few more paces and then raised his hand to toss a substandard smoke grenade. As the smoke billowed forth, he began to charge toward the side front. He had no intention of mounting a counterattack. It was simply safer to retreat from this position. He understood the nature of humanity in the Wasteland all too well. TSK, encountering a vigilant ambusher made him sigh. The ambusher was a stout, middle-aged man. His face weathered and unassuming, dressed in tattered clothing. He wielded an old Gauss submachine gun, had a short knife tucked into his leg strap, and carried a small waist pouch containing a hand grenade. To an outsider, he appears to be a rather beleaguered survivor. Despite possessing weapons such as knives and guns, he exudes no aura of fierceness. Without that tattered Gauss rifle, he would merely be a lowly survivor, equipped with only a meager means of self-defense. He would suspect that he has already taken the lives of 5 other survivors, with today marking the 6th. Just as Chu Jianlei surmised, he is not a maniacal killer. Rather, he finds it a convenient way to acquire external wealth. Whenever funds run low, he resorts to hunting solitary travelers. Upon witnessing the adversary deploy a smoke grenade, he realizes he may return empty-handed today. To his astonishment, the opponent subsequently fires a grenade that lands nearby, which also turns out to be a smoke grenade. Is this an offensive maneuver? He scoffs inwardly. After all, it is merely a solitary traveler. Do you know how many individuals I have on my side? Thus, it is merely a show of bravado before retreating. However, one must be prudent. He is here to earn extra income, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. When he decides to withdraw, he must do so methodically. He rolls a couple of times to change his position, then raises his Gauss rifle, firing 2 precise shots to signal his presence. Following this, he executes a few rolls and swiftly crouches to make his escape. He is a cautious individual. Although he kills without hesitation, he values his life highly. The opponent may be advancing while retreating, yet he is unwilling to gamble on such assumptions. He merely wishes to earn a little extra, and sacrificing his life would render it meaningless. Therefore, this time he does not retreat conventionally. Instead, he crouches and shifts laterally for 300 to 400 meters before sprinting away in a zigzag pattern. The numerous small mounds surrounding him effectively concealed his form. He was exceptionally adept at fleeing. Despite his tattered attire and the numerous scrapes upon his body, he had secured his garments snugly. After a furious sprint of nearly 3,000 meters, he finally veered into a depression beneath a hill. This small pit was not large, but it allowed him to curl up and evade observation. A covering of earth-toned rag would render it perfect. Breathless, he circled around, only to unexpectedly confront the ominous black muzzle of a firearm. Chu Jianglei felt a sense of helplessness. He swore he had been running aimlessly, intending to rest here for a moment. Though he was infuriated by the assailant, thoughts of investigation or revenge had never crossed his mind. Yet, scarcely a minute had passed since he settled down when he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from afar. The opponent's agility was truly remarkable. Yet the heavy panting was impossible to mask. Chu Jianglei aimed his laser pistol at the suddenly emerging head, and both men froze in surprise. The honest fellow immediately recognized him, but the distance between them was perilously close, and the other man was wielding a handgun. He attempted to turn and flee, but it was already too late. After a moment of shock, Chu Jianglei sighed, remarking on his speed. The honest man obediently raised his hands and decided to fabricate a lie. "This is my resting place, my friend. We have no grievances against each other. If you wish to rest, I can lend it to you." Chu Jianglei paid little heed to the other's words. What were the odds of such a coincidence? Especially given that the man was indeed armed with a Gauss pistol, it was all but certain that if he was not the one, then it could only be him. He helplessly pursed his lips and said, "To tell the truth, I never intended to retaliate against you. There are too many who strike from the shadows." The honest man paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied with sincerity, "I truly do not understand what you were saying." Chu Jianglei, unfazed, merely curled his lip, not expecting the other to acknowledge the significance of his words. He simply sighed and remarked, "I apologize, but your luck is simply unfortunate. You didn't run fast enough. Had the other arrived here first, it would have been him who faced demise." Observing that the man continued to talk to himself, the honest man realized that if this conversation persisted, he would be doomed. He decisively conceded, "I merely wished to rob a small sum. Survival in this wasteland is truly arduous, and I had no intention of resorting to murder." After a brief pause, he added, "Just as you had no plans to seek revenge against me, I was originally intending to flee." Chu Jianlei silently regarded him, and after a moment, uttered two words, "That's it? I can buy my life." The honest man finally broached the main topic, revealing that he had some valuable items hidden within the camp. Chu Jianlei was skeptical of this claim, for wasteland survivors rarely kept valuable possessions in their dwellings, preferring to conceal them in the wild where there was a semblance of safety. Following the man could potentially lead him to his companions, and it was unwise to kill indiscriminately within the camp. Thus, after disarming the man, he ordered him to bind himself. Then, he raised his hand and struck down directly onto the man's thigh, murmuring, "A little injury, is that all right?" Even if the assailant had not intended to kill him, being shot by a Gauss gun would inevitably result in injury. He was unscathed. How could the other party seize the belongings? With an expressionless visage, he uttered, "Reveal the whereabouts of your items, or I shall ensure your blood stains the ground." As he swung his blade, the honest man's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Are you truly intent on taking a life?" Despite his propensity for using blunt force, he did not always resort to murder during robberies, as his primary objective was merely theft. Of course, inflicting injury was inevitable, but killing could invite retaliation. He should have attempted to resist earlier. A pang of regret stirred within him, even if it likely meant facing death on the spot. Yet, ultimately, there exists no remedy for regret. With a bitter smile, he questioned, "How can you assure me that you won't silence me forever?" It appeared he had no choice but to gamble. Curiously, Chu Jianlei maintained a stoic expression. The honest man, with his eyelids drooped in silence, evidently resigned himself to the assault. Chu Jianlei, unfazed by the man's demeanor, began rummaging through his meager possessions. This individual was indeed impoverished. Apart from 2 vials of nutritional supplements and a few bullets, he had not even brought water. However, within a box at the man's waist, Chu Jianlei unexpectedly stumbled upon a small brown stone, roughly the size of a fingertip. What could this be? He cautiously prodded it with a short dagger. In an instant, the honest man's face drained of color. Chapter 22. An overwhelming surprise. Chu Jianlei scraped the small stone with his dagger, revealing a faint reddish glow emanating from the brown rock. "This is..." His brows arched slightly, an uncontrollable joy bubbling within him. He glanced at the man and tentatively inquired, "A mutated beast crystal?" The honest man lowered his head, remaining silent. The discovery of this object rendered any further discussion unnecessary. Chu Jianlei had heard of such legendary entities, rumored to be mutated beasts of grade B or above, capable of producing crystals. These mutated beasts are classified into various tiers. For instance, the black-skinned, bristly-ready sod to hunt is an unranked mutated beast. With sufficient luck and skill, one could slay it using a high-frequency oscillating blade. The more formidable mutated beasts, classified as grade C, could be dealt with by a Gauss automatic rifle, though typically, a single Gauss gun does not provide adequate assurance. For grade B, which surpasses C, one must deploy at least a Gauss machine gun or a laser sniper rifle. However, it is a common misconception that all grade B mutated beasts contain crystals. In fact, grade B crystals are exceedingly rare. If one were to quantify the probability, it might exceed 1 in 10,000, yet it remains significantly below 1%. Consequently, the price of mutated beast crystals is exorbitantly high. Generally, a single crystal from a grade B mutated beast could roughly be exchanged for an armored vehicle akin to those used by Mr. Sai, along with a substantial quantity of ammunition. It is said that someone once traded a mutated beast crystal for residency rights in the Hongxi settlement. In addition to acquiring considerable wealth, Chu Jianlei was astonished to find himself in the presence of what appeared to be such a treasure. Indeed, the swiftest route to fortune often lies in the realm of crime, where the outcome is dictated by the severity of punishment. Yet, he remained uncertain, hence his inquiry. Observing the other party's silence, he raised his blade and severed a significant portion of their foot, urging them to recall. The honest man writhed in agony on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy, exclaiming, "I will speak. Can you guarantee that I will not be killed?" The answer has been conveyed. Chu Jianlei expressed with a hint of indifference. "I have stated my case. Now you must take a gamble. It is merely a fragment of a crystal." The honest man gasped as he replied, "I stumbled upon it by chance." He was not one to regard life and death lightly, having survived alone for so long without incident suggested a strong will to live. His earlier silence stemmed from the belief that his demise was imminent, only to realize now that, apart from death, enduring pain was equally unbearable. Stumbled upon it by chance. Chu Jianlei mused, only a fool would believe such an excuse. Yet, this mattered little. His curiosity lay in the origin of this crystal fragment. What mutated beast had it emerged from? "I truly do not know," the honest man gasped in response. His simple face contorted in agony. "I did not slay the mutated beast." Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "With this crystal, why do you not head to the settlement? Why engage in such nefarious dealings?" The honest man scoffed, gritting his teeth as he replied, "With my capabilities, if word got out, I would meet my end even sooner." Chu Jianlei fell silent, having overlooked this crucial aspect. There was a time when he too had refrained from seeking wealth, simply because of his own frailty. In truth, even now, Chu Jianlei harbored doubts about his ability to safeguard this crystal fragment. He glanced at the man before him, shaking his head in resignation. "I apologize. It was never my intention. The surprise you offered was simply overwhelming." The honest man made no further pleas for mercy, merely whispering, "Could you grant me a swift end?" "As you wish." Chu Jianlei raised his laser gun and decisively pulled the trigger. As he watched his adversary collapse to the ground, he could only shake his head, muttering that it was merely a stroke of bad luck for them. Instead of hastily searching for the old cripple, he found himself curiously fixated on the crystal before him. After observing it for a considerable time, he retrieved a broken pair of tweezers, intending to return the crystal to its box. However, the moment the tweezers grasped the crystal, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, as if yearning for something. Chu Jianlei's brows furrowed. Could this be the influence of an unknown energy? Almost immediately, he sensed a subtle vibration emanating from his dantian, likely provoked by the crystal. Subsequently, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, overwhelming his entire being with an intense feeling of hunger. This was clearly abnormal, despite having traveled a distance and engaged in combat. He had consumed a full 8 nutritional supplements beforehand. In the depths of his mind, Chu Jianlei experienced an odd sensation, yet he could not pinpoint its nature. He realized that something extraordinary was unfolding, but it was evident that now was not the time for contemplation. The wilderness of the Wasteland was perilously treacherous, and it was imperative for him to return to the Wancher camp to methodically organize his thoughts and conduct tests. Upon his return, he spent over an hour burying the antiquated Gauss gun in the wild to avoid drawing attention. Silently, he slipped back to his room and began to ponder the crystal. After half an hour of deep contemplation, he discovered that the crystal not only significantly enhanced cerebral vitality, but also possessed the ability to repair the body. In other words, It was plausible that the components of the antidote contained elements akin to those of the crystal. However, this remains purely speculative and cannot be confirmed at present. Having just eliminated the honest man, Chu Jianlei was reluctant to seek out the old cripple for fear of drawing unwanted associations. Instead, he opted to visit another camp to inquire about the black-skinned, coarse-haired rat. This time, he encountered a small merchant caravan from the Hongxi settlement. The caravan's primary purpose was to procure goods, sparing the survivors the trouble of traveling to the settlement and allowing them to earn a modest profit. They were not inclined to sell merchandise. Otherwise, the general stores in each camp would not have agreed to their presence. The small caravan provided Chu Jianlei with a piece of information, charging a modest fee of 2 silver coins, or alternatively, he could settle with nutritional agents if he lacked currency. However, there was an additional stipulation. Should Chu Jianlei capture any black-skinned, coarse-haired rats, he was to prioritize selling them to the caravan, aside from those he intended to keep for himself. The binding nature of this request was nearly non-existent, serving primarily to foster goodwill. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei acquiesced, recognizing the mutual benefit in accommodating others. Just as he expressed his agreement, a trio of hunters approached him with an invitation, claiming to have intelligence regarding a Class C mutated beast. They hoped to form a team of 4 to hunt this beast, which they deemed preferable to targeting mere rats. However, Chu Jianlei politely declined, understanding that in the Wasteland, one could never be too cautious. The hunters seemed somewhat displeased, with one burly man disdainfully remarking, "You little brat, are you lacking in courage?" Chu Jianlei maintained his composure, smiling without engaging. "Is it for you to determine my courage?" The very presence of these 3 prompted him to postpone his hunt for the black-skinned, coarse-haired rat, as it would be wise to avoid attracting their interest. As for the possibility that the message fee might have gone to waste, he truly did not care much. In the past, when finances were scarce, every nutrient supplement was treated with utmost importance, but now, such concerns were rendered unnecessary. After he departed from the camp, 3 hunters exchanged glances, clearly wary of the young lad. One of the shorter individuals expressed discontent, remarking on the Mirgauss automatic rifle, questioning, "Isn't Sister not being a bit stingy?" The burly man who had just mocked Chu Jianlei's earlier misfortune straightened his expression upon hearing this. Sister Na was known for her generosity. If she lent someone a weapon for a fight, she was prepared for the possibility of not getting it back. He felt a twinge of resentment upon hearing it, thinking it was one thing to kill someone, but to dare seize their weapon was another matter entirely. The Sister Na he referred to was indeed the one who had lent the Gauss automatic rifle to the 2 subordinates of the 3rd master. After Chu Jianlei had dispatched the 2, their weapon naturally became his spoils, and he could not be bothered to inquire about its origins. Sister Na did not seek retribution from him, merely mentioning it in passing to a friend. Yet, the burly man took it to heart. Believing that this young lad was naive, he should have inquired before making a move. Sister Na had some awareness that foolish Chu was no longer the same as before, but she did not elaborate beyond her casual remark. The burly man remembered this incident but did not press further, contemplating when he might encounter the lad to impart a lesson. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, he indeed crossed paths with him and planned to lure him out of the camp. However, Chu Jianlei's vigilance was exceptionally high, and he was not one to uphold any false sense of pride. He thwarted the man's intentions, with his companions chiding him for being overly cautious. While hunters were often desperate individuals, engaging in a life-or-death struggle without cause felt decidedly unwise. The weapons possessed by Chu Jianlei are indeed commendable, however. The presence of formidable weaponry also implies a heightened level of danger in confrontations. If it were a matter concerning the burly man himself, his 2 companions might lend assistance. But to fight for another woman, that truly holds no allure. Unbeknownst to Chu Jianlei, there exists a peculiar connection between him and the trio of hunters. Yet, even if he were to discover this, he would likely merely lament that the wasteland is indeed not vast. Having risen from humble beginnings to gradually attain strength, he inevitably elicits a cascade of repercussions and grievances, an inescapable fate. Time swiftly passes, and before long, the day to demand the antidote arrives once more. During these past few days, Collins and his companions have tirelessly sought information regarding the whereabouts of the pink mech, neglecting their scavenging duties entirely. Ultimately, however, no one could ascertain the true nature of the pink mech. Interestingly, a filthy woman received a piece of news. A mech should not be painted in pink. Thus, it must be a custom order, a revelation that sends a shiver down one's spine. On the evening of their departure, Chu Jianlei finally appeared in the vicinity of the junkyard. Some could no longer contain their impatience, demanding to know where he had been these past few days. Chu Jianlei feigned innocence, replying that he had been gathering intelligence, especially since they had barred him from entering the mine. Collins could no longer suppress the ire within him, questioning whether Chu Jianlei had merely been slacking off. Even if I were, it is hardly your concern, Chu Jianlei retorted, feeling somewhat irked. Yet, he was aware of his own shortcomings in communication, often speaking without tact and inadvertently ruining matters with a single remark. Thus, he chose to ignore the comment entirely. Upon hearing this, Morrison spoke up, asserting that Little Chu was no mere scavenger, thus rendering their opinions irrelevant. His recent ventures had been quite prosperous, allowing him to deftly maneuver through his dealings, leading a life of ease and comfort. Now that the big boss was facing difficulties, it was only natural for him to step in and offer protection. Chapter 23, offering all. Morrison's voice cut through the air, yet Collins could hardly be bothered to respond. Casting a cold glance in his direction, "Is it your place to speak?" The filthy woman shot him an impatient look, retorting, "Do you think we are so eager to allow you to transport our goods? We are hardly in need of your trifling services." She then turned her attention to Chu Jianlei. "Little Chu, we must strategize carefully to ensure that we incur no casualties. I am not well acquainted with them." Chu Jianlei replied helplessly, "Everyone is at risk. This is the Wasteland." A middle-aged man, who had previously shared insights about the serum's secrets, spoke up, expressing admiration for Chu. "If you could take the initiative to organize us, the number of fatalities could be diminished." While they did not believe that the foolish Chu could entirely prevent bloodshed, even a slight reduction would be beneficial. Survivors in the Wasteland seldom contemplated absolute survival rates, for such notions were unrealistic. Instead, they placed greater emphasis on the probability of survival. A higher probability translated to a greater hope for existence. If organization is not feasible, Chu Jianlei declared resolutely. Gesturing towards Morrison, "Those who wish to seek self-preservation may approach him. He possesses a silver-tongue far more eloquent than mine." "Silver-tongued? We have encountered many such individuals," Collins interjected ominously. "They merely admire your foolishness." "I am foolish. Have I ever partaken of your rice?" Chu Jianlei deemed it not worth his while to engage in a dispute with him, thinking them foolish. Such words are not uttered by a rational individual. Collins was momentarily rendered speechless. Eventually, he retorted with a hint of frustration, "Do you truly believe that you are safe this time?" Chu Jianlei tilted his head in contemplation before responding, "Having survived without being devoured by the fallen, I consider it a victory to be alive until now. I have nothing more to say to a fool like you." Collins was entirely devoid of his temper. Nevertheless, many survivors indeed harbored a similar mindset in the Wasteland. Each additional day of life was a gain. The following morning, the group arrived at the Hongxi settlement. Regrettably, after waiting the entire morning, they received the news. Captain Tuzwo was absent, engaged in other matters. As they contemplated how to procure the antidote, one of the guards who had previously delivered the medicine arrived. He brought sufficient medical supplies, distributing them one by one, and then stated, "The captain is not here, and I cannot take any drastic actions, but you have received no information. The captain instructed that, if there is still no news upon your next visit, he intends to distribute only 15 medicine packets." At that time, 20 scavengers had been injected with the serum, along with Chu Jianlei, who served in a supportive role, totaling 21 individuals. Having lost one in the previous incident, this time, only 20 would receive the antidote. Upon hearing this, the filthy woman was momentarily stunned. "Next time, will 5 be sacrificed?" "If there is no news, that will be the case," the guard replied impassively. After a pause, he added, "It is not necessarily 5 lives. Perhaps some may be gravely injured. The captain's aim is rather poor." This dark jest elicited no laughter from the gathered crowd. Collins could not help but murmur, "Even a minor injury, without an antidote, death is inevitable." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei cast a discreet glance at him, thinking to himself that he too might end up silenced. However, Collins possessed an acute sense of perception and noticed someone observing him. He turned his head to cast a fleeting glance at Chu Jianlei. His expression remained inscrutable, but this did not signify much, as many survivors were adept at masking their emotions. This time, everyone ingested the antidote on the spot. Yet, Chu Jianlei played a clever trick, substituting the package from last time with this one. Thus, the antidote he swallowed was merely a trace. Nevertheless, he hoped no one would notice. On this occasion, he brought an abundance of supplies, trading 3 Gauss rifles and a long knife for a rudimentary motorcycle. In this wasteland, motorcycles were far more valuable than Gauss rifles. While the latter were indeed weapons, motorcycles were considered substantial assets. Typically, the exchange rate hovered around 1 to 3, but one of the rifles he offered was quite antiquated. To sweeten the deal, he included an additional long knife. The motorcycle provided by the other party was no ordinary vehicle, although it was second-hand and appeared rather worn. It was robust and reliable. Chu Jianlei possessed considerable mechanical knowledge, making it effortless for him to assess a used motorcycle. Once the motorcycle was in his possession, he revved the throttle and sped off. Unbeknownst to him, at least 5 groups of individuals were silently monitoring his every move. Collins turned his head to glance at the filthy woman, his face devoid of expression. Even in such dire circumstances, how could he tolerate her continued folly? The woman responded with casual indifference. Do you truly believe he can manipulate those lunatics? Collins smirked coldly. With one more person, there exists an additional opportunity for survival. Do you presume he is destined to perish? A faint smile graced the woman's lips. Then it is undoubtedly you who shall meet your demise. Is that so? A glimmer of sharp intelligence flickered in Collins' eyes. Not far away, the proprietor of a grocery store observed Chu Jianlei's departure with a detached demeanor, muttering to himself. Just a fool, lacking in strength? Who can truly define strength? Beside him stood the robust Lao Wu, second brother, if you wish to deal with him. Then simply do it. The secret silver medallion. The shopkeeper sighed softly, genuinely intrigued about what secrets lay within that medallion. In truth, the secret silver medallion was not particularly large. It measured roughly the size of half a silver dollar, equating to about 5 silver coins. However, it bore intricate patterns, elevating it to the status of a crafted artifact, especially considering the exquisite nature of its design. Chu Jianlei's initial request for 5 silver dollars was informed by the value of such craftsmanship. Otherwise, why would he sell this item? He was not in urgent need of money. Yet, the shopkeeper understood well that the secret silver medallion represented more than mere silver or artistry. It was, in essence, a key. Nearby, a conspicuous group of hunters also fixed their gaze upon Chu Jianlei. A diminutive figure chuckled lightly. Looks like I misjudged. I didn't expect this fellow to possess some wealth. To venture alone on a motorcycle into the wilderness signifies not just a bit of fortune, but also a considerable amount of courage. Within the realm of hunters, motorcycles are not uncommon. Among 10 individuals, 2 or 3 may be found riding them. However, those daring enough to venture into the wilderness alone on a motorcycle are few and far between, perhaps 2 or 3 in 100. This is not merely a matter of courage. While hunters may be somewhat cleaner than scavengers, there exists a fair share of desperate rogues among them. The preservation of one's own life is a trivial concern. The real calamity would arise if the motorcycle were to sustain damage in the wild, exacerbating the already precarious situation of a less affluent household. Those who are truly wealthy reside in communal areas, and even when they venture out, they do so in off-road vehicles. Who would choose to ride a motorcycle? Among the trio, one masked individual spoke, cautioning against provoking him. The man acquainted with Sister Na paused at this remark. Though he acted impulsively, he held great respect for his companion's judgment. As for the gazes from others, they were a mix from scavengers and various onlookers. Chu Jianlei rode his motorcycle for over 3 hours, traversing more than 100 kilometers to reach a transit camp. Although the camp was not densely populated, it was abundant with supplies intended for the survivors. After refueling and purchasing a large plastic container filled with gasoline, along with a selection of wilderness gear, he prepared to depart. His purchases were substantial, nearly exhausting his resources. This display of expenditure drew the attention of some, whose gazes were far from benevolent. Fortunately, he arrived swiftly and departed even more so, eluding those who might have coveted his belongings before they could act. Under the cover of night, Chu Jianlei reached the rocky encampment, retrieved the supplies he could utilize, and left quietly once more. This time, he carried with him all his possessions, intending to take a daring leap into the unknown. 2 Gauss rifles, a shotgun, and a laser gun, along with 2 long knives and 2 short knives, accompanied by a supply of ammunition. In terms of sustenance, there are over 40 nutrient vials, 3 water bladders, and various outdoor essentials. One's safety cannot be entrusted to the hands of others who pull the trigger. Having narrowly escaped twice is a stroke of fortune, and he is not foolish enough to believe himself a chosen one. In the desolate wilderness, no place is truly safe, yet one must take the risk. Riding his motorcycle, he arrived at the site 70 kilometers away, the very location where he had been imprisoned by the fallen. This abandoned town had long been stripped of anything of value. The landscape was dominated by crumbling ruins, with only a few dilapidated rooms offering minimal shelter against the elements. After the last extermination of the fallen, The hunters had incinerated the bodies and demolished several buildings, leaving the area in an even more ruinous state. Chu Jianlei meticulously surveyed the surroundings for half a day, ensuring no humans or beasts were present before unloading his motorcycle. He concealed the bike around a corner of a wall, covering it with tattered earth-tone cloth and weighing it down with broken bricks, a perfect disguise. But he was not finished yet. He chose an inconspicuous section of a collapsed wall to hide and began to set traps. Chu Jianlei possessed exceptional skill in trap setting, but previously lacked the means to do more than create basic alarm devices at his lodgings. This time was different. His supplies included not only some firecrackers but also an abundance of steel balls. His expectations were modest. He only needed to create a moderate warning and impede the enemy's advance, which would suffice. As for the deadly traps, he had set up two, using minimal materials, yet capable of eliminating two individuals without difficulty. He merely hoped that any potential intruders possessed a modicum of discernment, avoiding relentless pursuit that would compel him to utilize them. With all preparations complete, noon arrived, and Chu Jianlei felt a tinge of fatigue settling in, prompting him to take a brief respite. By the evening, he was jolted awake by excruciating pain coursing through his entire body. Thus, had the side effects of the enhancement potion finally manifested? Gritting his teeth, he rose and settled into a cross-legged position, attempting to see if he could endure this ordeal without resorting to the antidote. However, the agony intensified, rendering him unable to concentrate on his dantian. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaled deeply, and retrieved a small paper packet, consuming approximately one-third of its contents. The antidote took effect almost instantaneously, enveloping him in a soothing warmth. He could sense the warmth swiftly mending his physique, and after a moment of hesitation, he glanced at the half-crystal of the mutated beast. Chapter 24. Disappearance. After much contemplation, Chu Jianlei ultimately refrained from using the mutated beast crystal. The unpredictable risks were too daunting. Should the two forces clash, it would lead to utter chaos. He found himself reflecting on his own poverty with a hint of self-deprecation. Losing half a crystal was simply unacceptable. By nearly midnight, the last vestiges of pain dissipated entirely. Chu Jianlei had consumed 3 vials of nutritional supplements and sipped water 9 times. Exhaling slowly, he opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and surveyed his surroundings. The area was deserted and eerily quiet. Sensing that his body retained a degree of strength, he cautiously navigated around the traps and made his way to a relatively flat space. He then began to focus his energy on his dantian, centering himself as he executed a set of Ba Duan Jin exercises. Due to the lack of similar exercises, after completing a set of Ba Duan Jin, he felt a warmth enveloping his entire body. Sensing this heat, he decided to practice a set of Wuqin Shi. It had been quite some time since he last performed the Wuqin Shi, and he fumbled a bit through the movements. Upon finishing one set, he proceeded to complete another. After 2 sets, invigorated by the practice, he decided to repeat the routine. After a vigorous workout, he felt refreshingly rejuvenated. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and a pang of hunger stirred in his belly, prompting him to retrieve a tube of nutritional liquid. He took 3 sips of water, and as the perspiration slightly subsided, a sudden inspiration struck him. He settled onto the ground in a meditative posture and resumed his sitting practice. Without hesitation, he grasped a fragment of crystal in his hand, continuing to focus on his lower dantian. In the next moment, a torrent of fierce energy surged from his palm into his body, rushing directly toward his mind. Suddenly, Chu Jianlei felt an excruciating headache, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. He steadied himself, guiding the energy within his mind toward the dantian. However, he soon found himself confronted by a peculiar image of a small lake, with a cartoonish figure possessing large eyes that seemed to convey sorrow. Chu Jianlei was unsure if this was merely a hallucination, yet he understood clearly that if he allowed this energy to inundate his mind, he would lose control, not merely as a descriptor, but as a verb. Therefore, he disregarded the apparition of the lake and resolutely attempted to channel the energy into his dantian. He was uncertain of the precise pathway to direct the energy, but he was acutely aware that failure to attempt would be fatal. The throbbing in his head intensified, yet he persevered, striving to maintain the last flicker of clarity in his mind. The excruciating pain persisted, its duration unknown to him. Suddenly, his entire body convulsed. That surge of energy gradually released, coursing through the blood vessels and muscles of his head, only to be swiftly absorbed by the meridians. Subsequently, waves of warmth surged along the meridians, flooding into his lower abdomen. The throbbing discomfort diminished instantaneously, and in a daze, Chu Jianlei seemed to catch a glimpse of a small lake. In his large eyes, a flicker of grievance appeared, mingled with a hint of delight. Yet, Chu Jianlei could not ascertain whether this was merely an illusion. Those subtle, animated expressions had been crafted by him back on Blue Star. Simultaneously, he became aware that the nameless qi refining technique seemingly operated autonomously. This was quite absurd. He found himself profoundly discontent with such an uncontrollable situation. The immense uncertainty could potentially pose considerable danger to him. However, he could not afford to halt, otherwise his head would surely explode. He endeavored to document how the warmth traversed within his body. Regrettably, the intense pain in his head demanded his full attention to resist. Then, an overwhelming hunger struck. This sensation did not emanate from his stomach. Rather, it was a direct transmission from various parts of his body to his brain. Hungry. Very hungry. Terribly hungry. Chu Jianlei squinted his eyes, grasped 2 tubes of nutrient solution, and tore them open, hastily consuming their contents. He did not even consider whether his body could withstand such a surge of calories. This was merely the beginning. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, signals of hunger radiated from every part of his body again. Only after consuming 6 more nutrient tubes did the throbbing in his head subside to a level that allowed him to divert his focus. Chu Jianlei was harboring a pent-up frustration, yearning to divert his attention and attune himself to the condition of his body. As he barely met the perceptual criteria, he resolutely began to meditate on the nameless qi refining technique, which once again materialized in his mind. Following this energy refinement, the qi refining technique indeed underwent significant transformation. Without the luxury of thorough examination, he proactively sought to sense the warmth coursing through his meridians, pondering how it had traversed into his dantian. To his astonishment, upon sensing, he perceived a remarkably developed wetland, akin to a network of waterways. His lower dantian lay within this realm, with various acupoints resembling shallow puddles interconnected by small channels. The sensation was indescribable, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Apart from the acupoints, the rest of his body presented itself as an enormous enigma, akin to a vast blind box, defying articulation. Faced with this revelation, Chu Jianlei was left without other thoughts, compelled to delve deeper into the nameless qi refining technique. The technique had indeed evolved substantially, becoming remarkably intricate, though some ambiguity remained. The refinement of data was his forte. Enduring the throbbing pain, he began to meticulously compare and analyze. In addition to this comparison, he endeavored to identify the most rational pathway for the flow of heat. This task was exceedingly complex, and the process of trial and error could inflict severe damage upon his body. Had he been cultivating in Blue Star at this moment, he would undoubtedly receive numerous warnings. Never engage in reckless experimentation. A minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The phrase falling into madness is not merely a saying. In truth, Chu Jianlei was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet at this moment, he found himself with no alternative. It was not merely a question of whether he could cultivate, nor was it solely about his desire to enhance the quality of life in the wasteland. The crux of the matter was that he was facing imminent peril. Neglecting his own vulnerabilities could indeed prove fatal. Within Chu Jianlei's very genes, recklessness was not in short supply. Having made his decision, his determination was unwavering. The process of trial and error is best left unmentioned, as the myriad of pains and tribulations led Chu Jianlei to silently vow hundreds of times that he would not repeat such experiences. Over the course of approximately 3 days, after consuming more than 10 vials of nutritional supplements, he had nearly perfected the nameless qi refinement technique. Although there remained some details requiring adjustment, Chu Jianlei could no longer endure. He desperately needed rest. After surveying his surroundings and finding no anomalies, he collapsed into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted nearly a day and a night. Upon awakening, he took stock of his possessions. To his dismay, more than 40 vials of nutritional supplements had dwindled to half their number. It was indeed the essence of the mutated beast that had diminished by approximately 1/3. He then spent another half-day refining several minor aspects of the qi refinement technique. For the time being, this would suffice. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he engaged in some physical activity with the 5 animal frolics and 8 pieces of brocade. Following this, he consumed another vial of nutritional supplement, took 3 sips of water, and sat cross-legged on the ground, embarking on his first act of cultivation. As the qi circulated for half a cycle, he sensed a slight stagnation. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp the essence of the mutated beast. Just as he completed 1 full cycle, preparing to perceive any changes within his body, he suddenly felt a violent jolt in his head. In the next moment, he once again envisioned the small lake in his mind. With a large head and a diminutive body, It flapped its almost indistinguishable wings, leisurely spinning in place. Could it truly have been brought here? Chu Jianlei found it hard to believe. The small lake's rotation was rather slow, not quite in line with his accustomed pace. Yet he could surmise that this was due to a deficiency in hardware capabilities. What troubled him more was the question of what kind of existence this small lake represented. Unable to fathom it for the time being, he resolved to navigate cautiously, at least avoiding any dire circumstances. How could he make it vanish? Chu Jianlei was reluctant to have such an image perpetually occupying his mind. As soon as this thought emerged, the cartoon butterfly disintegrated into a myriad of sparkling dots. Vanishing with remarkable speed, Chu Jianlei opened his eyes to inspect the crystal in his hand. Indeed, it had diminished yet again, now roughly half its original size. The rate of consumption was astonishing. Just as he lamented this, a wave of hunger surged through him once more. He had no choice but to continue consuming the nutrient solution. With a sigh, he picked up a vial and swallowed its contents. Yet, it was insufficient. The sensation of hunger remained palpable. He consumed another vial of the nutrient solution and took a few sips of water. At last, his body relayed the message, satiated. Subsequently, he practiced a set of Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi, feeling his body returning to a suitable state before resuming his meditation. This time, he employed the latest version of the Wuming Qi refining technique, circulating through 3 cycles before gradually coming to a halt. He refrained from using the crystal, for there was truly a scarcity, and he had to contemplate the possibility of utilizing the crystal for bodily restoration. He subsequently consumed 2 more tubes of nutritional supplements. Devoid of any crystallization assistance, as his body's demand for calories was overwhelming. To his astonishment, he discovered that only 17 tubes remained. He shook his head in resignation. The rumors were indeed true. Cultivation was exceptionally costly. Nonetheless, the outcome was still favorable. At the very least, he had acquired the technique, and the crystallization could theoretically restore his body. As evening approached, it was time for everyone to gather, for tomorrow they were to claim the antidote. However, this time, Chu Jianlei had no intention of attending, nor did he harbor any thoughts of stealthily observing the proceedings, regardless of whether he could ultimately eliminate the impending threat himself. He wished to avoid further interaction with Mr. Sai and his associates. If fate did not intend for him to perish, then minor dangers were of little consequence. Even if he found himself incapable of self-rescue, then so be it. He was weary of gambling with his life based on others' expressions. Moreover, even if he were to survive and locate the pink mech, the likelihood of remaining alive till the end was still exceedingly low. As Collins would say, could they possibly leave him unscathed? Chu Jianlei was never lacking in initiative, nor did he fear death, having made up his mind. He truly resolved not to go. After all, he still had half a pack of antidote at hand, if he gritted his teeth and persevered. The chances of overcoming this crisis were not insignificant. He took a few hours to rest, rising near midnight to pack his belongings. Besides a concealed lethal trap, he gathered everything else. The reason for leaving such a trap was merely precautionary, without any specific target in mind. As the motorcycle roared to life, he vanished into the desolate expanse of the night. Chapter 25. Sand Scorpions. Approximately 500 kilometers from the ruined stone camp lies a modest encampment known as Poway. One fateful day, a motorcycle arrived at Poway. Its rider clad in full armor, a scarf wrapped around his face. Such attire is commonplace in the Wasteland, where fierce winds and sandstorms prevail, making the use of a scarf a practical necessity. Of course, this also facilitates nefarious intentions, such as robbery or murder. The rider procured some fuel and water before retracing his route. Coincidentally, a few hunters were also present at Poway. 2 motorcycles pursued him, but were somewhat sluggish in their response, losing track of their quarry. The incoming rider was none other than Chu Jianlei, who intended to linger in Poway, as it was nearing the territory frequented by mutated beasts. He circled the encampment to shake off any potential pursuers. Subsequently, he selected a sheltered spot less than 30 kilometers from Poway to establish a temporary camp. Chu Jianlei felt a profound lack of security, a mindset that always accompanied him. Thus, even a temporary camp had to be fortified into a refuge. He devoted a day and a half to excavating a semi-open shelter before commencing his cultivation. However, by the second night of his training, a swarm of sand scorpions, each measuring about half a foot in length, encircled him. Chu Jianlei was overjoyed at this sight. He was no stranger to these sand scorpions, which were ordinary insects, edible and with venomous tails that could be traded for profit. Just as he was lamenting his dwindling food and water supplies, fortune smiled upon him with this unexpected bounty. The swarm was considerable, densely packed with several hundred individuals. Drawing his long knife, he set to work, engaging in a frenzy of slaughter that lasted nearly an hour until he had vanquished the entire horde. A few scorpions managed to escape, but that mattered little, for the scorpion meat was sufficient to sustain him for 3 to 4 days. Given his current state of cultivation, this meat could support him for 20 days during his more destitute times. However, after the battlefield had been cleared, a question arose. What had attracted these scorpions? He suspected that the most likely culprit was the mutated beast crystals, for aside from that, all his other possessions were quite ordinary. Even if there were a few more sand scorpions here, it should not surpass the abundance at the chaotic stone camp. Unfortunately, with scorpions either dead or having fled, he could no longer find a living specimen for experimentation. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence, as he had already exhausted most of the crystals in his possession. These precious items not only aided his cultivation but also helped repair his body, which had been damaged by the transformation agents. As of now, he had been undergoing injections for over 20 days, requiring at least 4 doses of the antidote for survival. He had only received a mere 2 doses. For the third, he consumed a small amount of the antidote and depleted some crystals to endure. During the 4th instance, he again used a bit of the antidote as a catalyst, utilizing additional crystals. Initially, he attempted to restore his body through the qi refining technique, but the results proved to be somewhat optimistic. Regardless, the need for external substances in the restoration of his body diminished, and he felt confident in overcoming this challenge through his own strength. With the scorpion meat at hand, he resumed his indulgent cultivation, which yielded significant improvements. However, after 3 days, only a tenth of the scorpion meat remained, compelling him to halt his training and seek means to earn some money. The venom sacs of the sand scorpions were in high demand. Not only were they highly toxic, but they could also alleviate certain mutation tendencies. Regrettably, during that tumultuous episode, he wreaked havoc, resulting in the damage of nearly half of his venom sacs. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Although Chu Jianlei had cultivated a sense of energy, he had not thoroughly studied the art of swordsmanship. During his time on Blue Star, he had the opportunity to learn some techniques, yet he found himself disinterested. In the present moment, his reliance on brute force achieved its purpose, albeit the scene was rather ghastly. However, it was precisely because of the substantial leakage of venom that other creatures were deterred from approaching. Otherwise, how could Chu Jianlei cultivate with such ease? He had gathered just over 400 venom sacs, which should still amount to a modest sum. Subsequently, he made his way to the Poway camp, this time donning a different mask. Yet, the camp's general store was somewhat unscrupulous, haggling over the fullness of the venom sacs, attempting every tactic to drive the price down. Chu Jianlei, lacking prowess in bargaining, firmly stated, "I will sell for a 30% increase, otherwise, I shall not sell." Even with a 30% increase, the price was still far below his expectations. However, he was disinclined to prolong the negotiation. The store owner, ever greedy, assumed there was still room for further negotiation and continued to press for a lower price. Without uttering another word, Chu Jianlei turned to leave. The shopkeeper, observing him depart, soon realized he was not jesting and hastily pursued him. "My friend, I..." Before he could finish, a dark gun barrel was aimed at him, and the safety clicked off simultaneously. Chu Jianlei, with an impassive demeanor, uttered 2 words, "Trying to rob?" I meant no such thing," the shopkeeper replied with a forced laugh, regaining his composure. "I meant the price is still negotiable. That is merely a rather polite form of robbery," Chu Jianlei remarked coolly. "I am offering a fixed price. If you agree, we shall proceed with the transaction. If you do not, kindly refrain from following me, as it could be fatal." He did not perceive himself as a threat to the other party. He was indeed capable of pulling the trigger. Incidents of malice were rare at the wilderness camp, but he had no intention of lingering there, nor did he harbor any sentiment for the place. After all, with his face concealed, once he departed, who would know who had committed the act? When he turned to leave, a fleeting glimmer of malevolence crossed the shopkeeper's face. Yet, he raised his voice. "Wait, I consent." Refusal was not an option. The scorpion venom sacs were currently in high demand, promising him a substantial profit. After all, he made his living at the foot of the slope and could not resort to overt theft in front of everyone. Once the price was settled, Chu Jianlei did not collect any money. Instead, he exchanged it for some nutritional supplements, water, and 2 first aid kits. Everything else was traded for ammunition. Ultimately, he did not acquire an excess of supplies. The venom sacs merely compensated for his previous losses. Engaging in such cultivation truly demands considerable expenditure. Chu Jianlei mused as he returned to his makeshift camp. letting out a sigh before starting his motorcycle. It was no longer safe to remain there. Prolonged stays in one location invariably lead to trouble. The shopkeeper was evidently a formidable character, and to be on the radar of such a person was indeed better to leave early. His thoughts proved accurate. A day later, inquiries were made regarding his whereabouts, revealing that a swarm of scorpions was lurking nearby. After Chu Jianlei departed, he found himself at a loss for where to go next, reflecting on the fact that he had endured 2 bouts of antidote emergence. A spark of curiosity ignited within him. What had become of the mining site? Thus, he mounted his motorcycle and retraced his journey. Concealing the motorcycle along with his supplies in the wilderness, he donned a face mask and approached the camp where the old cripple resided. To his astonishment, he discovered that the grocery store had changed ownership. Rather than inquiring directly, he produced a tattered cloth and inscribed a message upon it, purchasing unbloomed purple lichen in bulk. The wasteland was not devoid of vegetation. It simply lacked towering trees and had few shrubs, though wild grasses flourished and lichens proliferated. Purple lichen, while possessing a pungent odor, was remarkably hydrous. In times of dire hunger, consuming lichen could sustain life. However, excessive consumption would lead to gastrointestinal distress, prompting many to stockpile purple lichen as a reserve for hydration. This commodity held little value, and there were hardly any dedicated buyers. Yet, since he was willing to purchase, sellers naturally emerged, albeit with limited quantities at their disposal. The optimal time to harvest purple lichen was before it bloomed, as it retained the highest water content. Even after harvesting, the lichen could still blossom. However, once it did, its water content would drastically diminish. It was not a sustainable item. Impoverished individuals collected it for emergencies. With its negligible worth and scarce supply, both buyers and sellers faced challenges. Consequently, acquaintances would convene to sell collectively, later reconciling their accounts. During this exchange, casual conversation was inevitable, until Chu Jianlei, either intentionally or inadvertently, lamented that every grocery store shunned lichen, deeming small enterprises unworthy. To those affluent individuals, could this truly be considered a business? A destitute woman replied, "The old cripple here." Chu Jianlei's words trailed off. "Oh, has he gone to the settlement to enjoy life?" "He's dead," the destitute woman answered nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Chu Jianlei was genuinely taken aback. How did he die? Although he was not particularly adept in social matters, he believed his reaction to be entirely reasonable. The destitute woman opened her mouth to speak, but a man beside her snorted, "You should be silent." He then cast a glance at Chu Jianlei before continuing to admonish the woman. "Do you not understand what can be said and what cannot?" With a sullen expression, the woman finally ceased her speech. Chu Jianlei, however, became increasingly curious and could not refrain from asking, did he provoke some powerful figure? This was indeed his flaw. Despite knowing he ought to be more circumspect in his inquiries, his curiosity got the better of him. Typically, he was quite mindful of controlling his impulses. But on this occasion, his mind failed to restrain his tongue. If an ordinary person had heard him ask further questions, they would surely have grown wary, thinking, "Is he here to pry for information?" Yet, ironically, the man delivering the reprimand was no ordinary individual. Having navigated the depths of society for a considerable time, he had witnessed countless cunning and treacherous behaviors. He perceived the other's reaction as nothing more than pure curiosity. What sort of spy would be so naive? Had the other not pressed on with further inquiries, he might have entertained some suspicion, but now, he recognized the individual as merely a naive fool. Thus, he cleared his throat and said, "Do you understand the rules of gathering information?" "The rules of gathering information?" Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before shaking his head, expressing his curiosity without the intention of offering any monetary compensation. Regardless, he could not admit to probing for information, could he? The man increasingly felt that this individual could not possibly be a spy. Where could one find such an overtly straightforward informant? Lowering his voice, he proposed, "Let us consider it half a share for each of us. This trivial matter should pose no issue, correct?" To avert any potential refusal from the other party, he even dangled a tantalizing prospect. "I must tell you, this information is of great significance, and it truly is a bargain for you. Listen to me until the end. And remember, this must remain confidential. Otherwise, I shall perish, but you will meet your demise before me." In his concluding remarks, he subtly implied, "I know you will acquiesce." Chapter 26, Pursuit and Escape. Chu Jianlei's communication skills were notably inferior to those of his counterpart. However, he reflected that this minor benefit was truly inconsequential. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall split it in half. Share with me what you can." In truth, The information was rather straightforward. The cripple had been approached by the law enforcement team from the Hongxi settlement. The enforcement team had inquired about certain matters, though the details remained somewhat elusive. It was evident that the cripple's responses had failed to satisfy them. The cripple's involvement in this business had some connection to the settlement, and after berating him, the enforcement team seemed inclined to let him off the hook. Yet, another group had directly executed the cripple. Ultimately, the man conveyed with an air of mystery, "Do you know? Those were individuals from the Hong settlement." He silenced the woman. Yet his own enthusiasm surged as he continued. "Such prominent figures can extinguish our lives with the same ease as squashing an ant." "Is that so?" Chu Jianlei murmured softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Initially, he intended to inquire about the landfill, but upon hearing that even the cripple had been killed, he decided it prudent to delay his inquiries. Most of his time since his traverse had been spent there. Yet if one were to ask whether he harbored any gratitude or attachment towards anyone from that place, the answer would be none. Absolutely none. His sole curiosity lay in how Mr. Sai would react upon learning of his disappearance. Observing the fate of the old cripple, he could already surmise the potential attitude of the community should they discover he was still alive. Thus, he felt no urgency to investigate the fates of those individuals. While it was impossible to remain entirely uninformed, he needed to analyze the outcomes of those individuals to gauge the perilous nature of his own circumstances. After collecting some purple lichen, Chu Jianlei exchanged it for a few small items, such as metal wires, to replenish his trap supplies. He then turned and exited the camp, making his way towards the location where his motorcycle was concealed. Upon his departure, the man who had just sold the information shifted his gaze and headed towards a large semi-subterranean structure. This establishment served as the camp's entertainment venue, offering not only tobacco and liquor, but also certain semi-legal items. The last time, Morrison's Blue Beauty had been procured here. The room was thick with smoke, where 4 individuals were engaged in drinking and conversation, alongside 3 other patrons. The man approached the group of drinkers and, facing a gaunt figure, spoke in a hushed tone. "Brother Dong, I have news." Brother Dong cast a sidelong glance at him, took a sip of the murky liquor, and casually uttered a single word, "Speak." The man grinned, revealing his blackened and yellowed teeth. "Brother Dong, you have always been quite generous." The gaunt man shot him another sidelong glance. "I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" The man shuddered in fear, compelled to speak candidly. "Just moments ago, a stranger inquired about the limping fellow. What could be so intriguing about a cripple?" A tattooed brute dismissed the notion, asserting that he was already deceased. "But, my friend, even the dead hold value." The man cautiously elucidated. "What if they are seeking someone significant from the central gathering point? By the heavens, do you dare covet every penny?" The tattooed man glared at him. "I wouldn't dare meddle in affairs of that nature. I wonder who has instilled such audacity in you?" The gaunt figure, Dong Gu, remained silent, his gaze fixed vacantly on his wine glass. "Perhaps," the man replied with a forced smile. "To connect with a prominent figure from the central gathering point would be worth the effort, even if it yields no profit." "Prominent figure," the tattooed man scoffed, then turned his attention to the emaciated Dong Gu. "What say you?" Dong Gu set down his glass, coolly responding, "Please, continue." The man recounted the events, emphasizing the weaponry carried by Chu Jianlei. Chu Jianlei had entered seeking information, armed only with a Gauss automatic rifle and a short dagger. This armament suggested a degree of capability, yet the brute who had previously ambushed them wielded similar equipment. Moreover, Chu had fallen so low as to scavenge purple lichen. How formidable could he truly be? Of course, if he were genuinely probing for information, it could be a fade, but is it truly so? "Very well," the gaunt man declared, rising to his feet. "Brothers, we shall embark on a journey." He appeared somewhat dazed, yet how could he possibly ascend to the position of a gang leader without possessing certain capabilities? As still as a maiden and as swift as a hare, decisive in matters of life and death, this was his true nature. However, the tattooed man hesitated slightly. "Brother Dong, do you truly believe we can connect with those influential figures?" "It matters not if we cannot. We must at least make the attempt," Brother Joe casually replied. "If all else fails, we can seize his equipment." "Just a gun," the tattooed man scoffed. "Is it really necessary?" The gaunt man shot him a glance. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct business?" "Brother Dong, that is not my intention," the tattooed man said, raising his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Brother Dong was undoubtedly the soul of the gang. He could voice dissent but could never be questioned. Thus, he delicately articulated, "I am merely concerned he may possess certain skills. Our numbers have significantly dwindled recently. Could it be unwise? In warfare, One must always consider the cost against the benefit. Is it worth risking our brother's safety for the sake of acquiring a mere firearm? Indeed, we are short on manpower. Brother Dong replied nonchalantly. We can always recruit someone to serve as cannon fodder. It seemed he harbored three ulterior motives: to curry favor with the powerful figures in the settlement, to coerce them into becoming expendable, or, should both fail, to resort to violence and plunder. As for potential losses on our side, as long as the gains outweigh the losses, does it truly matter? In this wasteland, who among us does not know how to count? If only the third scenario were plausible, Brother Dong would be disinclined to act. However, with the first two possibilities still on the table, it was certainly worth the gamble. The four men exited the room, and the tattooed man inquired directly. Which direction are we headed? The informant pointed in a direction, and the gaunt Dong Gu gestured for them to get in the car. Both vehicles departed. 2 vehicles? The tattooed man was somewhat taken aback, realizing he would be alone. Dong Gu cast him a glance and shook his head, remarking that his perspective was narrow. If the target was indeed significant, even 2 cars might prove insufficient. The tattooed man nodded in understanding and dashed towards one of the motorcycles. Hey Gu, the informant called out. What about the information fee? Shut your mouth. The tattooed leader retorted without turning around. Just wait here. Do you think I'll spare you? The man immediately fell silent, and the 2 motorcycles roared away, leaving him to bitterly spit on the ground. As Chu Jianlei exited the camp, he felt a surge of wariness. He was acutely aware that Wasteland survivors harbored malicious intentions towards solitary travelers. Not far from the camp, he crouched low and sprinted furiously, intent on evading any potential pursuers. After running approximately 2 kilometers, he heard the unmistakable sound of motorcycles behind him. Damn it, why does the bad luck always find me? Chu Jianlei calculated that he was still about a kilometer from the location where the motorcycles were hidden. A series of numbers flashed through his mind. Having already run 2 kilometers, he figured that completing the remaining kilometer would take no less than 4 minutes. Although the motorcycles in the wasteland were designed for off-road use, they typically wouldn't exceed 40 kilometers per hour. Given that he had chosen treacherous terrain for the motorcycle, their speed would be around 30 kilometers per hour. Thus, for his pursuers to reach their current position would also roughly take them around 4 minutes. By that time, Chu Jianlei managed to reach the location where the motorcycle was concealed. However, the 1 kilometer distance was already within the effective lethal range of the Gauss automatic rifle. Therefore, this pursuer should not be underestimated. A moment of negligence could lead to an irretrievable situation. Unbeknownst to him, he had no idea how many were trailing behind him. He had no intention of engaging in combat. His sole objective was to escape. Yet, at this moment, Chu Jianlei found himself somewhat fatigued. The resilience of the wasteland dwellers surpassed that of the Blue Star inhabitants, allowing for a slightly faster pace. However, burdened with considerable supplies, and having run for 2 continuous kilometers, accelerating further proved to be a formidable challenge. Contemplating his predicament, he resolved to channel the scanned internal energy within him into his legs. He had never attempted such a feat before, primarily due to a lack of resources. But now, in this life-or-death moment, he could afford no further hesitation. As soon as the internal energy surged into his legs, he immediately sensed a transformation. His speed had notably increased. A rough estimation suggested it had doubled compared to before. This meant he could reach the location of the motorcycle and supplies in approximately 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, those pursuing him would still be 2 kilometers away. The effective range of the Gauss rifle exceeded 3 kilometers, yet accuracy remained a concern. To hit him from 2 kilometers away, the rifle would require a rapid succession of shots, relying on bullet density to compensate for any inaccuracy. Thus, the 2 minutes he had gained were crucial. He finally felt confident in his prospects for escape. However, just a minute later, Chu Jianlei, while running, suddenly realized he was feeling a bit hungry again. It has been quite some time since he last had a meal. Yet the hunger he now feels is evidently due to the depletion of his internal energy. A sense of resentment suddenly welled up within him. Must I consume 2 more nutritional supplements to successfully escape? He had already been somewhat reluctant to flee, but the unknown number and equipment of his pursuers left him no choice. The thought that escaping would further deplete his limited nutritional supplies only fueled his frustration. What have I done to provoke you? To exacerbate my already meager situation? Feeling indignant, he quickly realized another concern. Someone knew he had purchased a motorcycle outside the settlement. Thus, attempting to escape on the motorcycle would likely attract the attention of the entire settlement. He had previously contemplated this possibility but had deliberately chosen to overlook it. thinking that survival took precedence over all else. Now that he considered taking a stand, he resolved to eliminate this hidden threat. However, how many pursuers were there? And what kind of equipment did they possess? In the next moment, he slapped his forehead in exasperation, wondering why he was overthinking it. My speed surpasses that of the motorcycle. On the desolate terrain where there are no roads, a motorcycle's speed rarely exceeds 40 kilometers per hour, often slowing to 30 kilometers. Meanwhile, his current speed was approximately 35 to 36 kilometers per hour. Unless considering endurance, he truly had nothing to fear from the motorcycle. Chapter 27. The rapid enhancement of power. There are two key factors that support Chu Jinlei's decision to counterattack. The first is, of course, the clarity of his thoughts. But the second, and more significant reason, is poverty. He has acquired his current equipment and continues to hone his skills, not merely under the guise of competing in matches. Ultimately, it is through engaging in numerous battles and resorting to acts of violence and theft that he has discovered the secret to his wealth. Thus, this confrontation is imperative, not only for the pursuit of clarity in thought, but also for the necessity of earning funds for his cultivation. With this resolve, he quickens his pace, racing towards the location where the motorcycle is concealed, halting only when he is a mere 100 meters away. The motorcycle and supplies are nestled within a shallow pit, obscured by a tattered cloth of earth tones. Passers-by, unless they scrutinize closely, would typically overlook it. He then turns, grasping his binoculars to survey the distance behind him. Just how many adversaries are there? He murmurs softly. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. Indeed, as he observes his opponents, they are equally scrutinizing him. The air of the wasteland is far from pristine, and visibility is poor. However, visibility is not a constant. At this moment, he can faintly discern, approximately 2 kilometers away, 2 motorcycles hurtling towards him. Brother Dong occupies the rear seat of one, binoculars in hand, having also spotted him. Just ahead. This fellow is quite swift. Oh, has he noticed us? Chu Jianlei memorizes their position and swiftly takes cover beside a rock, kneeling and raising his weapon. In theory, the binoculars should allow him to see them, as should the naked eye. Yet, at a distance of 2 kilometers, a human figure merely appears as a small black dot, making it exceedingly difficult to aim. Frustratingly, the Gauss automatic rifles of the Wasteland are largely devoid of scopes. Given the range and power of the Gauss rifle, the absence of a scope seems rather illogical. Chu Jianlei could only conclude that the apocalyptic environment was too dire for the necessity of a scope. After all, the use of firearms relies not only on range and power but also on convenience. However, he found it somewhat cumbersome to aim and fire, which was not a matter of marksmanship. In the past, his shooting skills were lacking, yet with the Gauss rifle in hand, a few practice sessions had sufficed to improve. Modestly speaking, Chu Jianlei believed he grasped the nuances of marksmanship quite swiftly. It was merely during his time on Blue Star that he had little interest and limited exposure to firearms, thus never delving deeply into the subject. With so many intriguing pursuits, why engage with firearms when it required social interaction? He considered his accuracy commendable, yet clarity was lacking. What to do? In the next moment, he channeled his inner energy into his eyes. To his astonishment, it indeed worked. The target figure did not enlarge, but the clarity dramatically increased, akin to an instantaneous enhancement in resolution. Was what he had seen earlier cavalry? However, almost immediately, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a throbbing pain radiating from his eyeball. This was bad. He had overexerted himself. Chu Jianlei quickly reined it in. He felt a sense of relief that his initial surge of inner energy was directed at his legs. Otherwise, his eyesight might have been compromised. Related tests must be conducted more frequently in the future. Otherwise, last-minute efforts could lead to mishaps. However, the economic foundation posed a significant constraint for such testing. So this time, he must earn more. As his vision gradually returned, he noticed that the opponent had advanced nearly 400 meters, prompting him to focus intently on aiming. Dong Gu observed his actions through the telescope, unable to suppress a mocking smile. To think one must still resist. Do they believe themselves to be a shadowy marksman? The renowned marksman of this land, the Shadow Gun, has achieved the remarkable feat of successfully sniping enemies from a distance of 10 kilometers. However, the weapon employed was a laser sniper rifle outfitted with a scope, far surpassing the capabilities of a Gauss automatic rifle. Nevertheless, Brother Dong remains vigilant. The vehicle sways slightly. Given the considerable distance, aiming is already challenging, and any minor change in the motorcycle's motion makes it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to hit their target. He asserts, advance another 300 meters. Should they dare to fire, we shall unleash suppressive fire. The tattooed man grips a Gauss machine gun, the kind meant for a single operator, with a range sufficient for effective suppression at 1,500 meters. Yet, he hesitates, expressing, Brother Dong, to conduct suppressive fire from a moving motorcycle. It consumes too much ammunition. The undulating motion of the motorcycle is inherently an unstable platform for consistent fire, while the Gauss machine gun boasts formidable firepower. It is voracious in its consumption of ammunition, causing him to worry about incurring losses in this engagement. Brother Dong snorts dismissively, countering. They must also dare to fire upon us. In the Wasteland, numbers confer a significant advantage. With 2 motorcycles and 4 individuals, would a lone wanderer dare to engage? The Wasteland is not devoid of ruthless individuals, yet a needless confrontation of 1 against 4 is virtually impossible. It is prudent to assess one's own circumstances as well as those of the opposition. They are devoid of even a single motorcycle. His reasoning is predicated on the belief that the enemy's marksmanship could not possibly strike a moving target from 1,000 meters away. Hitting a target beyond a kilometer is already impressive, let alone when that target is both mobile and swaying side to side. He suspected that the opponent's greatest likelihood was to feign aiming before firing a warning shot. However, it was truly unfortunate. Chu Jianlei had no intention of issuing a warning beforehand. If he had already resolved to deliver a lethal blow, what need was there for a warning? As for the notion of a misunderstanding, perhaps the other party merely chose this path as well? Apologies, but Chu Jianlei never believed in misunderstandings. Those who inhabit the Wasteland are inherently ruthless, and his character was particularly obstinate. When he fled, he disregarded both face and rationale. Likewise, when he attacked, he adhered to no rules. The Wasteland is vast, and you have followed me for so long, claiming to harbor no ill will? I'm afraid I shall not grant you even the opportunity for an explanation, nor will I entertain the possibility of coincidence. Chu Jianlei held his breath, and 3 seconds later, decisively pulled the trigger. He was well aware of the necessary lead time. The zigzagging movement was not entirely devoid of pattern. Upon the gunfire, the motorcycle adorned with tattoos toppled to the ground. The heavily tattooed rider, wielding a Gauss rifle, was flung from the vehicle, tumbling several times. What in the world? The rider's chest bore a gruesome gaping wound, a sight that promised no survival. Upon witnessing this, Dong Gu was utterly astounded. This single shot had completely upended all his plans. Firstly, the opponent was a sharpshooter who struck a moving target over 1,000 meters away with a Gauss rifle devoid of a scope. Secondly, the opponent's strike was merciless, resulting in death without the slightest hesitation. It was evident that this was a seasoned killer, one whose ruthlessness was the very last thing anyone would wish to confront. His rider, a seasoned adventurer, immediately decelerated upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, navigating several wide arcs to evade being struck. In the next instant, another gunshot rang out. And as the dazed tattooed man struggled to rise, a gaping, bloody hole appeared in his chest. The Gauss rifle he wielded had not even had the chance to be raised. Chu Jianlei understood clearly that among the 4, this man's weapon was the most formidable. Thus, he first shot down the tattooed man's rider, then eliminated the tattooed man himself. As for the other motorcycle, it seemed to pose a significantly lesser threat, so there was no urgency to address it. However, the rider of Dong Gu grew anxious. Should they flee? Dong Gu, in a fit of exasperation, knew that fleeing was the only option. Remaining meant certain death. The rider swiftly turned the motorcycle, executing a wide turn to speed away. Yet at that moment, another gunshot echoed, and unfortunately, Dong Gu in the rear seat became the target. Due to the rider's drastic maneuver, Chu Jianlei's shot was not as effective this time, merely grazing Dong Ji's left shoulder. Nevertheless, the kinetic energy of the Gauss rifle was no trifling matter. A single bullet struck, causing Dong Ji's body to shudder, as his left shoulder and everything below it vanished in an instant. But the ordeal was not yet over. The bullet passed through Dong Ji's shoulder, taking with it a substantial chunk of flesh from the rider's left shoulder. The rider, in a heightened state of tension, was oblivious to the significant loss of his own flesh. Dong Gu, hold on tight. It is time to showcase my true driving skills. Just as the words left his mouth, a dull thud resounded, and with half of Dong Ji's shoulder gone, he was violently thrown from the motorcycle. This was bewildering for the rider. Dong Gu? He was contemplating escape, clearly realizing he was up against an insurmountable barrier. If the leader were not Dong Gu, he would have fled immediately. In the desolate wasteland, it is survival of the fittest. But this is Dong Gu. Should he escape, his days ahead would still be fraught with hardship. Though dizzy and disoriented from his fall, he remained aware of his intentions. You leave, This is the main character. He had already determined that this was the individual sought after in the stronghold of the Hong clan. Otherwise, such formidable power would not be present. Subconsciously, he believed he was doomed, thus he aimed to relay this information. If you dare to kill me, I shall ensure you do not fare well either. At that moment, he embraced a reckless abandon. Take care, Donggu. The rider cried out, his voice filled with anguish. He then turned his motorcycle to depart. I will spread the word. Suddenly, he realized he could not exert strength in his left hand. In the next instant, he and his motorcycle crashed heavily to the ground. While there are those who can ride a motorcycle with one hand in the wasteland, he was evidently not among them, especially given the suddenness of the incident. The motorcycle flipped twice, while he himself tumbled 7 or 8 times. The resilience of survivors is no exaggeration, despite his left arm being incapacitated. He managed to reach for his gun with his right hand. Another gunshot rang out, striking his right arm. Chu Jianlei rose, gun in hand, and slowly approached. After advancing approximately 500 meters, he took aim at Dong Ji's right arm. I admit defeat. Donggu raised his right hand, signaling that he bore no weapon. Struggling against the dizziness induced by blood loss, he shouted, "This is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate." Even he did not believe his words, but he had no choice but to utter them. Otherwise, he would be left with no opportunity at all. What struck him as peculiar was that the other party actually raised the muzzle of the gun and approached with an unhurried demeanor. Chu Jianlei's footsteps were remarkably light and somewhat elusive, clearly still harboring a degree of vigilance. Upon nearing, he once again lifted his weapon, aiming at the opponent's head, and in a stoic manner, inquired, "Why are you pursuing me?" Chapter 28. Hearing of the turn of events, Donggu was unafraid of death in his leaner days. He had carved out a substantial reputation due to his audacity in combat. Yet, confronted by the ominous black barrel of the gun, he lamentably acknowledged the passage of time and his own aging. His sensitivity to the flow of energy was acute. He understood that the adversary would undoubtedly pull the trigger without hesitation. Thus, he swiftly responded, "Someone mentioned that you were inquiring about the old cripple." Indeed, it was that scoundrel. Chu Jianlei was not surprised by the reply. This was the Wasteland. The concession he offered to that individual was trivial at best. He countered with a question, "Isn't the old cripple allowed to be inquired about?" Donggu replied promptly, "The death of the old cripple involves significant figures. I feel quite dizzy. May I tend to my wounds first?" Chu Jianlei, maintaining his impassive expression, slightly nodded and then holstered the Gauss rifle, drawing forth a short dagger. At such a close distance, the high-frequency oscillating dagger was swifter than the Gauss rifle. Indeed, Donggu was losing considerable blood. But his inquiry carried an ulterior motive. Was there a chance for him to survive? For a survivor wandering the wilderness, a first aid kit was invaluable. Seeing the consent from the other party, Donggu retrieved a packet of medicated powder from his waist and sprinkled it over his shoulder. He then produced a roll of bandage, biting it with his teeth, and with one hand, he wrapped it around his body several times, securing the dressing over his left shoulder wound. He deftly tied a knot with one hand, showcasing his considerable skill. Glancing at Chu Jianlei, he softly inquired, "May I have a sip of water first?" Chu Jianlei remained motionless, his gaze coldly fixed on his neck. Donggu sighed, finally speaking, "I have a stockpile of supplies at the camp." Chu Jianlei replied calmly, "First, answer my question. I will not repeat myself." Donggu pursed his lips and responded, "The old cripple was killed by the people from the main settlement." The incident stemmed from the main settlement slaughtering a group of scavengers, among whom there appeared to be someone connected to the old cripple. Chu Jianlei fell silent, realizing that Mr. Sai and his group truly regarded survivors as less than human. Yet, he found himself puzzled. Did Mr. Sai kill indiscriminately merely to seek his own news? Surely, who could ascertain that he, without an antidote, could struggle to survive? Was it worth the commotion for someone who was on the brink of death? Or perhaps already gone? After a lengthy silence, he posed another question. What was the reason behind their killing of the scavengers? Donggu shook his head with a wry smile. How could I possibly know about such matters? Chu Jianlei spoke ominously. I permit you to rephrase your response. How could you know nothing at all? Tufu killed scavengers at Hongxi settlement. Countless witnesses have seen it. As expected, Donggu hesitated before replying. It seems the main settlement asked the scavengers to help search for something. He was evidently well informed, even aware that the scavengers had been poisoned and that they received antidotes on a regular basis. On the eve of receiving the third batch of antidotes, Collins took decisive action, launching a surprise attack on 5 scavengers. His justification to Tizov was that these 5 individuals had been negligent in gathering intelligence, and thus, It was deemed necessary to handle the matter internally. He had not anticipated that the foolish Chu would also be absent, leaving Tuzov to provide only 14 doses of the antidote. Tuzov was somewhat taken aback by this outcome. Did they truly eliminate their own? Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his displeasure, as the pretext presented by Collins was merely a purge of careless scavengers. Consequently, he distributed the 14 doses of the antidote, informing Collins that only 12 would be available next time. However, the following day, individuals from the main settlement arrived, and upon hearing the news, they marched directly to the landfill. It was reported that the leader was exceedingly displeased, asserting that the responsibility of managing the scavengers did not rest with Collins and his group. Likely for this reason, they executed 400 to 500 scavengers. Among the 14 involved, it was said that some were fortunate enough to be absent during the incident, thus escaping the massacre. As for who those fortunate souls were, Brother Dong claimed ignorance. All he knew was that Collins had perished. He could kill, and naturally, he must be prepared for retribution. At this juncture, a faint smirk of derision played at the corners of his mouth. It was entirely normal for survivors to scheme against one another, and for violence to be a means of averting disaster. However, to thwart disaster only to meet one's own demise was rather absurd. It was likely that the escape was not merely a stroke of luck. Chu Jianlei inquired, what exactly was it that the powerful sought? To this, Brother Dong solemnly shook his head. I dare not inquire. It may lead to death. You are destined to perish. Chu Jianlei's body swayed as he deftly slashed the artery at his opponent's neck with a short dagger. You. Dong stared at him in shock, attempting to cover his neck with trembling hands. Yet his entire body felt weak and limp. The blood he had lost was far too copious. Once seated, he fell helplessly to the ground, unable to suppress his bewilderment. Why kill me after allowing me to bandage my wounds? Chu Jianlei could scarcely be bothered to respond. Is permitting you to tend to your injuries synonymous with sparing your life? He then dispatched the last of the riders and began erasing all traces of the encounter. The 2 motorcycles were secured to the rear wheel of his own, their front wheels elevated. He left no bodies behind, binding them to the motorcycles and transporting them to a site 50 kilometers away for burial. This haul was substantial. In addition to nutritional supplements, it included 2 motorcycles, a Gauss machine gun, a laser assault rifle, a Gauss automatic rifle, and 2 laser handguns. Noteworthy among the spoils was a considerable supply of ammunition, and even a power cell. He also acquired 8 silver dollars, which resolved Chu Jianlei's pressing financial predicament. This venture had proven immensely profitable. He drove recklessly, lacking any destination, going wherever the road took him. By day he traveled, by night he rested in meditation. The stock of nutritional supplements dwindling sharply. After 7 long days, just as all 3 fuel tanks were nearing depletion, he stumbled upon a survivor camp. This camp was not insignificant. It was considerably larger than the chaotic stone encampment he had previously inhabited. Riding his motorcycle, he entered the camp while towing 2 additional bikes, a sight that was undeniably conspicuous. Some individuals were discontent, yet upon witnessing the formidable Gauss rifle mounted on the motorcycle and the laser assault rifle in hand, they prudently chose not to provoke. Only those audacious enough to traverse the terrain on 3 motorcycles would undoubtedly be formidable adversaries. Moreover, it was highly probable that these motorcycles were acquired through nefarious means. Chu Jianlei approached a general store and exchanged a Gauss automatic rifle and a long knife for water, along with a bit of fuel. He refrained from using silver dollars, as bartering goods proved far more effective in this context, minimizing suspicion. The storekeeper recognized the potential threat posed by Chu Jianlei, thus offering a remarkably fair trade price. After concluding the transaction, Chu Jianlei inquired, "Do you accept motorcycles?" The storekeeper confirmed that they would accept motorcycles, but indicated that trading such large items for nutritional supplements could lead to resource scarcity. Hence, Chu Jianlei opted to exchange for meat and grain instead, as he preferred not to rely solely on nutritional supplements. The storekeeper lamented that their supply of meat and grain was limited and would require 2 days to restock. Such is the reality of a small locality. Within a wilderness encampment, how many could afford meat and grain? Chu Jianlei was not taken aback. This presented an opportunity for him to repair his motorcycles. The 2 seized motorcycles had sustained minor damages from a fall while in motion, despite their robust construction. Chu Jianlei also wished to modify his own motorcycle for improved functionality. There was a private repair shop within the encampment, albeit the proprietor claimed to have no expertise in motorcycle repairs. Chu Jianlei replied, "I do not require your assistance in repairs. I only need to borrow your tools." What he termed borrowing was, in reality, a rental. And the shopkeeper also provided some raw materials. 2 days later, all 3 motorcycles were repaired, with the most significant transformation occurring in the one belonging to Chu Jianlei. The primary enhancement was the increase in output, allowing for a speed boost of 2 to 3% under comparable conditions, particularly in terms of acceleration from a standstill. Chu Jianlei's pursuit was not merely for the thrill of speed, as his motorcycle lacked a reclining seat. Swift acceleration translated to a heightened capacity for escape, directly impacting his chances of survival, a matter of utmost importance. At this moment, the shopkeeper regarded him with admiration. His mechanical prowess and exceptional hands-on skills were undeniable. Chu Jianlei felt a sense of pride, recalling how he had crafted a motorcycle from scratch back on Blue Star. The remnants of technology in this wasteland were surprisingly advanced, with fuel not being conventional gasoline or diesel, but rather a hybrid energy liquid. Under such circumstances, this successful modification of his personal vehicle filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Naturally, he had also transferred several superior components from the 2 commandeered motorcycles to his own, thereby enhancing its performance without significantly diminishing that of the other 2. During these 2 days, the shopkeeper had been busy sourcing various supplies, though meat and grains were exceedingly scarce. Ultimately, he managed to procure a substantial quantity of nutritional supplements, fuel, and ammunition, which he could exchange for 2 motorcycles. For Chu Jianlei, this was indeed a rare opportunity, one that might not present itself again for an entire year. Chu Jianlei was somewhat taken aback by the mention of 2 motorcycles, as he had initially intended to sell only 1. The shopkeeper, sensing his hesitation, urged him. "This price is very fair, my friend." "Very well, I shall take 2, Chu Jianlei conceded, for the enhancement of his own motorcycle was of paramount importance. His defensive capabilities have been enhanced. As long as he possesses a sufficient supply of resources, he can diligently pursue his training. However, he certainly has an excess of supplies," prompting him to assemble a 2-wheeled cart and attach it to his motorcycle. He has remained in this camp for a full 5 days. A remarkable feat given that no one has sought to trouble him. This clearly illustrates that a formidable presence can effectively intimidate others even in the wasteland. As he rode away on his motorcycle, pulling the cart behind him, all eyes were silently fixed upon him. It was only after he vanished into the distance that the owner of the general store approached the proprietor of the repair shop. "Who exactly is this person? Did you uncover anything?" "This is beyond our camp's concern." The repair shop owner shook his head, his expression one of envy. "This individual is certainly not a mere drifter. Even within the Honglu settlement, there are hardly any with comparable motorcycle repair skills." Chapter 29. I am poor. After 3 days of resupplying, Chu Jianlei found a relatively safe area to set up camp. It was by a small river, atop a gentle slope. The slope featured a relatively flat platform, surrounded by a protrusion that could obscure the view from the outside. In his state of destitution, Chu Jianlei would never have dared to choose such terrain. However, with a degree of self-protection, this landscape became quite precious. He remained there for 15 days until he felt a slight tremor in his body, and then he reassured himself, considering it a sign of reaching the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Another 10 days passed, and he confirmed that the injections had become entirely ineffective, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. In these 25 days, he consumed less than half of his total food supply, while his water resources dwindled. A small river flowed nearby, yet he dared not utilize its waters, for he had not even observed a single living creature within it. This was also the reason he had initially lingered by the riverbank. In the wasteland, rivers could essentially be deemed as trenches. However, these days were not in vain. He had not only advanced to the 2nd tier of qi refinement, but his physical fitness had also seen significant improvement. Previously, he was approximately 1.65 meters, frail and slight. Now, he stood at least 1.75 meters. His malnourished frame had begun to develop some muscle, granting him increased strength and quicker reflexes. Yet he remained lean. Indeed, nutrition cannot be replenished in a day. Throughout these 20-plus days, there were several occasions when individuals approached from a distance, though their intentions remained ambiguous. Chu Jianlei refrained from engaging with them. Typically, he would fire a shot into the ground before them, a clear message to retreat. His marksmanship was precise, which was quite intimidating, and firing a warning shot demonstrated his ample ammunition supply. Chu Jianlei believed that this approach was rather civilized. After all, he had not resorted to blunt force, had he? Nevertheless, this lifestyle must draw to a close. Lingering too long could attract unwanted attention from formidable adversaries. The crux of the matter was that his supplies had diminished considerably. Although he could endure for a while longer, one must always prepare for the inevitable. He had spent enough time in the wilderness. Now, with a modest reserve, it was time to seek avenues for prosperity. Starting a venture with bare hands was indeed a daunting task, was it not? He planned to rest soundly through the night, rise early the next morning to tidy up, and then scout for suitable opportunities for development. In the dead of night, subtle sounds roused him from his slumber. An alarm device had been triggered. Given the circumstances, his alarm system was configured with multiple layers, each with varying responses. The current alert was of the most basic kind, small, slow, and distant. Thus, the warning sound was faint, merely sufficient for his ears. In contrast, a more serious threat would warrant a piercing alarm, not only to awaken him, but also to intimidate any potential intruder. He grasped his night vision binoculars for a closer look and discerned a diminutive figure, approximately 500 meters away. A dwarf, perhaps? Chu Jianlei paused momentarily, then returned to his slumber. The wasteland was never short of peculiar individuals. The likelihood of encountering a dwarf was actually much higher than on Blue Star. As long as the figure did not trigger a higher-level alert, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself. Yet, as he attempted to sleep, the presence of an unknown danger made it difficult to find rest. Who could truly slumber soundly under such circumstances? Moreover, Chu Jianlei himself harbored a profound sense of insecurity, especially in the desolate wilderness at such an hour. What could this figure be up to? Fortunately, the shadow moved a few more steps before curling up and becoming relatively still. Despite this, Chu Jianlei's sleep remained restless throughout the latter part of the night, existing in a perpetual state between dreams and wakefulness. With the dawn's light, he awoke and began to gather his belongings. Having resided on this small hillock for nearly a month, organizing his things was no trivial task. It wasn't until midday that he had nearly completed the process, though he was too weary to bother with some expendable materials. 3 months prior, he would have never overlooked such supplies. However, circumstances had shifted significantly, particularly with the presence of this mysterious individual. However, this fellow actually dared to lie down and sleep in the wilderness, showing little interest in the peculiar circumstances surrounding him. Yet, as he wandered about, he discerned that this, perhaps, was not a dwarf. Having encountered both dwarves and mutants before, he possessed a fair understanding. The bald figure before him was simply too diminutive. An adult dwarf is unmistakably different from a genuine child, and inexperienced I could discern this instantly. But what did it matter? It was none of his concern. Just as he was about to depart, he found himself unable to resist the impulse, stepping forward to kick the child lightly. Are you alive? If dead, just say so. I shall bury you. In the wasteland, there exists a stringent requirement. When a survivor dies, they must be laid to rest. This serves to prevent the fallen or mutated beasts from feasting upon the corpses, and, as the tales go, there are other considerations as well. With a swift kick, the small body rolled over, revealing a pale, swollen face, though the stomach was alarmingly emaciated. The child was suffering from purple lichen poisoning, a condition that Chu Jianlei recognized all too well, having experienced it himself. However, this child was afflicted more severely. If recovery were to occur naturally, it was likely that he would perish from starvation before regaining his strength. Chu Jianlei shook his head in exasperation and turned to leave. Yet, just as he was about to mount his motorcycle, he paused once more. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in resignation and sighed. Alas, what misfortune befalls me? Returning to the child's side, he crouched down, pried open the youth's mouth, and forcefully administered a dose of nutritional supplement. After completing this act, he muttered to himself, I haven't forgotten the lessons of the past. It's just, I cannot simply bury you alive, can I? The ingestion of the nutrient solution took merely 2 or 3 minutes, and the child's eyes gradually fluttered open. The toxicity of the lichen is relatively mild. At most, it leads to diarrhea and facial swelling, from which the body can rely on its intrinsic recovery mechanisms. However, throughout this recuperation process, it is imperative to consume nutrients. One must at least withstand the ordeal, rather than being poisoned. It would be more accurate to say that the child had fainted from hunger. While there was indeed some level of poisoning, there was nothing left to expel. Thus, it is entirely normal for him to awaken so swiftly. Upon noticing the child had regained consciousness, Chu Jianlei retrieved a plastic bowl and poured in a modest amount of water, around 5 or 6 sips. He then added a pinch of salt, coldly instructing, drink. This was also a method to expedite the body's recovery. He had no intention of administering a nutrient solution if the child could not endure it and subsequently succumbed. The child's gaze began to focus, and he uttered a few incoherent sounds, seemingly confused. A mute? Chu Jianlei paused momentarily but dismissed the thought. Mutations exist among people, and disability is inconsequential. He assumed the child did not grasp the purpose of drinking water, thus he clarified, rehydration. Whether the child comprehended this was of no concern to him. Unexpectedly, the child closed his mouth and swallowed hard several times before speaking again. I'm not mute. His voice was notably hoarse, yet discernible upon closer listening. Ah, Chu Jianlei nodded slightly, still indifferent. He was not mute, merely stuttering. The child swallowed again before attempting to speak. I am not a stutterer. Hurry and drink, Chu Jianlei retorted, uninterested in further conversation. The child waited for a moment, slowly sitting up, and lifted the plastic bowl to sip the water in small gulps. Throughout this process, Chu Jianlei merely observed him with curiosity, remaining silent. Once the child finished drinking, he reached out for the bowl and turned to leave. He had previously pushed the cart and motorcycle up the dirt slope, and now, in order to depart, he needed to push the cart down first, followed by the motorcycle. As he maneuvered the motorcycle down the slope, the child, having regained some strength, timidly trailed behind him. Are you addicted to free meals? Chu Jianlei remarked without looking back. You, hairless monster, shouldn't follow me. The child, lacking not only hair but also eyebrows and eyelashes, received this nickname casually. The timid little fellow froze at the remark. Recalling the earlier conversation about buying a life, his voice still held a slight rasp, yet it was significantly better than before. Why would I buy your life? Chu Jianlei replied dismissively, with your frail physique, you could only scrounge for food and drink. The Wasteland is not short of those willing to sell their lives for labor. But a fragile creature like you would be of no use. The hairless monster's eyes darted. I am useful, sir. Ignoring him, Chu Jianlei secured and tied down the cart after pushing the motorcycle down the slope. The child remained silent, simply watching from the side. Once Chu Jianlei completed the securing process, he mounted the motorcycle without looking back and started the engine. The cart was laden with goods, and while he had secured everything, it would not be prudent to accelerate too quickly. As the motorcycle began to pick up speed, the hairless monster grew anxious and shouted, Sir, I am truly useful. However, I cannot afford it. I am impoverished. Chu Jianlei accelerated further, recalling the tale of the farmer and the snake. He wished to avoid a second encounter with such a fate. The child, witnessing the urgency, exclaimed, I can offer compensation. Having faced a near-death experience, he was resolute in not wishing to endure a second one. Initially, he suspected ulterior motives from the other party, even contemplating whether he might become a living donor for organ trafficking. Yet, at that moment, he felt powerless to resist, convincing himself that this was far preferable to dying of hunger. Nevertheless, as the other party took measured steps, it appeared they were genuinely intent on saving lives. This revelation upended his understanding. Despite his youth, he possessed profound knowledge of the Wasteland. Acting as a saint in such a desolate land was indeed an eccentric choice. The key lay in observing the other's vehicle, which was clearly well equipped with resources. Such individuals could be trusted, at the very least. They were unlikely to harm others. Compensation? Chu Jianlei chuckled dismissively, pressing the accelerator further. The most unreliable aspect of the Wasteland was the promises of strangers. Those who could genuinely afford to pay would not be on the brink of starvation. The hairless creature, alarmed, took off in pursuit, shouting, I know this area very well. Can you possibly know it better than I do? Chu Jianlei scoffed and chose to ignore him. Setting aside your experiences, what information could someone of your age possibly possess? Chapter 30, Still Floating. The hairless creature, seeing the speed of the vehicle increasing, could no longer contain his fear. He shouted, I truly know this place well. You can ask me anything you wish. Chu Jiala paid no mind, merely a fellow seeking to indulge in a life of ease. The child, witnessing the vehicle receding into the distance, found himself gasping for breath from his frantic sprint. In a moment of desperation, he could not help but shout, The crystal of the mutated beast, do you desire it? Such audacity and boasting. Chu Jiala scoffed, yet the next moment, he was taken aback. Crystal? He slowed the vehicle, turned to regard the hairless creature pursuing him, and inquired indifferently, What did you say? The child, breathless, continued, The crystal of the mutated beast. Chu Jiala could not conceal his intrigue, and resorted to a teasing remark. Indeed, still stammering. The hairless creature paid no heed to his words, only asserting, I know a great deal. The motorcycle gradually came to a halt, and Chu Jiala cast a doubtful glance at him. You have a crystal, and yet you almost starved? The hairless creature finally caught up, taking several hurried breaths before questioning. Have you ever been weak? He could see that the other was a solitary traveler with abundant resources, yet he could not discern the visage concealed beneath the cloth. Thus, he instinctively assumed this was a formidable individual. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiala fell silent. I have not only been weak, but I am also not particularly strong now. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. Are you well acquainted with the Wasteland? The child readily nodded. Very familiar. What is the name of this place? Chu Jiala asked, genuinely unaware of his current location. The child looked at him in astonishment. You don't know? I am the one asking you. The child hesitated momentarily before bashfully shaking his head, admitting, I am not quite certain. It is difficult to discern direction in the wilderness. This sentiment held merit, and Chu Jianlei nodded in agreement. Could you at least indicate which settlement it belongs to? The child pondered, but ultimately shook his head again. I do not know. My sense of direction is quite poor. Does this mean you are well acquainted with the Wasteland? Chu Jianlei expressed astonishment. What about your knowledge of the terrain? For survivors who endure in the Wasteland, navigating is a fundamental skill. How can you claim familiarity when you cannot even recognize the paths? I am not familiar with such things, the child replied despondently. I once resided in a settlement, and my family was relatively well off. The various specialties here and much knowledge far exceed that of the survivors in the wilderness. Well, fair enough, Chu Jianlei contemplated, reluctantly conceding that the child had a point. The crux of the matter was that he was not particularly well-versed in the characteristics of the Wasteland during his 6 years of traversing it. His activities had been confined to the vicinity of the ruins camp. Thus, this hairless creature did possess some utility. He then inquired, which settlement did you inhabit previously? That I would rather not disclose. The child hesitated before resolutely shaking his head. My family is no longer with me. It appeared that the settlement was not entirely peaceful either, Chu Jianlei mused, before posing another question. Do you possess any crystals for mutated beasts? Yes, the hairless creature nodded, touching its bald head, then hesitated before replying, but I dare not carry them. I have hidden them away. I understand. Chu Jianlei nodded decisively. You truly are quite vulnerable. He naturally expressed his desire to take me to retrieve it, insisting that I could purchase it at a fair price. Do you believe me? He spoke with unwavering confidence. Although he currently lacked sufficient funds, with diligence and proper management, earning money would not pose a challenge. Could he possibly go back on his word to this child? Absolutely not. The child nodded slightly at his bald head. Suddenly, Chu Jianlei recalled a detail. This child could not possibly have been born without eyebrows and hair. Could he? During his time on Blue Star, he had pondered the intricacies of beauty and makeup for a while. If one were to avoid surgical alterations, shaving off one's eyebrows could be considered a rudimentary yet effective means of disguise, dramatically altering one's facial appearance. Thus, he inquired, did you shave your head and eyebrows yourself? To evade enemies, such a sacrifice seemed reasonable. The child felt perplexed, wondering if the subject had shifted too abruptly. Nevertheless, as this was his only hope for survival, he answered earnestly, I had pests in my hair, so I shaved it off. I was overthinking. Chu Jianlei lifted his chin slightly and said, let us get in the car. Where have you hidden the mutated beast crystal? By the end of his question, a sense of foreboding had begun to take root in his heart. The child leapt onto the flatbed and then awkwardly replied, I forgot how to get there. Chu Jianlei fell silent for a moment before responding, then you may exit the vehicle. To claim familiarity with the Wasteland only to have nothing to show for it. Did he truly believe I was engaged in charitable endeavors? I can do odd jobs. The hairless boy hurriedly asserted, and I possess extensive knowledge about mutated beast crystals. In the next moment, he leaped from the vehicle and darted away like an arrow. Please wait a moment. I need to relieve myself. The residual toxins of the purple lichen. Indeed, they had yet to be thoroughly eradicated. Chu Jianlei remained momentarily stunned, eventually shaking his head in bemusement. Among the survivors of the Wasteland, few adhered to hygienic practices not from a lack of desire, but rather due to the absence of suitable conditions. The hairless creature, in an effort to avoid public convenience, was willing to risk losing the opportunity for a ride, which was quite commendable. In contrast, other survivors would surely deem such behavior as pretentious, believing survival to be of utmost importance. However, Chu Jianlei, having traversed from Blue Star, a society abundant in material wealth, could appreciate this mindset. Such a meticulous individual would surely not act as unscrupulously as Rogers, would he? Nevertheless, he found himself unexpectedly feeling a sense of kinship towards the creature's actions. Those who emerged from the settlement were, after all, inherently different. Well, let him be. It's only a few nutrient packs and a couple of sips of water, he thought, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Yet, he was still distracted, having only enjoyed a few days of comfort. Although he was quick to self-reproach, he was reluctant to amend his ways. Perhaps there would be a delightful surprise. Almost 5 minutes later, the hairless creature emerged from behind a rock, sprinting towards him with great speed. Without hesitation, it jumped into the vehicle. "Thank you for waiting, sir. Let us depart." "Depart?" Chu Jianlei shook his head in resignation. "Where do you suggest we go?" The child paused momentarily before responding. "You don't know where you want to go?" "I do not need to know," Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation. "Let us simply head to a place with a relatively orderly environment." The request was too vague, leaving the child somewhat bewildered. "Are you intending to head to the settlement?" "If so, I certainly will not accompany you," Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly, "considering that you have run away with a crystal. A mutated beast crystal can at least secure a place in a settlement." The fact that a hairless creature had managed to escape with a crystal only suggested that this child was entangled in trouble. However, he had no inclination to investigate further. Remarkably, despite his tender age, the child comprehended the statement without denial. "Where were you planning to go just now?" "Wherever seems fine," Chu Jianlei answered casually. Akin to a drifting leaf devoid of roots, indifferent to his destination. "Did you not claim to be familiar with the Wasteland?" "Offer a suggestion." The child pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "Let us go to the Hongyi settlement. Its outskirts are relatively stable." "Hongyi?" Chu Jianlei's brow furrowed. "It is quite far. I truly have no knowledge of other locations," the child sighed, adding that Hongyi is also close to the mutated beasts. "Then let us go to Hongyi." Chu Jianlei could not help but react upon hearing the phrase mutated beasts. He was uncertain of the distance to Hongyi, but the proximity to mutated beasts, coupled with relative stability, was sufficient. His current dilemma was how to reach the Hongyi area. Lacking a map, he would have to return to the previous settlement to purchase one. Upon arriving at the settlement once more, the shopkeeper remained cheerful. Yet his expression grew troubled when the topic of purchasing a map arose. "We reside in the enclave of Honglu, and I possess a map of the area within its confines. However, I have nothing beyond that." Chu Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. A blockade of information? This notion evoked a peculiar sensation within him. With Gauss rifles and laser guns at their disposal, why still impose restrictions on the map? He decided not to delve further into the matter, requesting a map of Honglu instead. The shopkeeper promptly retrieved one, stating it was a mere silver dollar. "Is it truly so costly?" Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow slightly. "Is this map made of gold?" "On Blue Star. A map booklet costs only a few dozen coins, yet you demand a silver dollar?" The shopkeeper replied earnestly that only those formidable adventurers could afford such maps, as it was mandated that transactions be conducted in silver dollars. Though he did not specify who had set this rule, it was evident that the enclave was undoubtedly involved. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Isn't there any possibility of using silver coins from Honglu?" The shopkeeper unhesitatingly responded, "That would simply amount to 9 silver jiao. They are not interchangeable." "Then I shall not make a purchase," Chu Jianlei decisively declared. In truth, even if a one-to-one exchange were possible, he was reluctant to reveal his connection to Hongxi. Thus, it was even more prudent to abstain. The shopkeeper glanced around, subtly gesturing in a specific direction and softly murmuring, "Hongyi is over there. Now, you truly know how to conduct yourself." Chu Jianlei smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Fill her up, and I also require nutrient solutions and water." The transaction this time involved 2 Gauss rifles and a vibrating blade, significantly differing from the last exchange in terms of value. However, the supplies remained plentiful, and Chu Jianlei did not haggle, departing with the hairless creature. As they raced through the desolate wilderness, the child seated in the vehicle could not help but inquire, "Do you truly not know the way at all?" A peculiar sensation stirred within Chu Jianlei. He thought to himself, "Do you believe you possess the right to mock me?" "I did not mean it that way," the child, still sensitive, carefully clarified. "If we capture a couple of survivors, wouldn't we be able to extract the information?" He suggested that if all else failed, they could simply ask more individuals. Surely, someone would divulge the truth. Chu Jianlei found himself momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence, finally posed the question, "What if they refuse to speak?" Hearing Chu Jianlei's words, the hairless creature was taken aback. "You possess a firearm, yet you fear they might not speak?" Chu Jianlei replied coolly, "What if they simply choose not to?" He had never considered himself a soft-hearted individual. Raised in the peaceful society of Blue Star, he could kill without a moment's hesitation, his body remaining unaffected. Those he aimed to eliminate undoubtedly had it coming. However, The idea of randomly interrogating a couple of individuals for information and resorting to murder if they remained silent felt somewhat beyond his moral boundaries. His character was indeed somewhat rigid, and he acknowledged a certain affliction, yet he believed that one's principles should not be casually transgressed. He would never associate with those cannibalistic survivors. Senseless killing was not a path he wished to tread. The Wasteland had its own rules, which he felt powerless to oppose. Yet as a human being, he believed one must adhere to their own ethical standards. He did not aspire to become a person like Mr. Sai. The sensation of wielding life and death may indeed be exhilarating, yet he finds it unappealing. The hairless creature paused momentarily. Naturally, one capable of saving him could not be a person of malevolence. Chu Jianlei remained silent, for although his companion was a mere child, it was prudent not to reveal too much of oneself in the wasteland. After a brief hesitation, the hairless creature sighed, suggesting that there was no need for bloodshed. As with such formidable strength, one could simply pay for guidance. Chu Jianlei, however, merely shook his head dismissively, choosing not to respond. Having previously been misled on purpose during his time on Blue Star, he could hardly place his trust in the integrity of the wasteland's inhabitants. In such vast desolation, even a slight misdirection could lead to fatal consequences. Observing this, the hairless creature fell silent, clearly understanding that his advice had been disregarded. Thus, Chu Jianlei spent his days traveling and his nights in cultivation, regarding the matter of sustenance as trivial. An additional supply of water would pose no issue. The hairless creature recovered swiftly. Indeed, the physical resilience of wasteland dwellers was remarkable, and at such a youthful age, he was eager to prove himself. By the third day at dawn, he volunteered to take the wheel. Chu Jianlei's training did not go unnoticed by the hairless creature. Yet he remained oblivious to the nature of his endeavors. Wisely, he refrained from inquiring and instead sought to demonstrate his worth by requesting to drive. To be candid, had he not made this request, Chu Jianlei would have considered leaving him behind. Having provided him with 3 vials of nutritional supplements, his recovery had been significant. Did he still intend to linger? Watching the hairless creature maneuver the imposing motorcycle, Chu Jianlei felt no remorse for employing a child in labor. If he did not take him on, the boy would surely meet a grim fate. This was not an idle concern of a corporate overlord. Such was the reality of the wasteland. Chu Jianlei wished to attempt meditation atop the cart, yet after several futile tries, he abandoned the notion, finding the jostling too disconcerting. Nevertheless, reclining against the cart provided a far greater comfort than incessantly riding the motorcycle. Soon, he discovered the convenience of employing the hairless creature. The wasteland had always been a realm governed by the law of the jungle, a truth that remained unchanged. Over the course of several days, the two had encountered 5 or 6 groups of survivors, one of which comprised as many as 9 individuals. When they saw a child at the wheel, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of nearly all the survivors. However, upon noticing the figures and weaponry aboard the cart, they collectively chose silence. Perhaps they were formidable foes, or perhaps they hailed from a powerful faction. It was evident that few could afford to hire child laborers in the wild. In truth, it was within the confines of settlements that the employment of child laborers was more prevalent. After several repetitions of this scene, the hairless creature could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Sir, your presence is undeniably formidable." "Formidable, you say?" Chu Jianlei replied with a cold chuckle. "They all understand that the first to strike is often the expendable." The hairless creature immediately grasped the implication. They were all waiting for someone else to pave the way. Chu Jianlei inwardly scoffed at the lackluster wit of his companion. The diminutive figure of the hairless creature piloting the massive motorcycle presented an oddly amusing sight. Yet he navigated with remarkable ease. Shall we continue on without observing our surroundings? What could possibly be worth observing? Chu Jianlei thought to himself, unwilling to complicate matters. Given their relatively improved circumstances, it was only natural to aspire to survive and eventually thrive in a more orderly environment. However, after a mere half-day, he suddenly inquired about what sights were worth seeing nearby. The hairless creature hesitated momentarily before responding, suggesting they might encounter various situations. And what if they stumbled upon a horde of mutated beasts? Chu Jianlei was momentarily taken aback before replying. "Let us proceed cautiously. We can reassess when we reach a camp." Such words truly reflect the balance of fortune and misfortune, for shortly thereafter, they found themselves in trouble. The child was intently focused on driving when Chu Jianlei suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, something seems amiss ahead." The hairless creature instantly hit the brakes. "What's wrong?" it asked. The connection between the cart and the motorcycle had its flaws, The sudden stop caused a jarring lurch forward and a subsequent backward jerk. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei was accustomed to such jolts and executed a forward roll, landing deftly on the ground. He focused intently ahead, sensing the earth was trembling. The ground trembled. The hairless creature squinted. Could it be a herd of mutated cattle? Yet, there was nothing in sight. Mutated cattle could be advantageous. The weapons Chu Jianlei carried could indeed inflict damage. Yet, if it were merely a herd, their only option would be to flee. Even if they managed to strike one or two, they would reap no rewards, as they were not a large team capable of tackling such beasts. However, Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow, climbing onto the cart to survey the distant ground, where he discerned rippling waves. Those were sandworms. The hairless creature swiftly turned the vehicle. Pressing the accelerator, sandworms typically appeared in swarms. Chu Jianlei was caught off guard, stumbling and nearly falling from the cart. Fortunately, his physical condition had been steadily improving, allowing him to adjust his posture just in time. Unexpectedly, the hairless creature altered its direction once again. Chu Jianlei's body swayed once more, and he could not help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" The stones lay ahead, and the hairless monster accelerated, evading the sandworms. Insisting that they must reach a stony area, Chu Jianlei was left speechless. He had only heard tales of sandworms. His entire understanding was that sandworms consumed everything and could grow to lengths of 10 to 18 meters, resembling oversized earthworms. When confronted with the unknown, one must heed the advice of the knowledgeable, even if the advisor is a child. Yet, as he glanced back, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Do sandworms not eat stones?" "They cannot ingest large boulders," the hairless monster replied, focused on driving. "Stop asking. Just see how fast they are pursuing us." Chu Jianlei fixated on the rear. Noticing that dirt ridges were swiftly extending towards the motorcycle, their speed commendable. The resistance from the ground was considerable. Even sandworms could not move quickly under such conditions. Yet it felt as if dozens were behind them. The unmutated ones. The hairless monster sighed with relief before casting a glance back. Dozens? There are thousands in a swarm. This is merely a small group approaching us, but as long as they are unmutated, we are fortunate. Mutated sandworms are significantly faster than their ordinary counterparts. The motorcycle, towing a cart, could barely reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Should they encounter one, escape would be uncertain. However, Chu Jianlei pondered something else. If the number of worms was limited, he wished to slay a couple. Sandworms hold no value, the hairless monster retorted without looking back. Only a minuscule portion of their flesh is edible. Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes at this remark. With such knowledge, you still managed to be poisoned by the purple lichen? I was merely hungry, the hairless creature explained with a hint of frustration, something I had been trying to suppress. Chu Jianlei inquired further. Is the energy content of sandworm flesh particularly high? The edible portions are exceedingly scarce, the hairless creature replied without hesitation, and they are ensconced within layers. The sandworm's exterior is fortified with a thick chitinous layer, possessing slight toxicity, while the flesh within exhibits intense corrosiveness. The only consumable part lies in the center. The challenge lies in breaching the chitinous layer, all the while preventing the corrosive fluids from oozing out. Even if one were to encounter a deceased sandworm, the endeavor to dissect it and extract the edible flesh would entail considerable expense. The act of slaying a sandworm also incurs costs. In his words, killing a sandworm is entirely uneconomical. Even when faced with a solitary sandworm, there exists no justification for its demise unless it poses a threat to one's safety. The gravel terrain was not far from their current location, approximately 2 kilometers away, though it initially consisted merely of small pebbles. Upon entering the gravel-strewn area, the soil behind them hastened its pursuit, adopting an aggressive demeanor. As pebbles were continuously dislodged from the earth, with several small stones even soaring into the air, Chu Jianlei found himself quite astonished. Could this be a joke? How long has it been starving? The hairless creature remained focused on driving, eventually remarking, "The small stones cannot impede us. The speed is diminishing." The deceleration pertained to the motorcycle, while the sandworm's pace only intensified. Clearly reluctant to part with its delectable prey, after traveling approximately 3 more kilometers, the sandworm was now less than 400 meters away from the motorcycle. The increasing number of stones caused the motorcycle to jolt incessantly, rendering the journey increasingly arduous. After 5 kilometers, the sandworms were a mere 200 meters away from the motorcycle. Although the stones had grown larger, they relentlessly pursued. In a moment of desperation, Chu Jianlei decisively leapt from the cart and fled, several firearms strapped to his body. In the blink of an eye, He outpaced the motorcycle, leaving the hairless creature dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Hey, are you really leaving me behind?" Chu Jianlei, breathless as he ran, replied, "With a lighter load, you can certainly pick up speed." He swore this was his genuine thought, rather than merely a survival instinct to outrun his companion in the face of danger. The hairless creature glanced back at the extending earth ridges and pressed the accelerator with all its might. The load may have been lighter, but the motorcycle bounced more violently, nearly making him lose grip on the handlebars. Chu Jianlei was well aware of this reality, yet he would never return to become a ballast. He urged his companion to push on. Fortunately, after 2 kilometers, they reached an area strewn with larger rocks, significantly hindering the sandworm's pursuit. At that moment, the extending earth ridges were less than 50 meters from the motorcycle. The two did not pause, but continued their flight, running for over another kilometer. Then, a stone the size of a small car was toppled and rolled over 3 or 4 times by the earth ridges, seemingly marked by this event. The earth ridges gradually ceased their chase. Chapter 32. I do not wish to interfere. Observing the sandworms come to a halt, the two remained vigilant, running nearly another kilometer before finally stopping. The hairless creature wore a look of horror, beads of sweat forming on its forehead, while its small arms trembled incessantly. Riding a motorcycle while bouncing over stones, the sensation is something only those who have experienced it can truly comprehend. Chu Jianlei, panting, shoved a nutrient supplement into his mouth, appearing quite disheveled. Would they not catch up? Likely not, as the hairless creature gazed at him eagerly, swallowing hard and asking, "May I have one too?" Chu Jianlei glanced at him and tossed him a tube of nutrient liquid, stating, "This is your reward for safeguarding supplies." After several days of travel, the two had become somewhat familiar with one another, yet provisions should not be distributed indiscriminately. There ought to be a method to such exchanges. The hairless creature, undeterred by protocol, expressed his gratitude and hastily consumed the nutrient supplement. After gulping down 3 mouthfuls of water, he cast a wary glance back towards the direction they had come from, grateful that Chu Jianlei had recognized the danger early on. Chu Jianlei, meanwhile, rubbed his forehead in frustration, admitting he had lost his sense of direction. His navigational instincts were exceptionally acute, nearly bordering on the extraordinary, allowing him to construct mental maps with ease. The path he had been following was precisely the one the shopkeeper had discreetly indicated, a route he instinctively believed led to the Hong Yi refuge. However, after today's incident, his sense of direction had completely abandoned him. He could potentially retrace his steps using the tire tracks, but was that realistic? Once the sandworm swarm was disturbed, it was uncertain how long they could hold out. "No need to rush," the hairless creature replied nonchalantly. "If we push ahead, who knows what else we might encounter." Clearly, he had not supported Chu Jianlei's decision earlier, understanding the immense uncertainties and risks that lay ahead. A slight sense of urgency had begun to creep in. Chu Jianlei became aware of the situation and nodded in agreement, suggesting they push forward a bit before taking a rest. After a night's respite, the two replenished their energy and continued their journey, endeavoring to find a way through the labyrinth of stones. It took them the better part of the day to navigate through the rocky obstacle, only to confront a new, uncharted terrain. With dwindling supplies of fuel and water, Chu Jianlei resolved to locate a campsite in the wilderness. Fortunately, the following day, they stumbled upon a supply station. Not only did they replenish their provisions, but Chu Jianlei also inquired which settlement this station belonged to. The attendant, seemingly unfazed, explained that it was part of the Hongwu settlement area. The proximity of Hongwu to Hongxi piqued Chu Jianlei's interest, and he retrieved $3 silver to settle the bill. As expected, a handling fee was extracted, and the change he received was comprised of silver coins from Hongwu. Inquiring further about the route to the Hongxi settlement and nearby camps, Chu Jianlei was met with straightforward answers, having already transacted there. The attendant also cautioned him about several hazardous areas. Clearly, the information was credible, otherwise, there would be the risk of repercussions. Chu Jianlei had no immediate plans to venture into the perilous zones, and instead made his way toward the nearest campsite. "Hairless monster," he queried, "which poses a greater threat in terms of attack value, the mutated armored hedgehog or the decaying giant lizard?" After a moment's hesitation, the child replied that both creatures could be found in groups, making it difficult for an individual to confront them. Particularly, the mutated armored hedgehog not only has the ability to launch spines, but also could withstand attacks from a laser gun. Chu Jianlei remained silent. He truly had no desire to seek out a companion for his endeavors. I was merely inquiring which option holds greater value, he stated. Undoubtedly. It is the iron-armored hedgehog, the child responded. Could you refrain from calling me the hairless monster? He added. It's not a matter of discrimination. Chu Jinlei retorted as he halted the vehicle and removed his face mask. He then produced a small knife and, with a cautious hand, scraped away his own eyebrows. See, now I am the same, he remarked. The hairless monster appeared noticeably taken aback. Why would you do that? He questioned. Chu Jinlei would never divulge the troubles that plagued him, lest he attract unwanted attention. Why not shave your head as well? The hairless monster muttered. Call me Xiao Jing. That's my nickname. Survivors of the Wasteland often adopted monikers, especially in the presence of others, rarely revealing their true names. Chu Jinlei detested the foolish name bestowed upon him, yet had previously felt powerless to protest. In the camp, you may call me Haitian. The encampment known as Sweetwater was not insignificant, boasting over 200 semi-subterranean structures. However, these edifices were inhabited. Occasionally, some might be vacant, but only in the absence of their owners. Chu Jinlei paid little mind to this, selecting a soft patch of ground on the outskirts of the camp to excavate a pit about half a person's height. He placed a cart atop it and draped some cloth over the structure, creating a makeshift dwelling. At that moment, he found himself longing for the place he had painstakingly crafted in the ruins camp, which had taken him several years to establish. This current abode was merely temporary. To construct something akin to his former residence would require at least a month. Yet, even in such a rudimentary shelter, others soon came seeking him. Two men stood before him, one slender and the other robust, both exuding a somewhat roguish demeanor. One wielded a knife, while the other brandished a gun. The slender man spoke first, inquiring about who had excavated the pit. The formidable machine gun possessed the capability to eliminate both of them in an instant. Yet Chu Jinlei regarded these two with a measure of disdain. However, in the next moment, he silently reminded himself that despite a slight enhancement in equipment and combat prowess, it was prudent to remain grounded. As a newcomer, he had no knowledge of their backgrounds. Thus, he replied with a measured tone, "Is this place claimed by someone?" Occasionally, outdoor camps may be under the jurisdiction of someone, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. The two men hesitated to assert ownership over the area. Had they dared to do so, others would have undoubtedly protested. Nevertheless, the response from the other party was unhurried, and the slender man insisted, "You should remove your mask." Chu Jinlei furrowed his brow, perplexed by this demand. Recently, several notorious criminals had been apprehended, and the slender man, with a disreputable air, responded that all strangers must submit to scrutiny. Chu Jinlei suppressed his rising irritation and asked, "Scrutiny, may I inquire about your identity?" This time, the slender man refrained from boasting. "I am merely an ordinary adventurer. However, the bounty can be claimed by anyone." Was this merely an act of provocation? Chu Jinlei sensed that the man's intentions were dubious. Yet, as an outsider, it was wise to cooperate without prying into matters. Thus, he pointed to the hairless creature nearby and inquired, "Is there a child accompanying any criminals?" The slender man fell silent, but the robust man grew impatient, exclaiming, "Why do you prattle on so much? I must emphasize that a manhunt is indeed a manhunt. Given your obscure origins, we are all entitled to scrutinize you. Should you stubbornly insist that we lack such authority, you shall bear the consequences." Chu Jinlei felt a slight headache at the thought of unforeseen repercussions, as the absence of boundaries made the situation difficult to gauge. Thus, he could only inquire, "Is it permissible for me to leave now?" "Absolutely not." The burly man decisively raised his Gauss rifle, his expression impassive. "If you truly wish to depart, your suspicion will only intensify." Chu Jinlei pondered momentarily, reluctantly removing his mask. Surely, this would suffice? The two men exchanged glances, then slowly shook their heads. This man is not a fugitive. The concept of a manhunt involves a bounty. One cannot arbitrarily distort the truth. Chu Jinlei understood this, and his frustration diminished significantly. It appeared that the manhunt indeed held validity. However, in the next moment, the slender man spoke again, stating that this location was unsuitable for digging, as it would disrupt the overall layout of the camp. "You did not object when I was digging just now," Chu Jinlei remarked, perplexed. Thus, he inquired with an impassive expression, "Layout? What kind of layout are we discussing, and who has made this judgment? Did you not notice that you are unwelcome here?" The burly man retorted impatiently. Chu Jinlei felt a rise of displeasure. "Why did you not mention this before I began digging? Are you attempting to dismiss the efforts of the two of us?" He had invested considerable time in excavating this pit, and the hairless creature had also participated. Did they expect to simply take it away? What camp exists without a plan? The slender man replied coldly. It was your oversight that you did not notice before you began digging. Isn't it your responsibility for not paying attention? Chu Jianlei could not help but silently scoff. However, the organized nature of the campsite was hardly surprising, as even spontaneous outdoor camps often exhibit some degree of planning. When a campsite exists, everyone aspires to improve it, including but not limited to the construction of communal facilities. Always considerate of others, Chu Jianlei remarked. Then I shall find another spot to dig. That should suffice, right? Yet, to his astonishment, the thin man bluntly stated, you may remain here, but a layout fee is required. So there is still a charge? Chu Jianlei inquired with a hint of indifference. Is this fee a one-time payment, or must it be paid periodically? Of course, it's a one-time fee, the thin man replied succinctly, 3 silver coins. While 3 silver coins were not exorbitant, during Chu Jianlei's lean times, it represented 2 months' worth of sustenance. He paused momentarily, then asked, how do you justify that this fee is warranted? At this, the thin man chuckled, cleared his throat, and bellowed, I am collecting layout fees from newcomers. Does anyone have an objection? His voice resonated loudly enough to echo throughout the campsite. No one voiced dissent. Rather, a dozen or so individuals apathetically observed the scene. Chu Jianlei softly queried, no one else will be charging layout fees, I presume? These fees may well be a reality. He did not mind paying a nominal amount as long as it resolved the issue. Yet, the thin man once again raised his voice. Who else will charge this gentleman's friend? Then he asked, what may I call you, my friend? Heitian, Chu Jianlei replied, his expression inscrutable. Whoever dares to undermine the arrangements made by this dark-hued friend of mine is simply disregarding my dignity. Do not blame me for being ungracious. After the thin man made his proclamation, silence enveloped the gathering. He then cast a glance at Chu Jianlei, smugly inquiring, what do you think? Is it acceptable? Chu Jianlei, in response, reached into his bosom, and upon withdrawing his hand, revealed 3 silver coins. After receiving the coins, the thin man turned to follow the burly figure away. It was only after they had walked some distance that he chuckled softly and remarked, he is nothing but a novice. Chapter 33, Ba? The thin man believed his voice to be barely audible, yet Chu Jianlei heard him distinctly. However, neither spoke further, and Chu Jianlei ceased to focus his inner energy on his ears. He maintained an indifferent attitude towards spending money for peace of mind. This disposition was cultivated during his upbringing on Blue Star. Throughout his life, he had seldom experienced financial scarcity. As he matured and earned more through his own efforts, he developed a habit of not fretting over trifling amounts. Regardless of how others perceived him, as long as he received payment and the task was accomplished, that sufficed. Spending a little money to avoid excessive worries was hardly a bad deal, was it? That night, he and the hairless creature, Xiao Jing, rested in a shallow pit. Chu Jianlei did not genuinely place his trust in the child. In such an unfamiliar environment, should Xiao Jing harbor any ill intent, he would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Given the small stature of the hairless creature, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but remnants by others. Chu Jianlei was confident that Xiao Jing possessed a clear understanding of this possibility. The conditions in the shallow pit were far from ideal, yet it provided the most restful slumber the two had experienced since their journey began. As dawn approached, a gentle rain began to fall. However, the presence of a cart above the pit shielded them from its effects. When they finally awoke, it was nearly noon. Chu Jianlei had initially intended to deepen the pit and enhance their dwelling, but the rain from the previous night rendered it an unsuitable time for such endeavors. Rain in the wasteland was a rare occurrence, and most of the water was likely toxic, making it unwise to commence any work. Chu Jianlei donned his mask once more. As the individual known as Old Mo had already inspected the area, it seemed reasonable to wear it again. He first visited the general store, where he fortuitously discovered 2 pieces of meat and some grain, which he promptly purchased. Nearby was a small repair shop, where he selected various materials with the intention of reinforcing his vehicle later. To his surprise, he also found that tasks were being posted in the area. One task piqued his interest, to collect the salivary glands of the corrupted skin lizard. The compensation was modest, 2 silver coins for each gland, but what intrigued Chu Jianlei was that it would reduce his costs in hunting these lizards. However, he decided against rushing into it, planning to linger a while longer. There was no need to hasten matters. Shortly thereafter, He came across another task that had been posted for some time, its lettering faded. This task involved repairing a mechanical arm, offering a generous reward, a minimum of 20 silver coins, with no upper limit. He was eager to accept this task, but regrettably, while there were no restrictions on identity, it required notarization at a settlement. Chu Jianlei could only console himself with the thought that he had never even seen a complete mechanical arm. To unravel the entire principle, one must undoubtedly invest a considerable amount of time and resources. The camp, ultimately, is not extensive. After a brief exploration, he noted that there was still ample time, prompting him to venture beyond the campsite. He ran 3 kilometers away, performing 2 sets of Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi, followed by an hour of standing meditation. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged and began to practice the nameless qi refining technique. Indeed, his days spent on that hillside were consumed by an almost obsessive dedication to cultivation. It was only in the evening that he leisurely returned to the camp. Upon his arrival, he witnessed a young lad mercilessly beating a hairless creature. A glance at the shallow pit revealed that the contents remained intact, so he refrained from intervening. Uncertain of the circumstances that led to this altercation, he recognized that in the wasteland, large often prey upon the small. However, he noticed a thin man standing nearby, watching the spectacle. He approached and inquired, "Oldemo, do you not intervene in such matters? Is this situation uncommon?" Oldemo regarded him with curiosity, replying that as long as no one is killed, brawls within the camp are permissible. "No fatalities?" Chu Jianlei softly echoed, then stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the young lad was sent flying 6 meters, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Nevertheless, the resilience of the wasteland inhabitants was remarkable. The boy sat up, shook his head in disbelief, and stared at him in astonishment. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "You dare to strike me?" It was evident that this individual was not one to accept defeat easily, harboring intentions to retaliate against Chu Jianlei. Upon his person, Chu Jianlei bore both long and short firearms, exhibiting indifference towards the adversary, merely snorting in disdain. A flicker of malice glinted in the young rascal's eyes. He was intent on thievery. "You speak nonsense," the hairless creature exclaimed, rising to a sitting position. "Black Sky, brother, he aims to pilfer our belongings." The cart was laden with numerous supplies, of which Chu Jianlei had taken only the most crucial portion during his training. The remaining items, not particularly valuable, were safeguarded back at the camp under Xiao Jing's watch. The diminutive frame of the hairless creature could hardly deter a thief. Thus, his role was merely to bear witness. Yet, an unspoken rule prevailed. Significant, malevolent incidents were unwelcome in an outdoor encampment. Chu Jianlei discerned that the hairless creature spoke the truth. The young rascal was indeed lying. As Xiao Jing opened his mouth, the young scoundrel leapt to his feet and fled, shouting vociferously, "You shall pay for this. The Iron Palm Gang will not let you escape." The mention of the Iron Palm Gang elicited a peculiar expression on Chu Jianlei's face. He pondered the existence of the Wudong sect. He had no intention of engaging with such a juvenile, and as for gangs, a measure of caution would suffice. He then turned his gaze toward the lean figure and inquired, "In this encampment, one cannot resort to murder, can they?" The lean man smiled with a semblance of mirth, yet lacking warmth, nodding in affirmation, for that was the established rule. Chu Jianlei nodded in return, choosing silence, before delivering a swift kick to Xiao Jing's rear. "Get up and explain the situation to me." There's truly nothing much to recount. It was merely that the lad intended to steal but, upon being discovered by Xiao Jing, resorted to robbery. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Xiao Jing cried out that someone was attempting to steal, which culminated in a thorough thrashing. Does it sound a bit incredible? Yet, the actions of Chu Jianlei are far from surprising. Such occurrences have been witnessed at the Ruanshe camp as well. The Tianshui camp is twice the size of the Ruanshe camp. Thus, despite his formidable demeanor, there are still those audacious enough to take action. As long as the powerful are absent, once this individual pilfers something, he can swiftly make his escape. Who can challenge him? Generally, others merely watch as he commits theft, pretending not to see. This indifference is not unusual when it concerns locals, let alone outsiders. However, once Xiao Jing calls out robbery, if he continues his actions, bystanders can no longer remain passive. This has little to do with heroism. The crux lies in the formidable presence standing behind Xiao Jing. Should the powerful decide to vent their ire on others, the inhabitants of the wasteland can become uncontrollably volatile. Thus, The young lad is left with no choice but to vent his frustration on Xiao Jing. This phenomenon is indeed peculiar, yet it possesses its own logic. Chu Jinlei's response adheres to the local customs. He took action against the young man, but only delivered a single kick. In truth, even if he drew a bit of blood, it wouldn't have reached the threshold acceptable in a wilderness camp. However, Chu Jinlei remained uncertain about the particulars of the incident and the background of the other party, making it unwise to escalate his response excessively. Now aware of the Iron Palm Gang, he still remains unconcerned, as most gangs adhere to such unspoken rules. As nightfall approached, Chu Jinlei began to kindle a fire to prepare a meal. This time, he managed to procure some meat and even made noodles, treating himself for the arduous journey. During his time on Blue Star, he could be considered a connoisseur of gastronomy. The hardships endured over the past 6 years need not be elaborated upon. Regrettably, this Epicurean, despite his refined tastes, lacks culinary skills, managing only to boil instant noodles or fry an egg. Gastronomes merely savor the flavors, while chefs are entrusted with the art of cooking. In this desolate land, the spices available are rather mundane, hence today's stew bears an unremarkable taste. Barbecue? Don't be absurd. It's not that such a dish cannot be prepared. Rather, the precious oils must be consumed rather than wasted igniting charcoal. Noodles, however, are simpler to make. The grains he procured are in a powdered form, somewhat akin to flour. As for kneading the dough, it presents a slight challenge, yet it is not insurmountable. One simply adds water gradually. Given the scarcity of water in this wasteland, the possibility of adding too much at once is virtually non-existent. Due to the rudimentary conditions, hand-pulled noodles are out of the question, and knife-shaved noodles pose significant difficulty. As for making ramen, he lacks the requisite skill. Instead, he opts for cat ears, a dish that is relatively uncomplicated, even without prior experience. Having observed others prepare it suffices. As he ignites the fire, it captures the attention of onlookers, eliciting countless envious gazes. Ah, meat and grains. The aroma is delightful. Chu Jinlei feels that his culinary skills are truly lacking, yet, how can it smell so enticing? A little girl even exclaims in delight, "Mama, I want some meat." With a crisp sound, another voice chimes in, "Mama has meat. Will you eat?" Chu Jinlei retrieves an iron basin, ladling a generous portion of broth and handing it to Xiao Jing, saying, "Here." Xiao Jing, taken aback, points incredulously at herself. "For me?" Chu Jinlei rewards her for her diligence in guarding the home today, and upon hearing her delight, he huffs, "If you don't want it, I'll pour it back." "Eat," I said, as Xiao Jing eagerly nodded and retrieved a plastic spoon from his bag. Chu Jinlei had prepared a pot containing nearly 5 pounds of food, and he generously offered Xiao Jing just over a pound. Despite his youth, the hairless creature was a formidable eater, capable of handling this portion with ease. The generous serving included not only meat and noodles, but also a bit of broth. With around 4 pounds remaining in the pot, Chu Jinlei could easily finish it alone, especially since he was still in his growth phase. Since he began his training, his appetite had significantly increased. He could easily consume double the amount. At that moment, old Mo ambled over, drawn by the enticing aroma. Xiao Jing glanced at him and, without hesitation, spat into the iron basin. "Pa." This gesture, while seemingly futile in the wasteland, was a natural reaction when hunger struck deeply. As long as it wasn't human flesh, what did a little dirt matter? Chu Jinlei, hailing from Blue Star, was quite particular about his food, needing only a piece of filter paper to drink urine. The hairless creature's action essentially communicated, "Don't covet my meal." It was entirely reasonable for him to react this way, especially when faced with the prospect of consuming toxic lichen out of hunger. Chu Jinlei cast a glance at him, then at old Mo, momentarily taken aback. He lowered his head and spat into the pot. "Pa." Old Mo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, what kind of people are these? Chapter 34. Troubles arise. Old Mo approached, clearly hoping to share in the meal. Although he had some wealth, he only managed to eat meat a couple of times a year. The sight of nearly 4 pounds still simmering in that dark pot was tempting. The wasteland was home to many gluttonous individuals, but surely, a small portion taken from such a bounty wouldn't be an issue? Yet, now these two eyebrowless beings, one large and one small, had the audacity to spit. Saliva, one might say, is a trivial matter. Truth be told, old Mo is not particularly bothered by it. Yet he must take into account the issue of face. With a scowl, he inquires, "I have already dined. I now approach you to ask, do you require my assistance in resolving the matter concerning the Iron Palm Gang?" Chu Jianlei furrows his brow in confusion and asks, "Assist me in resolving it?" Old Mo gazes at him impassively. "Do you think that delivering a kick to air she will go unpunished? Someone will certainly come seeking trouble. However, if you are willing to part with a couple of silver coins, I could facilitate a resolution, and this matter would be laid to rest." Upon hearing this, Chu Jinlei's first instinct is to glance at the hairless monster. Does this mean his beating was in vain? His second thought is, "Old Mo, are you contemplating securing a long-term meal ticket?" Yet ultimately, he reminds himself to exercise restraint. Thus, he merely asks, "So, were the 3 silver coins from yesterday merely a fee for the arrangement?" Of course, Old Mo replies with unabashed confidence, "I clarified everything yesterday. One matter is distinct from another." Yet, Chu Jinlei is acutely aware that the so-called distinctions are merely a facade. Yesterday's incident was indeed a case of extortion. The hairless monster had ventured out the previous day to inquire whether outsiders setting up accommodations are indeed required to pay such fees. Every individual he questioned merely laughed silently, some with expressions that seemed to suggest they were looking upon a fool. He promptly relayed this information to Brother Haitian. Chu Jianlei, however, was not overly concerned. He had anticipated the possibility of being extorted. Nevertheless, he was certain that Old Mo was not simply an opportunist. The very fact that the other party dared to loudly pose those questions indicated there was formidable strength behind them. Paying for peace of mind is not shameful. While parting with 3 silver coins may seem somewhat unjust, as long as there is appropriate consideration in return, it suffices. As long as the attention is adequately provided, I don't mind making payments at intervals. However, when the previous payment's effects are still lingering and a new demand arises, it becomes rather brazen. He is indifferent about the 3 silver coins. It is best to avoid future dealings. Since matters must be resolved distinctly, I shall handle it myself. Old Mo was somewhat taken aback by this, yet such matters should not compel one to beseech the other party. He turned on his heel and left, leaving behind a remark, "When they seek you out, don't expect my assistance at the same price." Chu Jinlei did not respond, instead picking up his spoon and began to eat heartily. After satisfying his hunger, Chu Jianlei resumed his meditation. At this moment, practicing the 8-section brocade and 5 animal frolics would be suitable for digestion, yet he wished to avoid attracting attention from those in the camp. After approximately 4 hours of meditation, he heard the voice of the hairless creature. "Hey, Brother Black Sky, can you take me out with you tomorrow?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jinlei replied, "Stay here and watch over the place." The creature added, "I don't want to be beaten anymore. Let's take the cart with us." Chu Jianlei firmly stated, "Should he dare to strike you again, I shall break his arm." Among the unwritten rules of the camp, attempting to steal after failing on the first try is a challenge to the established order. Those who challenge the rules shall not be afforded their protection, and those involved in the underworld should comprehend this even better. The two lay in the shallow pit, and Xiao Jing quietly inquired, "Could you lend me a high-frequency oscillating dagger?" The unfortunate child possesses no proper means of self-defense, reminiscent of the state of Chu Jianlei 3 months prior. Chu Jianlei replied with a hint of detachment, urging, "Sleep now. There is no need to engage with him." He soon succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jing lay awake beside him, who only drifted off 3 hours later. The following day, Chu Jianlei awoke early and turned his gaze to find bloodshot eyes staring back at him. "Did you not sleep well?" he inquired. The hairless creature hesitated before responding. "Shall we perhaps tidy up our dwelling today?" "Dwelling? This may not be a place suitable for prolonged stay," Chu Jianlei replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head. "Let us observe for another couple of days." He understood well that for a newcomer to integrate into a camp was no simple feat, however. His recent bold arrival might invite a different kind of trouble. He had not fully grasped this notion earlier, but the experiences of the past few days had illuminated this truth for him. If he could not effectively resolve matters with the Iron Palm Gang and Lao Mo, it was likely he would not remain here for long. Yet, he could not be blamed. When relocating, one must bring along all that is useful, mustn't they? Was he expected to venture into the realm of immortals to procure a storage pouch? Chu Jianlei had come to realize that the pursuit of cultivation could not be adequately achieved within a wilderness camp. Firstly, he lacked the funds to carry substantial resources for secluded training. Secondly, the practice of his cultivation would inevitably create disturbances, making it ill-suited for an outdoor camp. Not to mention, performing a set of 8 pieces of brocade would attract unwarranted attention. He did not fear others learning from him, as these were merely methods for physical enhancement. If someone could master them, it would simply be a testament to their skill. However, this method of exercise appears somewhat incongruous with the desolate ambience of the wasteland. Should anyone seek to delve into the origins of his practices, it would be challenging to elucidate, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. Consequently, Chu Jianlei had no intention of lingering at the Sweetwater camp, deeming it unnecessary to toil in constructing shelters. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 7 or 8 days at the camp, with supplies dwindling day by day. One day, while exercising, a sudden gust of wind sent a shiver down his spine. The previous day's rain had left a chill in the air. It then occurred to him that winter was fast approaching. During his stay at the Sweetwater camp, he had also inquired about the routes to the Hongyi and Hongxi settlements. The camp inhabitants had yet to fully accept him, providing vague details about the Hongyi settlement, although he had managed to glean the direction to the Hongxi settlement. Having been away from the Shattered Stone camp for quite some time, he was suddenly struck by the desire to revisit it. Deep down, he harbored a lingering unease, sensing that the events at the landfill might yield unforeseen repercussions. With this thought in mind, he returned to the camp to confer with the hairless beast, then mounted his motorcycle and departed swiftly. Xiao Jing, eager to accompany him, was met with Chu Jianlei's polite refusal, citing the inconvenience of taking her along. In truth, he wished to bring her with him, as an additional companion would better conceal his identity. However, considering the inherent risks of this journey, he deemed it unwise for Xiao Jing to join him, lest she become a liability. In short, Chu Jianlei took 6 days to navigate his way back to the Shattered Stone camp. He concealed his motorcycle 50 kilometers away and, under the cover of darkness, approached the camp stealthily. However, at the moment he beheld the camp, he was utterly astonished, his body turning icy in an instant. The rocky encampment had been utterly ravaged. Most of the structures lay in ruins, a destruction that seemed to have originated from the outside and spread inward. In the wake of his shock, he raised his night vision binoculars, cautiously approaching while observing the scene. After a thorough investigation, he confirmed his suspicions. The entire camp was deserted, with the majority of supplies vanished without a trace. What remained were merely a few insignificant items, such as charcoal and scrap metal. Sister Fat's general store had been completely emptied, leaving little behind. His own dwelling, too, had suffered. The roof was torn off, and the interior was a chaotic mess, though it appeared that not much had been taken away. The crucial point was that his collection contained nothing of real value. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Could it be that? He hurriedly made his way outside the camp, cautiously approaching a stone. Upon closer inspection, he extracted a short dagger and carefully brushed aside the loose earth, revealing an empty pit beneath. Indeed, he let out a dejected sigh. It was the alloy ring. When Mr. Sai had given him the ring, he had mentioned it could transmit urgent messages and emit an alarm that could be detected from a distance. In his mind, Chu Jianlei speculated that if it could send signals over long distances, it could also be detected from afar. Thus, before his departure, sensing he might never return, he had buried the alloy ring near the camp. To evade detection by adversaries, he had fashioned a crude Faraday cage by hand, placing the alloy ring within it. As it stands, the Faraday cage has vanished, leaving one in a state of bewilderment. This is the Faraday cage. A second lapse in frequency? The initial lapse resulted in his unexpected traversal to this place after an electric shock. The second lapse, however, has led Mr. Sai to become acutely aware of his quiet departure. Chu Jianlei could not help but furrow his brow. Could it be that this Faraday cage is my innate nemesis? Yet in the next moment, he set aside his grievances, for he must confront the present reality. The ruin of the rocky encampment is surely a consequence of his flight, and Mr. Sai has directed his ire towards this site. Having already experienced the ruthless and decisive nature of the central settlement's dealings, Chu Jianlei knows well the severity of their methods. Thus, the demise of the old cripple from the other camp is evidently linked to his actions, or perhaps to Morrison as well. Chu Jianlei first buried the earth back, and then silently retreated several kilometers away. He selected a stone for cover, allowing himself to calmly contemplate the predicament at hand. After much reflection, he ultimately could not escape the 4 words, a grave predicament. Mr. Sai would undoubtedly not perceive that he sought a quiet place to await his demise, hence burying the alloy ring. Therefore, he has 2 reasons to pursue him. The first, of course, pertains to the information regarding the pink mech. Why would he flee if all was well? There may well be new intelligence. The second reason is that he could endure the toxin without the antidote. After all, it is a genetic enhancement serum. Chu Jianlei could even venture to guess that the second reason would provide Mr. Sai with even greater motivation. Originally a failed serum, which necessitated the use of exorbitantly priced medications for support, has seemingly been unraveled. Undoubtedly, Mr. Sai would surmise that he has likely mastered the art of utilizing the potions without harm. A failed potion could, in the blink of an eye, transform into a successful one. The profit therein is self-evident. This, in itself, constitutes a groundbreaking discovery. Contemplating this, Chu Jianlei found himself engulfed in turmoil. Must I truly resort to a life on the run? Chapter 35. Treasure Chest? Chu Jianlei fully understood the fervor that would erupt among the wasteland dwellers when faced with overwhelming profit. Furthermore, Mr. Sai possessed ample capability to cast his net far and wide, ultimately tracking him down. That individual might have already followed the trail, inquiring about his intended destination at the Hongi settlement. The hairless monster had mentioned that the Hongi settlement was relatively orderly, yet even so, it must adhere to the directives of the main settlement, correct? Time was of the essence. He needed to depart post-haste. As for the remnants of the camp, where a few usable items lay, Chu Jianlei would certainly refrain from disturbing them. He wished to keep his presence here a secret. Although the area was presently unguarded, how could Mr. Sai's astute mind overlook such a potential lead? Moreover, since the alloy ring is a high-tech item capable of tracking, who could ascertain whether there were hidden hands among the remaining supplies? Once this realization dawned upon him, Chu Jianlei cast a lingering glance at the dilapidated stone camp before swiftly retreating. Farewell, crumbling camp. Though there was little to lament, it was nonetheless his first stop in the wasteland. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of guilt surged within him. So many lives have been lost because of me. He harbored no genuine feelings for the denizens of the stone camp. If he were to select a few individuals of significance, it would undoubtedly be Third Master and Morrison. He owed Third Master a shipment. Yet this debt had become impossible to fulfill, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. However, this remorse did not hinder him from eliminating Third Master's 2 apprentices, rendering his feelings of regret rather negligible. It was truly Morrison, that scoundrel, who occupied more of his concerns. There was no other reason, if one were to articulate it. This individual was the sole person he had exploited during his extensive sojourn in this world. Yet, what of those hundreds of lives? They bore no fault in this matter. Within Chu Jianlei's heart lay a heavy burden, akin to a great stone pressing down upon him. In this wasteland, lives were deemed worthless. He had taken more than 1 or 2 lives already, but these deaths, resulting from his actions, bore a different weight. Chu Jianlei felt an undeniable discomfort, compelling him to silently resolve. Once I have developed my strength, I shall ensure the demise of that scoundrel with the surname Sai. Even if not for the sake of those innocent souls who perished due to his actions, for his own safety, Sai must perish. Regaining his composure, Chu Jianlei hastened towards his motorcycle, setting off towards Sweetwater Camp. The journey there had taken him 6 days. The return would only require 4.5. The initial trip had necessitated navigation, but the return would be far simpler. He traveled day and night, arriving at Sweetwater just as dusk descended. Upon reaching the edge of the shallow pit, he immediately spotted the hairless monster, bearing a bruised visage. Frowning, he impatiently inquired, "Who did this?" The hairless monster hesitated before replying, "I accidentally fell." Such a statement was hardly believable. Chu Jianlei's lips twitched in disbelief. However, since the other party was unwilling to speak the truth, he felt no inclination to inquire further. Those who seek assistance often find it. If you have relinquished your efforts, why should others extend their help? Seizing an opportunity, he quietly remarked, "Rest well today. We shall depart early tomorrow." Depart? The creature, taken aback by the words, was astonished at the prospect of leaving this encampment. Ever since brother he arrived at this site, he had always ventured out alone, and this time he had been gone for over 10 days. The fact that he was now inviting him to leave together indicated that this was no impromptu departure. Chu Jianlei nodded, offering no further explanation. Initially, he had intended to leave alone, yet considering the possibility of Mr. Sai pursuing him, and given that fellow's modus operandi, Xiao Jing would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The creature's eyes darted thoughtfully before he inquired in a hushed tone, "Are we heading to Hongi?" "No," Chu Jianlei replied succinctly, shaking his head. "If Mr. Sai has the capability to track us down, he will undoubtedly be aware of my intentions. Winter is approaching. We must gather some resources and then find a place to hibernate." What he remained oblivious to was that, concurrently, A convoy had stormed into one of Hong Lu's settlements. Descending from above were members of Hong Lu's patrol team. They presented a portrait and inquired, "Has anyone seen this individual? Furthermore, have any strangers on motorcycles appeared recently?" In the realm of ordinary wilderness encampments, such occurrences were not uncommon, yet they were not exceedingly frequent either. Before long, a report emerged, revealing that a certain individual who had accompanied another was also noted. Though this person was masked, rendering identification impossible, it was clear that this individual possessed formidable skills in machining and modification. The possibility of a 1-to-2 scenario arises due to the mysterious disappearance of a small team from a certain camp, who were riding 2 motorcycles. The crux of the matter lies with a grocer connected to the target individual who resides near that very camp. In any case, it is better to err on the side of caution, as they have learned that this individual returned after a period of absence, accompanied by a small child. The child's appearance remains somewhat unclear to everyone. They only recall that the child lingered outside the camp for several days, completely devoid of hair or eyebrows. Wintering like a cat? The hairless creature pondered for a moment before nodding. To venture back to Hongyi during this season is not only perilous, but also arduous. Then, with a raised brow, he added, "Regarding supplies for the winter, I must say, with your substantial appetite, merely gathering resources might prove insufficient. Then let us strive to gather as much as possible," sighed Chu Jianlei. Each winter prior had felt like a descent into hell for him. When hunger became unbearable, one had to venture out to seek sustenance, for it was better to risk freezing than to succumb to starvation, was it not? After a brief hesitation, the hairless creature spoke again. "Brother Haitian, you possess a silver plaque crafted from pure silver. That could hold significant value." Chu Jianlei recalled that during this expedition to the Shattered Stone Camp, he had neglected to bring that plaque. His provisions were extensive: food, water, fuel, ammunition, and outdoor survival gear. The motorcycles were simply too small, insufficient even to accommodate a single silver plaque. That plaque was a relic of San Ye's legacy. And upon hearing this, he inquired solemnly, "What is its worth?" "It is a specially crafted silver plaque, essentially a key," Xiao Jing replied in a hushed tone, "capable of unlocking the treasure chest of the settlement." "A treasure chest?" Chu Jianlei's interest piqued at the mention. "Is this akin to unearthing a treasure in a game? What treasures might lie within?" Xiao Jing felt that the other party was somewhat inept, pondering what treasures might lie within, dependent solely on what the original owner had left behind. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Jianlei admitted, "I stumbled upon this silver medal by chance." He began to understand why Third Master had always carried the silver medal. It served as the key to a bank vault. Thus, when I previously offered $5 silver, was that still too low? If it was merely a coincidence, Xiao Jing was indifferent, for the crucial point remained. There must be valuable items inside. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, especially since this specially crafted silver metal storage was located right within the Hongwu settlement. Chu Jianlei could not suppress his astonishment. "You can actually discern the significance of the metal?" The hairless creature proudly extended its neck and replied, "I have told you, I am quite familiar with the Wasteland." Although surprised by the discovery of the silver metal, it harbored no intention of fleeing with it. As Chu Jianlei surmised, given its capabilities, even managing to safeguard a single silver coin would be a fortunate outcome. Reflecting on how to retrieve the contents within, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the process?" "I am." The hairless creature nodded decisively. "It is anonymous, and extracting the items is quite simple." Chu Jianlei's spirits lifted considerably. However, he soon found himself plagued by doubt, wondering if the vault might be empty. The hairless creature cast him a puzzled glance. If it were empty, who would pay a premium to rent a vault? Chu Jianlei, somewhat embarrassed by this realization, nonetheless asked, "But gaining entry into the settlement is not an easy task, is it?" The secret silver metal serves as a passport, and the hairless creature confidently asserts that holding the silver metal guarantees entry. Chu Jianlei's eyes flicker as he contemplates. "If we do not hasten to open the treasure chest, can we remain in the settlement indefinitely? If hibernating in such a manner is feasible, it would not be unthinkable, for it is said that the conditions within the settlement are far superior to those outside. You cannot afford to reside in the settlement." The hairless creature vehemently shakes its head, akin to a rattling drum. "Unless one possesses an identity within the settlement and can secure employment, even if they are not scrutinized, those outside the city cannot endure for long. Then if we procure valuable items from the safe, wouldn't that allow us to extend our stay?" In the next moment, Chu Jianlei nearly chastises himself. Having taken the items, What grounds do they have to remain in the settlement without the secret silver medal? After some reflection, he inquires, with this, is entry into the settlement truly free of charge? The hairless creature calmly shakes its head. I have not heard of any fees. However, once the items are taken, one should exercise caution upon leaving the city, right? Despite its claims of extensive knowledge, it is still quite young, and many matters are merely assumed. Of course, caution is essential. Chu Jinlei sighs. Third Master is quite esteemed among the scavengers and possesses considerable strength. Yet, he dares not venture into the Hongwu settlement to claim treasures. Certainly, it could be that he fails to recognize the origins of the secret silver medal, though Chu Jinlei deems this unlikely. While scavengers may lack in various aspects, their keen eyesight is undeniable, especially considering Third Master is a renowned figure among them. Thus, there may be other factors at play, but Chu Jinlei is too weary to ponder further. He then proceeded to the grocery store to acquire a map, specifically one detailing the Hongwu settlement. There was nothing more. The map of this settlement was the pinnacle of what he could obtain. Early the next morning, the two of them began to pack their belongings, piling everything onto a cart. The sight of their preparations for relocation was unmistakable to others, prompting whispered conversations among onlookers. The motorcycle, towing the cart, was not moving particularly swiftly, averaging a speed of around 30 kilometers per hour. By itself, the motorcycle could easily reach 35 kilometers. Within half an hour of leaving the camp, a cloud of dust rose behind them, accompanied by the sound of an engine. The driver was Chu Jinlei, who possessed a strong sense of direction and was unlikely to make any errors. Xiao Jing, on the other hand, was peering back through binoculars, counting 3, 4, 5 motorcycles, and even an open-top truck. Chu Jinlei was focused intently on driving, the roar of the motorcycle engine drowning out the sounds from behind, making it difficult for him to discern what was occurring. However, he did catch the words of the hairless monster, who asked in a subdued tone about the distance. Distance? I can't quite make it out, the hairless monster replied, somewhat disgruntled, indicating that someone had already set up a machine gun. It seemed his inability to perceive distances was as poor as his sense of direction. Chapter 36. Ambush. Chu Jinlei was not surprised by Xiao Jing's response. After all, he was still just a child. What could he possibly understand? You take the wheel, and I will check what's going on back there. So many vehicles are pursuing us. Changing riders on a speeding motorcycle was no easy feat, yet fortunately, a cart was tethered to the back of the motorcycle. The hairless monster's diminutive stature meant there was hardly any noticeable reduction in speed, allowing for a seamless exchange of riders. Chu Jinlei ascended onto the rear cart, navigating the challenging terrain, which was fraught with jolts. Nevertheless, he managed to discern the situation, approximately 3 kilometers away. Are they about to open fire? Among the 6 pursuing vehicles, one resembled a convertible light truck, equipped with a mounted machine gun. The gunner was already taking aim. A mere 3 kilometers was well within the effective range of an ordinary Gauss automatic rifle. Perhaps due to the cooling weather, visibility was exceptionally clear today, offering an unobstructed view. The vehicle in front, driven by Chu Jinlei, was kicking up clouds of dust, which could obscure the vision of those behind. However, as the machine gun was designed for sweeping fire, it was unlikely that the dust would pose a significant concern. The gunner had yet to fire, likely due to the bumpy ride of the convertible light truck, which made aiming quite difficult. While firearms were abundant in the Wasteland, ammunition remained a precious commodity. Chu Jinlei contemplated the situation, unfastening a horn from the secured supplies. With such a close pursuit, what were they after? The convertible light truck also had a horn, from which faint sounds could be heard. Stop, unless you wish to wreck the vehicle. Reduce it to mere pulp. Iron Palm Gang. Compensation. Only 2 individuals. Behave, and you shall be spared. So, they were coveting a bounty, were they? Chu Jinlei furrowed his brow and exhaled deeply. His motorcycle had been modified for enhanced performance. However, the cart he towed severely hampered his speed. If he continued to flee, in about 10 minutes, his side would find itself within the adversary's precise strike range. Yet, do they intend to exploit their numbers to intimidate? Chu Jinlei frowned again. It seemed this was the caliber of the opposition. If the opponent truly possesses the experience of a seasoned veteran or even a sniper, he would undoubtedly contemplate how to make his escape. However, if he merely relies on sheer numbers to intimidate, there is indeed a chance to fight back. Understanding this principle, he loaded his laser rifle and Gauss machine gun with ammunition and equipped himself with a bandolier of bullets. When it comes time to confront, One must be prepared to engage. Xiao Jing, I will descend to provide cover. You continue on your way. All right, Xiao Jing replied without hesitation. Be careful. Chu Jianlei grasped a gun in each hand and leapt from the flatbed truck. He set down the Gauss machine gun in his left hand and skillfully raised the laser rifle in his right. After kneeling and aiming for approximately 2 seconds, he decisively fired, targeting the gunner of the mounted machine gun. The laser weapon was nearly impervious to the effects of gravity and wind. Only dust and sand could hinder its path. In the next moment, a gaping hole appeared in the gunner's forehead, and he slumped to the ground, still clutching the trigger. The mounted machine gun erupted with a series of dull thuds, spewing a torrent of flames into the sky. They are using laser guns. Someone shouted loudly. In the following instant, a motorcyclist was violently jolted, a large hole suddenly appearing in his chest. The motorcycle, now hurtling forward at full speed, flipped over, and the gunner in the rear seat was instantly thrown into the air. The gunner had already sustained penetrating injuries from the laser weapon. Fortunately, the alloy plate on his chest absorbed much of the impact. Yet, falling from such a height rendered him unable to rise, coughing up blood. A marksman. The enemy has a sniper. Others began to shout loudly, their expressions turning exceptionally grim. Among the 5 motorcycles, one was a tricycle, accompanied by an open-top truck, and they were pursued by no less than 16 individuals. In their estimation, the opposition consisted of merely 2 people, with only one possessing any combat capability, which they believed would be easily subdued. Little did they expect that the adversaries not only wielded laser guns, but were also exceptional marksmen, making this confrontation considerably challenging. Chu Jianlei aimed to take down the rider of the tricycle, but the rider was remarkably vigilant, weaving in a serpentine manner. The other 3 motorcycles followed suit, and even the open-top truck began to maneuver similarly. One man attempted to seize control of the mounted machine gun, yet he was tossed about by the truck's erratic movements, desperately striving to maintain his balance. Chu Jianlei let out a soft snort, relinquishing his laser gun to grasp the Gauss rifle positioned to his left. Although his Gauss rifle was of the individual type, slightly less powerful than the mounted variant, it surpassed the laser gun significantly. He took aim at the truck's driver and unleashed a barrage of fire. The truck swerved, but the machine gun fired in rapid succession, and in the next moment, the bulletproof glass at the front was reduced to a spiderweb of cracks. The driver, infuriated, hastily reduced speed while sharply turning the wheel, seething with rage, questioning how they dared to act in such a manner. This kind of bandit mentality indeed found its audience in the Wasteland. The belief that might makes right, and that any resistance is inherently wrong. However, even among their companions, such reasoning was not universally accepted. In the bed of the tricycle sat a woman clad in a face covering, who, upon hearing his outburst, let out a cold snort. As the situation escalated, she thought they were on the verge of counterattacking, yet he remained there, impotently furious, calling for a reduction in speed. Upon hearing the command, the rider shuddered, contemplating the notion of deceleration. Decelerate? The adversary wields a Gauss machine gun, and you expect me to slow down? He pondered. Do we not possess a machine gun as well? Indeed, a Gauss machine gun was affixed to the cargo of the vehicle, a model suitable for individual use. Yet the order was clear. You must reduce speed, the woman stated coldly, acknowledging that the machine gun would prove ineffective and instead draw fire. The enemy was entrenched in a static position. Thus, the only recourse was to take a risk with the laser gun. The rider, momentarily taken aback, complied by easing the speed of the vehicle, though the concept of risk eluded him. We are at a disadvantage, the woman replied icily, retrieving her laser rifle from her back. Once the smoke clears, I will eliminate him. This is our sole opportunity. She was a hired killer, invited for this task, not a member of the Iron Palm gang. Her instincts were sharp, and her marksmanship exceptional. However, she lacked the privilege of riding in the truck, which would have undoubtedly enhanced her combat efficacy. In the next moment, a hail of bullets struck the front of the tricycle. Had it not decelerated, it would have met with certain destruction. You were indeed correct, the rider thought, a cold sweat breaking out upon him. The enemy's shooting skills were formidable. The woman poised her laser rifle, her voice devoid of warmth, declaring, if he does not flee now, he shall lose his chance. Chu Jinglei was acutely aware of the circumstances that had facilitated his successful ambush. The motorcycle and its trailer churned up a cloud of dust, obscuring his presence. With the motorcycle of Xiao Jing having moved further away, the dust began to dissipate. He unleashed another barrage from the Gauss machine gun, expending half a belt of ammunition, seized 2 weapons, and took off in a zigzagging sprint. To obscure the aftermath of the shooting, the woman accurately discerned the opponent's intention. He intended to retreat. Pursue. The rider, invigorated by her command, pondered, shall we pursue in a straight line? In a zigzag, she coldly replied, he may turn to launch an attack at any moment. Steadying her laser gun, she paused before raising her voice. This is a rare opportunity. Close the distance. He cannot be faster than that motorcycle. Everyone acquiesced to her assessment. The preceding battle had persisted for over a minute. In that span, the motorcycle could have traversed approximately 400 to 500 meters. Unless the motorcycle halted to wait, that individual known as Heiqian could not catch up. Moreover, Xiaojing showed no intention of stopping. He was acutely aware of how swiftly Chu Jianlei could run. As the pursuit continued, the pursuers found themselves somewhat bewildered. Logically, a person cannot outrun a motorcycle. Shouldn't the figure become increasingly discernible? Yet, after nearly a minute of pursuit, the silhouette seemed to fade from perception. The truck driver, gritting his teeth, pushed aside the spiderweb-covered windshield and exclaimed, I don't believe you can sustain this for long. He surmised that the opponent was merely sprinting, an effort that could not last indefinitely. Many shared this line of thinking, with some even shouting, run straight. It will make it easier for us to aim. How can he aim while gasping for breath? This reasoning was not without merit. However, after another half-minute of pursuit, a sense of unease crept in. Could that fellow be lying in ambush? The terrain was relatively flat, but not entirely so. If the opponent were to find a depression to lie down in, don a cloak of earthy hues, and ambush us with a sudden attack, we must remain vigilant. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? A voice rose in protest, questioning how he would escape after striking us. Does he even need to flee? Another individual interjected, musing over the prone position. How many could even reach him? At that moment, a woman on a tricycle quietly switched her weapon to laser rifle mode. Yet, in the next instant, a beam of light shot through the haze, striking the truck driver squarely. The driver jolted violently, collapsing onto the steering wheel, and the truck began to spin erratically. This is bad. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she decisively commanded, turn around, we need to flee. Flee, escape? Though the rider was taken aback, he promptly heeded her advice. The front of the vehicle swung sharply, causing one wheel to lift off the ground. The woman firmly grasped the truck bed, but the strap of her laser rifle suddenly snapped back, cruelly tightening around her neck. Demonstrating remarkable resolve, she seized the strap with one hand and yanked it free from her throat. The laser rifle spiraled away. Forget about the gun, she urged, her voice slightly hoarse. Run. As the rider dashed forward, he inquired, can't we fight back? The woman replied succinctly, I have yet to live enough. Meanwhile, another flash of light erupted, and yet another motorcyclist fell victim to the gunfire. The motorcycle screeched to a halt, skidding sideways for 20 to 30 meters. Chu Jianlei had initially aimed for the tricycle rider, but as the latter swiftly turned away, he was compelled to choose a new target. The other 2 motorcycles were taken aback and decisively veered onto a zigzag course. However, one individual was shouting in fury, Scorpion, are you planning to flee in the midst of battle? Chapter 37. A sudden change in opponent's Scorpion was the moniker of the female gunslinger, a figure of considerable renown among hunters. Infuriated by the revelation, she retorted, I'm not done living yet. How dare you expose my name? Iron Palm Gang. This matter is far from over. The disclosure of her alias was indeed a serious breach, particularly given the formidable nature of her adversaries. Meanwhile, a tricycle sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, even if Chu Jianlei wished to pursue, he could not keep up with the tricycle as his line of sight was obstructed. Without hesitation, he switched to a Gauss machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the 2 motorcycles. One of the gunners on a motorcycle was struck, the bullet taking down both him and his rider, who fell to the ground. Witnessing this, the last motorcycle's occupant was paralyzed with fear and recklessly sped away. The swirling dust obscured the motorcycle's silhouette. Chu Jianlei, unwilling to squander ammunition, assumed a prone position, steadied the Gauss machine gun, and executed short bursts to eliminate the remaining members. After a dozen short bursts, 2 more individuals aboard the truck met their demise. The last remaining survivor, terrified beyond measure, leapt from the vehicle. Prior to his jump, he discarded a Gauss automatic rifle to facilitate his escape and retaliate. This notion was not misguided. But just as he rolled toward the Gauss rifle, a beam of light shot forth. His body convulsed, and his head struck the ground, rendered motionless. What a fool. Chu Jianlei murmured softly. He essentially invited me to shoot at a stationary target. If the opponent were to roll about indiscriminately, he would indeed find himself at a loss, particularly as the circling truck stirred up a considerable cloud of dust. The most prudent course of action would be to leap from the vehicle with weapon in hand. Regrettably, such a maneuver demands a high degree of military proficiency. For the average individual in such a predicament, managing to exit the vehicle without injury would already be commendable. Having dispatched one adversary, 3 remained, 1 severely injured and 2 sustaining lighter wounds. Engaging these 3 posed a significant challenge, as some were incessantly rolling about while others sought refuge behind a motorcycle. After a painstaking half-hour, Chu Jianlei finally succeeded in eliminating the 3. The bare-faced monster had long since returned on his motorcycle. After covering a considerable distance, he still took a moment to survey the situation behind him. To ride away on his motorcycle was an unimaginable prospect for him. While he could indeed escape, once the supplies on the vehicle were exhausted, he would find himself in dire straits. Chu Jianlei meticulously finished off each target before signaling him to come over and inspect the spoils of victory. The pursuit of 16 individuals resulted in 11 lives lost, alongside 3 motorcycles and an open-top truck. The firearms and ammunition collected were plentiful. Even the fleeing Scorpion left behind a laser rifle. Unfortunately, the laser weapon was damaged, proving far less robust than the Gauss rifle. Yet, it was not entirely without merit, as it could at least yield some spare parts for laser rifles. Amusingly, these 11 individuals had scarcely fired a few shots, thereby conserving a significant amount of ammunition. The most substantial gain, of course, was the open-top truck. With this acquisition, there would be no more need to drag along a makeshift cart. The 2 individuals meticulously cleaned the battlefield, loading the corpses onto the vehicle. To his surprise, Xiao Jing lamented the unfortunate escape of 2 vehicles. That will suffice, Chu Jianlei replied, shaking his head. If only they were more professional, escaping would have been an arduous task. Despite his words, upon seeing the truck brimming with spoils of war, he could not help but chuckle. The captain of the transport brigade indeed. Xiao Jing was unable to operate the vehicle, so Chu Jianlei took on the driving responsibility. However, after traveling a short distance, he discovered a troubling issue. The fuel tank was leaking. In the wilderness, Chu Jianlei had no effective remedy for such a predicament. He could only find some plastic to plug the leak and secure it with tape. Once he had completed these tasks, he announced they should continue their journey. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as a 3-wheeled vehicle charged ahead. Do they dare approach? Chu Jianlei fumed upon witnessing this, leaping onto the truck bed to man the mounted machine gun. The opposing party was taken aback by his sudden move and quickly waved a red cloth in the air, tracing a triangular path. Fallen ones. Chu Jianlei had not anticipated encountering the fallen during the enemy's retreat. After a moment's thought, he seized the loudspeaker, instructing them to continue their flight without halting, and to maneuver around from the front of the vehicle. He felt no concern for the trio. His truck remained stationary, armed with the formidable mounted machine gun. As long as the adversaries did not reduce their speed, he had little to fear. Even sharpshooters would struggle to aim accurately from a jolting motorcycle. Seeing that their earlier opponent was willing to cooperate, the 3-wheeler indeed passed from the front of the truck. Simultaneously, the rider shouted a warning, "Be cautious." They too possess a mounted machine gun. Pursuing the tricycle was a truck accompanied by 2 motorcycles. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the details were somewhat obscured, yet the general outlines remained discernible. The 3 vehicles in pursuit were also hindered by the haze, and initially failed to notice Chu Jianlei's truck. Once they became aware, they hurriedly decelerated and braked. However, it was rather too late. Chu Jianlei squeezed the trigger, and the mounted machine gun unleashed a torrent of flames. The tricycle circled back, its female occupant seizing the machine gun and unleashing a frenzied barrage. One must concede that seasoned hunters easily develop a combat synergy. Chu Jianlei was focused on firing at the truck, while the tricycle zeroed in on the 2 motorcycles. From the opposing vehicle came a roar, their S in ambush. Retreat quickly. Yet, it was ultimately a tad late. One motorcycle was struck mid-air, erupting in flames. Chu Jianlei's gunfire also felled the truck's driver as he continued his relentless assault. The remaining motorcycle, witnessing this chaos, panicked and turned to flee. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded decisively as Chu Jianlei and the tricycle worked in unison to eliminate the remaining fallen. As for any continued conflict between the 2, that was non-existent. The female occupant of the tricycle raised her hands high and exclaimed, "Today, I admit my fault and accept the consequences. Chu Jianlei, devoid of any moral scruples, harbored no qualms about eradicating any threats. Yet, he recalled the previous skirmish, where the tricycle had been the first to flee, and it was evident that some discord had arisen among the adversaries. Thus, he aimed the mounted machine gun at them, pondering the matter of reparations later, and questioned, "Why pursue me?" The Iron Palm Gang intends to establish a comprehensive presence in Tianshui camp. The woman replied succinctly, noting that you have offended them. Chu Jianlei had already surmised the causal relationship, but did not anticipate its connection to the gang's intrusion. Regardless, her words left him distinctly displeased. "I have offended them. It matters not who has offended whom," she replied with refreshing candor. "They need to assert their authority, and you happen to possess some supplies." Chu Jianlei nodded slightly, agreeing with her sentiment. The matter of who had wronged whom was of little consequence, as a confrontation had already ensued. The moniker Iron Palm Gang, is it derived from someone possessing a mechanical arm? Merely a mechanical hand. The woman was not surprised that he could deduce this, though typically the gang leader refrains from engaging directly. After a brief pause, she scornfully remarked that it was indeed a waste of a mechanical hand. Even if it is wasted, it belongs to them. Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly, then inquired, "And what about you?" "I have come as a hired hand," she answered without hesitation, "and I shall claim 30% of the spoils." Chu Jianlei was not taken aback by this response. "How much can you compensate me?" The woman gestured toward the horizon, indicating the spoils of the fallen. "All of it is yours. What do you think?" Chu Jianlei scoffed lightly. "If I do not intervene, you are doomed." "It is all mine. Is that not how it should be?" she retorted coolly. "You are aware of the second clause of the Convention for the Extermination of the Fallen, are you not? The spoils are to be divided equally." Chu Jianlei recalled the agreement, which had previously seemed distant from him, and he had not contemplated it further. However, he did not intend to fully heed the other party's words, as they emphasized the participants in the conflict. "You are currently in a state of being pursued." Well, the woman did not wish to dwell on this matter. In fact, her survival today was already a stroke of luck. "What more do you hope to gain?" Xiao Jing was the first to speak, expressing the need to eliminate that second-rate foe. "He has struck me several times." That is one point." Chu Jianlei nodded in acknowledgement. "This small request can certainly be accommodated." "Too simple," the woman replied with pride. "Finding this minor lackey is somewhat more challenging than dispatching him." Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment, glancing at the other two. Could they be trusted? "My brothers in life and death," the woman answered succinctly. "I will share everything you say with them." "Then you shall come forward as a hostage." Chu Jianlei nodded slightly. "I have matters to attend to." "Is that a problem?" "Sister, do not listen to him," the rider interjected, suddenly agitated. "No problem at all," the woman replied without hesitation. She then cast a glance at the rider, stating that if he intended to act against us, he would not have refrained from intervening just now. The rider murmured under his breath, "We might not be able to escape either." "Silence," the woman chided, stepping out of the truck bed. "Have you forgotten what I excel at?" The rider's mouth moved a couple of times before he finally fell silent. Watching the woman climb up to the horse trough and leap directly into the truck bed, Chu Jianlei felt a bit perplexed. "What is it that you excel at?" After a moment's hesitation, the woman replied, "Intuition." Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, recognizing the advantage it could provide in combat. He truly doubted that anyone could possess instincts sharper than his own. Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on the matter. He retrieved an elastic rope and bound the woman's hands behind her back before proceeding to inspect the spoils. The rider and another man looked on with eyes wide in shock, yet they felt no inclination to resist. In the Wasteland, kidnapping for ransom was scarcely a trend. Here, life was deemed rather worthless. However, the woman was the leader of the trio, and more importantly, Chu Jianlei's demeanor did not seem overtly hostile. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, the two men would likely retaliate, but the one known as Gu Qianwang showed no inclination to initiate an attack. As they drove closer to inspect, a sense of disgust washed over them. In the back of the fallen's truck lay 3 corpses, gruesomely dismembered. Chapter 38. A quick way to earn money. The other spoils from the fallen were pitifully scarce. There was little ammunition and scant fuel. There was a modest supply of water, but the water consumed by the fallen was something that most would hesitate to risk. Many mutations among the fallen began with drinking contaminated water. The remainder of their arsenal consisted of firearms, a functioning mounted machine gun, 2 Gauss rifles, and a shotgun. 3 oscillating blades completed the fallen's equipment. The rider, After inspecting the truck, was unexpectedly pleased to discover that it was still operational, albeit riddled with bullet holes. He then turned to Chu Jianlei, stating that leaving this vehicle for him was entirely reasonable. What use do I have for this vehicle? Chu Jianlei replied, bemused. Even considering the presence of the young boy Xiao Jing, there are only 2 of them in total, and the hairless creature is incapable of driving. This truck is significantly larger than the light open-top truck he had previously seized, with a cargo capacity at least double that of the latter. However, in truth, the power of the light truck is not inferior to that of this larger vehicle, and it may even possess a slightly more robust performance. Regardless, Chu Jianlei holds little interest in this massive truck. It resembles the buses used for transporting refuse in the junkyard. He subtly shook his head, noting the excessive bullet holes, which rendered it of little significance. The rider, upon hearing this, expressed some incredulity, remarking that what truck in the wilderness lacks bullet holes? If you do not want it, you may sell it to us. Chu Jianlei answered without hesitation, that is certainly possible. What price are you offering? The rider was momentarily rendered speechless, stuttering, You truly do not want it? There are merely the 2 of us. Chu Jianlei replied coolly, we cannot drive 2 vehicles. Name your price. In strict terms, the cost of the large truck does not quite match that of the open-top light truck. Both serve the dual purpose of combat and transport, yet one leans more towards transportation while the other is more combat-oriented. The difference in value is self-evident. Otherwise, there would be no large trucks designated for refuse transport. However, for this trio, it is not feasible to muster such a substantial sum of money at the moment. The rider straightforwardly responded, we do not have that much money. We just lost a laser gun. No need to elaborate. The woman interjected, if you wish to earn money, you must be prepared for losses. The rider felt even more aggrieved, lamenting, if the laser gun were still with us, the 3 of us could easily take down that fallen team. It is no exaggeration to say that Waxizi possesses remarkable marksmanship. Should he wield a laser gun, dispatching that band of fallen individuals would be effortless. The laser gun is damaged due to your own negligence. What concern is that of mine? Chu Jianlei expressed his impatience. I inquired about your intentions. It is you who chose not to purchase this vehicle, not I who opted not to sell. The woman was taken aback by his words. Are you truly selling it? Is that not an obvious statement? Chu Jianlei scoffed lightly. Do you see my family S? Can it even accelerate? The woman nodded slightly and then asked, if we do not purchase it, what do you intend to do with the car? Chu Jianlei nonchalantly replied, I'll just sell it to some general store. A little profit is better than none. The woman fell silent for a moment before sighing, what a pity. My possessions are not for you to lament over. Chu Jianlei responded without hesitation. Do you have a means to sell it for a higher price? No, the woman shook her head decisively, but I do know a mechanic. With some repairs, it could fetch a better price. Repairs? Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow. Is that reliable? Absolutely, the woman replied without doubt. I can assist in fixing your car as well. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before asking, do you have any use for the corpses of those fallen individuals? The bodies of the fallen can be exchanged for bounties and simultaneously enhance the hunter's reputation. While reputation may seem intangible, it is not entirely without merit. If a hunter has slain over 100 fallen, even Mr. Sai would hesitate to strike. It is not that one cannot kill, but rather that once one has taken the life of such a person, they must eliminate all witnesses to silence them. The fallen ones are humanity's archenemies. How can the ironclad laws of the Wasteland tolerate provocation? Consider the small team of 3 hunters before me. With 7 fallen corpses, sufficient to garner a wave of prestige. The woman paused for a moment and then decisively responded, I want it. What must I sacrifice? Truly a person of resolve, she did not waste time with meaningless inquiries like why one would refuse. Let's barter, Chu Jianlei replied succinctly. Water, fuel, ammunition, energy blocks. Anything will do. If you possess mutated beast crystals, they are also negotiable. Huh. The rider could not help but laugh. Brother Haitian, for just 7 fallen ones. What do you desire? I haven't finished speaking, Chu Jianlei retorted without even glancing at him, focusing instead on the woman. This large cart is included in the deal. The woman's eyes brightened. The cart can be exchanged. Let's prioritize what you need. Indeed, she was capable. Chu Jianlei nodded, stating, the highest priority is to repair and integrate my vehicle. Following that, in order of importance, are water, fuel, ammunition, and energy blocks. The woman considered for a moment. The sequence remained unchanged. You are quite rational. It would be unfortunate to be your adversary. You are quite astute yourself. Chu Jinlei acknowledged with a nod, then calmly added, "We must maintain confidentiality. Is that acceptable?" "Of course," the woman replied with firm assurance. She was truly intelligent and did not inquire further into the reasoning. She directly stated, "I have some silver coins. Should I procure the water, or will you handle it yourself?" Chu Jinlei was rather forthright, inquiring about which settlement they hailed from. The woman responded succinctly, indicating that there were several, but primarily from Hongwu. This was the mark of a true and skilled hunter. She did not exclusively possess the silver coins of a single household, as her network was already quite extensive. "Just give me the silver from Hongwu," Chu Jinlei decided. He still held 3 pieces of silver from Hongxi, and there was no need to acquire any from Honglu, lest it lead others to speculate about his dealings with Honglu. The woman's eyes flickered. "I could inquire about the mutant beast crystals, but this amount is insufficient." "It's up to you," Chu Jinlei responded with resolute clarity. "There's no need to force it." "All right, then it's settled," the woman affirmed on the spot. "Can you allow me a little profit?" "That is not a problem," Chu Jinlei stated without hesitation. Mutual benefit is the essence of business. After a moment of contemplation, the woman expressed, "I would like to speak with the two of them. Is that permissible?" "Of course," Chu Jinlei nodded readily, adhering to the principle of trust. He then focused his internal energy towards his ears. The woman approached her 2 companions, whispering earnestly, "Ensure this transaction goes smoothly, meet his conditions, and refrain from any underhanded tactics." The 2 companions silently regarded her, saying nothing. Yet their intent was unmistakably clear. At least provide some justification. After all, we were adversaries moments ago. The woman sighed softly. "Did you not hear my inquiries? She is capable of purchasing even mutated beast crystals. Not only does she possess strong decision-making skills, but her inquiries are also marked by a significant sense of purpose. In any case, the total gains from Chu Jinlei's 2 battles could scarcely afford half of a mutated beast crystal, not to mention the considerable costs incurred during those confrontations. Her 2 companions may not be particularly astute, yet they are not foolish by any means, and they nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. The woman turned back, asking, "Since that's the case, Brother Haitian, are we selling the 3 motorcycles we acquired?" Chu Jinlei pondered briefly and replied, "Let us sell 2. I'll keep one as a spare." Previously, he lacked the capacity to operate 2 motorcycles simultaneously, but now that he has a convertible light truck, it is entirely reasonable to retain one as a backup. Following this, they began to clear the battlefield, finishing the task half an hour later before departing. The rider drove the large truck, with another person in the passenger seat, while all their belongings were tossed into the truck bed. The woman sat in the passenger seat of the convertible, with Chu Jinlei at the wheel. Meanwhile, the hairless creature stood in the truck bed, standing on a secured box that allowed it to reach the trigger of the mounted machine gun. Its diminutive figure juxtaposed with the massive weapon created an oddly striking image. Anyone witnessing this scene would instantly grasp the harsh reality of the wasteland. The large truck set off toward an unknown destination, and Chu Jinlei chose not to inquire, simply following behind. After traveling over 50 kilometers, he glanced around and called out, "Stop." The vehicle ahead gradually came to a halt. The rider disembarked, maintaining a distance, and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chu Jinlei gestured with his lips towards the back, indicating, "There are 11 corpses in my vehicle. This place is quite suitable for burial." Indeed, there was a naturally formed shallow pit to the front side, making it convenient for interring the dead. The rider's mouth twitched involuntarily. Those 11 corpses were, just hours ago, comrades in arms. However, in the wasteland, burying the dead was a necessary act. Thus he simply inquired, "What about the remains in our vehicle?" "That won't be necessary," Chu Jinlei replied, shaking his head, "as they can serve as evidence of the fallen's crimes." The task of digging the pit was, of course, left to the 3 sturdy laborers. The woman, her hands bound behind her, could merely stand and watch, while the hairless beast, laser pistol in hand, remained on high alert. He was not only wary of the formidable woman, but also cautious of any approaching figures nearby. For a child of 7 or 8, this burden was indeed quite heavy, even amidst the desolation. However, the scorpion flower viewed the scene differently. As she observed Haitian laboring tirelessly to excavate, a twinge of fear crept into her heart. She did not believe that this sharpshooter, possessing a clear mind and remarkable speed, would relax his vigilance over her, relying on a mere child for oversight. Any individual with a modicum of intelligence would not gamble on such a precarious arrangement. Thus, this person undoubtedly had a backup plan. She had no intentions of resisting. Rather, she contemplated the possibility of a successful subsequent transaction, hoping that this outing would not only incur no losses, but also yield a modest gain. As for the notion that they might betray their own and eliminate their 3 companions, such a thought could only arise from a feeble mind. If they truly wished to deal with her, the opportunities were abundant, rendering any need for elaborate deception unnecessary. Chapter 39. Entering the settlement, the location chosen by Chu Jianlei for the burial of the bodies turned out to be somewhat deceptive. While it appeared suitable for interment, the soil was rather firm. 11 corpses would occupy considerable space, and the graves could not be too shallow. 3 robust laborers spent an entire day painstakingly excavating an appropriately sized pit. After casting the bodies into the grave and covering them, they took additional time to compact the earth. Once their labor was complete, the group decided to rest nearby, indulge in some food, and take a brief respite. Chu Jianlei, rare as it was, prepared a large pot of meat soup noodles. During the meal, he even unbound the woman's hands. The trio of hunters did not seize the opportunity to strike. The entire atmosphere remained tranquil. The woman enjoyed her meal immensely and even inquired, "Is this the quality of food you speak of, Haitian?" Clearly, for someone of Waxizi's caliber, such a feast was not easily come by. Chu Jianlei responded nonchalantly, "I simply have a penchant for culinary delights." The woman could not help but reflect on the conditions implied. Her companion shot her a questioning glance. "Are you truly not going to act?" Waxizi rolled her eyes. "Do not be naive. If they dare to untie me, what reason do I have to doubt them? Clearly, they could profit from a transaction. Why complicate matters and invite chaos into their lives?" Meanwhile, Xiao Jing quietly asked Chu Jianlei whether these individuals could be trusted not to divulge their secrets. He had begun to suspect that his brother Haitian harbored significant secrets. At present, his fate, along with his honor and disgrace, is intricately intertwined with that of brother Haitian, necessitating his consideration for the leader. Chu Jianlei slurped down a couple of mouthfuls of noodles, swallowing them with a sense of certainty about the situation. "Should we add some chili?" Although the Wasteland lacks chili peppers, there are still a few spicy condiments available, which bear no adverse effects. Quite satisfactory, indeed. After finishing his meal, he proceeded to bind the scorpion again, this time securing its hands in front. This arrangement would allow for a restful slumber, as it was nearly impossible to sleep with bindings behind one's back. When camping in the wilderness, it is customary to have night watchmen, a point that hardly needs reiteration. The following morning, everyone rose to continue their journey, and by evening, they finally arrived at a supply station. To their surprise, the station housed a repair shop, and the owner was brought out by a rider. After inspecting the 2 vehicles, the owner indicated that he could take on the job, but he would need to bring his equipment and materials. In the desolate wilds, there truly isn't much in the way of large-scale equipment. For simple repairs, small tools suffice. Chu Jianlei paid no heed to their negotiations, remaining inconspicuous throughout the process and leaving it to the 3 others. However, he did fit the hairless creature with a hood and a face mask, concealing its identity. Xiao Jing did not object to this. Rather, he seemed a bit exhilarated. If only he could have a short dagger, he could consider himself an adventurer, right? Indeed, amidst the numerous mutated beings of the Wasteland, there were adventurers of such stature. Chu Jianlei shot him a glance and casually handed over a short dagger, saying, "This is yours now, don't lose it." The supplies he possessed were accessible to the hairless creature for the time being, and a temporary usage was inconsequential. However, formally entrusting it to the individual changed the nature of the exchange entirely. Xiao Jing held the short dagger with an affectionate grip, meticulously wrapping the handle with twine. Before long, the proprietor of the repair shop returned, this time accompanied by a truck reminiscent of a tractor. The vehicle was laden with an assortment of components and materials, including cutting and welding tools, batteries, and more. His primary focus was the modification of an open-top light truck and a motorcycle kept as a spare by Chu Jianlei. As for the truck and 2 motorcycles that Chu Jianlei intended to sell, Waxizi expressed no urgency. She could tend to those later. During this interval, the motorcycle rider departed, stating he needed to fetch supplies for the transaction. Chu Jianlei made no objections, watching him leave with a detached demeanor. In the desolate wasteland, one could not afford to evade all risks, at least for him. The capability to completely circumvent danger was lacking. Nevertheless, he believed the likelihood of the other party engaging in any underhanded schemes was minimal. Even so, he leaned against the modified motorcycle, prepared for any eventuality. Ultimately, No unforeseen events transpired. 2 days later, the rider returned, burdened with numerous packages. The nutritional supplements were scant, but provisions were plentiful, amounting to at least 200 pounds, alongside some water and ammunition and 2 energy blocks. There were no fuel supplies, as hunters seldom stored such items, and with a supply station nearby, replenishing fuel was quite convenient. Hongwu had 12 silver dollars and some silver coins. However, Chu Jianlei deemed the silver coins beneath his notice, not small-minded enough to concern himself with such trifles. When the rider arrived, the vehicle repairs were nearly complete. Chu Jianlei greeted them, loaded the supplies onto the truck, and then drove off in the open-top light truck, fading into the distance. The 3 members of the Scorpion gang exchanged glances, and the rider could not help but inquire, "Are we really just leaving like this?" The Scorpion gang member shook his head slightly, his tone imbued with profound reflection. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone in this land. The proprietor of the repair shop, who was inspecting the 2 motorcycles, curiously asked, "Did you suffer a loss?" The rider casually replied, "Not exactly. The earnings were merely modest." Another member interjected, expressing, "It is indeed a feat to return alive this time." They transported the 2 motorcycles to the supply station, instructing the shopkeeper to continue with the repairs. Meanwhile, they drove their truck directly to the residence of Hongwu. The vehicle contained the remains of the fallen, along with 3 dismembered bodies of the victims. If they did not register them soon, they would begin to decay. En route to the settlement, the rider remarked, "It seems the other party was involved in some unsavory dealings." The Scorpion gang member, with a hint of detachment, replied, "Let us refrain from discussing this matter further. Consider it as though we had never encountered them the second time." Never encountered them the second time? The rider was taken aback. "So, it was we 3 who eliminated those 7 fallen?" "Of course," the Scorpion gang member responded nonchalantly. "What do you think? Why would he leave the truck for us?" "It serves as evidence." Another pondered aloud. "So, to claim all the glory, we must conceal their whereabouts?" The rider was astonished. "Does that guy Black Sky really plan this far ahead?" The Scorpion gang member replied thoughtfully, "Do not presume that all adventurers are merely inclined toward violence." Meanwhile, Chu Jianlei drove his convertible light truck in a wide arc, heading directly towards the Hongwu settlement. To evade suspicion, he deliberately chose the opposite city gate. Upon entering the city, the light truck was halted by the guards, demanding identification. In such circumstances, failing to produce identification would typically result in a severe beating, and the loss of goods would not be unexpected. The hairless creature displayed a silver medal, stating, "We are here on business." The 2 guards exchanged glances, one of them reaching out to grab the medal. "Let me see that." Chu Jinlei's laser pistol was already pressed against his forehead. "What do you intend to do?" The guard froze, stubbornly asserting, "Isn't it customary to check identification?" The hairless creature raised his hand, revealing a short dagger, ominously questioning, "Do you believe that if I killed you, no one would care?" He understood the weight of the silver medal better than Chu Jianlei. Yet uttering such a menacing remark in a childish voice felt rather peculiar. The guard hesitated, aware that the 2 individuals before him bore a resemblance to wild wanderers. But what if they were not? Anyone daring enough to treat the guards in such a manner surely understood the underlying implications. Struggling to suppress his unease, he coldly replied, "I must ensure a thorough inspection, don't I?" The hairless creature scoffed, "Then have you discerned how my dagger is wrapped?" The guard indeed glanced at the dagger, his brow furrowing. "A safety wrap?" The dagger was bound with hemp rope to prevent slipping after contact with blood. The method of wrapping was typically kept simple. Only those residing in the settlement would have the leisure to meticulously ponder such details. The piece knot is no more reliable than other methods, and its entanglement can be quite troublesome. However, it carries a beautiful connotation, symbolizing blessings. The guard is generally aware of how to tie a piece knot, yet he finds no necessity to employ it on his own dagger. Upon recognizing the piece knot, he realizes that this little fellow must have some significance. Thus, the silver medal no longer warrants his attention, but he still inquires about other identification. Xiao Jing promptly responds, stating, "We are merely here to conduct our business. You need not concern yourself with other documents. Whether or not there are other credentials is irrelevant to you. Simply acknowledge this silver medal." The guard, however, stiffens his neck and insists, "Without additional documentation, vehicles and firearms are not permitted entry." Xiao Jing earnestly counters, "Motorcycles are allowed." It is indeed customary for the settlement to be cautious of outsiders, making restrictions on vehicles and firearms entering the city entirely reasonable. The guard, still somewhat obstinate. Seems to imply that, typically, those bearing silver medals possess esteemed identities, which might warrant some leniency. Nevertheless, he must uphold the rule. It would be improper to act otherwise. Fortunately, he ultimately provides a parking space for the two, indicating that it is free for 3 days. These regulations are stringent, and he dares not transgress them. Xiao Jing, however, vehemently warns, if anything goes awry with the items in the vehicle, you shall know the consequences. The guard maintains a stoic expression, as if he has not heard her words. Chu Jianlei remains silent throughout, appearing as the little one's bodyguard. After removing the spare motorcycle, they cover the cargo area with a tarp. Just as they are about to enter the city, the guard halts them once more, asking them to remove their masks so he can ascertain whether they are wanted criminals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing was filled with fury. Are you seeking trouble? Observing his brazen demeanor, the guard became increasingly convinced that these two individuals were not ordinary. Nevertheless, he replied with unwavering confidence, this is the rule. If you possess the proper identification, we may negotiate. Chu Jianlei and his companion, having lost their tempers, removed their masks for inspection. The guard raised an eyebrow at the sight of two individuals devoid of eyebrows. However, he dismissed it, considering it merely a peculiar mutation or a shared misfortune. Upon closer examination, he found that they did not match any profiles of wanted criminals and decided not to pry further. Very well, you may proceed. The roar of the motorcycle engine signaled their entry into the city. Chu Jianlei sighed inwardly, sensing that their visit might not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Chapter 40. Opening the treasure chest. The situation within the settlement was much as Chu Jianlei had imagined. Most structures were modest single-story homes, with a few 2-story buildings and 3 or 4 3-story ones. The main avenue was not particularly narrow, measuring about 10 meters in width, sufficient to accommodate 5 vehicles side by side. However, the alleyways flanking the streets were considerably narrower. Xiao Jing had never visited this settlement before, yet he was relatively familiar with its general layout. The two did not inquire for directions. Instead, they meandered through the streets on their motorcycle. After some time, they discovered that the bustling marketplace was primarily located in the east and west markets, with the affluent district to the south and the adventurers area to the north. This was the rough configuration of the place. Xiao Jing proposed, given this layout, the location for storing the treasure chest should be in the southern area. Chu Jianlei shared this sentiment, and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Xiao Jing, what was your home like in the past? Of course, it was in a wealthy district. Xiao Jing replied, his face obscured by a mask, rendering his expression unreadable. However, it was evident that his mood was somewhat despondent. Chu Jianlei chose not to provoke him further, suggesting instead that they first examine the prices of various goods, intending to liquidate their acquisitions promptly. The two proceeded to the marketplace. Although both wore masks, a common sight among the crowd, some individuals still discerned that they were strangers. Consequently, a few approached, eager to offer their assistance in navigating the area, with the lowest asking price being merely a vial of nutrient solution. Xiao Jing, however, brusquely retorted, you are all in cahoots with the vendors. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Chu Jianlei observed this exchange with intrigue, recognizing that such occurrences were hardly rare. It was similar in Blue Star. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how a child of merely 7 or 8 years could possess such understanding. Reflecting on the children of Blue Star, he noted that being able to tie one's shoelaces at that age was already considered a mark of independence. They often say that the children of the impoverished mature swiftly, yet Xiao Jing hailed from a family of notable means. Perhaps, this is the essence of the Wasteland. After gathering sufficient information about the market, nightfall descended. Lacking identification, they could not secure lodging and were left to endure the night on the streets. Chu Jianlei observed that many homeless individuals roamed the area, some even armed. The unfriendly gazes directed at them by certain individuals were disconcerting. Fortunately, Chu Jianlei was equipped with 2 knives of varying lengths, while Xiao Jing possessed a short dagger, both deliberately displayed. Those with ill intentions hesitated momentarily before ultimately retreating, albeit begrudgingly. It seems that after calculating the costs, they concluded that it was not quite worth it. Chu Jianlei was puzzled, wondering why there were no night patrols in sight. Xiao Jing provided an explanation. There are simply too many homeless individuals, making it impossible to monitor them all. Consequently, only the affluent districts have patrolling personnel, while the other areas are left unattended. Of course, should gunshots ring out, the guards would undoubtedly respond. However, Such occurrences are rare, as only those verified are allowed entry into the settlement. After hearing this, Chu Jianlei couldn't help but exclaim. To gain entry into the settlement, yet still end up on the streets, some even possess firearms. The hairless creature responded nonchalantly. Opportunities abound within the settlement, and some individuals have experienced glory in the past. The conversation fell silent until dawn broke. As the sun rose, the two made their way to a breakfast stall, marking Chu Jianlei's first dining experience since arriving in the Wasteland. The stall specialized in processed nutrient agents, blended with various ingredients, rendering it far more palatable than consuming the agents alone. There were also grain-based breakfast options, though they were not entirely composed of grain. Perhaps they contained wild vegetables. Some offered small portions of meat, albeit at exorbitant prices. Chu Jianlei ordered a grain-based breakfast, but upon tasting it, found it rather mediocre, losing interest in further exploration of the menu. After their breakfast, they resumed inquiring about various market conditions. Once they gathered sufficient information, Chu Jianlei purchased 2 sizable pieces of meat and, either intentionally or inadvertently, posed a question. I have something I wish to store in a treasure chest, but I rarely see Hongwu. How should I proceed? The shopkeeper, not suspecting anything amiss, casually gestured in response, assuming that anyone able to afford such a quantity of meat must be reasonably well off. The inquiry posed by Chu Jianlei was indeed pivotal. On the route to the affluent district, there were barriers and sentinels. Upon inspecting the silver medal, one of the guards audaciously inquired, "Do you know the way?" Xiao Jing, with an air of nonchalance, retorted, "You won't be earning any guiding fee from me." His words were sharp, yet as they departed, another sentinel's eyes glimmered with intrigue, prompting him to excuse himself for a moment. This guard understood the underlying dynamics and could not suppress a grunt, realizing that certain individuals were not to be trifled with. The first guard, with a facade of politeness masking his disdain, replied, "You needn't concern yourself with such matters. I am well aware of who can provoke whom." Attempting to access a treasure chest without revealing one's identity surely carried implications. It was quite possible that the silver medal was merely a fortunate find. Who could say for certain? Chu Jianlei, riding his motorcycle with Xiao Jing, arrived at their destination within mere minutes, the location where the treasure chest was secured. It was a shop specializing in energy blocks. Within the confines of the settlement, energy blocks were non-existent, and only those of considerable stature could afford to operate such establishments. Even before entering the shop, they were intercepted by an individual who sternly proclaimed, "Entry is prohibited for those in disarray." Their attire was not only shabby, but also concealed by face coverings. While such garb might be common in other districts, it was rare in the wealthy enclave. Among the affluent, presenting oneself was customary, while obscuring one's features was bound to attract scrutiny. Xiao Jing said little, simply raising his hand to reveal the secret silver medal. In the distance, onlookers observed the scene, their eyes lighting up with curiosity as one murmured, "Well, look at that. Unexpected wealth has arrived." The individual blocking their path also recognized the silver medal, yet he steadfastly insisted, "You are inappropriately attired. Entry is not permitted. Please wait." At this juncture, Xiao Jing found himself at a loss, as he only possessed a vague understanding of the situation without grasping its intricate details. Chu Jianlei, perceiving the stalemate, scoffed. "Do we need to change our clothes just to bring a few more items inside?" The man across from them remained unperturbed, yet resolute, responding with a measured tone. "I am merely a facilitator. Why must you make things difficult for me? I shall report to my superior." This manner of speaking seemed somewhat incongruous with the desolate atmosphere, and Chu Jianlei even detected a faint essence of blue star civility. Before long, a well-dressed gentleman emerged. He paid no heed to the attire of the two individuals before him, as a wealthy man is often accustomed to the eccentricities of others. Upon inspecting the silver medal, he appeared somewhat taken aback. "This is from 50 years ago. Is it not nearing expiration? Why did you not come sooner?" Without allowing Xiao Jing to respond, Chu Jianlei calmly remarked, "Whether we come or not is our own affair." The man paused momentarily, then cleared his throat. "Please wait. I will verify its expiration status." Neither Chu Jianlei nor Xiao Jing uttered a word, projecting an air of confidence to onlookers. Shortly after, the man returned, nonchalantly stating, "There are still over 2 years until it expires. Your timing is indeed fortuitous." Chu Jianlei, uninterested in further discourse, slightly raised his chin and gestured, "Lead the way." The location of the treasure chest was not street-facing. The man guided them into a courtyard, and after passing 3 layers of guards, they finally arrived at a warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was remarkably tidy, illuminated by bright lights, with rows of cabinets arranged in an orderly fashion. The man led the two to a cabinet. Speaking earnestly, "This has been stored for over 40 years. We can assure you that it has remained untouched. However, due to the passage of time, we cannot guarantee the condition of the contents." It was Chu Jianlei who asserted this. Xiao Jing's words were even more forthright. "Please excuse us now." The supervisor turned and departed, while Chu Jianlei placed the silver medal into the recess of the cabinet, which emitted an exceedingly faint tremor. This vibration persisted for approximately half a minute, and once it ceased, he pulled the handle, causing the cabinet door to open with a soft click. The cabinet, though not large, had remarkably thick doors and walls, and its interior was less than half a cubic meter. Upon beholding the warm, golden glow emanating from within, both Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing gasped softly in surprise. To their astonishment, they discovered 2 thick layers of gold bars. Above the gold bars, a partition held a stack of documents, and beside it lay a small box. Examining the documents revealed they were all property deeds and similar items. When he opened the small box, he found a dark, glossy ring adorned with intricate patterns. Without further contemplation, Chu Jianlei returned the ring to its box and casually tucked it into his pocket. Gazing at the 2 layers of gold, he felt a pang of concern. Although it appeared modest in volume, its weight certainly exceeded 100 kilograms. How was he to transport this? Gold is exceedingly dense and cumbersome to carry. Moving 100 kilograms of grain is far less challenging than handling an equal weight of gold. After a moment of reflection, he approached the warehouse in trance and gestured for the supervisor to come over. The supervisor had intended to avoid suspicion, yet when summoned by the client, he naturally followed. In truth, he was quite curious about what the gentleman wished to convey. "I require a sturdy bag," Chu Jianlei stated, furrowing his brow. "One that can bear a weight of 200 kilograms. I am willing to pay a premium." The supervisor paused momentarily before responding. "Acquiring a bag is feasible. However, what will it contain? Is it corrosive? Will it sustain impact?" Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment, then led him to the cabinet, declaring, "To hold gold." Upon seeing the glimmering gold before him, the supervisor's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. Indeed, this was reminiscent of treasure chests from over 40 years ago. Gold had long been prohibited from trading. Both Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing exchanged glances, bemused. In the current wasteland, gold was indeed a regulated material, and its trade was illegal. However, Chu Jianlei was not overly concerned. While gold was restricted, the enforcement was not particularly stringent. Having previously roamed through junkyards, he was well aware that many discarded components contained gold. Ultimately, this gold had not traversed legitimate channels, but was consumed privately. To be candid, while it was illicit, the scrutiny was minimal. Even Fat Sister dared to accept gold. Reflecting on Fat Sister, a pang of anxiety struck Chu Jianlei. "Countless lives, lost because of me." He could not help but feel a surge of unease. The notion of trading gold, as long as it remained unspoken, was permissible. "Gold can indeed be traded," the supervisor replied, momentarily taken aback before responding earnestly. "It is still possible now." He did not expect the other party to be completely oblivious to the situation, so he solemnly suggested that they accept gold, as the price was fair. Chapter 41. What about compensation? Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was entirely reasonable for a business capable of trading energy blocks to privately accept gold. Therefore, he inquired, "How do you purchase at a high price? What is the conversion rate? Please don't tell me it's in Hongwuan." "Hongwuan?" The supervisor scoffed dismissively, clearly unimpressed by it. Without hesitation, he asserted that the exchange would certainly be for energy blocks, offered at a 30% discount from the market price. In bartering on the wasteland, discounts on regular goods were quite steep. However, energy blocks were a solid currency, more robust than the privately minted silver coins of various settlements. Hence, this 30% discount should not be underestimated. It was genuinely generous. Chu Jianlei regarded him with interest and asked, "What if I merely wish to purchase a bag that can also be arranged?" The supervisor replied without hesitation, exuding a certain elite professionalism reminiscent of white-collar workers from Blue Star. Yet, it was ultimately a different world. In Blue Star, one might at least expect an offer of a complimentary item. However, the Wasteland's populace was diverse and highly mobile, and the VIP system was relatively underdeveloped. Chu Jianlei unequivocally acknowledged that a portion of energy blocks would indeed be required. Although he was not particularly skilled in social interactions, he was no novice to the ways of the world. In such a backward place, mutual benefit was the only path forward. Then he spoke up with a question, expressing his intention to acquire some mutated beast crystals. Do you have any channels for that? The supervisor hesitated, realizing the rarity of mutated beast crystals far exceeded that of energy blocks. Eventually, he replied, I will need to consult on this matter. The price may exceed your expectations. Chu Jianlei was not concerned with the cost. His paramount need was to swiftly enhance his strength. At his core, he held little regard for material wealth, especially since these were all acquired items. As for the future and potential lack of funds, once his strength increased, earning money would be a trivial concern for him. Thus, he straightforwardly inquired, how long will it take? Time. The supervisor pondered momentarily, taking a deep breath. Within 2 days, how does that sound? Not satisfactory. That duration is too long. Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation. Can you assist me in procuring a batch of food, meat, and water? Regrettably, the supervisor responded succinctly. The other party's words pricked his nerves. We do not engage in low-end business. The shop selling energy blocks was rather arrogant, categorizing other supplies as low-end transactions. In truth, for certain established clients, they could be flexible and arrange for low-end supplies. Business is business, after all. However, Chu Jianlei's words genuinely wounded him. You may purchase it yourself. Unbeknownst to Chu Jianlei of the underlying issues, he had no desire to ponder the matter and decisively stated, I would like to buy 1,000 energy blocks. Is delivery available? The supervisor was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, confirming that delivery could be arranged within the settlement area, with a requisite security fee for delivery within the community zone. Very well, Chu Jianlei nodded. I need to procure supplies within the settlement. Could you send someone to accompany me, and we shall arrange for the delivery together? Absolutely, the supervisor replied without hesitation, adding, however, please note that delivery within the settlement is complimentary. I understand, Chu Jianlei replied succinctly. Let us proceed with the arrangements. Bring along 1,000 energy blocks. We shall go shopping. Wait a moment, the supervisor interjected anxiously. How much gold can 1,000 energy blocks yield? We have some information about mutated beast crystals that could facilitate your transaction. Chu Jianlei shook his head and muttered softly, no need for that. In 2 days. Who knows how many adventurers might be drawn here? Fearing covetous gazes was a sign of weakness, yet displaying such concerns openly was not the reaction expected of the strong. Therefore, the only explanation remained that he was not truly afraid of the throngs of adventurers, but rather found the situation cumbersome. Nonetheless, Chu Jianlei was indeed apprehensive about facing them alone, as he had only himself, and Xiao Jing's combat prowess was nearly non-existent. The supervisor quickly clarified, this is not a vertical operation, it is horizontal. In other words, this was not a matter from his superiors, but rather a local initiative within the Hongwu settlement, where there were relevant channels available. Chu Jianlei understood. Was this not akin to the operations of major corporations on Blue Star? Branch managers often held significant power. Yet crucial matters still required the approval of the headquarters. Simultaneously, they maintained local connections, allowing them to handle certain private affairs. Such operations were not necessarily illicit. On the contrary, they often served to bolster the company's influence. Thus, Chu Jianlei was not particularly surprised and asked directly, how long? After a moment of contemplation, the supervisor corrected himself. If you are willing to pay a higher price, perhaps it could be done in just half a day. With a chuckle, Chu Jianlei replied, then let it be a day. He then picked up a stack of documents and, having nothing else to occupy his time, requested, please assist me in examining these. The supervisor perused the papers briefly before returning them, a hint of pity gracing his features. The layout of the settlement had already changed. These areas had either been requisitioned or transformed. Requisitioned? Chu Jianlei found this somewhat perplexing, yet he remained slightly baffled. Without titles or property certificates, who were they requisitioned from? And how was compensation calculated? Compensation? The supervisor regarded him with a curious expression. Your line of thought is rather unconventional. Indeed, Chu Jianlei nodded earnestly, gazing steadily at him. He was uncertain whether there were compensations for the requisition and demolition of wastelands, yet he sensed there was a deeper narrative at play. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of unease appeared in Xiao Jing's eyes. However, the supervisor was oblivious, already taken aback by the other's phrasing and demeanor. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and said, I can inquire about this matter for you. I happen to be going out to gather information on the mutant beast crystals. All right. Chu Jinlei nodded, reaching to close the safe and retrieving the silver medal. We shall wait for you by the entrance. He was quite mindful of propriety. Recognizing that it would be inappropriate for the two of them to linger in this place, it was wise to avoid any potential misunderstandings. The supervisor cast a surprised glance at him before giving a slight nod, and the three of them exited the storeroom together. After securing the door, he hurried away. The two sat on the steps outside, and Xiao Jing glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before speaking in a hushed tone. Hey Tiangu. The requisition and transformation of properties often equates to coercion, especially in the absence of the owner. He felt that He Tianji's earlier demeanor was somewhat irrational, possibly betraying an oversight. Chu Jinlei regarded him with a faint look, remarking, "Indeed, this is the behavior of a child. Do not apply your limited understanding. If there is no compensation, why would these items be placed in the treasure chest?" Xiao Jing blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Yes, but in the past. The two continued their whispered exchange while the supervisor entered a spacious room. The decor was quite exquisite, and the items were finely crafted. Such a scene should hardly exist in a wasteland. A middle-aged man reclined in a high-backed chair, casually smoking with his legs crossed. Upon noticing the newcomers, he lazily inquired, "What is the situation?" The supervisor candidly reported the events and articulated his assessment. The key point was the mention of compensation in the face of requisition, a line of thought that was indeed rare. The middle-aged man paused, ceasing his exhalation of smoke, and after several moments of contemplation, replied, "This is not our concern, is it?" Cautiously, the supervisor asked, "But the other party wishes to purchase the mutated beast crystals. Should we facilitate this?" Without hesitation, the middle-aged man responded, "We are businessmen, after all. Yes, do your utmost to retain all the gold." The difficulty was considerable, and the supervisor responded cautiously, stating that there was nearly 100 kilograms of gold. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, nodding slightly, and remarked that they should do their utmost. As the price of gold was set to rise again, Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing waited, and before they knew it, evening had descended. Xiao Jing's stomach rumbled with hunger. Although he possessed nutritional supplements, he resisted the urge to eat. Chu Jianlei was not in a much better position, but consuming nutritional supplements was hardly appropriate given their circumstances. Finally, the supervisor arrived, carrying 2 food containers. "You must be famished. Would you care for something to eat?" Xiao Jing felt a twinge of temptation, yet Chu Jianlei insisted. "Let us discuss matters at hand." He was well aware of the many tales of greed and treachery, and the current state of affairs here was indeed tumultuous. The supervisor, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, "We are in negotiations with the holders of the mutated crystals, possessing between 5 to 8 of them. If all goes well, we should have results by tomorrow morning. However, there is one point we need to deliberate on. If you were to procure with gold directly, it could easily lead to leaks. The trade of gold is, in fact, prohibited." Chu Jianlei, pondering the implications, inquired, "Given the scale of your establishment, is it truly beyond your capability to manage this?" The supervisor contemplated briefly before responding, "If feasible, I would prefer that neither party meets." Chu Jianlei, maintaining an impassive facade, asked, "Are you attempting to isolate information to garner greater profit?" The supervisor replied without hesitation, "It is not as dire as that. We merely wish to retain as much gold as possible." Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment, then let out a sigh, conceding, "Very well, it is your prerogative. Our gold must ultimately be exchanged for supplies." He found it difficult to refuse, for the stakes were high. Should the news leak, he and Xiao Jing would be unable to leave the settlement alive. It was prudent to allow the other party to profit slightly, perhaps, considering his background. They would refrain from tearing off the veneer of civility. He then inquired, "Is there any news regarding the requisition compensation?" From Chu Junlai's response, the supervisor discerned the other's trepidation, which he deemed advantageous. However, upon hearing the term compensation once more, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He forced a smile and replied earnestly, "I have looked into it. Compensation is indeed available, but it has already been claimed by others, and regrettably, we are unable to assist in this matter." As he spoke, he scrutinized Chu Junlai's eyes intently. Chapter 42. A frantic escape. The supervisor aimed to glean insights into the other's psyche through observation. Yet, he ultimately failed in his endeavor. Chu Junlai's drooping eyelids had become a habitual gesture, a reflex developed during his time on Blue Star due to occasional ailments. In truth, he was not surprised by the situation described. It was merely a case of impersonation. On Blue Star, such tactics had long been employed in myriad ways. Thus, he calmly posed the question, "I presume it is inconvenient for you to provide us with the details of these individuals?" Without hesitation, the supervisor replied, "We have not sought to inquire, for we conduct high-end business." This was a clear disavowal, coupled with an unabashed self-promotion. "I have come to understand that Chu Jianlei has refrained from expressing any opinions. We shall return tomorrow morning." The supervisor glanced at the food container in his hand and inquired once more, "Are you not going to eat anything?" "No need." Chu Jianlei replied with a wave of his hand as he stepped outside, closely followed by Xiao Jing. The two spent that night at the entrance of the energy block store, procuring their meals from a nearby eatery. Although the affluent district had night patrols, the energy block store itself maintained its own security. When the patrol passed by and sought to inquire about their identities, Chu Jianlei responded coldly, "We are sitting here without being chased away. Do you have any further questions?" One must acknowledge that privilege exists everywhere. The patrol, accustomed to the wealthy, naturally preferred to avoid entangling themselves with these two enigmatic figures. There was silence throughout the night. The following morning, the supervisor returned, and this time, matters were indeed settled. Regarding the crystals, his offer was 10 kilograms of gold for B grade and 50 kilograms for A grade. He finalized a total of 6 crystals, comprising 5 B grade and 1 A grade. According to this valuation, simply for the crystals, it would nearly deplete the gold reserves. Chu Jianlei, of course, could not acquiesce. He decisively stated, "Half price. If it's reasonable, we'll transact. If not, then so be it." Naturally, the supervisor was unwilling to concede to such a drastic reduction after much negotiation. They ultimately agreed on a 60% price. Chu Jianlei typically detested haggling, but the magnitude of this transaction compelled him to engage seriously. The supervisor, having never encountered such a challenging negotiator, found himself somewhat exasperated. However, the subsequent discussions proved to be far more agreeable. 1 kilogram of gold was exchanged for 1,000 silver dollars. Thus, 1 gram of gold equated to 1 silver dollar. With 1 silver dollar purchasing 1 energy block, 1 kilogram of gold can procure 1,000 energy blocks, and at a discounted rate of 70%. It equates to merely 0.7 kilograms of gold. However, the energy block store sells large energy blocks, which can be divided into 100 smaller pieces. These smaller pieces are referred to as Li blocks, with 10 Li blocks constituting 1 Fan block. Chu Jianlei boldly exchanged 2 kilograms of gold for 30 large energy blocks. He further traded 8 kilograms of gold for 8,000 silver coins, leaving him with 30 kilograms of gold. Nevertheless, 8,000 silver coins proved to be rather excessive. What he acquired was a silver card from the energy block store. This silver card resembles a silver note, a counterfeit-resistant plastic card, with denominations of 100 and 1,000. Remarkably, this silver note is recognized not only within the Hongwu settlement, but also at other energy block stores. Although it serves as an internal token, its liquidity surpasses that of privately minted silver coins from various settlements. In fact, 8,000 silver coins would suffice to purchase a decent armored vehicle. After obtaining the silver card, Chu Jianlei proceeded to indulge in extravagant spending at various markets. With the settlement housing only a few tens of thousands of people, the sudden emergence of such a significant customer attracted considerable attention. Fortunately, he was accompanied by escorts tasked with the safe delivery of the energy blocks, ensuring that any would-be onlookers would think twice. His purchasing speed was remarkably swift, as he had meticulously planned ahead. Within less than an hour, he completed his grand procurement, expending over 6,000 silver coins. In addition to water, fuel, and ammunition, he also acquired generators, winches, water purification systems, and even a few books, including an electromagnetic cannon. After finalizing his purchases, he hired laborers to transport the goods onto a rugged light truck, securing everything tightly. The guard, who had been fixated on the silver medal, was momentarily taken aback. How much wealth did these two possess? Under the watchful gaze of many, Chu Jianlei drove his heavily laden light truck away from the Hongwu settlement. As soon as he departed, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing ahead. At least 4 factions had long been watching him, and upon witnessing the truck's departure, they immediately pursued with relentless fervor, even deploying vehicles to block his path. Chu Jianlei concentrated his inner energy to enhance his vision. The visibility that day was approximately 3 kilometers. This granted him sight superior to that of an ordinary person using binoculars, as the movement of his eyes was far more agile than adjusting a focus. Relying on this advantage, he navigated left and right, managing to break through the encirclement after traveling over 30 kilometers. Bullets rained down around the truck, clearly intended to force him to a halt. Yet Chu Jianlei paid them no heed. His vehicle was stocked with an abundance of ammunition, fuel, and energy blocks, should the assailants aim to shoot. A catastrophic explosion could ensue. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, wary of any lunatic who might disregard the prospect of capture and instead seek to attack. Just as he broke free from the encirclement, he spoke in a low voice. "Xiao Jing, activate the shield." The recent modifications to the off-road light truck were no mere claims. He had equipped it with a mesh alloy shield. While the shield's defensive capabilities could not match those of an armored vehicle, primarily due to the latter's integrated construction, the shield still provided commendable protection for vital areas. If one piece proved insufficient, additional layers could be added. However, being a makeshift modification, it lacked a transmission mechanism and could only be raised manually. During this harrowing journey of over 30 kilometers, Xiao Jing found himself jostled about, his countenance pale as a ghost. Yet, true to his origins from the Wasteland, he astonishingly managed to suppress his urge to vomit. Upon hearing Brother Haitian's words, he began to unfasten his seatbelt, advising, "Brother, remember to find a smoother path." In a fit of impatience, Chu Jianlei retorted, "Do I really need you to tell me?" With a belt fastened around his waist, which was connected to a buckle, Xiao Jing began his arduous ascent towards the truck's cargo area. It was a challenging endeavor, but his youthful and lightweight frame aided him, and after 5 minutes, the protective shield at the rear of the truck was raised. Chu Jianlei had only installed this shield at the back when he modified the vehicle, primarily for the sake of escape. Adding more shields would increase the load, and despite having chosen lightweight alloy plates, they were still a financial burden. Ultimately, it all boiled down to poverty. There were lighter and sturdier shields available, but they were beyond his means. Once the shield was raised, Xiao Jing resumed his climb, this time facing the wind, which presented an even greater challenge. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally managed to return to the driver's cabin, exclaiming, "I need a nutrient supplement and some water." Chu Jianlei, while keeping his eyes on the road, nodded in acknowledgement as he stuffed a nutrient supplement into his mouth, replying, "You've worked hard." In the next moment, a series of muffled sounds erupted from behind the vehicle. The pursuers had grown furious and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Inside another vehicle, someone shouted through the intercom, "Which scoundrel has gone mad?" It was indeed a team of lunatics, as another intercom crackled to life. "That guy is out of his mind. Switch to his frequency." The irate individual promptly adjusted the frequency, exclaiming, "Are you insane, you lunatic? Everyone has worked hard, but it is not for the sake of witnessing such chaos." A loud voice resonated, "You know nothing. That fellow might possess mutant beast crystals." The news spreading was hardly surprising, as Chu Jianlei had acquired 6 mutant beast crystals in one go. How many people reside in the entire Hongwu settlement? Those capable of retaining crystals are certainly not ordinary individuals. These individuals are well acquainted with one another. It is entirely normal for outsiders to inquire when seeking to purchase crystals. In fact, even those who received offers but opted not to sell their crystals are keenly interested in the movements of the buyers. As for the identity of the purchaser, that is a question without need for inquiry. Even if Chu Jianlei does not engage in large-scale purchasing, the fact that he is consistently accompanied by guards from the energy block store speaks volumes. The madman's stance is crystal clear. If he cannot seize the opponent's resources, he would rather shatter them. Although mutant beast crystals are rich in energy, they are relatively stable and may remain intact. Of course, I am fully aware that the locals are cursing vehemently, as if the information were somehow sealed. While you focus on the mutant beast crystals, I ponder what that individual intends to do with such an extensive collection. There are numerous applications for mutant beast crystals, yet someone making such a substantial acquisition might have discovered a new usage. However, upon hearing this, the madman let out a sinister laugh. "Are you certain you can uncover it?" To which the other responded languidly, "Unless we give it a try, how can we know it will not work?" "I do not care about the details," the madman resolutely refused, preferring to obliterate him than to let him escape. Unfortunately, he had rushed out without bringing a cannon. What thoughts occupy your mind? There is a hint of exasperation here. He is alone, steadfastly holding on. Opposite him are 2 pursuers, one tall and one small. with the latter unable to reach the accelerator, leaving the larger one to drive. The pursuing vehicle, however, is not limited to a single occupant. As long as they can endure, it is merely a question of how far the other can flee. Is it exhausting? The madman mutters this, but refrains from further argument. He is impulsive, his emotions often overshadowing reason. The Wasteland is never short of such individuals, yet he is open to reasonable suggestions. Chu Jianlei is unaware that the mindset of the pursuers has shifted as they continue to speed in their light truck. What surprises him is that, although they occasionally fire shots, they are seemingly conserving ammunition. This perplexes him, for in his recollection, survivors in the Wasteland are notoriously ruthless. Those who cannot possess something often prefer to obliterate it rather than allow it to benefit others. Moreover, he possesses 30 kilograms of gold, which is indestructible by any means. Little did Chu Jianlei realize that the authorities had indeed suppressed the news of the gold. Other matters may be of little consequence, but the 70 kilograms of gold in hand must remain undisclosed. Unable to comprehend this, he decides to focus on fleeing recklessly instead. He has acquired a substantial amount of supplies this time, and the vehicle's load is considerable, yet still within the limits of what the light truck can bear. Fuel consumption will undoubtedly be higher, but his speed remains competitive. However, the distance is gradually closing, an undeniable reality. Chapter 43. Pursuit and Interception. As Chu Jianlei concentrated on driving, Xiao Jing wore a pale expression, enduring the relentless jolting of the vehicle. Yet, he refrained from complaining and instead fixated intently on the movements of He Tiange. Chu Jianlei possessed keen observational skills. However, when he was not fully engaged, he lacked the inclination to actively observe. After a while, he noticed something amiss. "What are you looking at?" he inquired. Xiao Jing replied earnestly. "Can you teach me how to drive? At this rate, I won't last much longer. The issue is that you can't even reach the pedals." Chu Jianlei responded with a hint of exasperation. He understood all too well that persisting in this manner could lead to dire consequences. Yet the stature of the creature was simply not conducive to driving. On a smooth road, Xiao Jing might attempt to drive while standing or fashion something onto the soles of his shoes. However, traversing the rugged wilderness made even Chu Jianlei himself struggle to maintain balance, let alone entrust the wheel to Xiao Jing without calamity. Nevertheless, Xiao Jing persisted, asserting, "The accelerator, clutch, and brake won't be necessary for now. I just need to control the steering." "That is utterly impossible," Chu Jianlei chuckled, shaking his head, amused by the tenacity of his companion. "In an emergency, you could easily be thrown from the vehicle, and we are in the wilderness. Not only would the driver be at risk, but the passengers would also find the ride unbearable." Xiao Jing continued to argue. "Let us find a somewhat level stretch of land. I can take control temporarily. After all, you can catch up with the car, can't you? We must disembark and deliver a decisive blow." Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before letting out a wry smile, realizing that Xiao Jing was only complicating matters for him. "In truth, I have a plan for our escape." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing's eyes instantly brightened with curiosity about the proposed plan. However, Chu Jianlei, disinterested in providing a detailed response, merely outlined the essential precautions for driving. In truth, the intricacies of driving techniques were trivial in this desolate expanse. One simply needed to avoid careening into the gaping chasms. The next step involved maintaining a steady pressure on the accelerator, a task that posed no significant challenge. One merely had to refrain from releasing it. Gradually, Xiao Jing maneuvered himself into the driver's seat, settling into Chu Jianlei's embrace. As they reached level ground, they found themselves on a patch of gravelly terrain, where the presence of pits would not cause much disruption, and the dust was significantly reduced. Dust served as a double-edged sword. It could shield both Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing while simultaneously concealing the pursuers. Chu Jianlei unbuckled his seatbelt, seized the laser gun and machine gun, and leapt from the vehicle. He instinctively opted for the laser gun first, aiming it at a closed-off off-road vehicle approaching from the rear. This particular vehicle exhibited a slight increase in speed, seemingly intent on matching his pace to restrict his maneuverability. The next step was to gradually compress him into a trap, rendering escape impossible. Such audacious individuals must be eliminated. Initially, Chu Jianlei aimed to target the driver, intending to fire multiple shots if necessary. Yet, in the next moment, a realization struck him. Was the fuel tank unprotected? The pursuing drivers were equally perplexed. What was that falling from the vehicle? No, it was a person. Someone cried out in disbelief, questioning the sanity of this individual. In the following instant, a blinding flash erupted as an off-road vehicle exploded into flames. How dare he? A furious voice roared, recognizing the fiery SUV as belonging to his own team. In a fit of rage, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Open fire with the machine guns." The leader, however, urged caution, insisting they must first decelerate. The machine gunner in the truck chuckled ruefully. Despite the relatively flat terrain, the truck's excessive speed rendered the accuracy of their barrage alarmingly poor. The madman, in the throes of battle, exhibited a fervent lunacy, demanding the same fervor from his team. Yet, once the skirmish concluded, he meticulously accounted for the expended ammunition, showing no leniency towards any waste. Upon hearing this, the madman resolutely commanded a reduction in speed. Simultaneously, other vehicles were taken aback. A motorcycle attempting to flank them abruptly veered away. Chu Jianlei, with a cold smile, raised his weapon and swiftly dispatched the rider. Nearby, a light truck, stunned, exclaimed, "A sharpshooter." As numerous vehicles hastily maneuvered to evade, Chu Jianlei selected his third target, a convertible devoid of a windshield, albeit with some armor affixed to its front. The Wasteland team encountered a myriad of circumstances. Lacking a windshield was not entirely unexpected. They had rushed to the scene upon receiving news, hardly anticipating the windshield's critical importance. Chu Jianlei's third shot struck the driver. Although the driver reacted with surprising swiftness, instinctively tilting his head upon sensing the aim directed at him, it was too late. Half of his skull was instantly obliterated. Observing several vehicles noticeably decelerating, Chu Jianlei raised his machine gun and unleashed a barrage before swiftly retreating. By a stroke of misfortune, his target for this round of fire was none other than the madman's small truck. The madman had invested significantly in this vehicle, rendering it robust and resilient. The bullets from the machine gun merely left pale imprints on the glass. Yet, these imprints could be deemed as covert injuries, for with enough hits, the glass would inevitably shatter. The machine gunner in the truck's bed, observing the situation, hastily took cover behind a shield, cursing inwardly, questioning the necessity of such precision. In the next moment, Chu Jianlei had seized two firearms and dashed away like a whirlwind. At that juncture, the pursuing vehicle had decelerated, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Chu Jianlei. However, as they were in motion, their aim faltered slightly. In merely a few minutes, Chu Jianlei caught up to the automobile, grasping the door and leaping into the driver's seat. This spectacle did not go unnoticed. Numerous onlookers, equipped with binoculars, were able to discern every detail clearly. Damn it! Someone could not contain their expletive. What have we gotten ourselves into? The physical prowess of the Wasteland dwellers was indeed commendable, yet even the finest abilities have their limits. The temporary sprint that enabled one to catch up with a truck moving at full speed was utterly absurd. Of course, in the desolate expanse of the Wasteland, no vehicle could truly attain its maximum velocity due to the abysmal terrain. Nevertheless, the current hardened gravel surface was relatively decent, allowing for speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour, approximately 800 meters in a minute. The fact that the adversary could close the gap and overtake the truck from a considerable distance was almost unbelievable. Yet, despite the fear that gripped them, there were still those willing to take the risk. A voice rang out, declaring a fearless defiance against death, but a profound fear of poverty. The command was given to pursue relentlessly. The madman's vehicle accelerated without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, heedless of ammunition conservation. He was in a frenzied state. Disregarding the need to save bullets, he understood all too well that his ability to carve out a domain within the chaos depended entirely on his reckless abandon. At such a moment, to tally small losses would signify a total forfeiture of his very foundation for survival. Conversely, some exhibited a more cautious approach, suggesting that armored vehicles take the lead as the primary force, while those with weaker defenses should maneuver to harass from the flanks. This prudent perspective was offered by the more seasoned among them, acknowledging that many motorcycles could only operate from a distance. However, in this particular pursuit, motorcycles were destined to play a minimal role, unable to match the speed of the trucks. While some motorcycles boasted substantial horsepower, the inherent challenge of balancing on two wheels proved formidable. After pursuing for over 10 kilometers, Chu Jianlei dismounted once more to take aim. This time, he succeeded in eliminating a single driver, having fired 3 shots that shattered the bulletproof glass before claiming his target. Although only one life was taken, the psychological pressure he exerted on the pursuers was immense. Under such circumstances, no vehicle dared to close the distance too quickly. Moreover, they were all in motion. None possessed Chu Jianlei's unique capability to leap from their vehicles to engage in combat. While bullets did strike the open-top light truck, the grid alloy plate at the rear proved remarkably effective. Thus, the chase continued, with pursuers and pursued alike, unknowingly ushering in the night. However, the pursuers had already covered nearly 300 kilometers, and as the sunk costs mounted, their resolve to abandon the chase diminished ever further. Currently, there are 12 off-road vehicles pursuing Chu Jianlei, each driver filled with an unwavering resolve to capture their target. Night has fallen, however. That is of little concern as they illuminate the dark with their headlights and continue the chase. The pursuers do not deliberately expose their target. Rather, it is a necessity to keep the lights on while racing through the wilderness in the dead of night. Chu Jianlei's headlights are also ablaze, for he cannot afford to drive without them. Yet, the vehicles behind him are equipped with searchlights, a hallmark of elite hunters in the wild. Those who dare to engage in such pursuits are undoubtedly of exceptional caliber. With 7 or 8 powerful beams of light glaring upon Chu Jianlei's vehicle, the discomfort he feels is palpable. In fact, he perceives the night as far more grueling than the day. Nevertheless, he seizes a fleeting opportunity to leap from his vehicle, using the cover of darkness to his advantage. With a swift motion, he extinguishes 2 searchlights, possibly injuring one of his pursuers in the process. Without hesitation, he makes his escape, and true to form, bullets soon follow in pursuit. Once back in his vehicle, he tears open a nutrient pack and consumes it with ferocity, questioning the abundance of night vision goggles among his adversaries. On a brighter note, his recent maneuver has allowed a slight distance to form between him and his pursuers. With only a limited number of searchlights, if he manages to disable them, the hunters may well hesitate to continue their chase. What follows is a test of endurance. Unfortunately, the first to falter is an armored truck among the pursuers. This vehicle has broken down, the cause attributed to its hasty preparation and lack of adequate maintenance. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Wasteland. Survival is a struggle for hunters, and they cannot always ensure their vehicles are in pristine condition. Those who manage to meticulously maintain their vehicles before crucial operations can be deemed competent adventurers. Their pursuit of Chu Jianlei was prompted by a sudden notification, and their ability to assemble a force for encirclement was not a sign of slow reaction. It is generally believed that vehicles in the Wasteland may not be particularly advanced, yet they are remarkably sturdy and resilient. However, considering they had been racing at full speed for an extended period without respite, mechanical failure was not unexpected. The breakdown of this vehicle left many of the pursuers in a state of bewilderment. They had been consumed by the notion of outlasting their adversary. Yet it was uncertain whether their vehicles could endure longer than those of their quarry. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Jianlei's vehicle had just undergone modifications, making it particularly resistant to wear and tear. Chapter 44. The Serpent's Nest. The first vehicle to break down sparked a minor dispute, as other vehicles, low on fuel, sought to purchase its remaining supplies. With the leading vehicles driving with such fervor, no one could ascertain how long it would take to exhaust the opposition. This notion incited fierce resistance from the stranded vehicle. What will we do if we give you our fuel? The two vehicles became entangled in this argument, while the others continued their pursuit. Before long, another vehicle succumbed to mechanical failure, reducing the number of pursuers to 9. Chu Jianlei was somewhat oblivious to this development, as the cargo in his truck obstructed his view. During the modification of his light truck, he had installed rear-view mirrors, an accessory almost unheard of in the Wasteland. In such an open expanse, one might wonder about the necessity of rear-view mirrors. Yet, even with this addition, his perspective remained limited. It was only during a chance glance backward that he noticed something amiss. There were only 9 vehicles left. He did not believe that any of the pursuing vehicles would dare to operate in the dark without their lights illuminated. Xiao Jing had been nestled comfortably in his embrace, and upon hearing his words, she craned her neck eagerly, wrapping her arms around his shoulders to peer ahead. "Be reasonable," Chu Jianlei admonished impatiently. "You're obstructing my view." After counting the car lights, Xiao Jing settled back down. "Did you anticipate they would break down? Is this your contingency plan?" "It is not my contingency plan," Chu Jianlei replied coolly. "I would never place my hopes of survival upon the missteps of others." He was not surprised by this unforeseen circumstance, though he had not considered this factor before. Xiao Jing paused for a moment, expressing her regret. If only a few more cars had broken down. Chu Jianlei remained silent, and after a while, he spoke again. You performed admirably today. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to last this long. Today was indeed thrilling, Xiaojing admitted. A mix of excitement and trepidation washing over her as she thought she might not make it. This risk was necessary, Chu Jianlei replied with unwavering calm. Fortunately, luck has not been too unkind. Is that what you call not unkind? Xiaojing couldn't help but retort. I never expected to attract so many vultures. The vultures of the Wasteland were much like those of Blue Star, being scavengers. Chu Jianlei remained quiet, understanding why Master Sin only dared to carry a silver medal with him. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fate worse than death. Noticing his silence, Xiaojing ventured to ask, what about your contingency plan? It is currently in progress, Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. It could have been executed sooner. But it is not too late now. Xiaojing looked perplexed, struggling to comprehend. Could you elucidate a bit more? Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei managed a rare smile, remarking, I almost forgot. Your sense of direction is notoriously poor. I am currently heading towards the Tricolor Marsh. The Tricolor Marsh. Xiaojing pondered for a moment, then gasped in horror. Isn't that a perilous area known for its abundant mutant venomous snakes? On Chu Jianlei's first day in Hongwu, the supply station personnel had informed him of several notorious danger zones within the Hongwu settlement, with the Tricolor Marsh being prominent among them. Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly, we don't have many companions. We can only seek assistance from the wild beasts. Had it not been for Xiaojing's sudden inspiration, he would have already plunged into another treacherous terrain, which was his contingency plan. As for the probability of success, he himself was uncertain. Nonetheless, a singular thought resonated within him. Anyone who sought to harm him would find themselves ensnared alongside him, even in death. Thanks to Xiaojing's suggestion, he successfully executed 3 ambushes from the vehicle, forcing the pursuing cars to maintain a safe distance. To be honest, he had never contemplated such a strategy before. He had never anticipated relying on the assistance of others, having grown accustomed to solitude. Xiaojing's unexpected ingenuity provided him with ample time to select the most suitable perilous location. The pursuing vehicles soon realized something was amiss. Oh no, are they really heading to the Tricolor Marsh? A relentless chase ensued, shrouded in chaos and disorientation. Navigating through such tumultuous circumstances was no simple feat. While they may not possess Chu Jianlei's uncanny sense of direction, most of them were seasoned survivors in Hongwu. As we journeyed onward, the mere sight of familiar landmarks allowed us to grasp our current whereabouts. The 9 adventurers, if no one could discern Chu Jianlei's motives, it would indeed be a peculiar matter. However, some were less acquainted with Hongwu, the swamp. Were they not concerned about the vehicles becoming ensnared? The former name of the Tricolor Swamp had long been a misnomer, as the waters had long since receded. One individual chuckled in response, noting the abundance of mutated venomous snakes. What do we have to fear from snakes? Our protective measures are robust, and our speed is commendable. Yet, it is not so simple. A particular species known as the iron thread snake is especially formidable, capable of ensnaring an axle. I happen to possess some snake repellent. I am now contemplating selling a portion. Is there anyone interested? Among the many adventurers, only a few carried snake repellent, while the majority did not. The most severely affected by wasteland pollution is the soil, leading to the mutation of most snakes, rendering few varieties edible. Some venomous snakes possess useful venom. However, when mixed with mutated elements, few dare to utilize it. In simple terms, hunting venomous snakes is not cost-effective. Although certain snakes are worth the effort, few venture into their dens. Nonetheless, carrying a bit of snake repellent is quite common among adventurers. Soon after, voices arose in the public channel, accusing one of selling snake repellent at this juncture as somewhat unscrupulous. The opposing party retorted, asserting that their snake repellent was purchased, not scavenged from the roadside. Should it be expected to be given away freely? These exchanges were mostly trivial disputes. Having journeyed this far, not only had resources been expended, but a considerable amount of fuel had been consumed as well. After distributing some snake repellent, the convoy surged forward into the Tricolor Swamp, following the open-top light truck. The Tricolor Swamp is a tapestry of violet, azure, and gold, though its true colors are obscured by the cloak of night. However, there exists a silver lining to the darkness. With winter's approach, the Serpentine inhabitants are less active after dusk. Chu Jianlei, driving his vehicle with headlights ablaze, recklessly barreled through the terrain, inadvertently crushing numerous snakes without inciting any retaliation. The convoy trailing behind him followed in silence for over 10 minutes, until a sudden exclamation pierced the air. What the devil? That guy has thrown out a mixture of fuel, white phosphorus, and sulfur. White phosphorus, when subjected to the natural process of slow oxidation, can spontaneously ignite. When ignited with fuel, this process is rendered unnecessary. The combustion of white phosphorus produces a dense white smoke, which is highly toxic. Yet, in the wilderness, the threat of toxicity is somewhat mitigated. A gentle breeze can dilute the air, rendering it harmless. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is mere folly. However, the addition of sulfur complicates matters significantly. Sulfur not only serves as an accelerant, but also, it is essential to note, this area is a veritable den of serpents. Though Chu Jianlei dispersed a modest amount of the concoction, once ignited, the entire tricolor swamp erupted into chaos. His vehicles surged ahead, a harbinger of disturbance, prompting the startled venomous snakes to lunge toward the 9 cars trailing behind. Many of these serpents were oblivious to the scent. They were solely roused by the reactions of their companions. Snakes possess an acute sensitivity to vibrations in the earth. When Chu Jianlei passed by, the mere rumble of tires did not alarm them. However, the frantic responses of their kin signaled potential danger. In an instant, a myriad of venomous snakes surged toward the rear of the convoy, a writhing mass of scales and fangs. The 9 vehicles proved remarkably sturdy, 3 of which were convertibles, all equipped with canopies overhead. Furthermore, everyone possessed serpent-repellent concoctions, which should have rendered the situation manageable. However, the serpents were in a frenzy. Countless venomous snakes launched themselves, violently colliding with the vehicles behind. Some struck the metal plates, while others impacted the glass. Notably, several of these snakes were mutated, exhibiting a force that rivaled that of Gauss rifle bullets. Bulletproof glass can withstand the impact of Gauss rifles and even a few rounds from Gauss machine guns. Yet who could withstand the barrage of countless bullets? To compound the situation, calamity struck as the speed of the vehicles diminished due to the presence of iron wire snakes. Yes, iron wire snakes. Iron wire snakes are indeed a species worth targeting. Their skins and muscles are exceptionally resilient, fetching a considerable price. Their meat is also palatable, particularly chewy. However, they are notoriously difficult to deal with. A swarm of these snakes can immobilize a vehicle's wheels. The emergence of iron wire snakes indicated that the situation had escalated. Then, an even more terrifying phenomenon occurred: winged snakes. Indeed, winged snakes. As their name suggests, winged snakes are capable of flight. While many might claim that snakes fly, it is merely a form of leaping. Winged snakes are the genuine article, comparable to mutated beasts even in their unaltered state. Such creatures are rare in the Wasteland, often dismissed as mere folklore. Yet, to our astonishment, 4 or 5 shadowy figures soared through the sky, leaving us to wonder if any were indeed mutated. We must retreat, swiftly. Some could no longer contain themselves. While the allure of riches is undeniable, one must survive to spend them. However, the deceleration was rapid, prompting someone to cry out in desperation, "Let us charge forward." But charging ahead was not as simple as it sounded. The tricolor marsh, though not vast, spanned several hundred square kilometers. Gradually, the 9 vehicles found themselves encircled by a myriad of venomous serpents. In the front vehicle, Xiao Jing turned to glance back anxiously and inquired, "Did you calculate all this?" "No, I merely attempted it," Chu Jianlei replied calmly. "What I can ascertain is that it will hinder them." His words, though somewhat modest, reflected his thorough consideration of various factors. Contrary to popular belief, he did not employ fuel, white phosphorus, or sulfur powder. Instead, he based his approach on personal analysis, utilizing a small energy block augmented with a significant amount of sulfur powder and pheromones. Naturally, he held a measure of confidence in this concoction, which informed his decision to escape from this location. The intensity of the serpent's reaction was unexpected for him. Yet, it was evident that this was not the time for meticulous contemplation. Go to the back and observe who escapes more swiftly. Use the Gauss machine gun to sweep through. It doesn't matter if you can hit them. The crucial point is to create obstacles for them. Note: updates. Seeking various forms of support during the new book period. Chapter 45. Winter Respite. Chu Jianlei had always believed himself to be generous and willing to engage amicably with others. However, his temper had not yet reached the point where he could endure being bullied without retaliation. Regardless of the circumstances, his priority was to ensnare them before focusing on his own escape. Regarding the matter of the 9 vehicles meeting their demise in the tricolor marsh, he was utterly oblivious. He could hardly fathom that a nest of venomous serpents could be this ruthless. Accompanied by Xiao Jing, he dashed away, only letting out a sigh of relief after they had escaped the marsh, realizing that they were no longer being pursued. Xiao Jing nodded repeatedly, noting that even the lights had vanished from sight. He genuinely did not anticipate that it was not merely a matter of distance, but rather that the illumination was obscured by the throngs of serpents. As they continued onward, Chu Ju Lei remained uneasy about their current predicament. What if their pursuers resumed the chase? The two could only continue their frantic flight, managing to escape until dawn, then fleeing again until nightfall. During this harrowing journey, Xiao Jing could not help but inquire, "Brother Heitian, what if the tricolor marsh had failed to contain them yesterday?" Chu Ju Lei cast him a puzzled glance, responding, "Is there not also the swarm of sandworms?" Xiao Jing pondered for a moment, realizing that the distance between the swarm and the tricolor marsh was indeed considerable. He hesitated, being somewhat directionally challenged, and thus refrained from asking about specific strategies. "Brother Heitian, we should have arrived at Hongxi by now, correct?" "Hongxi," Chu Ju Lei replied nonchalantly, "I am not very well acquainted with it. I have heard that the landfill there is quite renowned. Most residents of Hongxi tend to speak of the mines, while few mention the landfill. Nevertheless, since we are passing through, I do not mind taking a cursory glance." In truth, he felt a twinge of concern about the landfill where he had once eked out a living, and he wondered what changes it had undergone. Regardless, he has now upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, unafraid of being recognized, and drove straight towards the rubble camp. Upon reaching a point 20 kilometers from the camp, he halted. "Xiao Jing, go to the back and keep watch. Report any developments promptly." The weather had turned cold, with a gentle breeze, and visibility was remarkably good, extending to 6 or 7 kilometers. Xiao Jing climbed atop the light truck, binoculars in hand. Scanning the surroundings, no one in sight. "Ah, I see a garbage dump. This is my first time witnessing it," Chu Jianlei remarked nonchalantly. "Let us get closer. If you spot anyone, inform me." "Understood," Xiao Jing replied, having heard that the scavengers at such dumps could be quite formidable and rather aggressive. The light truck gradually approached the dump, coming within 3 kilometers, yet Xiao Jing remained silent. "Is there truly no one?" Chu Jianlei stopped the vehicle, climbed onto the roof himself, and surveyed the area with binoculars. Indeed, there was no one around. He instructed Xiao Jing once more to continue driving. They proceeded until they were about a kilometer from the dump, still finding no signs of life. Chu Jianlei found this rather peculiar and drove along the perimeter of the dump for about 20 kilometers, yet still encountered no one. Xiao Jing then exclaimed, "There are indeed some usable items in the dump." Chu Jianlei shook his head, turned the steering wheel, and directed the convertible towards the camp where the old cripple resided. Upon nearing the camp, approximately 500 meters away, he stopped the vehicle and unloaded a motorcycle. Xiao Jing rode into the camp on the motorcycle, while he stood in the truck bed, hands resting on the mounted machine gun. The arrival of the off-road light truck has already caught the attention of the camp inhabitants, who gaze curiously in its direction. Although Xiao Jing is merely a child, his motorcycle and the dagger at his waist command a certain respect, deterring others from dismissing him. Moreover, the presence of a mounted machine gun outside the camp serves as a powerful deterrent. No one dares to bully the boy. Before long, Xiao Jing returns. Having procured a map and bearing news, the landfills along the route have ceased operations, as a prominent figure has declared an early winter recess. Chu Jianlei examines the map and selects a campsite located 50 kilometers away, setting off in that direction. Upon reaching the campsite, he acquires some supplies and tools, and under the cover of night, he departs. Noticing that he is heading back towards the landfill, Xiao Jing inquires with curiosity, "Why go to the landfill when they've closed for winter?" Chu Jianlei replies nonchalantly, "I intend to spend the winter at the landfill." As the temperature continues to drop, traveling becomes increasingly perilous. A sudden cold wave could yield dire consequences. The most dangerous places often turn out to be the safest, or so he hopes. However, he does not intend to settle nearby, but rather chooses a location 150 kilometers away. This site not only offers distance from the chaotic rock-strewn camp, but also possesses a crucial feature. Upon located more than 2 kilometers from the landfill's edge, while the water from the wasteland is not fit for consumption, he has procured a water purification system. Upon arriving at the site, he observes that the heaps of refuse are relatively organized, making the establishment of a dwelling feasible. Further inspection reveals that this winter recess is indeed not a mere formality. During the day, vehicles patrol at irregular intervals, and occasionally, drones hover over the landfill. In the ensuing 10 days, Chu Jianlei drove away during the day and scavenged through garbage heaps at night. The refuse consisted primarily of synthetic materials and some metal products, devoid of any significant odor. Besides the need to remain undetected, he was also cautious to avoid proximity to any items with high radiation levels. After laboring for over 10 days, he finally excavated a substantial cavity within the refuse. At the very least, a light off-road vehicle could fit inside without hindering his work. He then spent an additional 2 days camouflaging the entrance, rendering it inconspicuous to the casual observer. At this juncture, he could work during the day as long as he maintained a low profile. Xiao Jing primarily assisted him while also keeping watch for any approaching individuals. The debris extracted from the tunnel was initially scattered evenly across the distant landfill. Subsequently, Chu Jianlei meticulously repaired the passage, reinforcing it to withstand the impending harsh winter. Before long, over 20 days had elapsed. The excavation had transformed into a space measuring 4 meters by 6 meters and over 2 meters in height, complete with a 2-meter-long passage. Ventilation and observation holes had been established, and even a separate partition for bathing was included. As for the interior wall decoration, that was a consideration for another time, perhaps during the winter when leisure permitted. Finally, he executed a thorough camouflage of the entrance, as the weather had turned quite cold. During this recent period, Xiao Jing had ceased his vigilance outside, instead fetching water from a nearby pool each night. Although the water was heavily polluted, its radiation levels were minimal, which was a considerable relief for Chu Jianlei. The generator has been successfully installed, powered by energy blocks, which explains his acquisition of over 200 of them. Once activated, the generator not only provides illumination but also powers the water purification system, capable of cleansing the pond water. In principle, the water purification system is designed to recycle its own discharged fluids, enabling the reuse of water. However, vapor does dissipate, and Chu Jianlei envisions not merely accumulating a winter's worth of water. He yearns for a bath. Having traversed nearly 7 years in this realm without indulging in a single wash, the discomfort is almost unbearable. Beyond bathing, there are garments that require cleansing. Neglecting this is not an option. Previously, conditions were insufficient, forcing him to live like a savage. Yet now, with resources at hand, many intolerable aspects have become apparent. Other implements, such as pots, bowls, and water tanks, were crafted from materials Chu Jianlei scavenged locally. One should not underestimate the junkyard. While its contents may appear unsightly, there are indeed numerous items ripe for repurposing. During this period, 2 minor cold waves have swept through, causing a sharp drop in temperature. On the 33rd day following Chu Jianlei's excavation, he finally declared that the door could be sealed. Although not every task was completed, the remaining repairs could be undertaken indoors. Sealing the door does not imply it cannot be reopened. Rather, it signifies a reluctance to venture outside. The first task upon sealing the door was, indeed, to take a bath. Xiao Jing, even more eager for a wash than Chu Jianlei, had collected over 5 cubic meters of water after purifying it in recent days. Prior to bathing, he meticulously washed an entire outfit, from the inner layers to the socks. Chu Jianlei spent a considerable 3 hours bathing, changing the water 6 times before achieving a thorough cleanse. Outside the refuse heap, the temperature hovered around -20 degrees. However, within this modest cave, it maintained a balmy 18 or 19 degrees, exuding a warmth akin to spring, accompanied by a gentle mist. Such is life. Chu Jianlei mused as he emerged wrapped in a bath towel. Xiao Jing could no longer contain himself. Upon seeing Chu Jianlei, he swiftly dashed into the partition with his clothes in hand. After a bath, it was time for an extensive cleanup, necessitating a wash of all garments. Chu Jianlei even fashioned a makeshift automatic mixer to serve in place of a washing machine. The thorough cleaning would conclude in 2 days, followed by a grand feast to celebrate. The banquet would consist of hot pot. Chu Jianlei was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, but hot pot was delightfully simple, allowing for a myriad of dipping sauces. Besides the sliced meat, there were dehydrated vegetables purchased from the Hongwu settlement. Had he not procured an ample supply of dehydrated vegetables, he would not have expended such a considerable sum. It was Xiao Jing's first experience using chopsticks. His grip was not quite standard, yet he adapted swiftly. Comparatively, he exhibited a clear preference for the meat over the laborious to chew, dehydrated vegetables. As he devoured his meal with gusto, he mumbled a question, "Brother Haitian, why do you love eating vegetables so much?" Vegetables provide a wealth of nutrients and help regulate the digestive system, Chu Jianlei casually replied. These are proper vegetables, not wild ones. Nutrients. Xiao Jing responded without lifting his head. Then why not just take nutritional supplements? Chu Jianlei found himself momentarily speechless, taking a while to formulate a response. The nutrients within dietary supplements are not entirely balanced, and individual nutritional needs can vary significantly. Since we are endowed with a digestive system from birth, we ought to relish the pleasures of gourmet cuisine, which is one of life's delightful experiences. This philosophy should resonate with every Epicurean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing looked up in surprise, glancing at him and then at the nearby bed. The bed, constructed from synthetic materials, was neatly adorned with covers. After a moment of hesitation, he ventured a question. Brother Haitian, you once resided in a communal area, did you not? Chapter 46. The essence of Tai Chi. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Chu Jianlei enjoyed the sweetest slumber he had experienced since his arrival in the Wasteland. Upon awakening, he activated the exhaust fan to circulate the air, only to be taken aback by the sudden drop in temperature. Outside, the mercury had plummeted to approximately -40 degrees, marking an exceptionally frigid climate. Fortunately, my hands and feet are nimble, Chu Jianlei murmured softly, contemplating the need to enhance the ventilation system with a heat exchanger, which could conserve a significant amount of energy. Though his supplies were abundant, prudence was still essential. Xiao Jing slept soundly on the other side of the partition, breathing steadily. Chu Jianlei dismissed his wandering thoughts, freshened up, and commenced some warm-up exercises. He had been preoccupied with winter preparations lately, leaving him fatigued. Thus, he occasionally engaged in meditation to regulate his breath and practiced the unnamed qi refining technique. However, he had not practiced the 8 pieces of brocade, 5 animal frolics, or zhanzhuang, as his daily activities were already quite intensive. After completing 2 sets of movements, he felt a slight warmth coursing through him, and then he began to stand in zhanzhuang. As his physical fitness gradually improved, the duration of his standing meditation extended longer. However, after standing for half an hour today, he found himself struggling to continue, prompting him to conclude his session, unable to suppress a heartfelt sigh. Indeed, without progress, one risks regression. If one neglects practice for a day, they are aware. For 2 days, their master notices, and for 3 days, everyone becomes aware. He then sipped a cup of warm water, rested briefly, and consumed 2 nutritional supplements. With the provisions he had stockpiled, enjoying sumptuous meals and drinks daily, he faced the winter ahead with ease. Next, he prepared to meditate. During meditation, one should not overindulge, yet physical exertion is inevitable, making the nutritional supplements a fitting choice. It is no wonder that in legends, practitioners often consume rare and precious ingredients, for the energy provided by daily meals is indeed somewhat lacking. With sustenance in his belly, he settled into a cross-legged position and began his meditation cycle, feeling acclimated before retrieving a box. Inside lay 6 crystals from mutated beasts. 5 were the size of quail eggs, and 1 was as large as a ping-pong ball. The B-grade mutated beast crystals were all red, though varying slightly in hue. He regulated his breath, selected the one with the palest color, and initiated his energy circulation. A familiar, tumultuous energy surged into his body once more, followed by the familiar sensation of swelling pain. This time, the energy transfer proceeded exceptionally smoothly, one cycle after another, until after 5 cycles, he felt hunger pangs. Opening his eyes, he discovered Xiao Jing feasting on the leftover food from yesterday, the little one even having the foresight to warm it on the electric stove. Chu Jianlei cast a helpless glance at him and lifted 2 nutritional supplements to his lips, squeezing them into his mouth. Xiao Jing glanced at him, then at the bowl of rice he held, furrowing his brow in confusion. Was the nutritional supplement truly so delectable? Chu Jianlei had spent an entire day in meditation, consuming 6 of the supplements. Even so, he was still ravenous. After concluding his practice, he picked up the leftover rice from yesterday and devoured it voraciously. With his hunger somewhat alleviated, he promptly began preparing a meal that, while lacking in flavor, at least ensured it was cooked. This routine persisted for 3 days, during which the nutritional supplements dwindled rapidly. The faintest B-grade crystal had shrunk by nearly 1/10. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Xiao Jing inquired, Brother Haitian, what is the name of the fist technique you practice? Chu Jianlei, adjusting his stance to prepare for standing meditation, replied, Bajuanjin and Wakingsi. Xiao Jing's eyes brightened. If he trained in these, could he become as formidable as Chu Jianlei? You are indeed overestimating things. Chu Jianlei shook his head. They merely serve to strengthen the body and are beneficial for health. Yet Xiao Jing pressed on. Could you teach me? I also wish to learn. Chu Jianlei held little regard for these two sets of movements and was quite indifferent to others learning them. However, the thought of teaching others gave him pause. After a brief hesitation, he resolved, I will finish my practice today, and tomorrow I shall begin teaching you. Xiao Jing easily reminded him of Rogers, though the two were quite different. Firstly, despite his youth, Xiao Jing understood the concept of reverence, clearly discerning between what was permissible and what was not. He would rather starve than reveal the mutated beast's crystal, for he was acutely aware that attempting to exchange it for money would spell certain doom. Rogers, however, grasped none of this wisdom. He was solely focused on employing every means at his disposal to enhance his own existence. Moreover, Xiao Jing could be of assistance to Chu Jianlei, not only due to their past collaborative endeavors in combat, but also because he possessed a legacy of knowledge. Many intricacies of the Wasteland were reliant on Chu Jianlei seeking his guidance. For these two reasons alone, he contemplated imparting these two sets of skills to him. Unfortunately, his schedule for the day was already full, and he would have to postpone until tomorrow. Such is the nature of obsessive compulsiveness. The following day, instructing Xiao Jing proved somewhat arduous. Despite the simplicity of the movements, this fellow struggled to learn them, perpetually failing to execute them with precision. Chu Jianlei had no intention of coddling him, allowing him to familiarize himself with the disassembled actions first. Yet, youth was on Xiao Jing's side, and his progress was swift. By the fifth day, he had nearly mastered both sets of movements. The crucial factor was that he was idle, practicing repeatedly without end. Whenever Chu Jianlei observed him practicing incorrectly, he couldn't help but offer a word of guidance. Since Xiao Jing began training in martial arts, Chu Jianlei had noticed another peculiar development. This guy was developing quite the appetite. Xiao Jing's voraciousness was already considerable, reminiscent of a growing youth with an insatiable hunger. Now, after engaging in either the 8 brocade or the 5 animal frolics daily, his food intake had at least doubled. On this particular day, he astonishingly expressed a desire to learn the standing meditation technique. Chu Jianlei could no longer endure the situation. While standing meditation could be taught, it came with certain stipulations. This practice consumed far more energy than the 2 previous exercises. One could not engage in such activities all day long, lest we find ourselves unable to withstand the winter. To say we could not survive the winter was an exaggeration, yet if this continued, our food reserves would dwindle significantly. In the realm of Blue Star, martial practitioners were inherently robust. Xiao Jing was certainly aware of his recent increase in appetite, and after a moment's hesitation, he confessed, "But I have nothing else to do." Chu Jianlei, with a serious demeanor, remarked that excessive exercise was detrimental to one's health. He advised Xiao Jing to find some work to occupy his time or perhaps delve into literature. Despite the modest size of the room, there were indeed various tasks to undertake. Xiao Jing accepted this arrangement, especially considering the repercussions of overexertion, which had instilled a sense of caution within him. Thus, he limited his training to 4 or 5 hours daily, dedicating the remainder of his time to various chores. However, his appetite still increased slightly. It was an inevitability, for standing meditation truly consumed a significant amount of energy. After 20 days of confinement, the faintest of the 5 crystals had already been absorbed halfway by Chu Jianlei. Calculating this, he realized that 5 B-grade crystals would suffice for 5 months of sustenance. The revelation astounded him. 50 kilograms of gold would only last 5 months of cultivation? The sheer fortune of acquiring such a substantial resource had been serendipitous, having stumbled upon a uniquely crafted silver medal from a deceased individual. In Blue Star, 100 kilograms of gold equated to the collective assets of roughly 10 middle-class families. Could such immense wealth truly be depleted in such a brief span? He began to doubt whether his earning potential could sustain such consumption. However, he soon realized that things were not as he had imagined, for he encountered a bottleneck. The nameless qi refining technique was becoming increasingly perfected, and Chu Jianlei defined his current state as the 3rd layer of qi refining. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th layer was supposed to signify a breakthrough into a minor realm, yet he found himself stuck at this juncture. For 3 consecutive days, he felt no significant advancement. The crucial point was that the consumption of the crystallized essence was alarmingly slow. Instead, he occasionally experienced a subtle pain within his body and meridians, akin to the sensation of being torn apart. With no guidance, relying solely on his own intuition, Chu Jianlei deduced that he might have overexerted himself in his practice. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Since he began his cultivation, it had scarcely been 4 months. During this time, he often found himself wandering or engaged in battles, leaving him with precious little time to focus on his training. Thus, such a rate of cultivation was truly astonishing, to the point of incurring backlash. Having arrived at this conclusion, his mindset immediately shifted to one of tranquility. What other tasks have I yet to accomplish? Noticing Xiao Jing practicing the 8 brocade qigong, he recalled with a pang of regret that he had never learned Tai Chi. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a throbbing pain enveloped his head. Chu Jianlei swiftly closed his eyes. This sensation is all too familiar. As expected, the image of a small lake re-emerged in his mind, its diminutive form slowly rotating. Was it still a deficiency in foundational skills? An epiphany struck Chu Jianlei, and he instinctively grasped the crystallized essence of the mutated beast. His speculation was entirely accurate. The throbbing in his head intensified, growing more excruciating. Yet, it seemed that the rotation of the small lake had experienced a slight enhancement. After an indeterminate duration, he relinquished his grip, the throbbing in his head becoming unbearable. The distension then stabilized, gradually receding. Subsequently, a segment of information inexplicably materialized in his mind, the essence of Tai Chi. I knew it. A faint smile graced Chu Jianlei's lips. Xiaohu, do you possess the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon? The cartoon avatar vanished soundlessly, without hesitation, mirroring its arrival. The essence of Tai Chi. Chu Jianlei perused the information, confirming it was the Tai Chi he was familiar with. This excerpt remained nebulous. Akin to the nameless Qi refining art he initially acquired, with many passages ambiguous. However, it was already quite remarkable. He had not diligently studied Tai Chi on Blue Star. Tai Chi's reputation was considerable, but what relevance did it hold for him? Regret was futile now, but fortunately, Xiaohu had gathered some materials. Indeed, Xiaohu had collected them. This ambiguous essence of Tai Chi contained much information unfamiliar to Chu Jianlei. It undeniably lay beyond his grasp, venturing into uncharted territory. He seemed to glimpse a new realm. The vagueness was inconsequential. He could refine it gradually, a task he was well versed in. Chu Jianlei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the mutated beast crystal in his hand. Sure enough, it had diminished by a third. Chapter 47. A glimmer of hope. Chu Jianlei was stalled at the 3rd level of Qi refining, but his comprehension of Tai Chi was advancing rapidly. In his leisure, he had gradually begun to practice Tai Chi. Matters pertaining to cultivation cannot be rushed. He had once advised Xiao Jing, and he was certain to heed his own counsel as well. Xiao Jing, captivated by the graceful postures of Tai Chi, expressed a desire to learn. Chu Jianlei believed this child possessed discernment. He had never broached the subject of meditation with him. Was it due to Xiao Jing's ignorance? Chu Jianlei certainly did not think so. Anyone with a modicum of perception could ascertain that he expended the most energy while meditating. To sit quietly in a lotus position and consume the greatest amount of energy, what does that signify? Anyone with a bit of intellect knows that a high investment invariably yields significant returns. In simple terms, the prowess he had likely stemmed from his meditation practice. Moreover, those extraordinarily precious mutated beast crystals had also been utilized during his meditative sessions. Was Xiao Jing foolish? Absolutely not. He refrained from pursuing meditation because he understood the profound depths involved. If one lacks the capability, it is wise not to covet such matters. Xiao Jing's history of wandering attests to his mastery of this balance. However, Chu Jianlei was not in a hurry to teach Xiao Jing Tai Chi. Firstly, he himself had yet to grasp how to instruct others. Secondly, he felt it necessary to remind Xiao Jing that aside from cultivation and tidying up, there were external vigilance tasks to consider. With the onset of cold weather, would drones cease their operations? Even drones from Blue Star emphasized the need for all-weather combat. The conditions for survival in the Wasteland are harsh, yet prior to the apocalypse, technological advancements far surpassed those of Blue Star. Thus, he believed that even in the biting cold of -60 degrees, drone patrols would persist. Human patrols, however, might indeed take a pause. For the past 6 winters, he has been struggling to survive, and he is truly unaware of what the conditions are like at the junkyard. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing cast him a peculiar glance. Brother Haitian, I know this is your first visit to the junkyard, but surely, you must have some understanding of its circumstances? Should I? Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow and stroked his chin. Then, with unwavering certainty, he replied, I genuinely do not know. Care to enlighten me? Is that so? Xiao Jing exclaimed in disbelief. You also hail from a settlement. I truly do not come from a settlement. Chu Jianlei responded without hesitation. If I have done anything that led you to believe I am from a settlement, please point it out, and I will amend my ways. Is that not acceptable? Impossible, Xiao Jing stated resolutely. The knowledge and skills you possess could not possibly belong to a wildling. Whether it's the 5-animal play or 8 brocade. Even standing meditation, those are not skills that an ordinary survivor could master. This is evident in your lifestyle as well. Which survivor would regard bathing as so essential? Who would care about the benefits of vegetables for their health? You clearly come from a well-to-do family. At this, Chu Jianlei simply smiled, too weary to argue further. Let us discuss the junkyard. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jing replied, the refuse at the junkyard has been consistently increasing. You are aware of this, right? I am aware, Chu Jianlei nodded, thinking to himself that it is only natural for the junkyard's waste to accumulate. What is decreasing is the waste processing plant. Xiao Jing observed him with keen interest, inquiring, do you know where all that refuse originates? I don't, Chu Jianlei replied succinctly. I have been struggling to survive. I hardly have the luxury to ponder such matters. Yet, Xiao Jing paid no heed to his sentiments and began to showcase his own knowledge. Each winter break, the accumulation of waste increases. Do you know why? I don't, Chu Jianlei responded with growing impatience. I'm not well versed in the intricacies of landfills. Because people dispose of their trash during the winter, Xiao Jing replied mysteriously, adopting an air of superiority. If you have nothing further to say, I shall retire for the night, Chu Jianlei declared, thoroughly exasperated. In truth, he was curious about the reasons behind this phenomenon, but his interlocutor's demeanor only served to provoke his rebellious spirit. I merely chose the most perilous location to hibernate, seeking safety above all. I shall have no further dealings with this place. Upon noticing Chu Jianlei's irritation, Xiao Jing decided to reveal the truth. The waste is transported from elsewhere. Elsewhere? Chu Jianlei exclaimed, caught off guard. Which elsewhere? The revelation struck him with staggering force. He had never contemplated the origin of the garbage, merely assuming that after the apocalypse, the capacity for waste management would be limited. Much of the refuse was hazardous, necessitating its consolidation, yet he acknowledged the delays in transport. As for the notion that the heaps of rubbish contained valuable items, that was hardly surprising. Even on Blue Star, many people make a living scavenging, with some even amassing wealth through such endeavors. Beyond this, Chu Jianlei had not given much thought to other implications. Every morning upon awakening, his thoughts were consumed with the quest for sustenance. Under the immense pressure of survival, how could he possibly spare a moment to ponder trivial matters? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing shook his head and replied regretfully, I don't know. I've merely heard adults mention it casually. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before inquiring. What are your personal speculations regarding this news? Xiao Jing thought for a while, then shook his head in confusion. I truly have none. I am still just a child. I, too, am but a child. Chu Jianlei found himself at a loss for words. Excluding his experiences on Blue Star, this body was merely 15 or 16 years old. He then asked, what further information do you possess about the landfill? Xiao Jing considered carefully and responded. It is said that there isn't much useful waste at this landfill. The high-value refuse seems to have been transported elsewhere. This revelation piqued Chu Jianlei's interest. Does this waste undergo initial screening? Xiao Jing continued to shake his head in bewilderment, as he was indeed too young to comprehend. Chu Jianlei recalled another question that had long puzzled him. Why is this settlement designated with the character Hong? Are there other settlements with different prefixes? Xiao Jing shook his head once more. I am not certain, but the Hong settlement is quite large, I believe. Chu Jianlei looked at him in disbelief. You truly do not understand the meaning of large. The conversation came to a halt as Chu Jianlei picked up a book to peruse. The literature sold by the settlement primarily consisted of stories and novels, with very few works of a scientific nature. The most prevalent subjects pertain to the identification of flora and fauna, alongside knowledge regarding the utilization and maintenance of firearms. Even travelogues are a rarity. However, there exists a collection of works focusing on psychological studies and various motivational literature. Yet, within many of these motivational texts, the true identities of numerous individuals have been obscured. In the words of the compiler, this is to honor personal privacy, for the Wasteland is hardly a tranquil realm. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei perceives this as substantiation of his suspicions regarding the existence of information monopolies. He cannot fathom the absence of documented maintenance skills from many machines. Is this truly a normal circumstance? The Wasteland is in dire need of revitalization, and should knowledge be disseminated, the efficiency of waste recycling alone would see significant improvement. Thus, the existence of information monopolies is inevitable, while the survivors in the wilderness occupy the lowest rungs of this desolate hierarchy. This is profoundly unjust. Chu Jianlei harbors considerable indignation towards this situation. Hailing from Blue Star, he places immense value on fairness, even to a point bordering on obsession. Yet, he soon reflects, but is this truly significant for me? I am one who seeks enlightenment. Once I achieve mastery, even if a ceiling exists, I shall shatter it. Therefore, he concludes that injustice is indeed present, yet it need not be a matter of contention at this moment. Having experienced a crossing into another realm, he recognizes that this disparity is even more pronounced for the indigenous inhabitants. With this realization, his spirits lifted significantly, and he commenced the transformation of the air-heat exchange system. This winter marks the most refreshing season he has experienced since arriving in the Wasteland. Yet there remains much work ahead, making his days extraordinarily fulfilling. 6 days later, the faintest crystal was entirely absorbed, and Chu Jianlei had meticulously compiled the principles of Tai Chi. The recent expenditures have been considerable, yet the rewards have been substantial. In addition to Tai Chi, there are also Tai Chi sword, and the 13 cuts of Tai Chi. The essence of Tai Chi itself encompasses the flow of internal energy. However, upon experimentation, he found it less effective than the nameless Qi refinement technique. As for the Tai Chi sword, he currently has no intention of practicing it, as there are no swords available in the Wasteland. In truth, he harbors a deeper affection for the art of the blade, not merely because several fine long knives are at his disposal. The techniques of the sword and the knife diverge significantly. The former emphasizes grace and lightness, while the latter revels in robustness and wildness, aligning more closely with his character. The sword, in contrast, seems somewhat refined for his taste. Thus, he began to practice Tai Chi and the art of the knife. The indoor space is rather confined, rendering it impractical to wield a real blade. Even a short staff proves cumbersome. Chu Jianlei felt compelled to propose a new suggestion, to expand the room slightly and clear out some debris. Winter has already settled in for over a month, and the cold outside is palpable. However, the two of them have remained indoors, feeling somewhat stifled. Xiao Jing even remarked that they could use a bit more water. Although their water reserves were initially ample, both of them are fastidious about cleanliness and engage in daily exercise, making it uncomfortable to forego bathing. Particularly for Chu Jianlei, the impurities expelled during his practice seem inexhaustible, leading him to ponder whether this body, having endured the Wasteland for so many years, has accumulated an excessive amount of contaminants. With frequent bathing, the evaporation of water has led to a reduction of nearly 1/5 of their reserves. Xiao Jing finds their current living situation quite comfortable and believes it essential to ensure the freedom of water usage. Regarding this initiative, Chu Jianlei expressed his support, even presenting him with an overclocking oscillating knife to carve ice blocks. In such frigid weather, one would expect the ice layer to be quite thick. However, the water was so murky that retrieving ice was not a challenge. Xiao Jing chose to fetch water at night, and to his surprise, on the 3rd day, he returned with a person in tow. This individual, known as Black Brother, was on the brink of death. Should he be saved? Chapter 48. The person Xiao Jing dragged back was a middle-aged man, unkempt with a scruffy beard, his clothing bulging with layers, giving him an oval appearance. Yet, a glance at his face revealed a gaunt figure, as if skin were merely stretched over a skeletal frame. Chu Jianlei looked at Xiao Jing in astonishment, taken aback by his strength. Xiao Jing, however, was quite straightforward. The man was light, his garments consisting of insulating materials. Deep down, Chu Jianlei was reluctant to accept another individual. In the harsh winters of the Wasteland, how many had perished from freezing and starvation? He himself, in his previous life, had succumbed to the cold and hunger just after winter's end. After a moment's contemplation, he finally inquired, "What made you decide to save him?" "It just happened." Xiao Jing replied with a hint of helplessness, reminiscent of when you encountered me. Chu Jianlei did not wish to shatter the spirit of a child, yet he countered, "You claim you are of use. Perhaps he is useful too." Xiao Jing instinctively responded, quickly adding, "Whether to save him or not, that decision rests with you." "Indeed, it is I who decides." Chu Jianlei's lips twitched slightly before he shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "You have brought him back. What else can I do?" In the wilderness, he could easily turn a blind eye and distance himself, but to be so close yet refuse to save a life is a burden on the heart. Xiao Jing pursed her lips and declared, I can throw him out again. Chu Jianlei fell into silence for a moment, eventually sighing, fine. Just a bowl of water and a tube of nutrients. Xiao Jing remained cautious, first blindfolding the man, then binding his hands and feet before feeding him. Before long, he let out a deep sigh, demonstrating that the vitality of wasteland dwellers is remarkably resilient. He attempted to move his limbs, shook his head, and then froze in place, maintaining a rigid posture without any further movement. Aware that he was awake, Xiao Jing grew impatient, stating, "It was I who saved you, do you understand?" The man continued to remain unresponsive. Even his breathing seemed to cease. "Stop pretending," Xiao Jing's irritation mounted. "If you don't speak, I will throw you outside at once." At last, the man stirred slightly and uttered, "Fallen one?" Xiao Jing scoffed, "You are so emaciated. What kind of fallen one would even consider saving you?" "Then thank you," he said, nodding slightly in her direction, exhaling deeply. "If I were a fallen one, I would rather be dead. You saved me. What do you require of me?" The latter part of his statement was a quintessential thought process of a wasteland dweller, rescuing a stranger in the icy desolation. There must be an ulterior motive. The notion of kindness was never entertained by those who inhabit the wasteland. Xiao Jing awaited this question with anticipation and directly inquired, "What can you do?" The individual seemed to be momentarily frozen in thought, taking a considerable time to respond. "I don't seem to possess any particular skills." "Then you are of no use," Xiao Jing declared without hesitation as he stepped forward and grasped the hood of the person's cloak. He began to drag him outward, stating, "Now that you are awake, at least that makes it worthwhile." "Wait," the individual finally expressed urgency, yet he still managed to ask, "Why are you saving me?" As Xiao Jing continued to pull him along, he replied, "I, too, have been rescued by others. Consider it even." "Hold on, I do have skills," the man quickly asserted. "I possess over 20 years of wilderness survival experience." Xiao Jing pondered for a moment and then queried, "Can you drive?" "Yes, of course," the man replied eagerly. "I can drive, repair vehicles, shoot, and fix firearms. All of that is no problem." Xiao Jing relaxed his grip, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" The man fell silent for a moment before muttering, "Aren't these basic survival skills?" "I am the one asking you," Xiao Jing retorted without hesitation. "Aside from these, what else can you do?" The man appeared momentarily stunned, taking a long while to finally respond. "I have traveled extensively, and I am quite familiar with various terrains and mutated beasts." Xiao Jing initially scoffed but then paused, reflecting, "What I lack is practical experience." He turned to Chu Jianlei and asked, "Brother, how shall we deal with this person?" As Chu Jianlei listened to Xiao Jing inquire about driving, he immediately grasped the young one's intention. It seemed that the previous encounter with a multitude of pursuing vehicles had left a significant shadow in his mind. Nevertheless, he responded with a leisurely demeanor, reminding Xiao Jing that their winter supplies were rather limited. Xiao Jing promptly asserted, "I will keep an eye on him. As long as he does not starve, it will suffice." Chu Jianlei, in excellent physical condition, was not particularly concerned about the thin, troublesome individual. His only apprehension was that if he chose to shelter this person, their cozy winter refuge would be compromised, a sanctuary they had painstakingly developed over nearly 2 months of labor. However, upon reflection, he realized that if the threat posed by Mr. Sai remained unresolved, he could not afford to risk spending another winter in this place. Thus, he began to feel more at ease and mused aloud about surviving in the wild for over 2 decades. How could one nearly starve? The individual, whose thoughts seemed to move at a languid pace, took a while before slowly articulating 4 words, encountered betrayal. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei felt no inclination to probe further. Loyalty and betrayal were perennial themes in the wasteland. He had no intention of adding salt to the other's wounds. Merely casting a glance at Xiao Jing as if to say, "You handle it. Just ensure you do not come to regret it." Xiao Jing remained silent, and the man offered no response, resulting in an unexpected stillness enveloping the room. After a while, Xiao Jing kicked the man, demanding, "Aren't you going to express your stance?" The individual paused for a moment before quietly replying, "If words could truly resolve matters, would there be so much betrayal? I do not care for that." Xiao Jing insisted obstinately, "I want to hear what you have to say." After a moment of silence, he spoke again, "In that case, I assure you, as long as I am alive, I will not allow you to perish." "Such a hassle," murmured Xiao Jing, then glanced at Chu Jianlei. "Brother, should we let him stay or move elsewhere?" "Do as you see fit," Chu Jianlei replied, seemingly indifferent, eager to observe the young one's judgment and capabilities. Xiao Jing surveyed the room, hesitating slightly. Such an excellent winter haven might indeed expose them. Where's not home for survivors? Chu Jianlei retorted dismissively. Isn't it better to reside in a gathering point? The gathering points aren't nearly as comfortable as here. Xiao Jing responded without hesitation. He had considerable authority on the matter. Even a modest treasure should be kept hidden, for comfort here far surpassed any alternative. After a pause, he inquired, should I remove his eye mask? Chu Jianlei shrugged, too disinterested to speak further. I told you to handle it. With one hand gripping a short dagger and the other untying the eye mask, Xiao Jing proceeded to free the man. Upon seeing the light, the individual was astonished to discover that his savior was merely a child. A flicker of bewilderment crossed his eyes. Glancing again, he noted that the other brother was also just a boy, and he was momentarily taken aback. Are children nowadays so formidable? He pondered, though his astonishment was fleeting. In the next moment, his expression turned vacant. He did not even bother to untie the ropes binding his feet, instead succumbing to a daze. Xiao Jing paid him no mind and stepped outside, stating, I am going to fetch water. After all, they needed to drag this person back, and the water bucket lay abandoned by the pond. Thus, this modest winter abode welcomed another resident. This individual, who introduced himself as Crack, appeared to be in his 30s after a careful grooming of his beard. Standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, Crack possessed a gentle demeanor that could be more accurately described as somewhat dull-witted. Most of the time, he sat motionless at the entrance of the corridor, the most secluded corner of the room, lost in thought. Even during meals, unless prompted by Xiao Jing, he would not stir. His eyes might flicker at the scent of food, but he remained utterly still. He observed the training sessions of Chu Jianlei and Xiao Jing, yet did not linger his gaze. Xiao Jing even attempted to withhold water from him for 2 days, but he remained passive, never requesting it. The hairless monster assigned him some tasks, which he accepted without objection, though he frequently paused after minimal effort. Xiao Jing suspected that he was simply seeking to avoid work and had reprimanded him several times, yet the behavior persisted. The hairless monster, infuriated, contemplated expelling him but ultimately restrained himself, deciding instead to work him harder. What truly tested Xiao Jing's patience was Crack's aversion to bathing. Initially, the hairless monster had not considered the luxury of bathing for him, as it was not a privilege afforded to everyone. However, after a few days, the overwhelming odor emanating from Crack became intolerable. After consulting with Chu Jianlei, Xiao Jing mandated that Crack cleanse himself. Remarkably, Crack exhibited resistance, declaring conditions for such extravagance. Xiao Jing was left with no choice but to draw a short dagger, compelling him to comply. After countless changes of bathing water, the crevice finally cleansed itself. This is a man imbued with a profound sense of weariness, though his age may not reflect such. Despite dietary restrictions, he has developed some flesh. He remains slim, yet has taken on a somewhat more human form. Subsequently, it is once again Xiao Jing who engages with the crevice, while Chu Jianlei speaks to this individual, limiting their exchange to no more than 3 sentences. The hairless creature insists on this, believing that one must take responsibility for those they have rescued. He also expresses a philosophical notion: maintaining distance is essential for preserving authority. Chu Jianlei surmises that this wisdom must have been inherited from the previous generation, yet it holds a certain validity. Thus, unbeknownst to them, time swiftly passes. Eventually, it is Xiao Jing who finds it difficult to contain himself. Fearing to provoke Brother Haitian, he turns to the crevice, seeking to uncover the truth of his past. The crevice is notably reluctant to divulge his history, yet under persistent inquiry, he reluctantly reveals some fragments. In summary, he seems to belong to a small team, where the bonds among teammates have been tested over time. However, due to complications arising from matters of desire, he inadvertently fell into the hands of the fallen, leading to his betrayal. Chapter 49. The famine of early spring. The crevice speaks in vague terms, and Xiao Jing occasionally presses for clarification, though with little effect. Chu Jianlei pays no heed to their interaction, remaining wary of the crevice's potential outburst. From an instinctual perspective, he perceives the likelihood of this individual turning traitor as slim. Yet, what if? Approximately a month after the rift was discovered, Chu Jianlei experienced a moment of profound inspiration and ascended to the 4th level of qi refining. In that instant, the vital energy within his greater celestial circulation surged like a torrential river, and he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through his entire being. Subsequently, he channeled his energy through 9 consecutive cycles to stabilize this newfound sensation. Then, he rose to his full height and commenced practicing Tai Chi lately. His practice had yielded considerable insights, and he felt as though he had achieved a comprehensive understanding of the art. However, as he executed the sequence, an overwhelming surge of emotion welled up within him, and his movements became increasingly fluid. Was the Tai Chi I practiced yesterday a mere imitation? He wondered. After completing 3 rounds of the sequence, he realized that he was experiencing a renewed sense of hunger. However, having reached this crucial juncture in his practice, his enthusiasm superseded any consideration of his physical needs. With a prolonged exhalation, he understood why some individuals were inclined to let out a resounding roar. There is perhaps no greater sensation of unbridled delight in this world. Then, he bent down to retrieve his short staff and commenced practicing the 13 saber forms of Tai Chi. His mastery of the saber forms was not as refined as his Tai Chi technique. Yet, at that moment, all his previous perplexities vanished, replaced by intuitive comprehension. The saber moved in accordance with his will, flowing with effortless grace. In that instant, he felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and was tempted to proclaim, "Behold, the saber sovereign has arrived. Who dares to challenge me?" However, such a declaration remained unspoken. As Tai Chi emphasizes the principles of subduing movement with stillness and overcoming force with gentleness, the 13 saber forms of Tai Chi adhere to the same philosophy. He devoted himself entirely to the practice of his saber techniques, unaware that the rift, in an uncharacteristic manner, was observing him with a furrowed brow. After a period of observation, it beckoned little Jing over and inquired, "He is practicing saber techniques, is he not?" Xiao Jing cast a glance at him, nodding with a sense of pride. It is indeed rare that you could recognize this as swordsmanship. For an ordinary person, wielding a short staff, one would presume they were practicing staff techniques. Only an expert could discern that Chu Jianlei was employing sword techniques. The trajectory of the short staff, the angles of attack, the force exerted by the wrist, each detail undeniably indicated that this was truly swordsmanship. However, in the next moment, Liakong frowned. This soft and feeble swordplay, who did he learn it from? Xiao Jing's eyes widened at the remark, retorting, "The swordplay of my brother Haitian. You are in no position to critique." In his mind, Chu Jianlei was a godlike figure, and he could not tolerate anything that might tarnish his reputation. Such swordplay. Liakong clearly held a dismissive view, yet he ultimately sighed. "If you think it is good, then so be it. However, I hope you do not employ such techniques in battle." "You are overthinking it," Xiao Jing sneered. "I won't even be able to master this swordplay. When I get to learn it depends on brother Haitian's mood." Such swordplay. Liakong shook his head again. "If you wish to learn sword techniques, I can teach you something far more practical than this." "You?" Xiao Jing looked at him with disdain, then shook his head. "Forget it. I have no interest in belittling you." The corner of Liakong's mouth twitched. Yet in the next moment, his gaze began to lose focus again. He had always been this way, although today felt somewhat different. After Chu Jianlei finished demonstrating the Tai Chi 13 swords, he picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, feeling invigorated. Xiao Jing approached and recounted the earlier conversation, unafraid of Liakong overhearing. Indeed, Chu Jianlei had somewhat heard the conversation. However, he did not exhibit a significant reaction, merely uttering, "A multitude of skills does not weigh one down." He was encouraging the now-furred creature to learn a thing or two about knife techniques from others. Surviving for over 2 decades in the wilderness, the proficiency in knife skills may not be exceptional, yet it is undoubtedly practical. "I certainly will not learn from him," Xiao Jing declared resolutely. A person of such stature nearly starved. How embarrassing. His attitude towards the fisher was consistently brusque. The fisher sat there with drooping eyelids, displaying no response, as though he had not heard a word. Chu Jianlei refrained from expressing any opinion in the past. He would have never crossed paths with someone like the fisher. The primary reason he had saved Xiao Jing was that she was a child. Had he encountered the fisher instead, he likely would have simply walked away. Now, the three cohabitated primarily due to the bond that Xiao Jing represented. Thus, he merely smiled and said, "The water is running low. Let us fetch more. Today, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." Having broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, this accomplishment certainly warranted congratulations, even though the other two were unaware of the reason for the celebration. It was natural for the water supply to dwindle with an additional person using it. Although the fisher had yet to become accustomed to bathing every few days, Xiao Jing would insist he take a shower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing stepped forward and kicked the fisher's leg, commanding, "Go fetch water." The fisher's reaction was somewhat sluggish, resulting in another kick. "What now? Are you attempting to shirk your responsibilities?" The fisher rolled its eyes in exasperation, picked up a bucket, and unsteadily made its way outside. The following day, the small room suddenly shook with an earth-shattering intensity. Was it an earthquake? Chu Jianlei sprang to his feet, sensing trouble. Winter was only halfway through. Perhaps it was. Xiaojing hesitated for a moment before voicing her suspicion. Someone was taking out the trash. Curiosity piqued. Chu Jianlei swiftly approached the observation point. Xiaojing's hand moved as if to stop him, but ultimately, she did nothing. Indeed, someone was disposing of waste, and the newly arrived refuse obscured the observation hole. Fortunately, the ventilation shaft was closer to the edge of the dump, and the new trash was primarily concentrated in the center, minimally affecting the surroundings. Once the tremor subsided, Chu Jianlei remarked that the door was blocked and required clearing. In the ensuing 10 days, there were 2 more instances of trash being dumped, but thankfully, they were situated near the periphery of the landfill, experiencing little disruption. However, the 3 residents of the winter refuge grew increasingly anxious as the ventilation shaft neared obstruction, fearing they might become entombed alive. The comfort of previous days felt like a distant memory, now replaced with urgency, especially since they could not exit. Xiaojing murmured softly, observing that in this place, exposure seemed inconsequential. Chu Jianlei, with a hint of irritation, insisted they should dig their way out. They truly could not remain trapped. The fisher chimed in, relieved that they had brought back 4 buckets of ice the previous day. Thus, the remainder of the winter passed by in gradual increments. 2 months later, they finally welcomed a mix of rain and snow. For the denizens of the wasteland, the rain mixed with snow hardly constitutes pure water. The liquid here is hardly worthy of trust. However, the message heralded by the wintry precipitation is undeniably reliable. It signifies the arrival of spring. Chu Jianlei and his companions have successfully forged a path to the outside world, with a modest surplus of drinking water and more than half of their energy supplies intact. Chu Jianlei decisively proclaimed, "I intend to leave. Those who wish to remain may do so." He was certain that Xiaojing would follow him, and as for the rift, if one desires to stay, so be it. After nurturing you through the winter, providing ample sustenance, you have gained at least 20 pounds. You ought to be content. Predictably, Xiaojing promptly declared, "Hey Tian Gu, I will accompany you. Lao Lai, if you wish to stay, then stay." How could this be? The rift had always been rather dull-witted, yet this time his reaction was not sluggish. He managed a bitter smile and said, "I have already stated. As long as I live, I will not allow you to perish." In the following 2 days, the trio quietly widened their exit. On the night of the 3rd day, the off-road light truck emerged from the refuse, speeding away into the distance. The harsh winter had just passed, yet the roads still harbored considerable dangers. In some areas, the ice and snow had yet to melt, and one must remain wary of the lingering chill of late spring. The rift had remained in a state of stupor, slow to react and unconcerned about many matters. Nevertheless, he proposed a cautionary note, "Xiaojing, with winter just behind us, wild predators will be prevalent." "I am aware," Xiaojing replied without hesitation. "The transition from late winter to early spring is a time of scarcity and danger. However, I place my trust in Tian Gu." The fisher fell silent, for he was never one to engage in conversation. "If you do not listen, then I shall not speak." Chu Jianlei felt a twinge of defiance and said, "Fisher, you take the wheel." A winter had passed, depleting many resources, yet some remained, even increasing in quantity. For instance, the convertible now boasted a roof, fashioned from materials scavenged from the junkyard. In the realm of Blue Star, many might consider a convertible to be stylish and manly. However, Chu Jianlei understood that driving a convertible in a wasteland signified but one thing: you are destitute. Not to mention, in inclement weather, one would be left scrambling. Why was the fisher behind the wheel? Because, thus far, he had not fully integrated into this small team. The only weapon he possessed was a hyper-frequency oscillating dagger, clutched during his brush with death. A true adventurer, even in starvation, would retain their final weapon. While the light truck was stocked with firearms and ammunition, including a borrowed laser pistol from Little Kyoto, the fisher lacked such privilege. Chu Jianlei, undeterred by the wind, stood in the truck bed, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The weather remained frigid. His actions would deplete precious body heat, yet he had no alternative. Surely, he could not allow the fisher to man the mounted machine gun, not with so many firearms and ammunition in the truck bed. Leaving at this moment was imperative. Any delay could lead to discovery. Fortunately, Chu Jianlei had cultivated his abilities, and the cold had little impact on him. However, this approach required substantial nourishment, and food was consumed at an alarming rate. The vehicle was heading towards the Hongsan residential area. This time, they were not in a hurry. They traveled at a leisurely pace, resting at noon to ensure the vehicle remained in optimal condition. On the third day, they entered the territory of the Hongsan settlement. That evening, while driving steadily, a sudden jolt caused the vehicle to veer sharply. Simultaneously, Chu Jianlei crouched down abruptly as a flurry of bullets whizzed overhead. Moments later, gunfire erupted from the left front. Chapter 50. Counterattack. Chu Jianlei possessed keen intuition and reacted swiftly. Unfortunately, the vehicle's response was equally prompt, resulting in Chu Jianlei's head colliding forcefully with the truck bed, causing stars to dance before his eyes. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. But in the process of speaking, he inadvertently banged his lower jaw against his upper teeth. Fortunately, he had trained his body well. Though he wasn't exerting himself to the fullest, it still provided some protection. Then, a series of gunshots rang out, this time directed at the driver's cabin. Fortunately, despite its clumsiness, the vehicle's 2 decades of wilderness survival experience proved invaluable. It skillfully maneuvered left and right, and the windshield was bulletproof. Xiao Jing, seated in the passenger seat, though secured by a seatbelt, was tossed about until he finally regained his composure. He steadied himself and shouted, "Brother Haitian is still in the truck bed." If he, tightly secured, was feeling dizzy, Brother Haitian, standing in the truck bed, must be in a precarious situation. The driver kept his lips tightly pressed together, his eyes unusually bright, and after a brief pause, he stated, "The situation is critical." An experienced adventurer is typically of the mindset that the person in control of the steering wheel has the ultimate authority. As for the one manning the machine gun in the back, if he is thrown off, it is due to his own lack of vigilance, and he should not place blame on others. The driver is aware that there are numerous flammable and explosive materials in the truck bed. Otherwise, he would have swerved the vehicle to make a quick escape. His current actions are motivated by the hope that the youth named Haitian will regain control of the machine gun. Xiao Jing narrowed his eyes, drew his laser pistol, and aimed it at the driver. "Drive properly." The fisher-faced driver, with an otherwise impassive expression, responded promptly without pausing his actions. "People will die. I trust Brother Haitian." Xiao Jing activated the pistol's safety, speaking through gritted teeth. "I'll count to 3. Huh. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, a feature he had mastered and found useful. He noticed something amiss. He jumped? "Oh, never mind then." Xiao Jing deactivated the safety and holstered his pistol. A look of astonishment finally broke the driver's stoicism as he glanced at Xiao Jing. "You trust him that much? Isn't that obvious?" Xiao Jing replied matter-of-factly. "TSK." The driver clicked his tongue. After a pause, he couldn't help but add, "The number of opponents is unknown. Adventurers are known for their audacity, but they are not without prudence. So what if there are more?" Xiao Jing scoffed dismissively, unaware of the formidable prowess of Haitian. After finally regaining control of his body, Chu Jianlei seized 2 firearms, unfastened his protective harness, and leaped from the vehicle. The number of adversaries was not his primary concern. The crucial task was to suppress their firepower to ensure the truck's safe departure. He timed his jump adeptly, landing behind the vehicle. Regrettably, with winter just having passed, the cover of smoke was minimal. It was likely that they had seen him touch down. Nevertheless, he crouched low, darting left and right as he charged forward. The ambushers indeed spotted him, and 2 Gauss automatic rifles opened fire. Fortunately, a third gun did not unleash a barrage upon the truck. The fisher realized the situation in an instant. There were only 2 guns. "I will provide machine gun support." Just as he was about to align his aim, Xiao Jing coldly interjected, "Focus on driving. Nothing else concerns you." The fisher glanced at him, feeling somewhat exasperated with the child. "Are you certain you're not putting him in danger?" Xiao Jing replied with unwavering certainty, "I am certain." "Then shall we drive a bit further away?" the fisher inquired. His concern for Haitian was minimal, mostly tinged with inexplicable awe, while he was considerably more invested in the child's safety. "As you wish," Xiao Jing replied nonchalantly. "Perfect." Seizing the moment while the enemy's fire was drawn away, the fisher he swiftly raised his laser rifle, unleashing a precise 3-round burst. Behind a small embankment, a figure with outstretched arms leaned backward, evidently struck. Chu Jianlei discarded the laser rifle, seizing a Gauss machine gun, and continuing to sprint forward in a crouch. "Damn it," someone muttered from the opposite side. "Does he have to be so ruthless?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a barrage of machine gun bullets rained down, compelling him to bury his head in the dirt. In such a situation, once firepower is suppressed, annihilation is not far off. Chu Jianlei advanced while suppressing the enemy, utterly unconcerned with the expenditure of ammunition. The ambushers numbered 3 in total, 2 with Gauss automatic rifles and 1 with a long saber. The 2 survivors were dispatched by him with bursts from the machine gun. The individual he had previously felled was not entirely deceased. He finished him off with a blade to the neck. Regrettably, the three were truly impoverished. After a thorough search, he unearthed only a meager supply of ammunition and nutrient solutions. Bah, a bunch of paupers. Chu Jinlei spat in frustration, wasting so much of my ammunition. At this moment, Cleft arrived in the vehicle, remarking upon hearing this, "Those foraging for sustenance at this hour are invariably destitute." Chu Jinlei cast him a nonchalant glance. That is not necessarily the case. The initial mutated beast crystal he obtained came from a penniless wretch attempting to ambush him. Cleft did not take issue with his tone. "Shall we excavate a grave and bury them?" "Be my guest," Chu Jinlei said, glancing at little Jing. "I shall retrieve the laser rifle." The two harbored a degree of distrust toward Cleft, a fact of which Cleft was keenly aware. Prior to this, he had not held much interest in this small group of two. Two young children, mingling together, seemingly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, acquiring a batch of supplies. And nothing more. However, today he witnessed firsthand the combat style of Haitian, which left him utterly astonished. In terms of combat awareness and skill, Haitian could undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier adventurer. What particularly shocked him was Haitian's marksmanship, which was simply extraordinary. As an experienced adventurer, he was acutely aware of the formidable impact a sharpshooter could have within a team. Yet, his assessment was met with disdain from Xiao Jing. "You simply do not understand." For Brother Haitian, marksmanship is not his primary strength. Xiao Jing refrained from explicitly stating that Haitian's agility was even more remarkable. But he firmly believed that marksmanship was not the focal point. He could even sense that Brother Haitian himself did not place much importance on his shooting skills, instead prioritizing the enhancement of his physical capabilities. Overall, having witnessed the unfolding of this battle, there was newfound anticipation for Chu Jinlei's abilities. After retrieving the laser gun, Chu Jinlei did not merely stand by while the fisher took action. He produced a drill, connected it to a winch, and began boring into the ground, effectively assisting in the excavation. Simultaneously, he complained about the soil being too hard due to the frost, making it difficult to dig. "These guys are blind, yet they expect us to do the labor." Xiao Jing could no longer contain himself. "Brother, how dare they intercept us with just these two guns? Have they lost their minds?" A mounted machine gun on the light truck far surpassed the two Gauss automatic rifles, both in terms of power and cost. Chu Jinlei smirked. "Isn't it normal to leverage the small against the great?" Considering the boy was but a child, he refrained from elaborating, entrusting the explanation to Fisher. Fisher obliging. Elucidated while excavating, these individuals are already impoverished. Barely having weathered the winter, they emerge in search of sustenance, their situation being one of dire need. Upon sighting a passing vehicle, is it not inevitable that they would attempt an assault? Whether they succeed is another matter entirely. In most instances, the vehicles passing by will not engage, as they are uncertain of the number of assailants lying in wait. The ambushers generally believe that if they can eliminate the machine gunner, the odds of success are 50-50. Typically, the vehicles will choose to flee, as it is not worth courting significant trouble. Those who wear shoes do not willingly engage those who are barefoot. This is common knowledge. Fisher continued in this vein, generally. "We will relinquish some possessions and depart, as we cannot allow them to exert themselves in vain." Upon hearing this, the boy erupted. "We are transporting numerous explosives. What if we are struck and detonated?" "Even if we are detonated, they will salvage some components," Fisher responded placidly. "For them, any gain suffices." The boy was momentarily stunned. Is it truly so ruthless? Such an unreasonable attack, solely for a meager gain? Fisher regarded him with resignation. "Therefore, we typically discard a trifle as a toll of passage. To meet is to be fated." The muscles around the boy's eyes twitched involuntarily. "You deem this fate?" "Indeed," Fisher affirmed, regarding him candidly. "Otherwise, what should one call it? Let's get to work." Chu Jinlei beckoned to the two. "We still have a long journey ahead of us." At his words, both remained silent. Xiao Jing admired Haitian, while Lai Feng was somewhat intimidated. Subsequently, they continued their journey, occasionally encountering ambushes, but more often than not, people were unwilling to provoke them. 15 days later, they arrived at the territory of the Hong Yi settlement. Xiao Jing exhaled in relief. "Finally, we're here. I'm eager to take a bath." He hadn't been so fastidious before, but this winter had been too comfortable, and he'd developed a taste for the finer things. Hong Yi could only offer temporary respite. Chu Jianlei stated dispassionately, "This isn't a place for us to linger." Xiao Jing turned to him in astonishment. "Didn't we agree on Hong Yi?" "Hong Yi is no longer safe," Chu Jianlei replied casually, I don't want to stay here. He couldn't reveal the matter of Mr. Sai. If you two wish to remain, I can leave you some resources. He didn't want to involve anyone in his affairs. If you're not staying, neither am I. Xiaojing said decisively, I'll go with you. Then he looked at Lai Feng, old man, this is all I can do for you. You're free. Lai Feng's face was filled with conflict. After a long while, he asked, where are you going? Chapter 51. A new home. The living conditions in the Hongyi settlement were much better than in Hongxi. Here, one is backed by the endless mountains, where low shrubs abound alongside a scant amount of arable land. There are even a few mountain springs, potable albeit limited in number. Chu Jianlei pondered the situation beyond the endless mountains. Upon hearing this, Lai Fen's countenance paled. You wish to traverse the endless mountains? Chu Jianlei was aware that the heart of the endless mountains was a forbidden zone, characterized by harsh climatic conditions and formidable beasts, both natural and mutated. Yet, the mere thought of Mr. Sai filled him with unease, making him acutely aware of his precarious situation. His sense of security was exceedingly frail. Do you possess any news from beyond the mountains? If so, we could settle our debts. He mused. Sustaining you for an entire winter in exchange for a morsel of information is not an unreasonable request, is it? The other side. Lai Fen hesitated before responding. It should also be a wasteland, with other settlements. Chu Jianlei furrowed his brow. What of the order there? What could it be like? Lai Fen spread his hands and replied languidly, if the order were significantly better, it would have already been widely known. Not necessarily, Xiaojing countered. If someone has deliberately erected an information barrier, who could know? The term information barrier was one he had heard from Brother Fuguei, yet it resonated with him profoundly. Generally, Lai Fen appeared to be lifeless, a visage devoid of interest. However, upon hearing Xiaojing's words, a glimmer of light sparked in his eyes. You could conceive such an idea. That is indeed rare. Nevertheless, I am merely an ordinary adventurer, with a slightly deeper understanding of the wilderness. Chu Jianlei inquired once more, is that place still a settlement under the auspices of the character Hong? After a moment of contemplation, Lai Feng shook his head. It ought not to be. The principal settlement for Hong is situated over here. Chu Jianlei then posed another question. Have you ever visited the main settlement of Hong? I am unworthy, Lai Feng replied, resuming his lethargic demeanor. Ordinary individuals lack the qualifications to enter. This was indeed the case, as Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Formal residents of typical settlements were generally not permitted entry. Lai Feng, upon hearing this, cast a glance at him and could not suppress his curiosity. Are you well acquainted with the settlements? Despite having mingled for many years, he had only entered a settlement twice, yet this young child seemed to possess. There was a calamity at home. Xiaojing responded coolly. I was the sole survivor, thus I am left to wander outside. Lai Feng, pensive, queried, did you provoke someone? The status of a formal resident in a settlement was not easily rescinded, even if one became an orphan. Xiaojing maintained his composed demeanor. Someone has been keeping an eye on me. I could not safeguard my family's assets, and I do not wish to perish. Indeed, lives in the wasteland were deemed to be of little worth. As he spoke of such matters, it was as if he were recounting the experiences of another. Lai Feng contemplated for a moment before turning to Chu Jianlei. You wish to traverse the endless mountains. Have you also provoked someone? Alas, Chu Jianlei sighed with resignation. As a survivor, who among us lacks a few adversaries? Even with the resolution of past grievances with adventurers like the Scorpion Flower, the nature of future encounters remains uncertain. No survivor can eradicate all potential foes. An entity like Mr. Sai has seemingly transcended the realm of mere survival. The Rift, however, did not doubt his words, but rather inquired curiously, you have never visited the Hongyi settlement, have you? After a winter had passed, he had gleaned some understanding of the circumstances surrounding these two individuals. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei nodded silently, for he could not possibly elucidate that he had incurred the ire of the denizens of the central settlement. Yet, given the Rift's experience, it was not difficult to surmise what he might be apprehensive about. He spoke gravely, stating that the order in Hongyi was quite commendable. Even if someone were to seek them out, one must consider the repercussions. Chu Jianlei regarded him with an impassive expression. The Rift pondered briefly before continuing. Should you wish to traverse the endless mountains, vehicles and numerous supplies must be relinquished. This struck a chord with Chu Jianlei, who had not acquired his meager possessions easily. Such opportunities for salvage are rare, especially considering he had narrowly escaped from the pursuit of a dozen vehicles. He smiled wryly. Acknowledging that the sense of security was indeed tenuous, he could always sell them. Yet, that being said, The vehicle contained many essential items. If he were to sell everything, how could he hope to cross the endless mountains? The Rift discerned his thoughts and proposed, why not remain here for a time? His implication was clear. During this period, they could consume some supplies while also venturing into the mountains to acclimatize and perhaps hunt some wild beasts. Should any disturbance arise in Hongyi, the three could quietly slip away. Most importantly, winter has only just receded, and the endless mountains remain exceptionally frigid. If one must embark on a journey, summer would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. The fisher indicated that, I shall endeavor to gather information to procure a map. Having a smuggling crew would be even better. Chu Jianlei was ultimately persuaded, yet the final remark left him somewhat astonished. Could there truly be smugglers? The fisher, expressionless, shook his head. Who could definitively say? Indeed, Chu Jianlei nodded in agreement, suggesting they find a place to settle first. Outside the Hongyi settlement, the number of houses surpassed that of the Hongxi settlement by a considerable margin, with a rough count revealing perhaps around 100,000. The population here also far exceeded that of the Hongxi settlement. As the fisher drove closer to the outskirts, numerous onlookers turned their gaze toward the approaching vehicle. Chu Jianlei abruptly declared, from this moment onward, call me Fu Gue. The fisher responded with a subtle nod, betraying no emotion. Xiaojing pondered briefly and, emulating the sentiment, proclaimed, from now on, I shall be known as Bai Tian. As they advanced nearer to the settlement, a roadway unexpectedly emerged. Though comprised of gravel, it was a commendable sight, imparting a sense of modern civilization. Nevertheless, even in such a setting, a lightly laden truck was a rarity. Almost immediately, a motorcyclist approached, inquiring whether they were selling their supplies. The fisher adeptly managed these interactions, offering no explanation and merely gesturing dismissively. Before long, they arrived at a cluster of buildings on the outskirts, where yet another group approached, asking if they were interested in a storefront. Had it not been for the humble nature of the dwelling, the relentless flow of intermediaries might have suggested a semblance of market economy. The fisher, however, paid no heed to these individuals, instead opting to park his vehicle in an open space, whereupon he placed a sign upon the windshield. Seeking to rent a small residential courtyard, parking available, intermediaries need not disturb. This approach proved effective, as inquiries soon followed. Within approximately 2 hours, they finalized the agreement for a rather marginal courtyard featuring 4 rooms. The commercial activity in this area was indeed robust, to the extent that the landlord was willing to accept goods as rent. However, the rent was rather steep. A single Gauss automatic rifle would only suffice for a month's stay. After much haggling, the fisher managed to secure a deal for 2 rifles in exchange for a 3-month rental. He felt a twinge of regret, knowing that the landlord would profit handsomely from the transaction. Chu Jianlei shook his head, subtly indicating that one must allow the other party to gain something. Only then would they be inclined to offer assistance. The fisher awaited this acknowledgement, pondering that even in gathering intelligence, one must incur some costs, correct? Chu Jianlei cast him a surprised glance, having assumed he would demand weaponry. That's not urgent, the fisher replied nonchalantly. A long knife will suffice. Carrying a firearm invites chaos. Indeed, he was a seasoned veteran. Chu Jianlei could not help but inwardly marvel, recognizing the sharp mind of one seasoned in the ways of survival. However, the silver dollars were scant. He produced only 2 coins, one marked Hongxi and the other Hongwu. You know how to use these? Understood, the fisher nodded, acknowledging that this individual truly possessed silver dollars, and discreetly went to exchange them in the distance. Thus, the 3 settled in quietly, without fanfare. In the ensuing days, Chu Jianlei devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. Although Xiaojing also engaged in physical training, his youthful spirit often led him to wander outside. Residing near the settlement proved convenient, as most daily necessities were readily available for purchase. Chu Jianlei, however, did not idly consume his resources. He possessed a notable aptitude for mechanical repairs. During the recent winter, he managed to sift through some useful refuse, crafting small items that could be exchanged for goods. Within a fortnight, word spread that this tenant possessed remarkable repair skills, and soon, individuals began to seek his assistance. Typically, Chu Jianlei would decline such requests, as he preferred to avoid constraints. He relished the freedom to create small items on his own terms, allowing his whims to dictate the outcome. The notion of repairing or customizing items according to others' demands felt uncomfortable to him, particularly as many insisted on deadlines, which he found increasingly irksome. However, after turning down 2 requests consecutively, his companion, Li F. Ing, expressed dissatisfaction. Your lack of cooperation hinders my ability to gather information. Everyone nearby is aware that the three of us are a team, and my efforts to establish connections have been thwarted by your refusals. Reflecting on this, Chu Jianlei recognized the importance of maintaining amicable relations in unfamiliar territory. Thus, he responded, I am willing to assist with straightforward repairs, provided the other party is amiable. Additionally, it is crucial that there are no time constraints. Li Xiaofan was not entirely pleased with this reply. Yet the reality remained. Wealthy individuals rarely regarded the costs of such repairs as significant. He could only console himself with the thought, better to have something than nothing at all. Thus, the situation grew somewhat peculiar. While others sought wealth in vain, the fisher, it seemed, yielded some efficacy. However, the fisher was indeed discerning in its selection, as the two contracts he accepted were both lucrative and uncomplicated. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Chu Jianlei found himself once again at an impasse. Having reached the fourth layer of qi refinement, he was nearing his zenith, and with half of the third mutated beast crystal consumed, he sensed a sluggish pace in his progress. He resolved to venture into the endless mountains to witness the beasts within and perhaps encounter a mutated creature. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing fervently insisted on accompanying him. Chu Jianlei resolutely declined, stating, if trouble arises, I cannot be responsible for you. Furthermore, Xiao Jing, you have an important task at hand. You must safeguard the home. Over the past month, the fisher had somewhat integrated into this small group, yet trust was still a distant prospect. Most crucially, the fisher roamed about daily, gathering information. And someone needed to keep watch, did they not? Chapter 52. The prey. The fisher, riding a motorcycle, traveled over 100 kilometers. Delivering Chu Jianlei to the foot of the mountain, he inquired, when will you return, wealth? I shall come to pick you up. Chu Jianlei waved his hand dismissively, indicating that if he were to return, he would simply hitch a ride. This time, he entered the mountains fully equipped, armed with a laser gun and a Gauss rifle, complemented by both short and long knives, along with ample supplies. Thanks to his modifications to the backpack, accommodating such an array of items was no longer a challenge. After Hong Yi's arrival, Xiao Jing procured some new garments, and after the trio changed their attire, they finally felt less shabby. Meanwhile, Chu Jianlei had taken perfectly good clothing and altered it, adding numerous pockets and ties. Even his backpack underwent significant improvements, fitting snugly against his body. Although he possessed no knowledge of ergonomics, with just a modicum of effort, Xiao devised a modification plan. The proposal was rudimentary, certainly with ample room for enhancement. Nonetheless, Chu Jianlei believed that it sufficed for the moment. His current financial situation precluded any pursuit of perfection. Upon witnessing the alterations, the fisher was momentarily awestruck, contemplating that the trio could establish a shop to sell backpacks and clothing. Chu Jianlei did not deem this a prudent idea, for such items could be replicated without any constraints. Furthermore, in the Wasteland, the concept of patents held no significance. Most importantly, he was merely temporarily residing in Hong Yi, with no intention of turning it into a permanent base. As Chu Jianlei ventured into the mountains, he naturally attracted the attention of nearby survivors. He had no desire to engage with these individuals, quickening his pace to distance himself. The periphery of the mountains was largely claimed, particularly the arable land. Prior to his arrival, Chu Jianlei had instructed the fisher to assist in purchasing a map of the endless mountains outskirts. The map was inexpensive, commonly possessed by many adventurers, primarily to avoid trespassing on others' territories. Chu Jianlei's aim was to circumvent such complications and delve directly into the heart of the mountains. He moved swiftly, yet his fully armed appearance still garnered considerable attention. A lone wolf had arrived. The term lone wolf refers to a solitary hunter, typically reserved for those possessing notable prowess, as lesser beings do not merit such a designation. Inevitably, some expressed their dissent, questioning the validity of the lone wolf claim, viewing him as an inexperienced dreamer. Then others echoed in agreement. Indeed, carrying such a heavy load. Was it an invitation for robbery? The order maintained by Hong Yi was relatively better. Yet the occurrence of robbery could never be entirely eradicated, especially here in the endless mountains where unforeseen events were commonplace. However, the first speaker sneered, robbery? Who dares to attempt to rob this person? He continued, for those who doubt, I propose a wager. Whatever you earn from the robbery, I shall compensate you. If the robbery fails, simply repay me 100 silver dollars. Is anyone willing to take the bet? Hong Yi's order was indeed robust. It was surprising that someone would make such a gamble. A wager of 100 silver dollars was quite substantial, prompting objections from some. Yet this individual reasoned that, given the 2 firearms on the opponent, they must be worth at least 50 silver dollars. A cursory glance at other supplies would surely reveal even greater value. Ultimately, someone stepped forward, declaring, if the compensation is 30 silver dollars, then I shall take the bet. The order in Hong Yi was not solely attributed to its commercial prosperity, but also because many skilled individuals were eager to test their luck. Some wagered on Chu Jianlei's prowess, while others remained skeptical. Thus, the bet was established. However, 2 hours later, the pursuer of Chu Jianlei returned, stating, well, I concede, I owe half, correct? This individual was indeed a non-believer, but ultimately he had no choice but to concede. The reason was quite simple. When it came to sheer speed, he could not catch up with the other party, who only seemed to grow more distant with each attempt. He pondered the weight of his own belongings compared to the load carried by the other. Consequently, he decisively turned back, declaring the wager concluded. The gamblers grew discontented, questioning the rationale behind conceding defeat and losing half their stake. Who could ascertain the deeds that transpired? The individual, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Were it not for the apprehension that the news might reach that fellow's ears, he would have relinquished the matter entirely. What could they possibly do to him? Ultimately, he indeed acknowledged that Chu Jianlei was a formidable adversary. Chu Jianlei's return to the fray was set for 7 days hence. He remained composed and resolute. Yet his back bore the weight of 2 additional cuts of meat. It was the flesh of the golden pattern bear. Some recognized one of the cuts. It was from a 3-tailed lynx. A voice rang out, speculating that the mutated lynx must be classified as B-grade. Subsequently, a throng of individuals encircled him, inquiring, brother, are you selling that meat? What are you all thinking? Chu Jianlei, with drooping eyelids, responded, please, step aside. 5 silver yuan. Someone called out, I'll buy a piece of information from you. Where did you procure this? 5 silver yuan, that is indeed currency. Chu Jianlei accepted the coins, gesturing towards a direction with his hand. 110 kilometers away. I refer to the straight line distance. The first 30 kilometers into the mountains constitute a safe zone, akin to the current location. Another 30 kilometers inward is relatively secure. But beyond 100 kilometers lies an area of extreme peril. How could you venture that far? One individual expressed disbelief. You are but a single person. I buy information. You sell, Chu Jianlei replied nonchalantly. If you do not believe me, why seek me out for purchase? His irritation was palpable, and upon witnessing this, the onlookers hesitated to provoke him further. The wrath of a strong individual is not something that just anyone dares to confront. Some individuals exhibit remarkable astuteness. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather a mere inquiry. Did you indeed vanquish the golden pattern bear and the 3-tailed lynx? Chu Jianlei's eyes twitched slightly as he replied, I was fortunate. I merely stumbled upon them. They perished together, which inadvertently benefited me. What an absurd notion of mutual demise. The vast majority were at a loss for words. The habitats of the golden pattern bear and the lynx are entirely disparate, are they not? The golden pattern bear is considered an apex predator, while the lynx, though a carnivore, would never dare provoke it. The 3-tailed lynx is undoubtedly a mutated creature. Yet it might not stand a chance against the golden pattern bear. The crux of the matter lies in the bear's fierce temperament, contrasted with the lynx's considerable intellect. If unable to fight, the lynx would surely flee. It is utterly implausible that they would engage in a mutually destructive battle. Chu Jianlei paid no heed to the reactions of those around him. He was inwardly elated. His venture into the mountains this time yielded substantial rewards. Both the golden pattern bear and the 3-tailed lynx had fallen by his hand. The bear, though resilient with thick skin and flesh, ultimately succumbed to the power of his Gauss rifle. The 3-tailed lynx, however, proved exceedingly agile, making it challenging to aim accurately. It ultimately met its end beneath his Tai Chi 13 blades. Had the lynx not attempted to retaliate, he would have merely watched it depart. Even so, the left side of his shoulder bore the marks of the lynx's claws, leaving him bloodied and potentially fracturing his scapula. Yet, he recognized that such combat significantly contributed to his growth. His genuine encounters with wild and mutated beasts spanned merely 3 days, certainly not exceeding 4. However, it is only through such life and death struggles that he could profoundly sense the turmoil and yearning that stirred deep within his soul. In these fleeting days, his stagnant cultivation seemed to subtly advance once more, leading to a noticeable increase in his appetite. The reason he only carried back a little bit of golden-striped bear and half a 3-tailed lynx was that he had consumed the rest. He devoured over 100 kilograms of meat in a matter of days, a feat that even startled him. However, sustenance was essential. as progress in cultivation demanded a material foundation. Otherwise, the principle of energy conservation would be violated. Having circumvented the blockade of several individuals, he was intercepted once again as he neared the foot of the mountain. Only one person stood in his path, but a sidecar motorcycle was parked nearby, occupied by two others. A machine gun was mounted on the sidecar's cargo bed. The person blocking the road wielded a Gauss rifle, with a short dagger and a laser pistol adorning their waist. In a commanding tone, the person said, "Put down the lynx and let me have a look." Chu Jianlei paused, lowered his eyelids, and silently placed the two haunches of meat on the ground, retreating a couple of steps. Deliberately, he adopted an archer's stance. The two guns on his back were impractical in this situation. A long knife would be more suitable, much like when he encountered the three-tailed lynx. He was unaware of the other party's origins, but their audacity to intercept him at the foot of the mountain suggested they were no ordinary individuals. Furthermore, with a lingering injury on his left shoulder, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. He could only hope that they would respect Hong Yi's rules and avoid escalating the situation beyond repair. After enduring numerous hardships to reach Hong Yi and finally discovering a cultivation plan, he yearned for a few days of tranquility. The figure who had intercepted him advanced, nudging the lynx carcass with a Gauss rifle before crouching down. He unsheathed a short dagger from his waist and excised a small portion of flesh from the lynx's abdomen, scrutinizing it in his hand. After palpating the sample, he shook his head, expressing a tinge of regret. TSK. It was on the cusp of crystallization. A pity. Chu Jianlei, with his eyelids lowered, remained silent, inwardly retorting that he had little choice but to resist. However, the other man's ability to discern the formation process of mutated beast crystals piqued his curiosity somewhat. Without looking up, the man declared, $10 silver. I'll take the lynx. Chu Jianlei, still with downcast eyes, muttered softly, "Not for sale." The man finally raised his head, fixing him with a gaze for several seconds. $12 silver. That's my final offer. Chu Jianlei maintained his posture, replying, "I intend to keep it for myself." The man stared intently at Chu Jianlei for a prolonged moment, his eyes unblinking. Chu Jianlei stood motionless, his hands hanging at his sides. After approximately 20 seconds, the man scoffed softly, "If you decide to sell it." He left the sentence unfinished, but the implied threat was unmistakable. A local bully, Chu Jianlei realized, finally understanding their provenance. He responded impassively, "I barely have enough for myself." "So, you're affluent then?" The man chuckled, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. A truly wealthy individual wouldn't venture out alone to hunt mutated beasts. Chapter 53. The news of the Mecca. The individual obstructing Chu Jianlei finally rose to his feet. Since the other party was not intent on selling the flesh of mutated beasts, he found no reason to complicate matters. The weapons adorning his opponent did not intimidate him. Yet the ability to single-handedly vanquish a B-level mutated beast was indisputable. Thus, he straightforwardly declared, "If you produce any crystallized forms, we will purchase them at a premium." After all, this was a place governed by rules. Chu Jianlei could not help but let out a quiet sigh. However, instead of hastily seizing the meat, he proposed, "I can offer you half." The other remained silent, observing him with a keen interest, a faint smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Chu Jianlei chose not to meet his gaze, instead stating, "I wish to learn how to identify mutated crystals." The response was dismissive, as the individual turned away, no longer inclined to engage. Chu Jianlei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was genuinely eager to learn, unperturbed by the other's arrogance, and decided to make an attempt. Yet, faced with rejection, he let it go. He removed his Gauss rifle, using the barrel to lift the two slabs of meat. With two deft maneuvers, he hoisted the over 200-kilogram slabs onto his shoulders and hastily departed. The three onlookers instinctively felt a surge of caution upon seeing him lower his weapon, but were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As they watched him briskly disappear into the distance, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the gunner seated in the vehicle finally exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly, a master." The physical prowess of the wasteland dwellers was generally superior. Carrying several hundred pounds while walking was hardly an extraordinary feat. However, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly lift hundreds of pounds of meat into the air, a feat that truly eluded the average person. The expression on the face of the man blocking the path darkened slightly at this remark, followed by a cold snort. Was this display intended for someone? Yet, his thoughts were not entirely accurate. Chu Jianlei's actions served not only as a demonstration of strength, but also as a precaution against any sudden aggression from them. Squatting down to carry the meat would render him quite vulnerable to unforeseen circumstances. He maintained his vigilance throughout the 5-kilometer trek, only allowing himself to relax slightly upon reaching the foot of the mountain. From a distance, he spotted several motorcycles and exhaled in relief. This location was one he could frequent, proving beneficial for his personal development. The return journey was considerably simpler, as motorcycles were available for transportation. Some individuals audaciously demanded 10 kilograms of golden-patterned bear meat for their services, but in the end, Xiao Jianlei opted for a more modest 3-kilogram portion. By the time he arrived back at the settlement, it was already midnight. He disembarked 2 kilometers away from the small courtyard. His intent was to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention, striving to remain as inconspicuous as possible. The following day, the aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard. Xiaojing remained indoors, assisting Fugui in processing the prey. Initially, he had suggested curing the meat, but Xiao Jianlei had other plans. He intended to make shredded meat. This delicacy is notably high in caloric content and well-suited for storage, as he was preparing for the arduous journey across endless mountain ranges. Although the current atmosphere in Hongyi was tranquil, it was prudent for him to remain vigilant and prepared for potential challenges. Most of the lynx meat and a small portion of the golden-patterned bear meat were transformed into shredded meat, with the remainder reserved for immediate consumption. With an abundance of meat at home, the cracks in their routine were less noticeable, and everyone returned punctually for their meals. He found himself astonished by Fugui's appetite. Though no words were exchanged, he couldn't help but steal glances in disbelief. Chu Jianlei had something to say to him. "Crack," he remarked. "The map you provided seems to have some discrepancies. It cannot possibly be flawed," Crack retorted, unable to restrain himself. "Many have validated it." Chu Jianlei chose not to argue, advising him to be more diligent in gathering other information and to avoid further mistakes. Crack paused momentarily, nodded in silence, and refrained from further comment. Chu Jianlei, having sustained injuries, required 5 days for recovery. His superficial wounds had not completely healed, let alone the fractures. During this period, he even engaged in crafting small trinkets, demonstrating that the wasteland dwellers were not as delicate as one might assume. On the 6th day, he commenced practicing the 8 brocade exercises. Feeling that the pain in his scapula had lessened considerably, Xiao Jing urged him to rest for another 2 days, but he insisted it was of no consequence. After all, time does not wait for anyone. Moreover, he believed that since he began cultivating the nameless qi refinement technique, his recovery capabilities must have significantly improved. Otherwise, considering his substantial appetite, where would all the energy have gone? A day later, the scabs began to flake off, revealing tender new flesh beneath. 10 days later, Chu Jianlei felt he had nearly returned to his previous state and ventured out to hunt once more. This time, he returned after 12 days, bringing back a dozen iron wire snakes, 2 pangolins, and a substantial portion of a steel-haired wild boar. Chu Jianlei found himself injured again. The steel-haired wild boar, a mutated beast, though not classified, proved to be quite formidable. The critical issue was its reckless ferocity. Chu Jianlei had sustained a sprain, having inadvertently stepped on a round stone while attempting to evade, a mishap of his own making. However, he harbored strong suspicions that he had also fractured his ankle. He took a respite of 8 days, during which the swelling in his foot subsided. Throughout this period, he was unable to practice the nameless qi refining technique. Nevertheless, his appetite remained unchanged, prompting the small Kyoto to incessantly murmur about the need to find a means of earning money. If all went according to plan, he should have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. After breaking through this bottleneck, he would once again be able to cultivate in peace for a while. However, after 20 days of cultivation, he ventured back into the mountains, not only to hone his skills, but also to procure some meat. This time, he roamed for about 10 days, yielding little in terms of rewards, having only hunted 3 salt sheep. The flavor of the salt sheep was exquisite, imbued with a natural saltiness, yet regrettably, they were not mutated beasts, and thus, the energy they contained was rather limited. However, upon his return, an unexpected surprise awaited him. Had learned of a rumor that someone was secretly attempting to sell a damaged mech. A mech. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei could hardly contain his excitement. What type is it? To what extent is it damaged? What is the asking price? Confirmed that the mech was of the transport variety, with an intact rate of possibly 60 to 80%. As for the price, it was set firmly at 8,000 silver yuan. For Chu Jianlei, the price was not a significant concern, as a transport mech was precisely what he desired. The inherent load-bearing capacity of a mech was substantial. and possessing one would greatly increase his chances of traversing the endless mountains. Specializing in transport would be even better. It could be said that this was the most suitable option for him. However, there was one issue. I must inspect the goods before the transaction. That is impossible, replied succinctly, as the other party was adamant about not allowing an inspection. Chu Jianlei did not engage with his words, but merely regarded him coolly. Is this how you gather information for me? The fisher made him feel somewhat uneasy, and he awkwardly explained that even a damaged mech is considered contraband. The regulation of mechs in the Wasteland is indeed exceptionally stringent, far more so than that of gold. Being caught typically results in dire consequences. Chu Jianlei waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a nonchalant manner, indicating that there was no need for further contact. Those who wish to buy can do so at their discretion. He even harbored doubts about whether this fisher had colluded with someone to ensnare him. The same old tale of loyalty and betrayal unfolds incessantly in every corner of the Wasteland. Chu Jianlei's sense of security was rather poor, yet he understood the importance of restraint when it came to Gu Qianwang. Then, Xiaojing also approached the fisher for discourse, questioning whether he held any malicious intentions. What are you talking about? The fisher could not tolerate Xiaojing's misunderstandings. You also hail from a settlement. Do you not comprehend how strict the mech regulations are? I truly do not, Xiaojing replied candidly. Back in my day, my family possessed a mech. What kind of family is that? The fisher was taken aback, incredulous at how circumstances had become so dire. Now it is I who is inquiring of you, Xiaojing said impatiently. Are you conspiring with others to deceive Brother Fu Gue? How could I possibly dare to deceive him? The fisher spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, chuckling bitterly. I can occasionally return from the endless mountains with mutated beasts. Am I mad enough to deceive someone like him? Xiaojing pondered for a moment and then sighed. Fisher, if you wish to leave, just say so. We will not obstruct you. However, it would be best to refrain from engaging in such nonsensical endeavors. The conversation between the two could not escape the keen ears of Chu Jianlei. Upon hearing their words, he smiled faintly, recognizing that Xiaojing was still too kind-hearted. If truly wished to leave, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. This fellow was aware of far too much. In response to Xiaojing's remarks, fell into silence, eventually letting out a long sigh. Chu Jianlei had caught 2 salt sheep during his recent hunt, retaining one for himself while selling the other. The meat primarily sought after by the meat monopolist was that of mutant beasts, showing little interest in the flesh of ordinary wild animals. Yet, the salt sheep was exceptionally delectable, its meat fetching a price significantly higher than that of typical mutant beast flesh. Thus, selling one to offset expenses was a foregone conclusion. Chu Jianlei had relinquished his aspirations for a mech, but this news nonetheless impacted him. He began to contemplate the concept of a flying backpack. This idea originated from Blue Star, and at the time of his transmigration, it was merely in the experimental stage of development. There might have been a few prototypes, yet their performance was decidedly unstable. However, Chu Jianlei understood that the design had matured relatively well, with only 2 bottlenecks in production: materials and energy. In the Wasteland, these 2 obstacles were not particularly daunting, even amidst the apocalyptic landscape. As Chu Jianlei advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement, the rotation speed of the small lake increased slightly, becoming easier to summon. With minimal consumption of mutant beast crystals, the small lake had already retrieved various designs and data pertaining to the flying backpack. These were not products of its own development, but rather data gathered from extensive collections. Much of the information and data collected had been obscured, essentially comprising only a few broad frameworks. However, for Chu Jianlei, it was sufficient. He would address the issues of materials and energy himself. Rarely had he spent nearly 20 days in the small courtyard. Aside from his cultivation, he devoted his time to refining the design of the flying backpack. As for enlisting Xiaohu's assistance, Chu Jianlei preferred to manage it alone, for that fellow consumed too much of the mutated crystals. After 20 days, he ventured into the mountains again to hunt. This time, he was resolute in his intention to capture some mutated beasts for profit, as the materials for constructing the flying backpack were indeed quite expensive. Chapter 54. The flying backpack. Chu Jianlei was fortunate on this excursion into the mountains, as he encountered a pack of mutated beasts. It was a group of mutated weasel foxes besieging a mutated stag with large antlers. The stag was quite substantial, weighing nearly 1,000 kilograms as an adult. In contrast, the weasel foxes were considerably smaller, weighing around 40 to 50 kilograms. However, they were numerous, with over 30 individuals in this particular group. These carnivorous creatures could emit a narcotic gas and were notably aggressive. Chu Jianlei seized the opportunity while the weasel foxes were preoccupied with their attack on the stag. launching his own assault discreetly. Initially, he employed his laser gun with precision, swiftly striking down 4 weasel foxes before they realized they were under attack. Weasel foxes held grudges fiercely. Upon noticing that the stag was faltering, several of them broke away from the group and charged toward Chu Jianlei. Their agility was remarkable, rivaling that of a 3-tailed lynx, and their movements were exceedingly unpredictable. Mid-leap, they could astonishingly pivot in mid-air, creating an illusion that defied the laws of physics. Relying on his agility and swordsmanship, Chu Jianlei managed to slay 2 of the weasel foxes, prompting the remaining ones to swiftly alter their tactics of attack. They danced around Chu Jianlei, no longer launching direct attacks, primarily seeking to incapacitate him with gas. Chu Jianlei, emboldened by his understanding of their general characteristics, was unperturbed by the multitude of weasels. While the weasels possessed commendable close combat skills, they opted for anesthesia when confronted with a formidable adversary. They were indeed a clever breed of mutated beasts. However, Chu Jianlei harbored no fear of their anesthetic gas, having achieved a certain level of mastery in his training. He could hold his breath for half an hour without difficulty. Consequently, he opted for a laser gun, reasoning that meticulously picking off his opponents would take too long, and thus chose to fire several rounds instead. One by one, the weasels fell, yet they refused to retreat. In their perception, creatures that were immune to their gas were scarce, and certainly, they did not consider this biped among them, since their foe remained standing. They assumed he was on the brink of collapse and pressed on. It was only after Chu Jianlei had dispatched 28 weasels that they finally recognized the futility of their efforts. The remaining weasels scattered in disarray, leading to the demise of 2 more at his hands. His spoils amounted to 30 weasels and a relatively intact stag. It was only after driving away the weasels that he was astonished to discover that he had indeed been poisoned, though he had held his breath. His body still required Chu Jianlei had no intention of feigning death to deceive his adversaries. The mountains were undeniably perilous, and abandoning the entanglement to make a hasty departure was the wisest course of action. However, the bounty he had acquired was extraordinary, necessitating 3 trips to transport his quarry a modest distance. Fortunately, his speed of movement was remarkably swift. Otherwise, it was uncertain when he would have managed to relocate such a haul. Even so, transporting the spoils to a secure area consumed an entire day and night, during which he consumed 20 nutrient supplements. Onlookers were left astounded upon witnessing his catch. Had they not known of his prowess in hunting mutated beasts, they might have attempted to seize his spoils outright, for he was undeniably formidable. In fact, even now, the way some regarded Chu Jianlei was somewhat peculiar. Yet, at this moment, the meat merchant returned, hopeful that he might finally be able to sell some meat this time. "I have sold the weasel fox," Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation, including its pelt. The flesh of the weasel fox bore a mild toxicity and required careful preparation before it could be consumed, in addition to being quite unpalatable. Hence, he deemed it unnecessary to expend effort on it. In truth, the pelt of the weasel fox was far more valuable than its meat, providing excellent insulation, and garments crafted from it were exquisite luxury items. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that these weasel foxes belonged to the same species, their patterns closely resembling one another. Chu Jianlei not only sold the weasel fox but also disposed of more than half of the elk. He discarded the portions nibbled by the weasel fox, opting instead to salvage the intact meat, which amounted to nearly 200 kilograms. The meat merchant had long since ceased to harbor any grievances against him, for they were well aware that this hunter of mutated beasts was indeed feasting upon his own catch. The first man who obstructed the path even chuckled and remarked on the elevated expectations. Chu Jianlei, wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with them, simply asked for a price. To his surprise, the other party was quite sincere, immediately offering 500 silver dollars, to which Chu Jianlei countered with 600. The other party, beaming with delight, agreed. Deal. A fleeting thought crossed Chu Jianlei's mind that perhaps he had settled for less, but it was merely a momentary flicker. He felt no regret, satisfied as long as his psychological expectations were met. Such trivial matters were hardly worth deliberation. Upon returning, Chu Jianlei procured a considerable amount of materials intended for constructing a flying backpack and commenced a secluded research. Almost simultaneously, news of his hunt for the mutated beast spread, especially given that he had earned 600 silver dollars in one go. In the Hongi settlement, individuals of such prowess were indeed a rarity. While it could be said that those who obtained mutated beast crystals had achieved more glorious feats, the acquisition of crystals was largely dependent on chance, rather than possessing strength. It was more accurate to claim they were fortunate. Additionally, hunting mutated beasts typically required team efforts, Yet Chu Jianlei ventured into the mountains alone. The weasel fox, categorized as a non-rank mutated beast, was still a formidable challenge. Even so, encountering 30 weasel foxes would necessitate a team of more than 10 individuals. It was said that he had ventured into the mountains alone on multiple occasions, reaping considerable rewards. Not long after this news circulated, it piqued the interest of certain individuals. The man named Fugaway seemed to possess substantial wealth, which explained why he could afford to indulge in mutated beasts so freely. A few days later, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he sought out a fisher, inquiring, "Aren't you rather interested in mechas?" Although the crevice was outwardly seeking information, he remained languid and indifferent. He feebly expressed, "Does Boss Fu believe I intend to deceive him? Please refrain from harming others, will you? How could I possibly betray him?" This individual, feeling a sense of urgency, countered, "Am I not to fear? Are you unaware of the stringent regulations surrounding mecha?" Leaning lazily against the wall, the crevice could hardly muster the energy to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, the other party did not underestimate him. The Wasteland harbored many ruthless individuals who appeared harmless at first glance. Thus, he spoke with gravity, "Does your boss require a prior inspection of the goods?" After a prolonged silence, the crevice replied slowly, "The price may not be as you claim." The other had initially quoted a price of 8,000 silver dollars, a figure that was purely inflated. The more illicit the item, the greater the profit margin. Therefore, he did not take offense but rather stated, "As long as the transaction can be completed, I am open to negotiation. However, it is impossible to inspect the mecha without a commitment. A deposit of 100 silver dollars is required, non-refundable if negotiations fail." The crevice languidly responded, "Should negotiations falter, you could silence me." Does the question of refund truly matter? Indeed, a seasoned adventurer with over 20 years in the wild had gained a profound understanding of survival. Yet, the opposite party was not naive. He queried, "Are you suggesting that it is also possible for you to silence me and forcibly seize the mecha?" The crevice, still lacking vitality, replied, "That is your assertion. I never claimed such a thing." Nonetheless, the fact that the other party agreed to inspect the mecha prior to the transaction signified a considerable degree of sincerity. The two continued their discussions and ultimately settled on a deposit of 50 silver dollars. After watching the mech, should the transaction fail, the other party may refund approximately half of the deposit, depending on the allocation of responsibility. Whether it is left or right is merely a matter of further dispute. Nevertheless, the agreement reached in this discussion has become significantly more feasible. This individual then insisted that one should promptly inform your superior, for the longer the night, the more dreams one may encounter. Li Xiaofan casually replied that he had stepped out and would return soon. Has he gone back into the mountains again? Truly insane. This person muttered, then grew irritated. Why are you still talking so much? Li Xiaofan, at a loss for words, stared at him for a moment before finally asking, Was I the one who sought you out? This left the individual momentarily speechless, and after a long sigh, he replied, When he returns, please inform me as soon as possible. Chu Jianlei indeed ventured back into the mountains once more. Summer had arrived, and it was time to stock up on some meat. As for the flying backpack, research had taken a promising direction, though the testing process proved exceedingly complex. Acquiring various materials and equipment had already cost Chu Jianlei over 300 silver coins. Conducting research undeniably demands substantial financial investment. However, some progress had been made. He had devised a solution for the power system of the flying backpack, and preliminary tests had been successful. The durability of the materials was quite satisfactory, though the energy blocks consumed rather excessively. He remained confident that with continuous experimentation, even better solutions would emerge. Ironically, some materials that could easily be found in the junkyard were virtually worthless when picked up, yet when he sought to purchase them, their prices soared beyond his imagination. While such instances were not frequent, encountering even a couple of them had considerably dampened his spirits. He increasingly loathed the figure of Sai. It was all because of you that I have borne such a heavy cost. In simple terms, he had to continue preparing shredded pork and acquire more silver dollars to support his experiments. Moreover, he had a pressing need to cultivate his practical skills. Thus, venturing into the mountains became inevitable. This time, his harvest was rather mediocre. 2 porcupines, one of which was mutated. Chu Jianlei acquired a few more wounds. Finally reaching the 5th level of chi refinement, all superficial injuries, accompanied by 2 penetrating wounds. In truth, he had encountered other mutated beasts before, but engaging them was too laborious, and their meat was inedible. The crux of the matter was that he had not yet reached B level, thus failing to obtain mutated crystals. Why endure such hardship? Nevertheless, for others, his gains this time were still commendable. The meat overlord remained intent on acquiring meat, but Chu Jianlei declared, "The taste of porcupine meat is quite delightful. I shall not sell it." The meat overlord, resigned, understood that this individual truly relished mutated beast meat and was particular about flavors. After all, he had made a considerable profit last time. This time, it was not worth nitpicking. Upon returning home, Chu Jianlei heard the news from Xiao Jing that a deposit could be made to have a look at the mecha. Chapter 55. The grand transaction. Xiao Jing maintained stringent and unyielding requirements for the fishers. However, fundamentally, he did not intend to make things difficult for anyone. He believed it was his responsibility to safeguard the fishers, having revived them and introduced them into this small circle. The fishers were now negotiating a favorable condition, but dared not approach Brother Fugue, so Xiao Jing offered to intercede on their behalf. Chu Jianlei had not anticipated that the matter of the mecha would indeed have further developments. He was truly infatuated with the mech and couldn't help but inquire further about how such a turn of events had transpired. He had pondered the underlying reasons and pieced together the details, having analyzed them with Xiao Jing. Thus, Xiao Jing candidly revealed that they initially intended to entice him, but he had chosen not to engage in conversation. Now that they were aware of his capabilities and had waited in vain for him to make a move, they had taken the initiative to approach him. Chu Jianlei analyzed the situation and found no logical flaws. He felt a sudden stir of excitement. In the past, he had been averse to such clandestine dealings, deeming them both unethical and excessively risky. However, should he succeed in repairing this mech, the likelihood of surmounting the endless mountains would significantly increase. Only by traversing to the other side could he finally escape the shadow of the Hong character's settlement. The overwhelming sense of insecurity compelled him to take a gamble on this perilous journey. In that moment, instinct overrode reason. He had the requisite deposit. He had succumbed to the temptation, reasoning that rather than perpetually guarding against unknown dangers, it would be wiser to embrace a significant risk. Chu Jianlei had never feared death. Rather, he often worried that his demise would be in vain. Having made his decision, neither Xiao Jing nor the fisher would voice any objections. 2 days later, in a desolate expanse 20 kilometers from the settlement, Chu Jianlei beheld the mech. It was loaded onto a freight truck, and after he had scrutinized it thoroughly, the truck drove away. They were not the only ones wary of each other. The opposing party was equally cautious of potential treachery. Fortunately, no violent confrontations or silencing incidents occurred, indicating a genuine intent to transact on both sides. Having limited familiarity with mechs, Chu Jianlei's foremost concern prior to his arrival was whether the mech was pink. Discovering it was not, he observed that the mech was rather severely damaged. Even to Chu Jianlei's untrained eye, it was evident that the mech's integrity was assuredly less than 70%. Both parties involved in the transaction were masked. After the truck departed, a brief silence ensued between Chu Jianlei and his companion and the opposing duo. Eventually, one of the masked figures inquired if they were satisfied. Chu Jianlei clicked his tongue, murmuring with disinterest, "The posterior is compromised." "Naturally, there is some damage," the other party retorted dismissively. "Otherwise, we wouldn't be selling it." "I am referring to the posterior," Chu Jianlei retorted. "The motive components are impaired. Mechs, as individual combat implements, may possess auxiliary functions, robust defensive systems, and formidable firepower. However, their efficacy as formidable combat units is fundamentally dependent on two integral components, the energy unit and the motive unit. These units are typically situated on the mech's dorsal aspect, with energy reserves positioned at the upper back and the drive mechanism located toward the lower back. Such design ostensibly favors offensive maneuvers, which is logical given that weapon designs rarely prioritize evasion. "Are you attempting to haggle?" the other party inquired skeptically before adding, "Make an offer." Chu Jianlei responded forthrightly, 1,000 silver dollars. "That is untenable," the other party countered with equal candor. "I've never seen such a drastic reduction. For 1,000 silver dollars is my final offer." It seems that negotiations have reached an impasse, as Chu Jianlei has always possessed little interest in haggling. He did not glance back, but rather stated matter-of-factly that the fisher should recall the 40 silver dollar deposit. The $10 for compensation was merely a token for having inspected the mech's appearance. His thoughts were crystal clear. The damage to the drive system equated to the destruction of the mech's core component. What value remains in a car with a broken engine? It is better to dismantle it and sell the parts. Retaining 10 silver dollars was already a concession on his part. Meanwhile, the fisher stood behind him, lazily humming in response. The opposing party had not anticipated such a swift collapse of the transaction. They had hoped to earn a bit more from such a rare item. Was that truly an error? However, they were also acutely aware that, despite its rarity, the number of individuals bold enough to purchase it and capable of affording it was exceedingly limited. A few reckless daredevils could still be found. But a wealthy small team like Fu Gui was indeed a rarity. Many influential factions possessed wealth, yet they feared being devoured whole. 2,000 silver dollars was the minimum. For this mech, we had already lost 3 brothers and 4 severely injured. After much deliberation, they ultimately settled on a price of 1,500 silver dollars. Yet, Chu Jianlei did not possess such an amount. At the Hongyijiu settlement, he had barely over 200 silver dollars remaining. This sum could not be spent, as he needed it for further procurement of materials. Additionally, the silver notes from the energy block shop could be exchanged for over 1,000 silver dollars. Yet it still fell short of the 1,500 required. What Chu Jianlei valued was the universal applicability of these silver notes, which would facilitate the purchase of energy blocks more conveniently. He believed that beyond the endless mountains, the silver notes might prove to be universally accepted, while the energy blocks were merely consumables. Thus, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing the silver notes. Consequently, the only currency available to him was gold. He engaged in discussions regarding the payment methods, only to find that the other party demanded silver dollars, mutated beast meat, or energy blocks. The first 2 options were evidently implausible, as Chu Jianlei would not dare to provoke the meat overlord lightly. He possessed 17 energy blocks, so parting with 15 was not a significant concern. Considering he had originally purchased them at a 70% discount, he would even make a profit. However, such calculations were impractical. Traversing the mountains would inevitably require energy blocks. To amass a substantial reserve, he would need to visit a settlement. Thus, Chu Jianlei inquired about the payment in gold and its expected valuation, to which the other party expressed little interest in gold. Having finally offloaded the burdensome mecha, why would they acquire something equally cumbersome? If gold were to be insisted upon, the price would amount to 3,000 grams. Chu Jianlei found himself at a loss for words. 3,000 grams of gold could be exchanged for 3,000 silver dollars. Was this not a complete reversal? Nevertheless, the trading dynamics of the Wasteland had always been thus, with prices fluctuating significantly when needs were mutually fulfilled. Unusually, the Fisher party conceded, stating that if discussions were unfruitful, they would simply let it go. The other side was genuinely unwilling to negotiate further. They would return 30 silver dollars by tomorrow. In such transactions, a 10 silver dollar difference was hardly noteworthy, and both parties departed with a sense of dissatisfaction. On the way back, the crack made its intentions known. 1 kilogram of gold could approximately be exchanged for 900 silver dollars. Not long ago, I heard rumors that someone named Hongyi managed to exchange 2 kilograms of gold for 1,800 silver dollars. Chu Jianlei leisurely remarked that he always exchanged gold at a rate of 1 gram for 1 silver dollar. The crack paused for a moment, yet refrained from arguing. Perhaps you are engaged in bulk transactions, and I shall negotiate accordingly. Chu Jianlei remained silent, uncertain whether the other party had intended to line their own pockets. But did it truly matter? In such circumstances, is it not normal to receive a small reward for lending a helping hand? Furthermore, judging by the crack's demeanor, it was evident that he wished to accompany both himself and Xiao Jing across the endless mountains. Under those conditions, if he carried a substantial amount of silver dollars, could he possibly conceal it from the 2 of them? Therefore, there was no need to overthink these matters. True to his word, the crack returned the following noon. He had found a person for the exchange. Gold prices had risen recently, and indeed, 1 gram of gold could now be exchanged for 1 silver dollar. If such rates were available outside the city, surely the exchange within the settlement would be even more favorable. A thought unexpectedly crossed Chu Jianlei's mind. Had I actually lost out in the last gold-to-silver exchange? Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed this notion. Such matters hardly boiled down to winning or losing. Acquiring the right item at the opportune moment, with a slight premium, hardly constituted a significant issue. The exchange venue was located just outside the settlement, at a casino. There were many imposing figures guarding the establishment, each appearing fierce and intimidating, not to be trifled with. Uncertain whether the other party was adhering to the established rules or had somehow discovered his affluent identity, the exchange unfolded without any complications. To Chu Jianlei's mild astonishment, the individual inquired whether he preferred silver dollars or silver notes. Consequently, he acquired 2,000 silver notes. Casually, He handed over two 10 silver dollar notes and posed a question. Can this currency be utilized outside the city? The counterpart smiled faintly, remarking that it was indeed more stable than silver dollars, and suggested that it was merely a courtesy towards the wealthy. Otherwise, one would have to gradually exchange for silver dollars. Chu Jianlei paused momentarily before responding. Then I am grateful. No need for thanks, the other replied nonchalantly. There is also gold. Remember to take care of me. It appeared that this individual, offering a measure of convenience, had ulterior motives. Such neatly arranged gold bars were unlikely to have been amassed haphazardly. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei felt a sense of relief. Unwarranted friendliness warranted caution. But the prospect of profit was entirely reasonable. After leaving the casino, they wandered around. The following afternoon, he returned and informed Chu Jianlei that he had made further contact with the seller of the mechas. He had successfully negotiated the terms down to 1,400 silver dollars, along with a convertible light truck and some ammunition. Generally, a second-hand light truck might not be worth that amount, but this particular vehicle had been modified. The implication was clear. Since they were bound to traverse the endless mountains, retaining the truck served little purpose. The mounted machine gun would not remain. Yet there was enough ammunition to leave behind a portion. Should they decide against crossing the endless mountains, they could always acquire a superior truck. Ultimately, the convertible was a spoils of war. No matter how much it had been altered, its foundation remained somewhat inferior. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment and ultimately conveyed that there was no need for a replacement, as the vehicle contained numerous items that could be utilized for as long as possible. The modification of this vehicle had been witnessed in its entirety by the trio of Huaxiezi, and should it be recognized, it could potentially invite superfluous complications. Unbeknownst to him, Huaxiezi and her companions were en route to the Hongyi settlement, trailing behind a convoy. Huaxiezi felt her fortune was somewhat unfavorable. Last autumn, she engaged in a skirmish with others, claiming a slight victory. However, before long, they were surrounded. Those who encircled them were figures of considerable importance, and they were ruthless in their actions, demanding cooperation. Numerous unyielding hunters were slain on the spot, and she discerned that the intent was merely to establish dominance. These individuals were exceptionally overbearing, and Huaxiezi prudently yielded. Her combat prowess was substantial, but why needlessly court peril? Subsequently, they were subjected to interrogation. As the individuals sought a person named Sha Chu, Huaxiezi candidly recounted the circumstances of their encounter. Unexpectedly, some surmised that the fellow known as Heitian might be Sha Chu. As for the additional child, that was of little consequence. Many survivors' combat partners were encountered by chance. In any case, even if it was merely a possibility, these individuals thoroughly investigated the man without eyebrows. Throughout the ensuing winter, they remained occupied, braving the frigid conditions to search for Sha Chu. It was said that with the arrival of spring, things would become more relaxed. But these individuals desired to continue their search. Later, news emerged that Sha Chu might be heading to Hongyi, and now a team was dispatched to Hongyi once more. The prominent figures have now determined that, whether or not the Black Day is a fool's tune, there certainly exist numerous methods of utilizing the mutated crystals. The individuals at the energy block store are indeed formidable, yet the acquisition of the mutated crystals initially came from the inhabitants of the settlement. A simple investigation would reveal this fact. As for the applicable techniques of the mutated crystals, those two individuals warrant a thorough inquiry, ideally to acquire their methods. Huaxia and her companions have had encounters with the eyeless ones and recognized the modified vehicle, thus they have been commanded to follow. As the driver operates the vehicle, he cannot help but murmur, "Who have we offended? What a stroke of bad luck." This truck was indeed sold to them at a low price by Black Day. However, Huaxia coolly retorts, "Mind your tongue if you wish to survive. I'm merely noting the absence of others." The driver replies nonchalantly, "What has this fool done to warrant such scrutiny?" "It is merely a matter of interest," Huaxia replies languidly. "At least 3 teams are investigating him." She does not believe it to be a matter of hatred, bluntly stating, ordinary individuals cannot afford to make enemies of such influential figures. They must possess the qualifications. The driver cannot suppress a sigh, pondering their entanglement in such a significant affair, hoping they will not face silencing. Huaxia muses, contemplating the multitude of individuals aware of this situation. Could the adversaries be so ruthless? Yet, almost immediately, she shivers, hoping it will not come to that. The driver silently continues to drive for a while before suddenly asking, "Do you think those 2 individuals could also be in Hongyi?" "How should I know?" The scorpion murmured softly, expressing a wish for his absence. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life. announcing the discovery of a wilderness campsite. Urging the formation of a battle line, the rider sighed deeply, methodically inspecting each camp. What immense profit could this entail? That evening, Chu Jianlei concluded a transaction with his adversary, even going so far as to rent a heavy-duty truck to transport the mecha. The deal proceeded without a hitch. At the periphery of Hong Yi's settlement, his esteemed reputation had begun to carry significant weight. The other party was slightly taken aback. Having anticipated a trade involving light trucks and ammunition, had he unexpectedly acquired more funds? Chu Jianlei, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "Yes, more funds. Do you still possess any mecha?" This subtly jabbed at his counterpart. Fearing retribution, the other party could only manage a hollow laugh, lamenting that had he known it was silver notes, a slight concession would have sufficed. With the silver notes already secured, such empty flattery was hardly a challenge for anyone. Chu Jianlei chose not to engage further and departed with the heavy truck. They dared not transport the mecha back to the small courtyard, knowing that would surely lead to trouble. Instead, they conveyed it to a vast underground warehouse. The warehouse, steeped in age, was said to have been constructed over 2 centuries ago. Initially built to store winter provisions and shelter a few survivors, it had been abandoned after 2 collapses. As houses proliferated outside the city, landlords were disinclined to see it bustling again. It had become a large underground ruin. Should anyone observe them entering or exiting, it could invite complications. Hence, the 20-ton mecha could only be serviced in such a locale. For Chu Jianlei, the recent acquisition of the mech was indeed a stroke of fortune. He had just perfected the propulsion system of his flying backpack. There are myriad types of propulsion systems, and the flying backpack is a design native to Blue Star, seemingly devoid of any references. However, the reality proved otherwise. When conceiving the propulsion for the flying backpack, he had considered energy blocks as the power source. In contrast, his convertible light truck, a product of the Wasteland, operates on fuel. Upon meticulous inspection of the mech, he discovered that indeed, the propulsion was faulty, while the transmission system remained intact. As for the damage to other components of the mech, those were trifles, at worst. The armor was slightly compromised, and the left arm exhibited limited mobility. Chu Jianlei's primary interest in this mech lay in its transport capabilities, with combat being a secondary consideration. Having amassed such wealth, he was reluctant to abandon it all. Now that the mech was in his possession, he decided to indulge himself, producing a third mutated crystal. He silently contemplated the prospect of integrating it with his propulsion design. The small lake reappeared, slowly rotating its form, and once again, Chu Jianlei felt a throbbing pain in his head. However, this time, it did not take long for new information to manifest. The propulsion design of the flying backpack could indeed be transplanted onto the mech, albeit with a sense of disproportion. It simply did not match. His original design was meant to carry approximately a ton of supplies. He did not expect the flying backpack to achieve flight, merely to bear weight. Yet, the mech itself weighed a staggering 20 tons, rendering the power output a completely different scale. Some materials would undoubtedly require replacement. The most disadvantageous aspect was the energy efficiency. The propulsion system of the flying backpack was already notoriously inefficient. Now, having been transplanted onto the mech, its efficacy has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. To traverse the endless mountains, one cannot afford to be concerned about costs. If one were to discard numerous unnecessary supplies, the journey over the mountains would become somewhat more manageable. But can one truly discard them? The transport mech, too, regardless of the energy it consumes, remains indispensable. What is an energy block? It is an item that can be procured with money, yet security. Can that be purchased? Chu Jianlei busied himself in the underground warehouse. After 3 days of diligent work, he finally assembled a functioning drive system. Whether it was effective or not was secondary. At the very least, it could get the mech moving. As for testing, that posed a significant inconvenience, although there was no one nearby. The sound generated by the mech's movements was rather pronounced. He then devoted 4 more days to further refine the drive system, frequently utilizing materials from the small lake. Cracks often provided additional supplies, which were delivered under the cover of night. By the end of these 4 days, the situation had improved slightly. Having spent 7 days in the underground warehouse, Chu Jianlei began to feel a sense of confinement. He maneuvered the mech into a compartment, piled large stones, and under the cloak of darkness, returned to the small courtyard. When dawn broke, he inquired of Xiao Jing how many silver dollars remained. During his absence, Xiao Jing had primarily taken on the responsibility of guarding the place, revealing that there were 87 left, as the recent procurement of materials had been quite vigorous. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment and sighed, stating, I shall venture into the mountains once more to hunt, and upon my return, we shall prepare some meat floss. It is time for us to depart. Xiao Jing tilted her head in contemplation, unable to restrain herself from asking, do we truly have to leave? Having provisions at hand is always prudent, Chu Jianlei responded casually, at least with ample preparation. One won't be caught off guard. Xiao Jing lowered his voice and inquired. Quite a bit of ammunition and meat floss are missing. Was that you? He was now the chief steward of this small group. He Tian only cared about his cultivation, and Lin Xiaofan was unconcerned about everything. A wise hare has 3 burrows, Chu Jianlei replied without hesitation. Maintaining a sense of crisis is beneficial for oneself. Hearing their conversation, Lin Xiaofan emerged, yawning, Boss, you're back? Unconsciously. He had also begun to regard He Tian as his leader. I'm going to take a shower. I'll talk to you about something later. Watching him return, Chu Jianlei was somewhat curious. This is learning to take the initiative to bathe? He simply didn't have the means before, Xiao Jing replied nonchalantly, given the opportunity. Who wouldn't want to be clean and comfortable? So, I've altered some people's lifestyles? Lin Xiaofan showered quickly, as always. In less than 10 minutes, he emerged. While wiping his damp hair, he excitedly declared, Yesterday, I heard news that from here to the other side of the mountain, there might be smuggling gangs. Chu Jianlei fell silent. After waiting for a long time and finding that the other party wasn't speaking, he couldn't help but ask, That's it? Lin Xiaofan replied solemnly. To inquire about more details, money is required. Chu Jianlei was a little displeased. I just gave you $20 a few days ago. Are you spending it too quickly, or am I being stingy with you? That was for routine socializing, all right? The fisher, typically uncontentious, couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. I'm expending funds to procure intelligence. This is advantageous. However, it pertains to smuggling. Who would deign to notice a few paltry coins? As Xiao Jing was about to speak, Chu Jianlei interjected with a light cough. Very well, I shall provide you with an additional 30. Currently, the gang's firearms are off limits to the fisher. However, once he procures these 30 silver dollars, what firearm would be unattainable? Therefore, his statement possessed a peculiar quality, leaving a somewhat inexplicable aftertaste. The fisher sensed something amiss, yet he still insisted on 100 silver dollars. Xiao Jing couldn't restrain himself. 100? Why not simply resort to robbery? This is smuggling. The fisher responded with resignation, glancing at him. If apprehended, the repercussions would be inconceivable. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect of smuggling is the conduit. 100 to purchase a piece of information is hardly exorbitant. Chapter 57. Abrupt change. Upon hearing the fisher's explanation, Xiao Jing felt uncertain and could only turn to Chu Jianlei. Brother, what are your thoughts? 100 it shall be. Chu Jianlei replied impassively. When it comes to intelligence gathering, one must be willing to expend funds. He was already contemplating whether to abandon the fisher and traverse the mountains with Xiao Jing. The fisher also perceived that the other party seemed somewhat displeased with him. However, he was already akin to a living cadaver. Despite the vastness of the wasteland, there was nothing that warranted his concern. Thus, he accepted a banknote for 100 silver dollars, turned, and departed. Xiao Jing couldn't resist inquiring of Chu Jianlei, Do you harbor reservations about him? Chu Jianlei pondered briefly before shaking his head. It was not entirely that, but rather a matter of incompatible personalities. He then dismissed such thoughts and instructed, You focus on guarding the house, while I venture out to procure some materials. The mech still requires enhancements, and having been abandoned for so long, many components need maintenance. With 87 silver dollars in hand, he surmised it might not suffice, yet resolved to make do for the time being. Upon his return, it was already dusk, and only 3 silver dollars remained. He handed these 3 to Xiao Jing, advising, Spend wisely, I shall return to the mountains soon. At that moment, the rift reappeared. And in a month's time, there could be smuggling teams infiltrating the mountains. Chu Jianlei contemplated this and inquired, How is the fee calculated? Each person is charged between 100 to 200 silver dollars. The price is not fixed, and the risk is borne personally. However, those who excel in combat may receive a partial refund, or even earn a profit, was the response. In the wasteland, every individual could potentially become a hunter. Hence the escort fees for smugglers were also variable. Chu Jianlei's thoughts were not solely on this. He considered whether, given a certain investment, it was feasible to traverse the mountains. To him, 100 or 200 silver dollars hardly constituted a significant sum. The crux of the matter was the implication that even if he managed to cross the mountains, he might still be unable to evade pursuit. Such a cost is beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to bear, the rift replied solemnly. Moreover, the dangers are immense. The odds of survival are perilously slim. Those who can afford it would surely question the need for such a risk. Chu Jianlei pondered for a moment before posing a question. Can the influence of the character Hong reach that place? That place referred to the settlement of Zhou. The fisher responded with certainty. The influence is greatly limited due to the different character heads. Chu Jianlei gazed at him blankly and after a while, inquired, You knew this all along, didn't you? The fisher's expression remained inscrutable. After a pause, he replied, Xiaojing is still a child. It is far too perilous. Chu Jianlei shook his head in resignation. This was the reason for his discontent towards the fisher. Although the fisher appeared emotionally despondent, he possessed an unwavering will. Chu Jianlei sought an adept in wilderness survival who understood the wasteland. Yet this expert spoke in half-truths, leaving much concealed, which was quite vexing. If one were to accuse the fisher of harboring ill intentions, it would not hold true. His prior silence regarding the news from beyond the mountains stemmed from a desire to shield Xiaojing from the dangers of adventure alongside Chu Jianlei. Now that Chu Jianlei had prepared adequately, any unforeseen circumstances would necessitate a crossing of the mountains, which the fisher could not prevent, thus he revealed the truth. However, Chu Jianlei found himself intolerant of such concealment, as he was accustomed to comprehensive planning. He shook his head, offering no response to this revelation, and retreated to his room. After dinner, he meditated until the late hours of the night, departing on foot with a substantial amount of supplies. Following his departure, a conversation unfolded between Xiaojing and the fisher. Why didn't you tell the truth from the beginning? Xiaojing asked. The fisher remained silent for a long while before responding, for your own good. Xiaojing sighed in resignation, in the dark. Brother Fugue does not appreciate your attitude. The fisher fell silent again for a considerable time before retorting, he is far too arrogant. He will inevitably suffer a great loss. He would not. Xiaojing screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. After a brief pause, he sighed and said, Once we cross the mountain, perhaps, you should just leave. The fisher remained silent for a long while before finally responding, I can take care of myself. And when the time comes, I will be your neighbor. 3 days later, at dawn, Chu Jianlei returned. The recent processing and maintenance had been remarkably successful, significantly uplifting his spirits. After having a meal, he gathered his belongings, preparing to venture into the mountains once more, while advising Xiaojing, keep an eye on the house. I will go into the mountains again, and upon my return, everything will be thoroughly prepared. Xiaojing had grown accustomed to his ways and quietly inquired, Are you really going to leave? It depends on the circumstances, Chu Jianlei replied casually. If I could avoid leaving, I would prefer not to be constantly on the move. Xiaojing's eyes sparkled with hope. So that means you won't have to go into the mountains as often? It will not be as frequent as it is now. Chu Jianlei responded nonchalantly. But if I don't venture into the mountains, will we simply consume our resources? Let us hope for better luck this time. It will surely be good, Xiaojing said, clenching his small fist. Then you can teach me Tai Chi. Chu Jianlei smiled and turned to leave the room. As he stepped out of the courtyard, a sense of unease settled in his heart. Was this a flag he had raised? Once again. The fisher transported him to the foot of the mountain, and then he turned back. Chu Jianlei walked deeper into the mountains, greeting those he encountered along the way. He exhibited little interest in these encounters, merely nodding slightly before hastening onward, hoping for a bountiful harvest. Yet, fortune is a fickle companion, hardly bearing repetition. He wandered the mountains for 4 days, encountering only 2 C-grade mutated wolverines. Although these wolverines were merely of C-grade, they were extraordinarily fierce. With remarkably tough hides and an exceptionally combative nature, reminiscent of the tenacity of the Blue Planet's iconic character. Chu Jianlei had no desire to engage with these creatures. The meat was inedible, and only their pelts held any monetary value. However, having inadvertently trespassed upon their territory, he found himself relentlessly pursued, unable to escape their domain. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to slay both wolverines, only to realize that the female wolverine was pregnant, which explained the ferocity of their defense. The worth of the wolverine pelts scarcely compensated for his expenditure. Nonetheless, a silver lining emerged. The unborn offspring within the female wolverine could be consumed. It was a meager consolation, indeed. Chu Jianlei retreated to the periphery of a safe zone, commencing the preparation of this substantial dish. Little did he know. As he busied himself with culinary endeavors, a convoy had arrived at Hong Yi. Harboring familiar faces 3 days later, he hunted a nest of iron-skinned rabbits, capturing 2 large and 5 small. This meager haul left him feeling somewhat despondent. Rather than continue cooking, he opted to cure the rabbits. planning to remain for another 3 days before returning home. The disappointing yield certainly dampened his spirits, yet one must not cling stubbornly to misfortune due to scant rewards. The following day, while surveying the surroundings, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Ascending a small earthen slope, he lifted his binoculars to scrutinize the area meticulously. Upon adjusting his angle, he became transfixed, for through the telescope appeared a familiar silhouette, Waxizi. Identifying individuals in the desolate wilderness proved quite challenging, as most donned drab attire, many obscuring their faces. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei possessed an exceptional memory and was remarkably skilled at recognizing people. Moreover, Waxizi's attire closely resembled that of their last encounter, both in color and style. Notably, while she wielded a laser rifle, her right hand rested on her left chest, signaling a gesture. In Blue Star, this gesture signifies okay, but in the Wasteland, it conveys no harm. Most denizens of the Wasteland, like those from Blue Star, are right-handed, with their hearts positioned on the left. Placing the dominant hand over the heart, with the thumb and forefinger forming a circle, unmistakably indicates the heart's location, a truly amicable gesture. Chu Jianlei's brow furrowed slightly, an instinctive sense of impending trouble washing over him. He scanned his surroundings meticulously but discerned no other figures. Opting for caution, he concealed himself behind a thicket rather than approaching her. Meanwhile, Waxizi surveyed her surroundings while making her way toward his direction up the gentle slope. Her line of sight evidently clear. However, as she approached within 50 to 60 meters of Chu Jianlei, he called out, "Do not move." Waxizi paused momentarily, and indeed, did not react, instead responding in a low tone, "Is it you, Haitian? I harbor no ill intentions. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Chu Jianlei, brandishing his Gauss automatic rifle, slowly rose from the ground, the muzzle steadily aimed at Waxizi, and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Come to find you," replied Waxizi, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. "If you haven't brought anyone with you," quipped Chu Jianlei, "what is it that you seek me for?" "I was compelled to seek you out." Waxizi continued to survey the surroundings, though the muzzle of his laser gun remained unwavering. Damn it, Chu Jianlei couldn't suppress an expletive. Before inquiring further, "Who has coerced you?" The prominent figures from the main settlement, Waxizi turned away to check if anyone was approaching from his path. "They are searching for someone of great significance, and incidentally, they also wish to find you." "Has the connection between your identities, Black Sky and Silly Chu, not yet been established?" Chu Jianlei asked nonchalantly, "Who is this important person?" "You need not concern yourself with that," Waxizi replied, turning back with a nonchalant demeanor. "Knowing too much can be detrimental." "Well, you have a point," Chu Jianlei responded casually, "and you likely haven't inquired into the extent of that person's importance." Waxizi nodded slightly at this remark. "I have yet to exhaust my lifespan." Chu Jianlei let out a soft sigh. "So, what do they want with me? Are you truly unable to deduce?" Waxizi cast a curious glance in his direction. "If the information I received is accurate, you have exchanged a considerable number of mutated beast crystals at the settlement?" Chu Jianlei paused momentarily, then scoffed, "Those avaricious vultures." Waxizi regarded him with keen interest. "Some even speculate that you might be that significant individual." "Nonsense. I have never been significant," Chu Jianlei murmured lightly. "What has become of my companion?" Chapter 58. Startling news. Waxizi was not surprised by Chu Jianlei's inquiry. He should be unaware of the type of individuals who had set their sights on him. Thus, she solemnly remarked, "I believe you ought to prioritize your own safety. You cannot fathom the ruthlessness of those people." Chu Jianlei nodded slightly upon hearing her words. From her reaction, it seemed this was not a trap. Indeed, his question to Waxizi was laden with implications, a lesson he had learned during his time in Blue Star. Consequently, he pressed further, "How ruthless are they?" A flicker of terror crossed Waxizi's eyes. "It is not merely a matter of a disagreement. They would kill without hesitation. Just to establish their dominance, they can murder numerous individuals without a blink, a kind of arrogance that one only truly comprehends upon witnessing it." "I have indeed witnessed such cruelty." Chu Jianlei inquired once more, "What is the name of that significant figure? Perhaps I could find a way to leverage that." "His name is Sheikh," Waxizi replied succinctly, having grasped his line of thought. "He used to be near Hongxi's refused site." "How unfortunate. I have not heard of him." Chu Jianlei sighed inwardly. "And what of my companion?" "The one known as Liakong has perished," Waxizi responded with calmness. He was overly eager to protect that child. As for the child, his right arm was severed on the spot. I am uncertain of what transpired afterward. However, based on the actions of those powerful figures, it is improbable that he survived. Chu Jianlei's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. He had already anticipated that the outcome would be dire, yet when his suspicions were confirmed, he found himself unable to accept the reality with composure. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice trembling noticeably. "My belongings." Waxizi let out a soft sigh, empathizing with his plight. They could undertake any action, with no one to impede them. She did not directly answer the question. Yet her response was implicitly clear. After a long pause, Chu Jianlei mustered the courage to ask, "Why are you telling me this?" He found it hard to believe that she could harbor any romantic feelings for him. "So, aren't you afraid of death for divulging this information?" Waxizi responded with a bitter smile, "Because if they find you, I do not wish to be silenced." While it was not certain that she would be silenced, when it came to matters of life and death, who would dare to take such a gamble? She merely hoped that Haitian could escape successfully. For each day he remained unfound, her own life was prolonged. As for whether Haitian was foolish or not, that was of little importance to her. She simply wished to survive. Chu Jianlei was momentarily taken aback, then realized the logic behind the actions of those residing in the central stronghold. They truly acted without restraint. However, he could not shake the suspicion that this might be a trap. What if she sought to achieve some grand feat and gain substantial rewards? It was not that he harbored dark thoughts, but rather that his sense of security was exceedingly fragile and his obsessive compulsions offered no remedy. "Then why did you venture into the mountains alone to seek me? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Who told you I came alone?" Upon hearing this, the scorpion rolled her eyes, acknowledging the meticulous nature of this fellow's reasoning. After the convoy arrived at Hongyi, they promptly initiated a thorough investigation. Chu Jianlei had adopted a new name, Fu Gue, which offered some utility, yet it was not significantly advantageous. The three of them were newcomers within the ranks. There was both a large and a small individual, both of whom were equally affluent. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the casino where Chu Jianlei engaged in gold transactions was a front for a prominent figure in Hongyi. Once it was discovered that he had dealt in gold, and upon examining the style of the gold bars, it was almost certain to be incriminating evidence. Upon entering the courtyard, they noticed that although the modified off-road light truck had undergone alterations, its original characteristics still persisted. During this process, the intensity of the reaction from the fisher was excessively pronounced. At this juncture, the scorpion could not help but exclaim, "The fisher. That is the hunter of winds." Within the entire Hong settlement, he ranked among the top 20 hunters. Had it not been for the betrayal of his partner, his entire squad would have been obliterated. For an ordinary person to challenge him would be nothing short of self-inflicted misery. Chu Jianlei was taken aback by this revelation, astonished that the despondent fisher possessed such considerable stature. Thus, it was not difficult to comprehend why others attempted to sway his decisions, who among them had not once commanded a wave of fervor. The scorpion held the hunter of winds in high regard. He had slain 3 individuals before being recognized, and Xiao Jing had also suffered due to his actions. Xiao Jing's reaction had been quite severe, yet he was ultimately just a child and was eventually subdued. The prominent figures of the central settlement were infuriated by this conflict and contemplated executing Xiao Jing as a stern warning to others. However, some have remarked that if Haitian can attract the Wind Hunter, he may possess certain connections. If he were to kill this child, how would one trace him thereafter? It is conceivable that Xiao Jing is destined to endure considerable suffering, with little hope of survival. In truth, Xiao Jing is oblivious to Haitian's background, unaware that he is the very fool Chu. Yet, Chu Jianlei's mood has not lightened. Rather, it has grown increasingly heavy. His feelings towards the rift are intricate. Yet Xiao Jing truly captivates him. This vibrant life, not yet having reached the tender age of 10, is already facing such dire circumstances. The pursuing convoy has dispatched numerous personnel to search for Haitian. Upon learning that Haitian has entered the mountains, they have all come to scour the area, with the directive being clear: if the living cannot be apprehended, then the deceased will suffice. Waxizi has not come stealthily to report. She is indeed one of the seekers in the mountains. However, she has faced Chu Jianlei in combat and knows how formidable he is. The crux of the matter is, she does not wish to be silenced. Thus, she has long prepared to relay information. "What a stroke of luck it is," Chu Jianlei remarks coolly, "that you should encounter me." He has never subscribed to the notion of coincidence. From a probabilistic standpoint, improbable events are tantamount to impossibilities. "I am aware that you have battled with the Wolverine," Waxizi replies calmly. She senses that he is exceedingly cautious in his actions, so she responds with equal forthrightness. "I was fortunate enough to stumble upon the scene of the battle, thus I assisted in erasing the traces." Within the principal settlement, numerous individuals possess adept tracking skills. Yet my own proficiency in this domain is not inconsiderable. Chu Jianlei sat mulling over the situation for a spell, discerning no manifest fallacies in the presented rationale. Consequently, he elected to place his trust in the interlocutor. Whereabouts is Xiao Jing currently held? I am even uncertain as to whether he yet lives. A peculiar glint flickered within Hua Xiezi's eyes. If you genuinely possess the means, eliminate those haughty elites. Is that feasible? To eliminate them is imperative. Chu Jianlei murmured softly, but at present, the circumstances are not propitious. A subtle trace of disappointment flitted across Hua Xiezi's visage, yet she softly proposed, then absconded. I implore you. Chu Jianlei regarded her impassively. Whither should I flee? That is for you to determine. Without consulting me, Hua Xiezi responded with candidness. Nor do I desire to be privy to your decision. Chu Jianlei's eyelids drooped languidly, and after a protracted interval, he abruptly inquired, what is your ranking amongst the hunters? Beyond the 200th position, Hua Xiezi replied with disarming candor. I am no match for Lin Xiaofan. After a brief pause, she added, however, in a mortal struggle, he might not necessarily prevail against me. I am indifferent to rankings. In the Wastelands, survival is the ultimate arbiter. What significance can rankings truly hold? Chu Jianlei raised his eyelids to cast a contemplative glance at her, nodding thoughtfully. Your primary characteristic is a pronounced aversion to death. Those who fear death are typically incapable of unleashing their full combat potential. Who does not fear death? Hua Xiezi readily conceded. Lin Xiaofan surpasses me, solely in his lack of fear of death. The Wasteland does not possess a particularly detailed ranking system. At most, it recognizes a few acknowledged powerhouses. Claims about who holds the first or second position are truly absurd. In various encounters, those ranked over 100 have successfully turned the tables on the top 10 more than once. The motivation behind such rankings is rather simple. Everyone involved is formidable in their own right, and when they meet, mutual respect is afforded. Waxizi acknowledges that Lin Xiaofan is indeed powerful, yet she remains somewhat unconvinced. Chu Jianlei waved his hand dismissively, signaling that she could leave. Can I really go? Waxizi paused, unable to suppress her curiosity. Don't you need me to do something else? What more could you possibly do? Chu Jianlei replied, somewhat at a loss. Betray those influential figures? You could share your intentions, Waxizi responded earnestly. Perhaps I could offer some assistance. I hope you understand. If you fail, the likelihood of me being silenced is quite high. I certainly trust you, Chu Jianlei assured her, his words not mere pleasantries. Through their two interactions, he had gleaned some insight into Waxizi's character. Her abilities were indeed commendable, yet she lived with excessive caution and numerous concerns. Thus, he raised his chin and reiterated, you may leave now, as if we had never met. Waxizi paused, surprised, but did not rush to depart. If you intend to traverse the endless mountains, count me in. Chu Jianlei found himself somewhat speechless. Was his purpose truly so evident? He did not deny his intentions, but the plan to cross the endless mountains had only been disclosed to Xiao Jing and Liekua. Everyone familiar with Hong Yi knows him well. The scorpion glanced at him oddly, as if observing a simpleton. This fellow, with his cracks. Chu Jianlei realized where the information might have leaked. He found it perplexing. After all, he was an experienced player in this game. How could a mere inquiry lead to such a breach? Perhaps they still wished to prevent him from traversing the endless mountains. This individual certainly possessed a strong will. However, pondering further was futile. The individual was already gone, and the deceased deserved reverence. Unbeknownst to him, the Hunter of Winds excelled in wilderness survival and combat, but was not particularly adept at gathering intelligence. If this person truly had a knack for social interactions, he would not have suffered betrayal and would have enjoyed greater favor. Moreover, the newcomers at the gathering point exuded a powerful aura. Some, to avoid incurring wrath, would proactively offer up information. In the next moment, Chu Jianlei withdrew his thoughts and fixed his gaze on the scorpion. Why do you wish to leave the Hong faction? After a moment of contemplation, the scorpion replied uncertainly. It feels a bit too noisy this time. Ah, the fear of death. Chu Jianlei understood, and then another question struck him. That foolish Chu. Do you have any news? Updated to seek various forms of support during the new book period. Chapter 59. Infiltration. Chu Jianlei's inquiry into the news about the foolish Chu was, of course, purposeful. The scorpion, being seasoned in these matters, discerned his intentions and candidly replied, most individuals have ventured into the mountains to seek you. A few remain at the foot of the mountain, with only a handful attempting to uncover clues about the foolish Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Jianlei let out a slight sigh of relief. This suggested, perhaps the Mecca had yet to be discovered? The flower scorpion had been observing him intently, and despite Black Sky's habitually drooping eyelids, she sensed his relaxation. Tentatively, she inquired, "So, you're contemplating another foray into the wilds?" Chu Jianlei raised his eyelids, casting a glance at her. "The question you pose is somewhat inopportune at present. My primary intention is to assist you," Flower Scorpion asserted, keen to avoid any misunderstanding. "For instance, we've amassed at least a dozen night vision binoculars, making a nocturnal excursion rather challenging. Night vision binoculars are not abundant in the Wasteland." Chu Jianlei himself had acquired one through sheer serendipity. Typically, an adventurer team would suffice with one or two, unless it's a large-scale skirmish between adventurers. These devices are primarily for nocturnal vigilance. Few venture out hunting in the dead of night. A dozen night vision binoculars, evidently. The tracking convoy had plundered quite a few from the Hongi settlement. Chu Jianlei muttered under his breath, "Whom have I offended to warrant this?" Then, turning his gaze back to Flower Scorpion, he offered an earnest, "Thank you." Although caution was ingrained in him, without her warning, he might have inadvertently stumbled into a predicament. "I merely aspire to be of assistance," Flower Scorpion replied solemnly. "I can aid you in locating a conduit." Chu Jianlei remained silent, regarding her impassively. "Do you imagine I would place credence in your unsubstantiated assurances?" Flower Scorpion, realizing the implausibility of his hasty acceptance, instinctively countered, "Assisting you is tantamount to assisting myself." However, this lacked persuasive force. From her perspective, harming him could also serve her interests. She added, "Your supplies should be insufficient to traverse the endless mountains. You need to return and gather more." In Chu Jianlei's eyes, there was still no trace of emotion. "I truly lack for nothing in terms of supplies." After a moment of contemplation, Waxizi remarked, "I can also procure some supplies. We can support each other while crossing the mountains." Finally, Chu Jianlei spoke. "Would you consider leaving your companions behind to accompany me?" "That is impossible." Waxizi understood this well. Both of her companions had been her battle partners for many years. Then, she belatedly turned to Chu Jianlei, realizing, "So you are concerned that we might turn the tables? Where is the distinction between host and guest?" Chu Jianlei replied calmly, acknowledging that their words indeed posed a concern for him. However, the matter was easily resolved. "If you truly wish to traverse the mountains, you may choose your own path. There is no necessity to accompany me." Waxizi stared at him in astonishment. "Without your expertise, how could we dare to contemplate crossing the mountains?" "Well, regardless, I appreciate your notification." Chu Jianlei retrieved a 2-currency energy block and placed it on the ground. He then slowly took 2 steps back. "You may leave. I shall ensure my own safety." Waxizi stood in shock for nearly 5 seconds, then stepped forward to pick up the energy block. Without a backward glance, she turned and walked away. After traveling nearly a kilometer, she glanced back, but there was no sign of the figure from earlier. Chu Jianlei felt a heavy sense of oppression, yet it was precisely during such times that one must maintain composure. With a dozen night vision binoculars guarding the mountain exit, he would not gamble on which entrance might be unmonitored. Thus, his choice was to endure for the time being. However, he would not place his complete trust in the scorpion, and as night descended, he ventured deeper into the mountains. The endless mountain range at night was far from tranquil, especially since he had already penetrated a perilous zone and needed to advance further. Yet, there was no alternative, no matter how fierce the beasts may be. Human cunning surpasses them. Chu Jianlei had no choice but to proceed. Fortunately, since he began his cultivation, his senses had sharpened, and he possessed a night vision telescope. After all, each time he visited, he would linger in the mountains for several days. Even if he did not hunt at night, self-defense was imperative. Some creatures were cold-blooded and eluded detection by the night vision device, thus testing his eyesight and hearing. In addition to these senses, he possessed remarkable knife skills, which gave him the confidence to delve deeper. The journey was fraught with peril. The first half of the night progressed smoothly, but in the latter half, he encountered a swarm of snakes and fought valiantly to escape. By dawn, he was unexpectedly ambushed by 2 mutated mountain giant lizards. After another fierce battle, he managed to slay one of the lizards. The other, sensing danger, attempted to flee but was shot down by his laser rifle with a barrage of 7 or 8 rounds. He could not afford to let this creature escape. If discovered by others, the injured lizard would pose a threat of encirclement. Regrettably, not only was the flesh inedible, but every component of this beast held no substantial value. The 8 snakes he had slain in the dead of night were similarly worthless. Chu Jianlei had to eliminate these creatures and find a place to dispose of their remains to avoid detection. Typically, he would steer clear of such beasts, but traversing at night made it nearly impossible to remain vigilant. The two engagements had truly left him smarting, a sheer and profitable venture. That night, he traversed nearly 70 kilometers. Yet the direct advancement was scarcely 30. At daybreak, he sought a secluded spot to rest, taking the opportunity to meditate and cultivate. As night descended, he shielded the firelight to stew a pot of meat, prioritizing sustenance over taste. The subsequent night's journey proved somewhat smoother, though the third night presented minor perplexities. By this juncture, he had penetrated over 70 kilometers in direct distance, navigating countless perils. He surmised that small adventuring parties of 3 or 4 would find it nigh impossible to reach this depth, while his pursuers were likely elite. Even they could not infiltrate so deeply without detection. Encounters with wild or mutated beasts would inevitably lead to skirmishes, alerting him to their presence. When rain fell upon the mountain that day, Chu Jianlei opted to halt and recuperate. He remained stationary the following day as well, excavating a temporary abode. He lingered there for over 20 days, during which he managed to hunt 2 more gold-striped bears. With ample meat and firewood, he devoted himself to cultivations, casting aside all distractions. Only when the weather hinted at an impending chill did he cautiously commence his return. Previously, his forays into the mountains had rarely exceeded 13 or 14 days. This time, he had persisted for a month and a half. Surely, even the most patient adversary would not sustain a large-scale search for such an extended duration. The return journey was not without its challenges, particularly as he deviated from his original path. It was another 8 days before he reached the safe zone, bearing an additional 100-odd kilograms of mutated beast meat upon his shoulders. There was no alternative. In the mountains, conditions did not permit the preparation of meat floss, so he could only sprinkle some salt and cure it. Upon reaching a safe zone, he wrapped the meat in a canvas and selected a spot to bury it. By this time, nearly 2 months had elapsed since their foray into the mountains. Nevertheless, during the day, Chu Jianlei still spotted suspicious individuals glancing about. They were unlikely to relinquish their pursuit so easily, which did not particularly surprise him. However, as long as the number of searchers remained limited, it was indeed favorable news for him. The exits from the mountains were few, regardless of whether they were easy or difficult to traverse. They did not exceed 5 in total. Yet, Chu Jianlei opted not to choose those routes. Instead, he directly selected a place that seemed utterly inaccessible, a steep slope more than 3 kilometers from the nearest mountain pass. During the day, he observed the surroundings and indeed found no one present. When night fell, the absence of individuals remained, confirming his suspicions. While the mountains were being thoroughly searched, this area would likely have had guards, but with fewer personnel, it was plausible that such a low-probability location might be abandoned. Taking advantage of the cloak of night, he stealthily descended the mountain, relying on his agile physique. In the course of this, he unexpectedly discovered that certain areas were rigged with alarm bells and traps. Fortunately, he was sufficiently cautious, moving at a deliberate pace, ultimately managing to evade danger. This, however, underscored the adversary's determination to capture him. As he departed from the mountain's base, dawn was breaking. Chu Jianlei did not overexert himself. Instead, he found a hollow, dug a pit, and lay down, covering himself with a camouflaged canvas. Time passed swiftly, and as dusk fell, he lifted the tarpaulin and sat up. The journey through the night lay ahead, and few dared to traverse the desolate wasteland alone, save for large teams. Yet, such teams would inevitably illuminate their path with headlights easily visible from afar. Chu Jianlei pressed onward, finally arriving at the abandoned warehouse just past midnight. Utilizing his night vision goggles, he scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of any presence. Cautiously, he ventured inside, wary of any potential alarms. As it turned out, his concerns were somewhat excessive. The interior was utterly devoid of life. Clambering over the heaps of crumbling bricks and debris, he took care to check that his markers remained undisturbed. At last, he beheld the long-desired mech, untouched and unchanged. The scenario seemed almost surreal. Such a large machine, poorly concealed, had escaped the scrutiny of extensive searches. Yet, this was indeed the case. Chu Jianlei found himself at a loss to rationalize this occurrence. Surmising that the adversary had primarily focused their attention on the black sky. The movements of black sky were traceable, and few would concern themselves with affairs beyond the mountains. Even the news from the foolish Chu would only circulate within settlements. Perhaps someone had indeed searched the abandoned warehouse, but with night vision goggles in hand. A mere cursory glance would suffice. At that moment, Chu Jianlei felt profoundly grateful to those with whom he had struck a deal. Had it not been for the sensitivity surrounding the mech transaction, this information might have already been disclosed. In truth, even now, he remained uncertain whether the other party had revealed his identity. Nonetheless, as long as the mech remained undiscovered, it was a fortuitous outcome. Chapter 60, Ultimately. The heart remains unsettled. Chu Jianlei first deactivated the mechanism hidden beneath the mecha, which had the potential to trigger a series of explosive bursts. He then entered the mecha and maneuvered it slightly, finding that it felt nearly identical to his previous experience. In fact, he sensed a slight enhancement in its responsiveness, likely due to the maintenance he had performed last time. Many intricate care routines require a period of acclimatization. In simpler terms, the mecha's condition slightly exceeded his expectations, justifying his daring return. Given the nature of some more intense maneuvers, it was not the opportune moment for testing. Thus, Chu Jianlei exited the cockpit. As he gazed at the mecha, he couldn't help but reminisce about the enigmatic figure who facilitated mecha transactions, the Rift. How to describe him? While somewhat autocratic in his dealings, he was undeniably a good soul. Regrettably, fate had claimed him, and little Jing likely met a similar fate. With this thought, Chu Jianlei felt an uncontrollable surge of anger rising within him, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the nearby electromagnetic cannon. The cannon had been procured from the Hongwu settlement, as all weapons originally equipped with the mecha had been dismantled. During his extensive shopping spree at Hongwu, Chu Jianlei was compelled to consider acquiring a more formidable weapon due to the inadequacy of his arsenal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent over 6,000 silver coins at the settlement. He had truly overindulged in his purchases. However, since acquiring the electromagnetic cannon, it had never been utilized. Mounting it on an open-top light truck would not only draw excessive attention but also make it susceptible to theft. Fortunately, with the acquisition of the mecha, he had a sudden inspiration to equip it with this particular weapon. Although it was not a standard infantry weapon, it posed no issues for use with the mecha. As for why the electromagnetic cannon is not placed in the courtyard, but here, the reasoning remains the same. His sense of security is utterly inadequate. During the chaotic days at the rock camp, Chu Jianlei could barely fill his stomach while he excavated 3 outdoor shelters, storing away some supplies. Those provisions now appear rather laughable, yet they were painstakingly gathered from his meager resources at the time. Following the recent attack on the courtyard, he suffered substantial losses in supplies, but his core assets remained largely intact. All the mutated crystals were kept on his person, as were the banknotes. He also managed to bring along considerable amounts of critical supplies, such as gold, energy blocks, ammunition, and shredded meat. Seizing the opportunity to venture into the mountains to hunt mutated beasts, he buried some of these materials in select locations. Given his mindset, such actions were entirely reasonable, merely a precautionary measure. Thus, when the Scorpion assumed that he lacked sufficient supplies, it was a misconception. In simple terms, what he lost in the courtyard amounted to 3 kilograms of gold, 3 substantial energy blocks, and a truck. Any other losses were trivial, comprising various weapons, some ammunition, and a small quantity of shredded meat. As for the generator and such, before acquiring the mecha, he had already intended to sell it. Bringing the electromagnetic cannon here was based on a similar philosophy. The cannon could only be utilized with a mecha. As for the safety of this place, if the mecha were to be lost, losing an electromagnetic cannon would be of little consequence, wouldn't it? Witnessing the electromagnetic cannon, a flurry of thoughts surged in Chu Jianlei's mind, akin to wild grasses sprouting. Should I truly leave in silence? Should one not make the other party experience a modicum of hardship? He was acutely aware that, from a rational standpoint, departing at this very moment was the most prudent course of action. The opposing force was formidable. While he had only spent a decade or so in a state of cautious development, it was only logical to return for vengeance once he had cultivated his own strength. He had already extricated himself from the initial predicament of weakness, and with the mysterious chi refining technique at his disposal, it was merely a matter of time before he would grow powerful. Yet, he found himself unable to suppress the boiling anger within at this moment. His body surged ahead of his mind. Calmness. He inhaled deeply and softly reminded himself to remain composed and to master his rage. However, in the next instant, a spark of realization ignited within him. Nevertheless, the endeavor of maneuvering the mech into the mountains appeared to be quite a challenge. He had finally found a justification for taking action. The mech weighed a mere 20 tons, which should not occupy much space, measuring approximately 2 meters in width and length, and standing less than 3 meters tall. Yet, the activation and movement of the mech inevitably produced some noise. When operating at full capacity, the noise exceeded that of a heavy-duty truck. Moreover, this was a transport mech. When various cargo compartments were deployed, both the length and width would indeed expand. The task of stealthily maneuvering such a mech into the mountains was no small feat, having identified this rationale. Chu Jianlei felt a sense of grounded resolve as he took a restful slumber and departed the depot at dawn. He chose not to carry the Gauss rifle this time, opting instead for a laser rifle and a long blade as he wandered about. In the morning, he finally encountered another individual. The person, riding a motorcycle, halted upon seeing him and reached for the Gauss rifle mounted on his vehicle. He shouted, "In the Hong Iju area, no one is allowed to wear a mask." "Who are you? Veiled visages forbidden?" Murmuring the query, Chu Jianlei dispatched his adversary with a single shot. "Is this stratagem specifically designed to ensnare me?" he mused. The prescription against concealing one's countenance is, in truth, deleterious to the interests of the Hongi settlement. Their prosperity burgeoned precisely because they prioritized territorial order without delving into the provenance of outsiders. To presume that verifying the identities of newcomers is paramount to maintaining order is a grave misjudgment. Those who cannot pass the identity threshold fall into two categories: the incorrigibly malevolent and those with pursuers on their trail. Hongi formerly disregarded such concerns, thereby fostering its flourishing growth. The current prohibition on masks is manifestly a consequence of pressure exerted by the central settlement, a burden that Hongi cannot withstand. As Chu Jianlei pondered, he advanced and excavated a shallow grave, interring the fallen figure within. With his cultivation base steadily deepening, such trivial tasks consumed minimal time. Mounting his motorcycle, he glanced at the fuel gauge and muttered, "A pauper's vehicle, scarcely half a tank remains." Subsequently, he continued his perambulations, his face veiled, proclaiming, "State your affiliation first." When challenged, many individuals emulated the practice of scrutinizing masked figures, hoping to ensnare a significant quarry despite their own modest capabilities. However, the ranks of the masked were a motley assortment. To openly declare one's name risked being remembered by adversaries. Thus, most merely offered a sheepish smile, averring that no offense was intended and citing the recent tensions within Hongi. Throughout the day, Chu Jianlei encountered only two groups bold enough to declare their affiliations, both of whom he swiftly neutralized. He evinced no inclination to ascertain the provenance of either faction. Did those hailing from the central settlement inquire about the origins of Crack and Xiao Jing when they were slain? As you do not ask, neither shall I. For in this world, fairness must, by and large, prevail. Those who demurred found nothing aberrant in his response, for the number of those with an indomitable spirit was legion. Throughout this period, the clashes between the factions advocating and opposing face coverings were far from infrequent. Initially, the central settlement sought to suppress dissent, but the numerous adventurers from afar were unaccustomed to such constraints. They were prepared to fight and depart, or perish in the attempt. If they survived, they would simply leave. When the populace ceases to fear death, why should they be intimidated by it? The denizens of the central settlement found this vexing. Consequently, most individuals in this area no longer donned face coverings, though those who persisted in doing so were invariably obstinate. Anyone intent on investigating them had to brace themselves for the possibility of a fatal confrontation. Chu Jianlei's reasoning was not as lucid, as he was never particularly adept at discerning the intricacies of human nature. However, he surmised that if he acted with sufficient audacity, those inclined to follow suit might be intimidated. As it transpired, his assessment proved accurate. After a day of meandering and eliminating two groups, others inquired briefly before steering clear. Indeed, a team approached, inquiring, "Brother, you're quite formidable. Shall we collaborate?" Chu Jianlei cast a glance at them, asking with studied nonchalance, "Collaborate on what?" "To apprehend He Tian." They declared with utmost seriousness, "We have essentially pinpointed his area of activity." "Have they indeed pinpointed my area of activity?" Chu Jianlei mused, finding the notion amusing. What profit is to be gained? The other party's gaze suddenly turned vigilant. "You don't even know this?" Chu Jianlei pointed to the cloth covering his face. "On my first day here, someone attempted to remove my mask." "Ah, I see." The opposing side chuckled, then mysteriously remarked, "Eliminating this individual will earn you 1,000 silver coins." 1,000 silver coins for me to kill myself? Chu Jianlei shook his head. "I won't partake. You may enjoy it on your own." The other party regarded him with an unusually sympathetic expression. "You truly have no idea what you are missing." Chu Jianlei rolled his eyes, "But I know who I am." By the end of the day, he had come to a clear understanding. The residents of the central settlement had not yet departed, while the person in charge occasionally resided within the settlement. The true operational hub lay outside the city. This reasoning made sense. Placing the command center within the city would disrupt the order of Hong Yi himself. Such an arrangement would only occur if a significant figure from the central settlement were to descend. Regardless, he had discerned that the central settlement's camp was situated right in the middle of the road leading to the foot of the mountain. He then accompanied several groups to observe from a distance. Throughout this process, there were still individuals discussing his mask. However, Chu Jianlei could hardly be bothered. He quietly noted the location of the central settlement's operational hub. Near the center, he encountered an unforgettable armored vehicle. For the average person, an armored vehicle was merely an armored vehicle. All vehicles of the same type appeared identical. However, the reality is quite different. Most of the armored vehicles in the Wasteland have undergone repairs and modifications, resulting in significant variations. Chu Jianlei possesses a keen eye and instantly recognized it as Mr. Sai's armored vehicle. With a complex mix of emotions, he silently departed on his motorcycle. As night fell, Chu Jianlei stealthily returned, observing the command center from 3 kilometers away. He pondered the whereabouts of Mr. Sai. Was he in the settlement, within a tent, or inside the armored vehicle? Chapter 61. Night Raid. On this occasion, Chu Jianlei arrived with an electromagnetic cannon in hand. The weight of the cannon was substantial. Not counting the carriage, it weighed nearly 200 kilograms. To conserve energy, he initially transported it 5 kilometers by motorcycle before manually carrying it the rest of the way. However, in comparison to the recoil of the cannon, this weight was relatively trivial. This was hardly a weapon suitable for an individual. Only a mech could withstand such force. The human body certainly could not. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei was well prepared and chose an open area with a clear line of sight. He dug a pit in the ground and placed the protective shield inside, securing the base and walls. Next, he positioned the carriage within the pit, packed the earth around it, and compressed it firmly. Finally, he mounted the cannon barrel on the carriage and secured it with the strap. He had brought 3 rounds of ammunition, as any further would be unnecessary given the weight of this formidable weapon. Chu Jianlei patiently waited until nearly midnight, then quietly loaded the first round into the chamber and pulled the firing pin. His initial target was the armored vehicle occupied by Mr. Sai. He had no intention of engaging the second vehicle. After a muffled explosion, the armored vehicle was instantly engulfed in a blaze of fire, triggering a violent conflagration. This was a standard Gauss projectile, though Chu Jianlei had specifically targeted the fuel tank. The intense heat of the warhead detonated the tank in an instant, causing additional munitions to explode in a chain reaction. Following this was a second muffled sound, as Chu Jianlei loaded a high-explosive shell aimed at the central tent. In the wilderness, tents often serve more than just a shelter, particularly for individuals of significance. This particular tent had been equipped with partitions to mitigate the sweltering heat and provide some degree of protection. However, against an electromagnetic cannon, such defenses were nearly futile. The central tent was obliterated in an instant. Chu Jianlei did not pause to assess the aftermath. He unlatched the cannon's mount, hoisted the barrel onto his back, and fled. The mount could be discarded. With the right tools and materials, it was easily replicated. As he ran, he secured the cannon against his back, hoping it would shield him from incoming bullets. Fortunately, he had only fired 2 rounds. Otherwise, the heat radiating from the barrel would have seared his back. Enemy attack! Someone shouted, though the words were barely discernible due to the distance. Approximately 5 or 6 seconds later, the first searchlight swept across the area. By the time all 5 searchlights illuminated the scene, half a minute had passed. It was already late at night, and not every adventurer remained vigilant, prepared for an ambush. Moreover, in the event of a sudden attack, no one could ascertain the number or equipment of the assailants. Defense was the instinctive response. By the time they discovered that the assailant was but a solitary figure and began to pursue him, a full minute had elapsed. Chu Jianlei had not anticipated this unforeseen turn of events. Had he known, he would have employed his mecha directly. However, such a course of action would inevitably expose him to greater danger, making his current approach seem more prudent. Relying solely on his legs, he sprinted with all his might. Yet the presence of the electromagnetic cannon unavoidably hampered his speed. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to part with this formidable weapon, as it provided him with a semblance of hope. Even so, his desperate flight propelled him at nearly 60 kilometers per hour, though he could only sustain this pace for roughly 10 minutes. Having run for less than 2 minutes, the sound of gunfire erupted behind him, followed closely by the thunderous roar of a mounted machine gun. Yet, Chu Jianlei finally reached the location of the motorcycle. Seizing the Gauss rifle at the side of the vehicle, he continued his frantic escape. After sprinting approximately 10 meters, he pivoted and unleashed a barrage, igniting the motorcycle's fuel tank in a brilliant explosion. This sudden act momentarily bewildered his pursuers. The visibility that day was rather poor, barely reaching 3 kilometers, and the only reason the vehicles were able to keep pace was due to their night vision goggles. The instant the fuel tank erupted into flames, those goggles became rendered ineff. After running for another 3 minutes. Chu Jianlei sensed a decline in his stamina and promptly consumed 3 tubes of nutrient solution. Gritting his teeth, he continued running for another 3 minutes when a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. It was the firecracker he had previously set. The device was rigged to trip, with a long wire connecting it. The pursuing vehicle was over 30 meters away from the explosion and was merely jolted by the impact. However, the occupants of the vehicle were thrown off balance and startled, causing a noticeable decrease in their speed. In the midst of this chase, Chu Jianlei maneuvered in a significant arc, taking nearly 20 minutes to reach an abandoned warehouse. At this point, his pursuers had closed in to within 3 kilometers, and the beams of their searchlights were glaringly bright. The silver lining was that the pursuers were now behind him, and as he fled deeper into the mountains, he faced no further obstacles. Under the illumination of the searchlights, the silhouettes of the pursuers became vaguely discernible. Yet, due to the darkness, their forms flickered in and out of visibility, offering only a slight advantage over complete invisibility. Nevertheless, many were already aware of his intended refuge. Someone shouted loudly, mocking the notion that he could resist within the abandoned warehouse. Was this a joke? Those familiar with the terrain chimed in, noting that 3 doors had collapsed, leaving only one exit BL amidst the cacophony of voices. None dared to rush into the forsaken warehouse. Many wasteland dwellers exhibited a remarkable disregard for death, yet they were not foolish enough to seek it out. Gradually, 7 or 8 vehicles arrived in the vicinity of the warehouse, effectively sealing off the southern and western entrances. In the distance, the flickering of headlights indicated that reinforcements were on their way. Although Chu Jianlei had experienced a stroke of fortune, the high-intensity sprint of 20 minutes had left him nearly on the verge of collapse. Upon entering the storage facility, he hastily equipped the mech with an electromagnetic cannon and connected the ammunition feed. He then climbed into the cockpit of the mech, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Mustering his resolve, he stowed the Gauss machine gun in the storage compartment, while another weapon was already mounted on the left arm of the mech. After tidying up the mech, he moved about to acclimate himself, preparing to take action. At this point, the noise he had stirred was of little consequence. However, he was taken aback to observe that the vehicle-mounted machine guns were wildly firing at the entrance. Yet their trajectories began to deviate. Chu Jianlei was momentarily stunned before realizing that these individuals were excessively fearful of death. He was now certain that they intended to block him from the outside. This suited him perfectly after such a strenuous run. He could take the opportunity to steady his breath and replenish himself. The energy from the dried meat was substantial, but his heavy panting forced him to resort to nutrient supplements. After consuming 5 nutrient packs and a few sips of water, he felt his breathing begin to stabilize. Though 5 minutes had already elapsed, he could no longer afford to wait. Chu Jianlei was uncertain whether the enemy had brought any artillery with them. While it was improbable that they possessed large-caliber cannons, rapid-fire machine guns were certainly a possibility. The electromagnetic cannon he had procured was neither a machine gun nor a large-caliber weapon, yet it was capable of penetrating armored vehicles. The small-caliber rapid-fire cannon can inflict a certain degree of damage on mechas. After all, this is merely a transport mech, not a combat one. If its vulnerable spots are struck repeatedly, destruction is inevitable. Nevertheless, Chu Jianlei would certainly not wait for the adversary to transport large-caliber artillery. The enemy has blocked the main entrance, but that is of little consequence. He has frequented the warehouse for quite some time. For one who suffers from a severe lack of security, surveying the terrain while in the wild is an essential task. He is well aware of the weak points in this warehouse, which has collapsed twice. At this moment, more than 10 vehicles have gathered outside. And a voice rings out loudly. It must be that fellow from Haitian. This individual is likely from the central settlement. Having procured electromagnetic cannons and over 80 rounds of various shells from Hongwu, over 80 rounds of ammunition. This is a truly terrifying figure. Someone mutters softly, remarking on the impressive speed of this scoundrel. Indeed, a hardened bandit. Others suggest the need for suffocating gas if they intend to launch a strong assault. They must request the settlement to deploy tanks. The suffocating gas is somewhat akin to the thermal pressure projectiles of Blue Star. It primarily consists of toxic gases or flashbangs, which are virtually non-existent in the Wasteland. The impact on the environment is not a concern at this point. What more could be affected given the current situation? The crucial issue is the abundance of mutants. The efficacy of many special munitions is not as effective as one might hope. Let us avoid that, remarked the individual suspected to be from the central settlement. He could not divulge that the adversary might possess mutated crystals, nor could he reveal that this person had newfound means of utilizing such crystals. With a composed expression, he spoke. Does Hong Yi possess any heavy mechas? Capture this individual alive if feasible, for a public execution at the main settlement. Indeed, a voice concurred, eliminating him thus would be too lenient. At that moment, the ground quaked, and something breached the warehouse roof, emerging into view. A keen-eyed observer exclaimed in astonishment, "A mech? A mech?" The towering mech rotated its head and raised the electromagnetic cannon in its grasp. A muffled boom echoed, and a truck fortified with protective plating was instantly engulfed in flames. Heavens! Someone cursed vehemently. How did this fellow acquire a mech? This is utterly unplayable. Another bellowed in exasperation, igniting their vehicles and fleeing in terror. While Chu Jianlei acted swiftly, the transport mech's movements were not as nimble as he had anticipated. After obliterating 3 vehicles, the remaining ones had already ignited their engines, accelerating recklessly into the distance. Despite being merely a transport mech, it remained a formidable instrument of war, far surpassing the capabilities of modified trucks. Armored vehicles could potentially engage mechs, but mechs retained the upper hand in maneuverability. The sole surviving armored vehicle had yet to arrive, as the electromagnetic cannon posed an imminent threat to its survival. Chapter 62. Shifting tides of offense and defense. After annihilating 3 vehicles, Chu Jianlei experienced a partial release of pent-up frustration. Although the electromagnetic cannon possessed considerable power, it paled in comparison to the velocity of a laser rifle, rendering it challenging to target moving objects. Furthermore, his ammunition was limited to a mere 30-odd rounds. To add insult to injury, one of the trucks had accelerated, strafing him with machine gun fire as it fled. The truck was heavily fortified, its sturdiness immediately apparent, especially with a machine gun mounted on its rear. Infuriated by this sight, Chu Jianlei launched a high-explosive round, which detonated a mere 2 meters from the vehicle, creating a significant crater. The truck shuddered violently, swiftly changing the ammunition feed. Chu Jianlei followed up with a standard round that struck the truck's rear with considerable force. The impact created a large breach, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt, though it continued to lurch forward due to inertia. Switching back to high-explosive rounds, he fired another shot, obliterating the massive truck into scattered fragments. Witnessing this, the remaining vehicles fled in utter terror, no longer daring to retaliate. However, Chu Jianlei was relentless. Spotting another truck of similar make, he unleashed 2 more rounds, detonating it as well. His assessment proved correct, as both trucks belonged to the Hongyi settlement's city guard. The other vehicles, now utterly panic-stricken, fled desperately. Chu Jianlei piloted the mecha out of the warehouse, somewhat surprised that his pursuers hadn't brought autocannons. He later learned that the opposing adventurers had not only underestimated him, but were also wary of requisitioning by the main settlement. The main settlement was known for its ruthless and overbearing conduct, and survivors roaming the wilderness were naturally cautious. Moreover, was it truly necessary to bring autocannons to pursue an adventurer without even a vehicle? With no autocannon fire to contend with, Chu Jianlei was in no hurry to escape. He maneuvered the mecha forward, salvaging 2 seemingly intact vehicle-mounted machine guns, as he only had a personal firearm. He then gathered a selection of ammunition. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a water purifier, not an electric one, but one requiring the replacement of filters and filter paper. Frankly, he had already resolved to seize some mountain spring water, which was also located in the hills. With this newfound device, the issue of potable water was essentially resolved. The collection of these spoils took no more than a minute, after which he did not linger, turning his back to the endless mountains and sprinting forth. While he was gathering, his position remained relatively fixed, allowing others the opportunity to fire at him. Yet, no one dared to provoke him further. It was only after a while that someone exclaimed in shock, "He is heading into the mountains." At night, distinguishing direction is a challenge, and those who could recognize this fact could be deemed survival experts. Ironically, a vehicle was also fleeing in the same direction, creating a chaotic scene, with everyone scrambling for escape. Unfortunately, the speed of this vehicle could not match that of the mechanized unit's advance. Such events could only transpire in a wasteland, or perhaps the wilderness. On flat roads, these trucks could easily accelerate to speeds of 100 to 150 kilometers per hour in short bursts. Meanwhile, the mechanized unit traveled at just over 90 kilometers per hour on the highway. However, in the wild, it could maintain speeds exceeding 80 kilometers. In contrast, the trucks were limited to a maximum of 60 kilometers per hour. Any faster, and even if the occupants could endure the velocity, the vehicle's frame would not withstand it. In truth, even those who had undergone aerospace training might struggle with such jolting. As the mechanized unit advanced step by step, the occupants of the truck felt a sense of despair. What have we done to provoke him? Why is he relentlessly pursuing us? Comprising a band of adventurers, they were temporarily conscripted, their services duly compensated. More crucially, the allure of a substantial bounty fueled their proactive engagement. Upon realizing their misjudgment, they promptly absconded. A common practice among Wasteland adventurers. At present, the public channel was in utter disarray, their comprehension failing to grasp the adversary's potential intent to penetrate the mountains. "Let's make a stand," someone exclaimed, as the ranks of adventurers are never devoid of those who court peril. "Halt!" the leader in the passenger seat commanded. All occupants disembarked and fled, vanishing into the night. Perhaps the pursuer merely sought to plunder. The leader had observed Chu Jianlei's scavenging of spoils, even in the dim light. With a screech, the truck ground to a halt. Four individuals leaped out, scattering in a frantic sprint, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The leader remained, alighting from the vehicle, raising his left hand aloft while his right hand rested on his chest, forming an OK gesture. This combined signal signified his surrender. Whether the adversary would accept was beyond his purview. Having scrimped and saved, the small group had finally acquired a vehicle, investing heavily in its modification. He was loath to abandon it. Thus, despite the risk of death, he was compelled to gamble. Even if slain, he might at least preserve the lives of his comrades. Securing the vehicle as well would be ideal. Chu Jianlei, far from being consumed by bloodlust, halted his mech abruptly upon witnessing the other party's willingness to yield. What does this signify? Seeing the willingness to parley, the leader was elated, pointing towards the truck bed. "Feel free to take anything from the vehicle. However, if it gets damaged, that would be unfortunate. Since you have permitted me, I shall not hold back." Chu Jianlei raised his hand, and the mechanical arm forcefully detached the mounted machine gun. He then collected a crate of ammunition. "What do you require?" "I hope to keep the vehicle." The leader replied without hesitation. "We are merely conscripted and harbor no ill intentions toward you." He employed a subtle form of persuasion, masking his ulterior motive of coveting the bounty. If he truly resisted, he could feign effortlessness, and the residents of the settlement would be powerless against him. The Hani settlement, holding the esteemed designation of number 1, undeniably wields an influence unmatched by other settlements. "What do I need your vehicle for?" Chu Jianlei glanced at him in astonishment, securing the confiscated items before continuing his frantic dash. Only then did the leader realize that the individual was merely passing through, while he had foolishly dismounted to surrender. It turned out they were heading into the mountains. Had he mentioned it earlier, they could have simply made way. While this sentiment is easy to express, accomplishing it on the battlefield is quite another matter. Nevertheless, he felt a small sense of relief, having sacrificed a little yet managed to preserve the vehicle. Otherwise, had that individual lost control. It is quite common for adventurers to commit random acts of violence when their emotions surge. However, he did not foresee that after his team had survived the ordeal of the dark night, they would be purged by the residents of the central settlement the following day. The central settlement's enforcers were enraged, believing this team not only fled in the face of battle but also surrendered, subsequently providing assistance to the enemy. Such individuals, if not executed, would only serve to breed further chaos. This small team ultimately could not escape the fate of annihilation, a testament to the tyranny of their stronghold. Chu Jianlei did not ponder this for long. He maneuvered his mech directly toward the endless mountains. This was the final challenge. On the periphery of the endless mountains, there were individuals tending to the land, also bearing the responsibility of fending off beastly assaults, for there were indeed cannons positioned there. Although most of the cannon muzzles were aimed deep into the mountains, there were no stationary artillery, only mobile units. The wasteland was a harbinger of apocalyptic conditions. Not only were the air and water contaminated, but electromagnetic interference was also pervasive. However, short-range radios remained operational. Chu Jianlei did not believe that the speed of the mech could surpass that of radio waves, thus he anticipated a confrontation upon entering the mountains. Yet, his assumption proved slightly erroneous. As he advanced into the mountains, he encountered minimal resistance. He opted for a rather treacherous path, one that posed little challenge to the mech. Sporadic gunfire was directed at him, yet Chu Jianlei retaliated without hesitation, determined to obliterate his opponents at any cost. After dismantling 2 fire points, he finally faced no further artillery directed at him. These individuals were connected internally and had likely heard of his prowess, having taken down 2 trucks with 5 shots. Who would dare provoke a man willing to expend ammunition for revenge? After testing the waters and losing 2 cannons, it seemed prudent to retreat. Surely, it was not reasonable for everyone to perish here to satisfy a sense of retribution. As the mech advanced into the mountains, the noise it generated was anything but subtle. However, it was nighttime, and most would not willingly instigate trouble. As he raced ahead, Chu Jianlei burst out of the safety zone and into the perilous territory, eventually venturing into the realm of extreme danger. However, trailing closely behind him were 3 mechs, which gradually entered the mountainous region. These mechs belonged to the Hangi settlement's mech division. In fact, the entire settlement possessed only 9 mechs, none of which were heavily armored. Yet, the equipment of these 3 mechs far surpassed that of Chu Jianlei. To put it succinctly, all 3 were combat mechs, unlike Chu Jianlei's, which was merely a transport mech with the weakest combat capabilities. The maneuverability of combat mechs was superior to that of transport mechs, and their operators were imbued with a sense of confidence. We must intensify our efforts. We cannot afford to lose face for Hangi. Catch him alive, was the response from his comrades. The combat mechs, robust and agile, posed a considerable challenge. Chu Jianlei's electromagnetic cannon, if not accurately aimed, would merely inflict some damage and might not even sway the outcome of the battle. Regrettably, they had embarked on their pursuit a bit too late, lagging by at least 3 to 4 hours. By the time they began their chase, Chu Jianlei had already entered the extreme danger zone and slowed his pace. The endless mountains at night instilled fear even in him, clad in his mech, as numerous mutated beasts lurked, capable of corroding the mech's armor. Thus, when dawn broke, he sought refuge in a cave he had meticulously planned for in advance. In the ensuing days, the settlement and the Hangi personnel searched frantically for any trace of Haitian, refusing to rest even at night, which inadvertently attracted a host of mutated beasts. Chapter 63. This is life. Chu Jianlei remained stationary, having lingered in place for over 10 days. At this juncture, it was not merely a matter of distance for victory. In truth, he had concealed a plethora of supplies within the safe zone. Although he could currently venture far, those supplies included numerous energy blocks, which were crucial for the operation of mechs. He believed his camouflage was impeccable, with protective coloration and thermal shielding adequately in place. However, on the 5th day, he sensed something amiss. Glancing upwards, he furrowed his brow in disbelief. Was that a flying mech? In the lore of the Wasteland, most mechs possessed the capability of flight. Yet, many could only achieve low-altitude flight, hovering perhaps 300 to 500 meters above ground to avoid terrestrial obstacles. The stark reality, however, was that functional flying mechs were exceedingly rare, exceptionally rare, in fact. Given the scarcity of mechs even before the apocalypse, the current conditions rendered maintenance virtually impossible. Thus, the majority of mechs were grounded, despite the collective memory of their former aerial prowess. Chu Jianlei had even heard tales of transport mechs that could soar through the skies. Yet, it was abundantly clear that in his present state, flight was not an option. Consequently, he had no choice but to continue his cautious existence. Increasingly aware of the growing sense of insecurity, just as he had anticipated, as time progressed, the number of individuals from the Hangi settlement venturing into the mountains for searches escalated. At peak times, it was estimated that 20 to 30,000 had entered the mountainous terrain. It remained uncertain what incentives or directives the central settlement had provided to prompt such a surge. However, a multitude of people presents both inconveniences and advantages. The amalgamation of various individuals leads to a lack of order, unlike when there are fewer people, particularly at night. The majority cease their search of the mountains, and their haphazard encampments disrupt the searches of others. Altercations are not uncommon. Near the Hangi settlement, everyone adheres to the rules, but venturing into the dangerous zone changes everything. Disputes can quickly escalate into violence, and acts of murder and plunder are not unheard of. After all, the area abounds with wild beasts and mutated creatures, so disappearances are considered normal. In fact, this large-scale influx of adventurers into the mountains has provoked a response from the wildlife. Timid beasts flee into the depths of the mountains, while bolder or more ferocious ones become even more aggressive. During this period, Chu Jianlei was nearly discovered twice, once by someone wielding a metal detector. Fortunately, taking advantage of the large-scale entry into the mountains, he ventured out several times at night, catching rabbits, roe deer, and other small animals. When searchers approached, he released the animals, diverting their attention to hunting game. As time progressed, another month or so passed, with 2 rainfalls, and the weather began to turn colder. Autumn is the season when wild animals are at their most ferocious, as they accumulate fat and food for the winter. Consequently, the searchers suffered increased losses, even though most of those remaining in the mountains were now seasoned veterans. Eventually, someone voiced their grievances, and the sentiment quickly spread: the beasts must prepare for winter. And so must we. If we don't make some reserves now, we may not survive the winter. However, the response from the representatives of the main settlement was simply, suppress them. Are you making too much noise? Eliminating the vociferous elements would, ostensibly, quell the clamor. However, in this instance, their chosen demographic was excessively broad, while Hongyi has consistently been celebrated for upholding established protocols. Some have even resorted to assassinating emissaries from the central settlement, employing methods such as sniping, setting traps, and administering poisons. Hongyi Security Detail. Initially predisposed towards the central settlement due to factors of allegiance and a significant grudge resulting from the loss of 2 vehicles to the Black Sky, found themselves increasingly unable to remain impartial. The escalating tensions between Hongyi's survivors and the central settlement threatened to irrevocably tarnish the painstakingly cultivated reputation of the Hongyi settlement. Consequently, the ruling faction within Hongyi could no longer abstain and initiated negotiations with representatives from the central settlement. The atmosphere was fraught with animosity, and a physical altercation was narrowly averted, culminating in the central settlement's delegation conceding ground. They were unwilling to provide substantial subsidies to such a vast number of individuals, nor would they disclose the precise transgressions of the individual they were pursuing. They asserted that they could conduct their search effectively without the aid of Hongyi's indigenous population. However, upon the withdrawal of Hongyi's natives, the anticipated influx of wildlife preparing for winter materialized within days. Even the mercenary companies they had engaged were overwhelmed, and casualties began to mount significantly. Crucially, no one knew the nature of Black Sky's alleged offenses that warranted such an extensive search spanning the summer and autumn months. The prevailing sentiment was, if you deem us unworthy of knowing, then do not fault us for our lack of diligence. Under these circumstances, the central settlement's representatives were unable to maintain the loyalty of their personnel. Consequently, they disbanded certain teams while simultaneously increasing the compensation for those who remained. They searched the areas delineated as safe zones and danger zones, with the extremely perilous regions rendered inaccessible. It was evident to the discerning that the final bastion of the settlement was retreating in stubborn defiance, a move that was undeniably disgraceful. Thus, they placed all their bets on hiding in the darkness of the night. Taking a step back proved advantageous, significantly enhancing the efficiency of their search efforts and affording a modicum of security. However, after another fortnight, there remained no word of the elusive figure known as the Black Sky, prompting further reductions in personnel. As winter began to descend, only a few individuals were left to guard the mountain passes, compelling the main force to withdraw in quiet resignation. This period weighed heavily on Chu Jianlei. Had he not been somewhat obsessive, with a pronounced compulsion and an acute sense of insecurity, he might have faltered. During the day, he could engage in meditation and even practice martial arts, but at night, he was relegated to a restless state of repose. Should his vitality surge, he risked detection by night vision equipment. With fewer searchers, he began to discern opportunities to venture deeper into the mountains. Nevertheless, he still had substantial supplies buried within both the danger and safe zones, and he was reluctant to leave them behind. Once the search parties withdrew to the mountain pass, he observed for 3 more days before gradually retrieving his hidden provisions. The losses were not excessively great, amounting to 5 kilograms of gold, along with some firearms and ammunition. This outcome was anticipated by Chu Jianlei, as they possessed metal detectors. Fortunately, these devices were not overly abundant in the vast expanse of the mountains. Along with the myriad scattered metallic fragments, worked in his favor. The individual who absconded with the gold was indeed a clever fellow, stealthily taking away the treasure without a sound. Had he made a commotion, there would likely have been someone lying in wait for him. After counting his possessions, he found his primary wealth consisted of 20 kilograms of gold and 13 substantial energy blocks. Other supplies, such as firearms, ammunition, and food, were plentiful, as he had originally prepared for 3 individuals. The thought of reducing from 3 to 1 stirred a subtle sadness within him. A famous saying from a golden-haired fellow came to mind. Perhaps this is simply what life is. Due to the loss of 5 kilograms of gold, he approached the last 2 supply caches with heightened caution. Yet, upon reaching the final stash, He was taken aback by his night vision goggles. There was indeed someone lying in wait. Just one person, approximately 300 meters from his cache. Who possessed such audacity? Curiosity mingled with surprise surged within Chu Jianlei, who dared to ambush him alone. The buried supplies were merely ammunition. If the individual wished to avoid trouble, they could easily abandon it without remorse. However, considering the effort it took to earn his wealth and his desire to train further, this batch of ammunition also represented money. Most crucially, his curiosity piqued. Who was bold enough to set such an ambush? Choosing not to approach under the cover of night, he patiently awaited the break of dawn. As he peered through the underbrush, Chu Jianlei was bewildered to discover that it was indeed Waxizi. The other party's intentions were clear. They remained seated, unmoving, with a firearm resting on the ground beside them. This woman truly elicits a sense of helplessness. He crouched down, intending to depart quietly, and it was highly probable that she had already surmised that the ammunition was buried by him. Had it been someone else guarding it, he might have eliminated the adversary. Yet, if he chose to slip away silently, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of conflict within. However, with her, it was of little consequence. The flower scorpion had timely alerted him, allowing him to evade a calamity. At that moment, he had presented her with 2 energy blocks in gratitude. Yet, in retrospect, considering the intensity and persistence of the search, that meager sum seemed rather insufficient. Nonetheless, as he contemplated a discreet exit, the flower scorpion stood up, stretching her limbs. She then produced a vial of nutrient solution and consumed it, brandishing her firearm while meandering about. The gun was held in her left hand, while her right hand maintained a nonchalant okay gesture against Chu Jianlei lowered his eyelids, pondering for a moment before speaking. I sent you. I am merely curious. Who would dare to ambush me alone? Waxizi shook his head. If I wanted to take it, I would have done so long ago. I wish to accompany you to the other side. Chu Jianlei found himself at a loss for words. The endless mountains were indeed formidable, particularly in the winter. Without hesitation, Waxizi replied, you possess a mech. It is worth taking the risk. Chu Jianlei inquired again, what about your 2 companions? What shall we do about them? Waxizi calmly responded, one is dead, and the other is crippled.